Chapter 1. A bunch of inept warriors. In a vast expanse of space, a circular mini-spaceship glided effortlessly through the cosmos. Ouch. 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 Have I truly crossed over to become Bardock? Is this really the world of Dragon Ball? Just a moment ago, Bardock was at home, engrossed in watching the latest theatrical release, the 20th installment detailing the origin of the Saiyans. The film depicted the ancient Saiyans who once unified the universe, each possessing the legendary Super Saiyan state. However, as time passed, the Saiyan bloodline had notably deteriorated, resulting in the typical golden-haired form. Only a scant few retained the true Super Saiyan heritage. It chronicled the rise and fall of the Saiyan race, showcasing their former glory and subsequent decline, while also elaborating on the ancestral deity of the Saiyans, Yamoshi. In summary, the ancient Saiyans truly basked in splendor during their heyday. After watching, Bardock felt a profound sense of loss for the current state of the Saiyan race, lamenting how they could be annihilated by a mere Frieza, and how Goku and Vegeta later succumbed to the overwhelming might of the gods, lacking any semblance of the ancient Saiyans' formidable spirit. At that moment, a message appeared on Bardock's computer screen. Do you wish to restore the glory of the Saiyans? Yes and no. I will. Compelled by an unseen force, Bardock clicked the yes button on the screen. Instantly, a blinding light emanated from the computer, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the present. He had indeed traversed dimensions. Bardock was acutely aware of his new reality that a long tail behind him unmistakably signified his identity as a Saiyan. Not bad. Goku, the protagonist of Dragon Ball, belonged to the Saiyan race. Although his initial training speed seemed lackluster, as the story progressed to the Namek saga, the training rates of the Saiyans skyrocketed as if they had activated a cheat code. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect of the Saiyans lay in their ability to grow stronger with each battle. While Bardock reveled in his newfound identity, a torrent of memories flooded his mind. As the memories synchronized, Bardock gradually gained full control over his body. Once the synchronization was complete, Bardock realized that he had arrived in a timeline where the Dragon Ball saga had yet to unfold, and his son Goku had not yet been born. He was still a solitary warrior. The current timeline depicted the Saiyan home planet facing resource scarcity, compelling the Saiyans to seek a new habitable world. Vegeta had discovered a suitable new planet for the Saiyans, known as Zubul, and led his kin to settle there, intending to establish it as their new home. Upon returning from mission, Bardock received Vegeta's transmission and promptly set off for Zubul after completing his task. Just as he was nearing Zubul, he had crossed over into this new existence. Now, armed with the knowledge of the Saiyans' impending fate, Bardock felt a sense of certainty about the path ahead. Although the environment of Zubul Star is conducive to the habitation of Saiyans, the combat prowess of the Zubul inhabitants is relatively lacking. Otherwise, they would not have been chosen by Vegeta as the new domicile for the Saiyan race. Despite their limited fighting capabilities, the Zubul people possess remarkably advanced technology, enabling them not only to stand unafraid before the Saiyans, but also to easily subjugate and commence the enslavement of the Saiyan clan. It was during a full moon night that Vegeta led the Saiyans to transform into great apes, instigating a rebellion against the Zubul people. In their great ape form, the Saiyans exhibited tenfold their ordinary combat strength, and under Vegeta's leadership, they successfully vanquished the Zubul inhabitants. Consequently, Vegeta naturally ascended to the throne as the king of the Saiyans, henceforth known as King Vegeta. Reflecting on this, Bardock smiled, pondering what King Vegeta must think to name his own son after himself. Vegeta, who is the second male lead in Dragon Ball and a close ally to Goku. Bardock boldly asserted that having just received a message from Vegeta to Zubul Star, the Saiyan race should still be free or perhaps have only recently been captured. Since I am here to restore the glory of the Saiyan race, the disgraceful history of the Saiyans must not be repeated. Are the Zubul people prepared to face the wrath of the Saiyans? From this moment forth, I shall be known as Bardock. With a grin that formed a perfect arc upon his lips, Bardock embraced his present identity. At that moment, the spacecraft Bardock occupied crashed directly onto the surface of Zubul Star, creating a colossal crater and stirring up clouds of dust. Boom! Bardock obliterated the door of the spacecraft with an energy blast and stepped outside. This feeling is quite exhilarating. Before his journey, Bardock was merely an ordinary man on Earth. Now, with a mere gesture, he could unleash energy potent enough to obliterate a planet. Bardock felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through him. Whoosh! A bullet sliced through the air, striking Bardock squarely on the forehead. Saiyan, raise your hands and kneel in surrender, or your compatriots shall face execution in the next moment. Gently touching the spot where the bullet had struck, he winced slightly at the pain. Surveying his surroundings, Bardock noticed numerous fighter jets in the sky and countless soldiers clad in combat gear on the ground, all armed and surrounding him. The bullet that had struck him had been fired from one of these soldiers that a bunch of pathetic weaklings dare to bark orders here. Such audacity is commendable. With a smirk, Bardock disdainfully chuckled, gathering energy in his hands as a multitude of energy blasts erupted forth. In an instant, both the aircraft above and the soldiers below were effortlessly annihilated by Bardock's overwhelming power. Open fire, quickly. Upon witnessing Bardock's formidable strength, the Zebulian commander who had previously ordered the ambush was immediately engulfed in panic, swiftly issuing commands for an attack. Recognizing the identity of the leader, Bardock ascended into the sky, executing rapid maneuvers, evading the hail of bullets that failed to land a single hit upon him. With a powerful kick, he obliterated a fighter jet, seizing the Zebulian within and demanding, "Speak. Where are my kin now?" "To do not know." The captured Zebulian stammered, trembling under Bardock's grip. The ignorance of the weak. Bardock sighed, unleashing a surge of energy that reduced the Zebulian to mere fragments. Observing the multitude of bullets raining down around him, Bardock retaliated, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that left no Zebulian unscathed, all perishing in an instant. Gazing upon the easily vanquished Zebulians, Bardock scoffed, "Humph, a mere collection of pitiful warriors." Chapter 2. The Conspiracy. Having effortlessly dispatched the surrounding Zebulians, Bardock closed his eyes, concentrating on sensing the powerful auras in the vicinity. On Earth, martial artists possess the ability to contain their energy, gradually unleashing it during combat, enhancing their endurance in battle. Bardock, understanding this principle, found that his formidable mental prowess from 2 lifetimes allowed him to grasp such simple techniques with ease. The Zebulian race, while technologically advanced, paled in comparison to the combat prowess of an average Saiyan, who could easily take on scores of Zebulians. As he expanded his senses, Bardock detected a group of formidable warriors in the southeastern direction of Zibble. He instinctively recognized this as the location where the Saiyan race was imprisoned. Just as Bardock prepared to fly towards the Saiyans, he sensed an aura of equal strength emanating from the eastern direction. Regardless, I shall first investigate this powerful presence. With a decisive turn, Bardock soared towards the east. While flying, Bardock engaged his mind in learning the technique of concealing his aura. With 2 lifetimes of experience, he could not precisely quantify the extent of his current mental strength, but he felt an exceptional aptitude for learning, absorbing knowledge. At an astonishing pace, in mere moments, Bardock mastered the method of hiding his aura and applied it with ease, concealing his energy to the utmost. His battle power, originally 5,000, now appeared as a mere 50. Gliding at low altitude, Bardock arrived before a grand palace. As he drew closer, the clarity of his sensing abilities sharpened. With a power level of 4,500, Bardock could distinctly perceive an individual within the palace whose strength was only 500 less than his own. This aura that feels strangely familiar. The memories within Bardock's mind had only recently begun to merge, leaving him with a sense of familiarity that had yet to crystallize into recognition. Concealing his aura to the lowest possible level, he peered through the window into the palace. At the first glance, Bardock was captivated by a distinctive, upright tail indicative of a Saiyan with a battle power of 4,500. Upon examining the visage, Bardock instantly recognized the Saiyan before him. It was none other than Vegeta, the Prince of Saiyans as chronicled in the original Dragon Ball saga. Opposite Vegeta sat a Zebulian, whose attire suggested he was indeed a scientist. If confirming Bardock's suspicions, Vegeta's next utterance echoed through the palace. "Dr. Reiki, whether I can successfully ascend to the throne of the Saiyan hinges entirely on your cooperation. Your Highness, it is an honor for us Zebulians to serve you." Dr. Reiki bowed, extolling Vegeta's virtues. "However, Your Highness, Bardock's battle power is not far from yours. My subordinates may not prove to be a match for him. Rest assured, Bardock is quite fond of his compatriots. If you threaten him with the lives of the other Saiyans, I am confident he will yield without resistance." The two engaged in their brazen conversation within the palace, entirely unaware of Bardock eavesdropping outside the window. Upon witnessing Vegeta, Bardock immediately sensed something amiss. The situation appeared to diverge from the accounts in the original Dragon Ball narrative. In the original tale, the Saiyan race had long been subjugated by the Zebulians. Otherwise, Vegeta's subsequent leadership in the brutal suppression of the Zebulians would not have transpired. Yet now, Bardock observed Vegeta conversing amiably with Dr. Reiki, who had evidently already capitulated to Vegeta's authority. Given this revelation, Bardock refrained from interrupting their dialogue and chose to remain by the window, intent on continuing to listen. Concurrently, he sifted through his memories, recalling everything he knew about Vegeta. As soon as Bardock is captured, the remaining Scions will abandon any thoughts of resistance. Vegeta declared with delight, relishing Raiki's deference in calling him Your Highness. Your Highness is astute. Once the Scions relinquish their will to resist, you shall emerge as their savior, undoubtedly becoming their spiritual pillar. Dr. Raiki continued to flatter Vegeta, who was increasingly pleased indeed. At that time, I shall seamlessly ascend as the new king of the Scions, and Bardock will no longer be worthy of competing for the throne. The thought of his future kingship elicited a hearty laugh from Vegeta. What a pitiful wretch. No wonder the Scions would eventually grow weaker under Vegeta's leadership, ultimately reducing themselves to the status of minions for Frieza. After overhearing the conversation between Vegeta and Dr. Raiki, Bardock let out a disdainful scoff in his heart, regarding Vegeta with even greater contempt. During this time, Bardock had taken the opportunity to organize his memories, and coupled with the recent dialogue, he gained a rudimentary understanding of Vegeta's scheme. Firstly, his combat power stood at 5,000, making him the strongest among the Scions, followed by Vegeta at 4,000. The former king of the Scions had perished, and the new monarch would be chosen between himself and Vegeta. Vegeta, well aware that he could not compete with Bardock in any regard, seized upon the pretext of the original planet Vegeta's resource scarcity. While Bardock was on a mission, Vegeta took the entire Saiyan race to descend upon Zubul. It was evident that Zubul had long been subjugated by Vegeta, and once the Scions arrived, the entire narrative would unfold according to Vegeta's design. Among the Scions, besides Bardock and Vegeta, the rest possessed combat powers generally not exceeding 2,000, but although the technological weaponry of Zubul proved ineffective against Vegeta, it was remarkably practical for the other Scions. Moreover, with Vegeta feigning weakness at a crucial moment, pretending to be no match for the Zabulians, the Saiyan race would inevitably be captured. In the original narrative, it was likely that Bardock succumbed to the Zabulians' threats regarding the safety of his kin, rendering him compliant and ultimately captive. The subsequent events unfolded simply. Vegeta, as planned, ascended to become the new king of the Scions to prevent his scheme from being exposed. Vegeta led the Saiyan race in a brutal suppression of the Zabulians, exterminating all who were privy to the truth. Quite an ingenious plan had I not been transported here. You might have succeeded. Bardock, after piecing everything together, despite his disdain for Vegeta's character, found himself begrudgingly admiring Vegeta's strategy. However, now your plan shall likely benefit me, for the king of the Scions shall be none other than I, Bardock, and you, Vegeta, are utterly unworthy of being the Saiyan king, let alone deserving of being a Saiyan at all. Chapter 3. The Salvation of the Saiyan Race. Considering the time, Bardock should have been captured by now. Why is there still no news? Upon arriving at Zubul, Dr. Raiki had already sent someone to persuade Bardock to surrender, and now, seeing that no one had returned, he remarked, "Indeed, given the time frame, Bardock ought to have been apprehended by now." A twinge of unease crept into Vegeta's heart, feeling that events might not transpire as smoothly as he had envisioned. Let us venture out together to investigate. As his apprehension grew, Vegeta promptly decided to accompany Dr. Raiki to the place where Bardock had landed. You may take your time observing. I shall proceed to rescue the Saiyan race. Disregarding the actions of Bardock, the Saiyan warrior chose to depart, soaring towards the direction where his fellow Scions were imprisoned. Within the confines of the prison on planet Zybul, the Saiyan race found themselves confined. Now, the Scions bore the marks of their suffering, stripped of their usual arrogance, resembling wilted plants, their heads bowed in silence, hesitant to resist. Do not lose heart, everyone. Trust that Bardock will return to rescue us. Amidst the despondency of her comrades, a female Scion rose to her feet, rallying the spirits of those around her. Yes, we still have Bardock. He has not yet been captured. Her words shone like a beacon of hope in the darkness, rekindling the flickering spirits of the downtrodden Scions. Be honest, you foolish monkeys. With such limited capabilities, you dare to invade our planet Zibber. Your leader has already been subjected to my experiments. And even if the so-called Bardock were to arrive, it would only result in us capturing more prisoners. As the Scion's desire for rebellion began to rekindle, two Zaburans armed with laser weapons approached the cell door, mocking the Scions. Dr. Layla has ordered that any Scion attempting to incite trouble be executed on the spot, without the need for a report. One of the Zaburans brandished his laser gun, aiming it at a female Scion. Is that so? I shall not sit idly by. With that, the female Scion concentrated her energy and unleashed a blast, colliding with the Zaburan's laser. However, the laser pierced through her energy blast and struck her directly in the chest, inflicting severe injury. The Zaburans only needed one more shot to ensure her demise. Jine. As Jine was wounded, the surrounding Scions shielded her, preventing the Ziburans from executing their next shot. Anyone who does not wish to die, step aside. The Ziburan threatened harshly, brandishing his laser gun. Do not fear. I believe Bardock will surely return to rescue us. Jine shouted, despite her grave injuries. Do you really think Bardock is your god? You call for him here, and he will arrive in the next moment? How laughable. The Ziburan scoffed at Jine's words. God is too grand a title. I am merely the leader of the Scions. Just as the Ziburan prepared to pull the trigger, a strange voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Turning to his companion, he was met with the chilling realization that his partner had already succumbed to death. Upon finishing his words, Bardock swiftly severed the neck of the Ziburian who dared to injure his compatriots. Fear not, for I have come to rescue you. After vanquishing the Ziburian guards, Bardock proceeded to unlock the prison doors, liberating his fellow Scions. Bardock-sama. It is truly Bardock-sama. No doubt, he is indeed Bardock-sama. The Scions expressed their profound gratitude for Bardock's timely intervention in their perilous situation. Bardock-sama, we must hasten our departure, lest we find ourselves unable to escape when the Ziburian army arrives. Urged one bearded Scion, evidently unconvinced of Bardock's ability to contend with the approaching forces. We Scions may perish on the battlefield, but we shall never choose the path of retreat. How can you, in your current cowardice, still call yourselves Scions? Warriors of our proud lineage? With a thunderous roar, Bardock quelled the tumultuous scene before him. The assembled Scions, confronted by Bardock's fierce gaze, lowered their heads in shame, unable to meet his eyes. Did he believe this was sufficient? No, Bardock's intent was to fully awaken the fighting spirit within the Scion race. Otherwise, they risked developing the cowardly disposition seen in the original Dragon Ball series. Scions ought to embody an indomitable spirit, growing ever stronger in the face of adversity. When faced with formidable foes, they should become even mightier. Today, let us unite and conquer Planet Spur, he proclaimed, so that all may witness the invincibility of our Scion lineage. To oppose us is to invite certain doom. As he spoke, Bardock unleashed his full battle power, a force of 5,000, to bolster the resolve of the Scion warriors. Lord Bardock, we shall heed your call, echoed the voices of the crowd. With the previously skeptical bearded Scion now fervently devoted to Bardock, turning to rally the others with renewed enthusiasm. Indeed, Lord Bardock, we are ready to follow you. The Scions united in their fervent declaration. This was the desired effect. Observing the growing conviction in their hearts, Bardock realized that his aspiration to ascend as the king of the Scions was merely a matter of words. Those severely injured shall remain to recuperate. Those with minor wounds will stay to tend to them. The rest, follow me. Bardock issued orders with unwavering authority. Yes, Lord Bardock. Upon Bardock's command, the Scions immediately divided into two groups. Those who were merely injured but still capable of movement followed closely behind him, while the lightly wounded with diminished mobility and the severely injured remained behind. No, Lord Bardock, I too wish to fight alongside you. Rest assured, I shall not be a burden. Jean, who was gravely wounded, stood resolutely and approached Bardock, declaring her intent. To be honest, at first glance, Bardock felt an instant connection with this somewhat stubborn girl before him. In the original Dragon Ball narrative, Jean is indeed his beloved, and he found himself enamored by both her previous bravery and her current tenacity. Perhaps this was what one might call love at first sight. However, despite his affection, Bardock was resolute in not bringing Jean into the fray. After all, she was in a critical state, and should a battle ensue, he would have no time to protect her. Jean, you must stay here. The rest of you, follow me. Today we Scions shall cleanse Planet Zubul. With a simple command directing Jean to remain, Bardock led the less severely wounded Scions into battle. Lord Bardock's refusal is so admirable, Jean thought, her heart racing as she watched his departing figure. Chapter 4. Suppress Planet Zubul. Upon escaping from prison, the Scions surged forth like untamed wild horses, no longer able to suppress the vengeful fury within. Under Bardock's leadership, they launched an assault on the Zubulans. Without resorting to technological weaponry, the Zubulans proved no match for the Scions. A single energy blast was sufficient to obliterate a large number of Zubulans. Bardock, however, refrained from engaging in combat, instead soaring high above, surveying all that lay beneath him. After all, the Scions had merely caught the Zubulans off guard. Once the Zubulans regained their composure and wielded their technological weaponry, the Scions were still no match for them. What Bardock must now undertake is to survey the situation from above, eliminating all the Zbur aliens that pose a significant threat to the Scions. thereby instilling unwavering confidence in their inevitable victory. This will sow the notion within the hearts of the Saiyans that as long as they follow him, they are invincible. As for Vegeta, let him indulge in his pursuits. It is evident that the Saiyans, who had just followed him to the Zbur, were swiftly captured. However, upon Bardock's arrival, the Saiyans can mount a counteroffensive, and they will do so from a position of undeniable advantage, leaving the Zbur with no opportunity to retaliate. In the hearts of the Saiyans, Bardock stands in stark contrast to Vegeta, who is regarded as nothing more than a mere waste. Only Bardock is deemed worthy of ascending to the throne of the Saiyans. Let us unite and first eliminate the Saiyans hovering in the sky. Over time, the Zubulans have discerned the reason for their inability to mount a counterattack. Alas, whenever their technological weaponry is aimed at the Saiyans, it unleashes a destructive energy beam from the sky, rendering their own devices inoperative. Yet, Bardock has not yet met his demise. The Zubulans, stripped of their technological advantage, can only remain stationary, awaiting the wrath of the Saiyans. How utterly foolish of you, Zubulans, to dare challenge Lord Bardock. Following their previous annihilation of the Zubulans, the Saiyans have regained their confidence. Just as the Zubulan army trained their weapons upon the airborne Bardock, the Saiyans looked upon the Zubulans with disdain for their arrogance. Step back. The Zubulan army is mine to confront. Witnessing the resurgence of confidence among the Saiyans, Bardock stepped forth. It is absurd. The Zubulans have foolishly aimed their technological weaponry at me. If I were to remain silent, they might truly believe I am intimidated by them. Moreover, Bardock fears that if the Saiyans continue their assault, their confidence may swell too much, which would be detrimental. Heeding Bardock's command, the Saiyans obediently retreated behind him. Attack. The Zubulans seemed to sense that Bardock was not to be trifled with. They briefly charged their technological weapons, then unleashed a synchronized assault toward Bardock. A horde of nothing but weaklings. With a dismissive smile, Bardock stood unflinching before the multitude of Zubulans. He paid no heed to their brief weapon charge. Bardock now stands poised to vanquish the most formidable assault from the Zburans with unparalleled might. Energy orbs coalesce in his grasp, and as the Zburans unleash their attack, Bardock hurls the energy sphere with precision. It is evident that immense power grants one the liberty to act as they please. The energy orb effortlessly engulfs the technological weapon's onslaught before descending directly into the heart of the Zburan's ranks. With a resounding explosion, a mushroom cloud ascends from the ground, heralding the complete annihilation of the Zburans. Perhaps there may still be a few stragglers. Nevertheless, the tide has turned against the Zburans. Bardock can now officially declare that Zbur is henceforth a territory of the Saiyan clan. Is this truly the extent of Bardock's formidable prowess? Such strength, capable of eradicating the Zburans with a mere flick of his wrist. Witnessing Bardock's overwhelming power only deepens the Saiyans' admiration for him. As for the insignificant Vegeta, the Saiyans profess no knowledge of him. However, just as the Saiyans marvel at Bardock's might, Dr. Reiki, who had recently returned from scouting Bardock's spaceship alongside Vegeta, happens to witness the obliteration of the Zurans. His exclamation captures the attention of the Saiyans, and naturally, Vegeta, standing beside Dr. Reiki, is also noticed by the crowd. Isn't that Vegeta? Why is he in the company of a Zbur? And they appear to share a cordial rapport. With a playful grin, Bardock ascends above Vegeta, looking down imperiously as he remarks, "This fool." Cursing Dr. Reiki silently in his mind, Vegeta realizes he must concoct a plausible explanation for the current predicament. Otherwise, Bardock would undoubtedly exact retribution for his actions. Just as Vegeta finds himself at a loss, Bardock offers him a convenient excuse. "Vegeta, did you not escape while being captured for experimentation, and in doing so, abducted a Zbur as a hostage?" Given the crimes committed by Vegeta, even if he were to be killed 1,000 times, it would still seem insufficient. However, Bardock is not inclined to see Vegeta perish just yet, considering that none of Vegeta's 3 sons have been born. His eldest son, Reg, emerges with an astounding battle power of 50,000. Making his debut in the Dragon Ball fan manga, Dragon Ball New Era, 3 years after Goku's triumph over the malevolent dragons. Upon his arrival, Reg possesses the strength of Super Saiyan 5, rendering even Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta incapable of matching him. Had it not been for Reg's physical limitations, Gogeta would have stood no chance against him. Vegeta's second son, also named Vegeta, ranks just below Goku in terms of strength, a formidable power that requires no further elaboration. Meanwhile, Bardock's third son, Tabor, exhibits a rather unremarkable battle power, lacking any noteworthy distinction. Were it not for the concern that killing Vegeta might lead to a loss of potential Saiyan talent in the future, Bardock would have undoubtedly ensured Vegeta did not survive this day. Indeed, Bardock, you speak the truth. I have just escaped from the Zubulons and rushed here to save my kin. With that, Vegeta gathered a sphere of energy in his palm and menacingly approached Dr. Likey. Vegeta, what are you planning? Do not forget that all I have done is for you. Before Dr. Likey could finish his sentence, he was engulfed by Vegeta's energy blast and met his demise. The act of silencing witnesses is something Vegeta executes with remarkable ease. Chapter 5, Ascendance. King Bardock Vegeta truly possesses remarkable skills. Bardock clapped his hands in applause for the ruthless Vegeta. Of course, in Bardock's eyes, this act was merely a means to eliminate a potential threat to his own secrecy. The other Saiyans, though unaware of the full context, held a certain disdain for Vegeta in their hearts. After all, what right does he have to gloat after just slaying a Zubulon? Not to mention, Bardock had effortlessly annihilated thousands of Zubulons moments earlier, displaying a composure that starkly contrasted Vegeta's flamboyant demeanor. Among the Saiyans, Bardock and Vegeta are recognized as the two most powerful warriors, due to the rarity of direct comparisons between them. Both have ascended to the status of contenders for the title of king in the hearts of their kin. However, when juxtaposed, it becomes apparent that one must be measured against the other, revealing stark differences in their prowess. Regardless of the perspective, Bardock utterly surpasses Vegeta. My compatriots have been rescued. Vegeta, why not investigate the Zubul Star for any remaining stragglers? Today we Saiyans shall fully claim Zubul. As he descended opposite Vegeta, Bardock smiled nonchalantly. If I were to deal with the lingering stragglers on Zubul, what would you, Bardock, be doing? I would certainly attend to the severely injured Saiyans. Are you dissatisfied with my arrangement, Vegeta? Would you prefer we switch roles, and I handle the stragglers? Bardock mused, confident that Vegeta would acquiesce to his plans. After all, Vegeta's foremost concern was the potential exposure of his prior scheme. Eliminating the remaining Zubul inhabitants was his utmost priority. Thus, Vegeta had no desire for Bardock to pursue the stragglers. Previously, Vegeta merely resisted Bardock's commands, deliberately challenging him. Very well, I shall go. With that, Vegeta soared into the distance, commencing a thorough search for the remaining Zubul inhabitants. Let us return. Observing Vegeta's cooperation, Bardock decided to head back. Without Vegeta's presence, his aspiration to ascend as the Saiyan King would be remarkably effortless. Of course, even with Vegeta around, his claim to the throne would not face significant obstacles. Retracing their steps, they arrived at the prison. Upon their return, Bardock noted that the severely injured Saiyans were now able to walk. Bardock could not help but marvel once more in his heart. Truly, they are a warrior race, with a speed of recovery from injuries that is remarkable. Of course, certain essential treatments are still required. Bardock issued a direct command to relocate all Saiyans. They discovered a scientific research facility on Planet Spur, effortlessly blasting open the entrance. Bardock addressed the trembling scientists within, inquiring whether they would choose to submit to the Saiyans or descend into hell alongside the Zubulons. Lord Bardock, we are willing to surrender. We are willing to surrender, echoed their voices. Each research institute was equipped with satellite imagery. In a fleeting moment, Bardock obliterated thousands of Zubulons, a spectacle witnessed by numerous scientists. Confronted with Bardock's terrifying prowess, they felt no inclination to resist. Unlike the Zubulons, they had yet to exhaust their lives and were unwilling to perish without cause. Therefore, surrender seemed the wisest choice. Your subsequent task is to ensure the recovery of my injured comrades. Observing the scientist's pragmatic understanding, Bardock allowed the energy sphere he had just coalesced in his hand to dissipate. Indeed, Lord Bardock, we possess the most advanced healing chambers in the universe. Even the gravest injuries can heal within mere days, they proclaimed, internally scoffing at the scientist's self-aggrandizement. Bardock refrained from exposing their exaggerations. In this era, merely having healing chambers on Zubul was commendable. The priority was to treat the severely injured Saiyans first. After directing the gravely wounded Saiyans into the healing chambers, Bardock made his way toward the gathering of Saiyans outside. What joyous discussions are they engaging in? Upon stepping outside, he overheard them animatedly recounting their heroic deeds and deliberating the election of a new Saiyan King. Lord Bardock, we were just sharing tales of your past heroics, and now we unanimously advocate for you to become our new king, exclaimed the bearded Saiyan, who had previously become an ardent admirer of Bardock, bowing respectfully. Very well. I accept this honor. I firmly believe that under my leadership, The Saiyan race shall achieve unparalleled glory, Bardock declared, raising his right hand high above his head as he shouted to the assembly of Saiyans. King Bardock is majestic. King Bardock is incredibly handsome. King Bardock, I desire to bear you a child. The actions of Bardock were met with unanimous approval from the Saiyans, who collectively raised their voices in jubilant cheers for him. Bardock was thoroughly pleased with the enthusiasm of the Saiyans. Indeed, he was handsome and imposing. However, the chatter of those Saiyans clamoring to bear his offspring was perplexing. King Bardock, I come to drape upon you the mantle befitting a monarch. Although the Saiyans did not place much emphasis on ceremony, a red cloak symbolizing kingship was still present. Yet, at the very moment the bearded Saiyan was about to adorn Bardock with this regal garment, an energy blast shot from the sky, aimed directly at the bearded Saiyan. Seeking death, Vegeta had just returned, yet Bardock chose to ignore him, intending to settle scores with Vegeta once he ascended to the throne of the Saiyans. Little did Bardock anticipate that Vegeta would choose this moment to strike. Nevertheless, now that Vegeta had made his move, Bardock resolved to impart a lesson, ensuring Vegeta understood who truly was the king of the Saiyans. With a flick of his hand, he swatted away the energy blast directed at him and turned his gaze toward Vegeta, who was preparing to attack. What are you doing, Bardock? The king of the Saiyans should be me, Vegeta exclaimed, a smirk on his face as he halted Bardock's ascent to kingship at the last moment. However, Bardock had no intention of explaining himself to Vegeta. The sentiment of the people was already in favor of his kingship. What did it matter if Vegeta had something to say? If he could truly defeat Bardock, that would be another matter. In an instant, Bardock darted in front of Vegeta and, with a swift motion, sent him crashing to the ground. Bardock intends to make Vegeta acutely aware of the disparity between them today. Wait, Bardock, let us converse civilly. Vegeta had previously believed that the gap in combat power between himself and Bardock was merely 500. Even if he could not defeat Bardock, he should possess some tactical options. By exploiting Bardock's compassionate disposition towards his fellow Saiyans, he reasoned that if he could confound Bardock with words during their battle, victory would inevitably be his. However, what Vegeta did not anticipate was that Bardock had transformed from the Saiyan he once knew. If you wish to converse with me, fine. Let us see if you can endure 10 rounds against me, was the unspoken thought in Bardock's mind. Ignoring Vegeta's plea for a pause, Bardock lunged at the ground, unleashing a flurry of blows upon him. You are going too far, Bardock. If I fight with all my might, you will not emerge unscathed. Vegeta, overwhelmed by Bardock's relentless assault, finally succumbed to the fury boiling within him and shouted at Bardock. Yet, Bardock dismissed his outburst as inconsequential. Bardock delivered a direct and powerful hook to Vegeta's head, sending him crashing to the ground once more. Vegeta, what were you just saying? Who is the true king of our Saiyans? Energy gathered in Bardock's palm as a smirk graced his lips, directed at the fallen Vegeta. It is you, King Bardock. Vegeta feared that uttering a single dissenting word would result in his demise beneath Bardock's energy blast. Someone, take Vegeta to the medical bay. I cannot allow my foremost general to perish so easily. Accepting the red cloak handed to him by the burly Saiyan, Bardock proclaimed his first command following his ascension to the throne. Yes, King Bardock. To the other Saiyans, Vegeta's behavior appeared nothing short of self-humiliation, utterly devoid of sympathy. As for Bardock, his decision to spare Vegeta, who had dared to challenge his sovereignty, revealed a magnanimity that deeply moved the Saiyan populace. They felt assured that following a king like Bardock was undoubtedly the right path. Chapter 6. Fleeting moments. 3 years later, time flew by. And in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed since Bardock was crowned king of the Saiyans. During this period, Planet Zbur had been renamed Planet Bardock, officially becoming the residence of the Saiyan people. Shortly after Bardock's ascension, Chill joined him, becoming the queen of the Saiyan clan. A year later, they welcomed their first offspring, whom Chill named Raditz. Bardock does not comprehend the significance of Saiyan names. However, as long as Jine is fond of it, she may call their child anything, even Long Out Yin. As for Vegeta, he departed from Planet Bardock 3 years ago, following his defeat at Bardock's hands, taking his wife with him, though their whereabouts remain unknown. Bardock paid little heed to this, for he recognized that Vegeta harbored aspirations for the throne of the Saiyans, indicating that Vegeta would inevitably return one day. When that time came, Bardock need not worry about locating Vegeta's 3 sons. As for the other Saiyans, Bardock refrained from sending them into battle, as their current strength remained woefully inadequate. In the original Dragon Ball narrative, the Saiyan race, under King Vegeta's leadership, was perpetually engaged in warfare. However, during that era, The Saiyans had developed a penchant for preying on the weak, shying away from confronting those stronger than themselves, and were largely oblivious to the significance of training. It is essential to note that the Saiyans belong to a race that grows stronger in the face of formidable adversaries. Judging by King Vegeta's methods in the original Dragon Ball, it was entirely normal for the Saiyan warriors, aside from the royal lineage, to lack battle power exceeding 10,000. However, with Bardock now at the helm, he naturally chose not to adhere to the practices established by King Vegeta. After Bardock ascended to the throne of the Saiyan King, he commanded scientists to construct several gravity training rooms for the benefit of all Saiyans. The Saiyans, known for their unwavering determination, diligently adhered to Bardock's orders without a hint of reluctance. Initially, they lamented the arduous nature of training under increased gravity, persevering only due to Bardock's authoritative decree. However, as time passed and they began to experience a significant surge in their combat power, they started to extol Bardock's virtues and accomplishments. Under Bardock's leadership, the lowest combat power among the Saiyans had reached an impressive 10,000, with the most exceptional among them achieving a staggering 100,000. Nevertheless, Bardock remained somewhat dissatisfied. The Saiyan race is characterized by their ability to dramatically increase their combat strength upon recovering from near-fatal injuries. In the original Dragon Ball series, during the Namek saga, his son Goku exemplified this trait, successfully elevating his power from a mere few thousand to over 3 million. However, following that period, it became increasingly challenging for the Saiyans to leverage their racial characteristics to enhance their combat strength further. Bardock has named this phase of the Saiyan race's traits the Big Bang stage. However, over the past 3 years, none of the Saiyans have experienced this transformative phase under Bardock's meticulous guidance. This has left Bardock at a loss for words, even causing him to question whether the Saiyans have faced enough near-death experiences. Seated upon his throne, Bardock sets aside his memories and prepares to embrace a new day. First, he intends to assess the level of Raditz's training. Bardock harbored lofty aspirations for his eldest son, Raditz. Despite Raditz's combat prowess being a mere 1/500 in the original Dragon Ball series, it is noteworthy that Goku, as the protagonist at that time, possessed even lesser strength than Raditz. Both Raditz and Goku share the same bloodline, with Raditz being the elder by several years. Bardock firmly believed that under his guidance, Raditz's future achievements would rival those of Goku. Paragus, let us proceed to Raditz's gravity chamber, Bardock proclaimed as he descended from his throne. Your Highness is not training in the gravity chamber. He has gone to the plaza. A devoted Saiyan, who had recently become Bardock's fervent admirer, informed him respectfully. This Saiyan was Paragus, though Bardock had not initially recognized him due to his preoccupation with other matters. Paragus had previously appeared in the Dragon Ball Z movie Burning Fierce Battle, Super Decisive Battle, where he is known as the father of the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Despite Paragus's disdain for Vegeta and the Saiyans in the movie, this animosity stemmed from King Vegeta's fear that Broly would one day threaten his throne, leading to Broly's tragic fate. Otherwise, Paragus would have remained loyal to the Saiyans, much like his current unwavering loyalty to Bardock. Now, however, Paragus bore an additional title, the steward of the Bardock royal family. This position allowed him to receive Bardock's direct guidance, positioning him as the second most formidable Saiyan after Bardock himself. That boy is usually so dedicated to training and even boasts about defeating me. Why is he not in the training room today? Raditz, as the Saiyan prince, indeed had a lackluster combat power at birth. Yet, due to his lineage, the other Saiyans refrained from mocking him. Nonetheless, this only served to ignite a fierce determination within Raditz, who became ardently passionate about training, a quality Bardock greatly admired in him. It was revealed that Vegeta had returned with his 2 sons, proclaiming that the Saiyans should regard him as their king. Your Highness, I came to inform you of this matter, Paragus continued to Bardock. Is that so? I did not anticipate Vegeta's return after 3 years. How fortuitous that he brought his sons, saving me the trouble of searching for them. Bardock had sensed a formidable presence descending upon planet Bardock earlier. Yet he chose to disregard it. After all, no one could surpass his strength, and Bardock had faith that his subordinates would adeptly handle the matter. As the king of the Saiyans, he could not be burdened with every little concern. For simpler tasks that his subordinates could manage, Bardock would willingly delegate authority to them. Come, Paragus, let us venture forth to discern what has imbued Vegeta with such confidence that he dares to challenge my throne. However, upon hearing of Vegeta's arrival, Bardock felt a flicker of curiosity. He intended to observe the situation and, along the way, recruit Vegeta's 2 sons. They ought not to remain under Vegeta's influence, potentially wasting their talents. The prodigious warriors among the Saiyans were better nurtured under his guidance. Chapter 7. The Prince of the Saiyans. As they journeyed with Paragus to the Saiyan Plaza, they found it bustling with spectators, the space filled to capacity with eager onlookers. Upon recognizing Bardock and Paragus, the gathered Saiyans instinctively stepped back, parting to create a path. Raditz, that young lad, was performing quite admirably. In the plaza, the 2-year-old Raditz was engaged in combat with a Saiyan of similar age who bore a striking resemblance to Vegeta. Bardock instantly recognized the figure before him as the second son of Vegeta, little Vegeta. Vegeta, after 3 years, you've returned. Is this what you consider your claim to the throne? Bardock remarked, gesturing towards the young Vegeta, who was gradually descending into the unfavorable winds. With a hint of mockery in his gaze, he continued, "Humph, Bardock, do not refer to me simply as Vegeta. Address me as King Vegeta." Noticing that Bardock's battle power remained at a mere 5,000, Vegeta felt a surge of arrogance and added, "That little Saiyan in the air must be your son. And he possesses considerable strength, boasting a battle power of 10,000. However, I assume he is the strongest among you here?" At this moment, Bardock truly wished to inform Vegeta that his son Raditz, with a battle power of 10,000, was indeed the weakest among the Saiyans today. Over the past 3 years, the technique of concealing one's energy had become widespread among the Saiyan race. During idle moments, no Saiyan would reveal their true strength in its entirety. Thus, it was entirely understandable that Vegeta might harbor the misconception that Raditz was the mightiest warrior on planet Bardock. Without intentionally interrupting Vegeta's self-indulgent reverie, Bardock pointed towards the aerial skirmish and remarked, "I must say, Vegeta, it appears your son is on the brink of defeat." "What?" Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief, turning his gaze skyward, just in time to witness Raditz striking down young Vegeta to the ground. "Father, did you see? I won." The first thing Raditz did upon landing was rush over to Bardock to boast. "Very well, keep up the diligent training," Bardock replied. Bardock chuckled. In his eyes, the confrontation between Raditz and young Vegeta was merely adequate. After all, young Vegeta's combat power was 2,000 less than Raditz. Thus, Raditz's victory over him was entirely within Bardock's expectations. "Brother," upon witnessing young Vegeta's injury, a young Saiyan who had been lingering behind Vegeta stepped forward. "Stay here, brother. I shall avenge you." Once he confirmed that young Vegeta was not in any mortal peril, the young Saiyan stood defiantly before Vegeta, admonishing Raditz, "How dare you harm my brother? I will see you dead. Return. I, as his father, shall avenge your brother." After witnessing Raditz's triumph over young Vegeta, Vegeta's demeanor noticeably diminished, yet he was reluctant to relinquish this splendid opportunity to showcase his prowess. "Bardock, do you dare to face me in battle? If I were to strike your son directly, it would be said that I am bullying the weak. Should you lose, you must willingly relinquish the Saiyan throne. For it is only the strongest among the Saiyan race who is worthy to reign." Vegeta stepped forward, taunting Bardock with palpable disdain. At this moment, Bardock truly looked down upon the prospect of engaging in battle with Vegeta. Given the latter's current combat prowess, it was hardly sufficient to ignite Bardock's desire to fight. For Vegeta's capabilities were exceedingly lackluster. "What is the matter, Bardock? Are you frightened? Let me inform you that my combat power now stands at 12,000. To toy with someone of your 5,000 would be child's play." Noticing Bardock's reluctance to make a move, Vegeta escalated his provocation. This taunt not only failed to incite anger in Bardock, but it also stirred the ire of the surrounding Saiyans. "Seriously? You, King Vegeta, with your meager 12,000 combat power, are putting on quite the show here. Let me remind you, aside from the 2-year-old Raditz, any Saiyan present could obliterate you without breaking a sweat." In Bardock's eyes, Vegeta had become akin to a lifeless entity, especially since he had willingly presented 2 of his formidable Saiyan sons before him. Bardock intended to bestow upon Vegeta a magnificent demise. As he contemplated the manner of Vegeta's death, Raditz, standing beside him, could no longer contain himself. The other Saiyans, deterred by Bardock's silence, refrained from speaking. However, Raditz, having grown under the illustrious shadow of Bardock, had always regarded his father as an invincible force. Upon witnessing Vegeta's audacious provocation towards Bardock, Raditz unleashed a punch directed at Vegeta. "My king, do you require my assistance?" It seems the prince is no match for Vegeta. As an ardent admirer of Bardock, Paragus had longed to impart a lesson to the king. Additionally, concerned for Raditz's safety in a confrontation with Vegeta, He stepped forward to seek Bardock's command. "No need," Bardock replied. "Raditz has lived a life of too much ease. He has never faced the trials of life and death. I trust that Raditz can defeat Vegeta on his own." Bardock gazed upon Raditz engaged in battle with Vegeta, a sense of solace blossoming within him. For his son was indeed standing up for his pride. Bardock, the king, was well aware that the prince was at a disadvantage of 2,000 in battle power against Vegeta, especially considering that the prince had just emerged from a fierce confrontation. Paragus voiced his concerns with trepidation. Yet, one must remember that a fledgling must learn to grow on its own. Moreover, let it not be forgotten that Raditz is the son of Bardock. Confidently, Bardock proclaimed. In the vastness of the sky, Raditz found himself gradually succumbing to the might of Vegeta, yet he resolutely persisted. Frustrated by his inability to overcome Raditz, Vegeta recalled the deep respect Raditz held for Bardock. A cunning plan formed in his mind as he remarked, "You possess commendable strength, young one. Why not come and ally with me? My battle prowess far surpasses that of your ineffectual father." Silence. The words of Vegeta incited Raditz's fury, prompting him to forsake all defense. With a swift motion, he hurled an energy blast at Vegeta. However, Vegeta had anticipated this moment. He deftly evaded Raditz's assault and landed a powerful punch upon him. Yet, Raditz, consumed by rage, paid no heed to Vegeta's onslaught, continuing his furious attacks, although none of his energy blasts found their target. "Your Highness." At this juncture, Paragus could no longer restrain himself, intent on intervening to eliminate Vegeta and save Raditz. However, just as he prepared to act, Bardock intercepted him. "Consider Raditz's current battle power for yourself." Bardock replied with a smile. The prince's strength is steadily ascending, nearing the threshold of surpassing Vegeta. Once calm, Paragus too bore a smile, sharing Bardock's optimism regarding the conflict between Raditz and Vegeta. "Let us not forget, anger is equally a wellspring of our Saiyan might," Bardock chuckled, proclaiming. "I am the prince of the Saiyans. How could I possibly fail here?" No sooner had Bardock uttered these words than Raditz, propelled once again by a punch from Vegeta, unleashed a furious shout, a formidable power erupting from within him, eclipsing Vegeta's aura. A cataclysmic explosion ensued. A terrifying energy wave coalesced in Raditz's hands, aimed directly at Vegeta before him. Chapter 8. The Fruit of the Tree of Might Father. As Raditz's energy wave engulfed Vegeta, the previously unassuming Reg emerged, suddenly radiating an astonishing aura. A powerful presence instantly swept across the entirety of planet Bardock. Like a cannonball, Reg shot towards the sky, targeting Vegeta. Paragus. In the air, Raditz's rage surged his combat power from 10,000 to an impressive 15,000, coupled with the explosive technique Bardock had imparted to him. It seemed all but certain that King Vegeta was destined for defeat. Throughout the battle, Bardock's attention remained predominantly fixed on Reg. According to the accounts in the Dragon Ball fan comic Dragon Ball New Era, Reg was a prodigious warrior among the Saiyans, possessing a combat power of 50,000 at birth. Yet, Bardock discerned that Reg's strength was only marginally greater than that of the young Vegeta nearby. This revelation left Bardock somewhat perplexed. Was there an error in Dragon Ball New Era, or had Reg mastered the art of concealing his energy? The truth ultimately revealed itself. Reg belonged to the latter category, as he witnessed Vegeta being consumed by the energy wave. The overwhelming aura emanating from Reg was more than sufficient to affirm his status as a prodigious warrior among the Saiyans. Upon witnessing this, Bardock immediately called out to his companion, Paragus. "Yes, King Bardock." Paragus understood the command at once, his aura surging as he soared into the sky to confront and battle against Rikum. Meanwhile, the clash between Raditz and Vegeta had reached its conclusion. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, it was not Vegeta who descended from the heavens, but rather Raditz. Stepping forward, Bardock caught Raditz, swiftly assessing his injuries. "Father, I am sorry for disappointing you." The usually strong Raditz now reverted to the innocence of a child, weeping in Bardock's embrace. "You have done exceptionally well. I shall avenge you." Comforting Raditz, Bardock summoned his subordinate, instructing Pabuzin, "Take Raditz to the healing chamber for treatment." "At your command, King Bardock," responded the male scion named Pabuzin, respectfully accepting Raditz from Bardock's arms. "Father, please do not kill Vegeta. Once I recover, I wish to seek vengeance myself," Raditz declared resolutely while cradled in Pabuzin's hold. "Very well, I promise you, my son." Bardock nodded in agreement, gazing at the now unconscious Raditz. His attention then shifted towards Vegeta, suspended in the air. Bardock had just sensed clearly that when Raditz's devastating explosion was about to strike Vegeta, Vegeta's combat power surged abruptly by 8,000, directly breaking through to 20,000. This allowed him to disregard Raditz's attack entirely. Meanwhile, Raditz had channeled all his energy into the explosive strike. Upon witnessing his full-force attack fail, the tension in his body and mind could no longer endure, leading to his fatigue overwhelming him, and he plummeted from the sky. Ha ha ha, Bardock, your son has been defeated by me. How does it feel? Are you enraged? Come and fight me. After calming his surging energy in the air, Vegeta laughed arrogantly. However, before he could finish his laughter, an energy blast emerged from below. Its speed so swift that Vegeta could not evade it. Even the hastily activated protective shield crumbled as though it were made of paper. The destructive energy orb struck Vegeta directly, causing him to fall from the sky. The assailant was none other than Bardock, who, sensing Vegeta had taken too much spotlight, opted to eliminate him swiftly. Stepping forward, Bardock placed his foot upon Vegeta's head and growled, "Stop pretending to be dead. I promised that brat Raditz you would be left to him. So if you're not dead, get up and speak." "I'm not dead. I'm not dead. King Bardock, spare me. I'll get up right now." After 3 long years, Vegeta once again sensed the specter of death emanating from Bardock, and fearing defiance. He quickly complied, preparing to rise. Yet, as Vegeta attempted to stand, he was met with a kick from Bardock that sent him flying over 100 meters. "Bring him back," Bardock commanded, gesturing to a nearby Saiyan. "Yes, King Bardock." The closest Saiyan swiftly flew to Vegeta's side, retrieving the prostrate prince and returning him to Bardock. "Now speak. Why did your combat power suddenly surge by 8,000? Think carefully before you answer. Although I promised Raditz I wouldn't kill you, you can certainly test what it means to be crippled." With that, Bardock shot forth 2 beams from his index finger, obliterating Vegeta's legs. Useless. As Bardock noticed that Vegeta remained unresponsive, he stepped closer and discovered that Vegeta had succumbed to unconsciousness. Bending down, he picked up 2 fruits that had fallen from Vegeta's embrace, feeling a sense of familiarity. Upon a thorough search of his memory, Bardock realized that these 2 fruits were indeed the fabled Spirit Tree fruits. These fruits had made their appearance in the Dragon Ball movie battle for Earth, where the antagonist, Dorius, had successfully elevated his combat power to over 10,000 by consuming a plethora of Spirit Tree fruits. Legend has it that only deities could partake in these fruits, which are born from a tree that sinks its roots deep into the planet, absorbing all its nutrients to nurture the fruits. Consequently, the land becomes a desolate desert, rendering it barren for centuries, devoid of even a blade of grass. Consumption of these fruits results in a dramatic surge in one's combat power. The moment Bardock laid eyes on the Spirit Tree fruits, he instantly comprehended the situation's origins and implications. The scarcity of resources on the former Saiyan planet was likely due to Vegeta planting the Spirit Tree fruits there, which in turn had elevated his combat power to a staggering 4,500. Bardock recalled that Vegeta's combat power should have been only 3,500 at that time. Furthermore, the urgency with which Vegeta had departed from Bardock's planet 3 years prior was likely fueled by the fear of having his Spirit Tree seeds pilfered. It was easy to surmise that Vegeta's sudden surge in power by 8,000 was attributable to a last-minute consumption of the Spirit Tree fruits. Bardock speculated that Dorius, the low-ranking Saiyan from the Battle for Earth, had probably stolen Vegeta's Spirit Tree seeds before his departure. Otherwise, in the original Dragon Ball series, Vegeta's combat power would not have remained stagnant at 12,000 without any increase. Bardock held a rather skeptical view of the Spirit Tree fruits, considering that their power enhancement was quite limited, not to mention the time wasted in the depletion of planetary resources. The effects of training in a gravity chamber far surpassed those of the Spirit Tree fruits. However, every little bit helps. Bardock secured both the Spirit Tree seeds he found in Vegeta's possession and the 2 Spirit Tree fruits he held. Subsequently, he nonchalantly kicked Vegeta aside and resumed watching the aerial battle. At that moment, the clash between Parvus and Reg was reaching a fever pitch. Chapter 9. The Genius Warrior Among Saiyans. Without delving into other matters, despite Vegeta's shortcomings, his elder son displayed remarkable strength, managing to hold his ground against Lord Paragus for such an extended period. Indeed, one must consider that Lord Paragus possessed a combat power of 100,000, being the foremost warrior under King Bardock. At merely 2 years of age, he was of similar age to our royal prince. It is hard to fathom the heights of achievement he might reach if he were to grow to our age. The onlookers, a multitude of Saiyans, engaged in animated discussions regarding the battle between Paragus and Reg. However, many were primarily focused on the intricate details of their confrontation, hoping to glean insights from this rare spectacle, as encounters among formidable warriors are indeed a rarity. Truly, he is a genius among the Saiyan warriors. Bardock observed the fierce battle between two individuals above, and he couldn't help but nod in admiration at Reg. Both Paragus and Reg boasted a combat power of 100,000. However, Paragus, being significantly older, possessed a wealth of combat experience that Reg could not rival. The 2-year-old Reg struggled to withstand Paragus's tempestuous onslaught. Yet, as time progressed, Bardock noted that despite Paragus's continued dominance, the number of attacks that could truly inflict harm upon Reg was gradually diminishing. Given Reg's tender age, his stamina was inferior to that of Paragus. Although he was adapting to Paragus's relentless attacks, his energy was waning. Reg was acutely aware of his weaknesses. As he faced imminent defeat, anxiety began to swell within him. He glanced down at Bardock, who had yet to intervene, and wore a bemused smile. Despite Bardock currently exhibiting only 5,000 in combat power, Reg surmised that he must be far more formidable than Paragus, his subordinate. Reg felt a pang of despair, but chose to remain silent. In the midst of his musings, he inadvertently exposed a flaw that Paragus seized upon. Gathering energy in his palm, Paragus struck Reg down decisively. The spot where Reg fell was none other than where Vegeta had recently lost consciousness. "Ah!" Vegeta cried out as he awakened from his stupor. The lightly injured young Vegeta hurried over, moving Reg away from his father's back. "Father, didn't you always say that aside from our family, the other Saiyans are all weaklings?" The young Vegeta, perplexed, inquired of his father. At a loss for words, Vegeta struggled to respond to his son's question. Surely, he couldn't openly admit that he was the weakest among the Saiyans. "Father, didn't you also mention that the strongest Saiyan on planet Bardock, King Bardock, has a combat power of just over 5,000? Noticing his father's silence, young Vegeta pressed on. Yet, the only response he received was Vegeta's continued silence. "Phew. Let us focus on your brother's injuries for now." Vegeta, feeling hounded by his son, attempted to redirect the conversation. "Father, I'm fine. But there is something I don't understand," Reg, now upright, questioned Vegeta. "Speak," Vegeta replied. "Father, didn't you say I only needed to accompany you for a brief moment? Why are the Saiyans here so powerful? I can't even defeat one of King Bardock's subordinates," Reg asked, bewildered. Cough cough. With a light cough, Vegeta indicated his reluctance to engage with Reg's comment. "This is due to the fact that your father's strength is quite lacking. Even his current power has been enhanced solely through the external aid of the Spirit Tree's fruit." Bardock approached the 3 members of the Vegeta family and spoke sternly. In response to Bardock's words, both Reg and young Vegeta harbored grievances. However, they could not deny that Bardock's assertions held merit. As for Vegeta, he found himself utterly speechless in the face of Bardock's accusations. Fearing that a single misstep in his words could provoke Bardock's wrath and lead to his swift demise. "You two brothers are indeed rare geniuses among the Saiyans. Why not consider submitting to me? As fellow Saiyans, we ought to unite our efforts in pursuit of the glory of our race." Bardock extended his right hand, offering a heartfelt invitation to both Reg and young Vegeta. As for Vegeta, he played along. Had he not made a promise to Raditz, Bardock would have wished to eliminate him with a single move. Nonetheless, Reg and young Vegeta were touched by Bardock's sincere invitation. The regal demeanor that Bardock possesses is indeed a rarity. Furthermore, given that the Saiyans inherently value strength, it is only natural for Bardock, being superior to them, to align himself with Bardock. The two of you lingering by Vegeta's side only serves to squander your exceptional talents. Vegeta is not entirely mistaken. 3 years ago, the mightiest on planet Bardock possessed a mere battle power of 5,000. However, observe the present day, under my guidance, the Saiyan race has undergone a profound transformation in strength. What Vegeta can offer you, I too can provide, and what Vegeta cannot bestow, I am equally capable of delivering. Bardock expressed everything he could, and now it was up to Reg and Vegeta to make their choices. If this had been 3 years ago, Bardock would have placed great importance on Reg and young Vegeta. However, after 3 years of reflection, Bardock had come to terms with it. With the Saiyan race numbering in the thousands, what did it matter if he lost Reg and young Vegeta? Bardock remained steadfast in his belief that he could cultivate another genius Saiyan. Meanwhile, Reg and little Vegeta had already been swayed by Bardock's words. After all, no one would ever wish for their own strength to be deemed insufficient. The two did not sense any malice from the surrounding Saiyans, convinced that even if they pledged allegiance to Bardock, they would not face ill treatment. As for Vegeta, for them, the moment their mother perished at his hands, The term father lost all significance. Had it not been for their mother's dying request to remember that Vegeta was their father, Reg and little Vegeta might have abandoned him long ago. Seeing that Reg and little Vegeta had been influenced by Bardock, Vegeta's heart filled with urgency. Little Vegeta could be indifferent. He would not care even if Vegeta were to perish. But Reg was different, a prodigious warrior endowed with a battle power of 50,000 from birth. Vegeta had hoped that Reg would one day assist him in reclaiming the Saiyan throne, and he could not allow him to be so easily deceived by Bardock. Bardock, do not harbor delusions. Reg and little Vegeta are my sons and shall never betray me. Moreover, the throne of the Saiyans rightfully belongs to me, for I, Vegeta, am the true-born royalty among the Saiyans. In a moment of unexpected courage, Vegeta leaped forth to confront Bardock, shouting defiantly, "Indeed, Vegeta, let me witness the audacity that enables you to speak to me in such a manner," Bardock retorted with a disdainful glance. "Then keep your eyes wide open, Bardock, and behold the symbol that belongs solely to the Saiyan King." Vegeta bellowed, summoning an energy sphere that shimmered with radiant white light. Unlike before, this energy sphere pulsated with an extraordinary brilliance. He then hurled it into the air, and in an instant, his entire form began to enlarge. Moments later, a colossal gorilla materialized before the assembled Saiyans. Chapter 10. We all have artificial moons. Roar, roar. As soon as Vegeta transformed into a great ape, both Rager and little Vegeta emitted fierce roars. Dark fur erupted from their bodies, and their forms began to swell to enormous proportions. Almost immediately after Vegeta's transformation, Rager and little Vegeta followed suit, also becoming great apes. Ha ha ha, Bardock surely did not anticipate this. I am the natural-born royalty among the Saiyans, and the artificial moon in the sky serves as the ultimate proof. It is well known that our Saiyan lineage transforms into great apes on the night of the full moon, amplifying our combat prowess tenfold. However, the price paid is the complete loss of reason, turning us into mere instruments of destruction, recognizing only our kin as allies while all others are targets for annihilation. During my 3 years away from planet Bardock, I discovered that my bloodline, the Vegetas, is inherently different from other Saiyans. For we Vegetas retain our sanity even in our great ape form. Moreover, we possess the ability to create artificial moons, allowing us to transform at will. After his transformation, Vegeta was filled with immense confidence, daring to address Bardock from a position of perceived superiority. Yet, who was Bardock? The unparalleled king among the Saiyans. How could he allow Vegeta to stand above him? In a flash, Bardock dashed before Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch to his head that sent him crashing to the ground. How could this be? After transforming, my combat power exceeds 200,000. How could I be felled by a single blow? Indignant, Vegeta attempted to rise again, only to find his body trembling in the face of Bardock's overwhelming aura. His instincts, driven by terror, rendered him unable to stand. Do you two also refuse to submit? After knocking down Vegeta, the instigator, Bardock turned his gaze toward the restless Rager and little Vegeta. Brother, faced with Bardock's fierce glare, little Vegeta dared not meet his eyes and sought refuge behind his brother Rager for a fleeting sense of security. Even with a combat power of 1 million after transforming into a great ape, Rager realized in that brief moment of eye contact that he was still no match for Bardock. A feeling of fear surged within him, difficult to suppress. And with the passage of time, it only grew stronger. Ultimately, unable to withstand the psychological pressure exerted by Bardock, Rager bowed his head and respectfully declared, "Be Bardock king. My brother and I are willing to submit to you." Excellent. Upon hearing Rager's earnest response, Bardock smiled, casually unleashing an energy blast that obliterated the artificial moon in the sky. With the loss of the artificial moon, Rager and little Vegeta instantly returned to their normal states. They approached Vegeta, with Rager saying, "Father, get lost. I have no need for two sons who betray their father." Before Reg could finish his words, Vegeta's furious tirade erupted. "Humph, brother, let us depart." With a derisive chuckle, Reg took young Vegeta's hand and strode towards Paragus, publicly declaring their allegiance. "Vegeta, let me be candid. From the moment you took the life of my mother, my brother and I have ceased to acknowledge you as our father. Were it not for our mother's dying wish to remind us that you were our father, we would have long since distanced ourselves from you. I never anticipated that you would personally end the life of your own wife. Remember, when you insisted on leaving planet Bardock 3 years ago, it was only your wife among all the Saiyans who chose to accompany you." Descending from the skies, Bardock regarded Vegeta with disdain. "Vegeta, The actions of a born Saiyan royalty do not require your counsel. Faced with the abandonment of Reg and young Vegeta, having lost his most significant advantage, decided to abandon all restraint. He bellowed at Bardock. Born Saiyan royalty, you say? Are you referring to the artificial moon? Or perhaps to the ability to retain sanity in a gorilla state? Or are you implying both? Smack. Bardock regarded Vegeta's inexplicable obsession with disdain, then snapped his fingers. In an instant, the surrounding thousands of Scions unleashed their energy, no longer choosing to conceal it. A formidable wave of power surged towards Vegeta, with even the weakest boasting a battle power exceeding 10,000, while the mightiest, without question, was Paragus with a strength of 100,000. Just as Vegeta believed this was the culmination of the confrontation, he witnessed the assembled Scions conjuring energy spheres that mirrored his own artificial moon. No, this cannot be. The artificial moon is the exclusive domain of my lineage. How could you ordinary Scions possibly learn it? Vegeta shouted frantically, unable to fathom the scene before him. It appeared that the Scions were eager to validate Vegeta's disbelief, for they simultaneously hurled their artificial moons into the sky. A cacophony of furious gorilla roars reverberated throughout Bardock's planet. How could this be? Vegeta sought to defend his status as a natural-born royal, yet found himself utterly speechless. The thousands of Scions, having transformed into gorillas, maintained an orderly demeanor. The disdain evident in their eyes left Vegeta too intimidated to lift his gaze. Remarkably, even in their gorilla forms, they retained their rationality, signifying that the other Scions could achieve the same. All right, return to your original forms. Do not frighten our Vegeta any further. At once, King Bardock. With Bardock's command, the thousands of artificial moons dissipated, and the Scions reverted to their normal states. The artificial moon was merely a fusion of one's energy with the Zibble light from their tails. To ensure that the artificial moon affected only oneself was a simple matter. One need only infuse it with their mental power. Vegeta. The very things you take pride in have been disseminated among all the Scions of Bardock's planet for over 2 years, Bardock stated as he approached Vegeta. Place him in the healing pod. Do not let him perish before Raditz recovers. Paragus, take Reg and young Vegeta to familiarize themselves with the environment of our planet. The rest of the Scions may resume their duties. After reprimanding Vegeta, Bardock issued his final commands. He had already wasted far too much time on this inferior being. There were other matters demanding his attention. However, as Bardock returned to his palace, he found 2 familiar figures standing before his throne. Beerus? Chapter 11. A Scion who cannot cook is not a worthy traveler. Mr. Bardock must address Lord Beerus with the utmost respect. Standing beside Beerus, Whis smiled faintly and remarked, You are the king of planet Vegeta, are you not? Do you comprehend the consequences of disrespecting the gods? Beerus gazed at Bardock before him and inquired, Are you, Beerus, prepared to annihilate our Scion race? As the king of the Scions, Bardock's proud spirit is firmly ingrained within him, even in the presence of a deity. He remains resolute and unyielding. Moments ago, he felt no fear, but now he is emboldened. Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe, whose primary duty is to obliterate, prepared to strike upon hearing Bardock's insolent words. However, it seems your intentions may not come to fruition, Beerus. With that, Bardock produced a Xeno's summoning device from behind him. What? How do you possess the device of Lord Xeno? Beerus exclaimed, drenched in sweat upon seeing the small button in Bardock's hand. Of course, it was given to me by Lord Xeno himself. Bardock replied calmly with a slight smile. Whis. Is this true? Beerus internally grappled with disbelief, unable to fathom that Bardock would have befriended Xeno. However, gazing at the flawless summoning device in Bardock's grasp, he found himself at a loss and turned to Whis for guidance. Indeed, Lord Beerus, this is the genuine Xeno summoning device. Whis replied, casting a meaningful glance at Bardock. Haha, Bardock, I was merely jesting with you earlier. How could I bear to annihilate your Scion lineage? I have come to seek your friendship. Upon receiving Whis's confirmation, Beerus awkwardly laughed and hastily clarified his intentions to Bardock. Oh, I see. In that case, I, Bardock, shall accept you as a friend. With Beerus so readily agreeable, Bardock did not press his advantage with the summoning device. Instead, he chose to extend a hand of reconciliation and friendship. After all, he understood his own circumstances best. The summoning device in his possession was merely a precautionary counterfeit, prepared for an unforeseen encounter with Beerus. Although a fake, it was crafted with such finesse that Bardock surmised Beerus's intellect might not discern its authenticity. Yet, at the moment he produced the device, Bardock felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. When Whis cast a glance his way, Bardock realized that Whis had seen through his little ruse. At that moment, Bardock was mentally prepared to confront Beerus in battle. The pride of a Saiyan forbids him from bowing to Beerus. As the king of the Saiyans, Bardock would rather perish standing than live on his knees. However, to his bewilderment, Whis not only refrained from exposing him, but also shielded him before Beerus. Since Bardock, we are now friends. Should you not treat me to a grand feast to celebrate? Beerus suggested, patting his already rumbling stomach. Very well. Let us indulge in a grand meal today. Bardock immediately shouted, Paragus, come here. Upon hearing Bardock's call, Paragus promptly assigned another Saiyan to accompany Reg and young Vegeta as they continued to familiarize themselves with the environment of planet Bardock. Meanwhile, he soared at full speed back to the palace's grand hall. In less than 10 seconds, Paragus landed at the entrance of the palace hall and responded to Bardock. King Bardock, what are your orders? Today we have 2 distinguished guests visiting planet Bardock. Inform everyone to prepare a banquet. I intend to host our esteemed visitors splendidly. Bardock issued his commands. As you wish, King Bardock. Although Paragus was curious about the identities of Beerus and Whis standing before Bardock, he prudently refrained from asking. He respectfully took his leave from Bardock. After approximately 10 minutes, a plethora of exquisite delicacies was presented. As a time traveler, Bardock has long held dissatisfaction with the culinary offerings previously available to the Saiyans. Under his leadership, the planet Bardock has witnessed the introduction of various seasonings from Earth. Now, after 3 years of development, the culinary skills of the chefs on Bardock have undeniably improved. The dishes served to Beerus and Whis are an extravagant array of meats. A veritable feast of delicacies from land and sea. The Saiyans, known for their prodigious appetites, present their food on impressively large platters, each with a radius of over a meter. In less than 5 minutes, a specially designed table spanning over 500 meters has been filled with an abundance of gourmet dishes. However, as the god of destruction, Beerus has undoubtedly sampled a plethora of foods throughout his long existence, having nearly tasted everything in the 7th universe. Gazing at the various culinary delights before him, he simply sniffed the air, feeling no inclination to indulge. Meanwhile, Whis did not even cast a glance at the offerings. Once all the dishes had been presented, Beerus' brow furrowed in discontent as he remarked, Bardock, I consider you a friend, yet you present me with this trash? Though Beerus spoke the truth, Paragus remained oblivious. It is important to note that Paragus had taken great care in preparing this meal, fearing he might offend the esteemed guest Bardock had mentioned. This occasion was, apart from Bardock's ascension to kingship, his marriage to Jine, and the birth of Raditz, one of the most significant food preparations for Paragus. Upon witnessing Beerus' evident disdain, Paragus resolved to confront him regarding his complaints. Since Beerus finds it unsatisfactory, we shall remove these dishes. Bardock promptly intervened to prevent Paragus from engaging in such a self-destructive act, and continued, quickly prepare a dinosaur egg, a frying pan, a portion of rice, and some seasonings. As you command, King Bardock. Paragus soon returned with the necessary items. Accepting them from Paragus, Bardock set to work. Since Beerus, you are dissatisfied with all the delectable dishes of planet Bardock, I shall personally cook a meal for you and Whis today. With a swift motion, he cracked the dinosaur egg, allowing the egg white and yolk to cascade into the frying pan. Channeling energy into his right hand to create fire, Bardock commenced his signature culinary performance. As the saying goes, a Saiyan who cannot cook is not a worthy traveler. Within minutes, an enticing aroma wafted from the frying pan. Paragus observed as the previously discerning Beerus transformed into a curious little cat, inching closer to Bardock. Wiping away the drool that had unconsciously formed, Beerus eagerly inquired, Bardock, what is the name of this dish you are preparing? It smells divine. With a confident smile, Bardock replied, fried rice. Chapter 12. Taking Beerus to Earth for instant noodles. Bardock, your fried rice is truly a culinary delight. With a mouthful of fried rice, Beerus began to savor the essence of the dish. Bardock, this fried rice is indeed exquisite, was praised from the side. Whis. Just as Beerus was about to take another bite after relishing the taste of the fried rice, he noticed Whis, while praising Bardock, swiftly devouring the entire plate of fried rice. Lord Beerus, did you call for me? Putting down his chopsticks, Whis produced a handkerchief from seemingly nowhere to wipe his mouth, indicating he had finished his meal. Beerus gazed mournfully at the last remaining bite of fried rice. He resolved that the next time he dined out with Whis, he would ensure to finish his meal before offering any comments. For now, he decided to savor the final morsel of fried rice. Bardock. Just as Beerus pondered this, the last bite of fried rice found its way into Bardock's mouth. The flavor is decent, perhaps a tad too much salt. Seeing Beerus and Whis relish the dish so heartily, Bardock felt a pang of hunger himself. Unable to resist, he took a bite, finding the taste acceptable. Though his culinary skills had not shone as brightly this time. What is it, Beerus? Bardock inquired, perplexed by Beerus's expression. Completely unaware of the consequences of consuming the last bite of fried rice. It's nothing, Bardock. Why don't you prepare another serving of fried rice for me? Feeling a surge of anger, he hesitated at the thought of the king's summoning device still in Bardock's possession, deciding against it. Beerus. Preparing this food has already consumed all the spices I had on Bardock's planet. Acquiring new spices will take at least a day. Even if I attempt to make a dish without any seasoning, crafting a delectable fried rice will prove exceedingly difficult. Bardock had previously informed Paragus about the seasoning situation when delivering dinosaur eggs. Thus, with his hands raised in exasperation, Bardock conveyed his inability to resolve the predicament. What shall we do, Bardock? I crave fried rice. Beerus remarked, his voice tinged with irritation. Observing the gradually darkening expression on Beerus's face, Bardock realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Should an enraged Beerus disregard the king's summoning device, Bardock's planet could not withstand even a fleeting moment of his wrath. Bardock, think quickly. Where might we find something delectable to appease Lord Beerus? Whis suggested with a knowing smile. How am I to know where delicious food can be found? Bardock retorted, feeling a strong urge to overturn the table in frustration. Earth. Yet, prompted by Whis's suggestion, an idea suddenly sparked in Bardock's mind. Indeed, the instant noodles from Earth are the finest in the entire universe. We can head there now. With that thought articulated, Bardock felt a sense of relief as he had no other viable alternatives. Earth? What planet is that? I have never heard of it. Are its instant noodles truly the best in the universe? Upon hearing of potential delicacies, Beerus's fury subsided, and he turned to Whis with a puzzled expression. Indeed, Lord Beerus. The instant noodles from Earth are genuinely the most exquisite food in the universe, Whis affirmed, nodding in agreement. You speak as if you have actually tasted these noodles. Beerus quipped, rolling his eyes at Whis before turning back to Bardock. Quickly, Bardock, reveal the coordinates of Earth. Let us depart at once. The approximate location of Earth lies not far from the Sun within the Milky Way galaxy. Bardock stammered, realizing he had no precise knowledge of Earth's coordinates. Had he known, he would have already ventured there to seek the Dragon Balls, rather than dutifully training on Bardock's planet for 3 years. Drawing from his hazy memories, Bardock relayed the general vicinity of Earth. Very well, Bardock, come closer. We shall set off immediately. Clearly, the vague location was sufficient for Whis. Utilizing the crystal ball atop his staff, Whis swiftly pinpointed the precise coordinates of Earth. As Bardock approached Whis, he witnessed a radiant spectrum of colors emanating from Whis, which then began to move at an extraordinary speed. In less than 5 minutes, the brilliant light vanished, and Bardock realized he had arrived on Earth. All right, Bardock. Hurry and get me some instant noodles. Upon setting foot on Earth, before Bardock could acclimate to his surroundings, Beerus began to bellow, utterly indifferent to the curious gazes of the onlookers. Instant noodles. Where on earth could he possibly find some for Beerus? Turning around, Bardock spotted a fast food restaurant nearby. Without further ado, he led Beerus and Whis into the establishment. Inside the fast food joint, the atmosphere was unusually quiet, with only a silver-haired elder managing the counter. This was fortunate, as it meant Bardock need not worry about anyone disturbing Beerus. As he received the menu, Bardock noted the extensive variety of dishes offered, albeit at exorbitant prices. Without hesitation, he ordered 100 servings, confident they would not go to waste, particularly with the insatiable appetite of Beerus in the mix. As for the steep prices, Bardock was unconcerned, as he had no money to worry about. Beerus, you stay here and enjoy your meal. I'll step outside to fetch 2 bowls of instant noodles for you, and Whis. Bardock said, You may go now. At that moment, Beerus was voraciously consuming the fast food laid before him, hardly possessing the luxury of time to attend to Bardock. He merely gestured dismissively with his hand, indicating that he was aware. Bardock ventured out, searching extensively before finally locating a grand supermarket. Without hesitation, he strode in and casually seized 2 containers of instant noodles, making his way toward the exit. Wait a moment, esteemed customer, you have yet to settle your bill. The cashier, perceptive and quick-witted, promptly intercepted Bardock's audacious act of theft. What a jest, Bardock retorted, asserting his identity as the king of the Saiyans and proclaiming that he would never resort to stealing, as he always preferred to reason with others. Turning around, Bardock unleashed his formidable presence, overwhelming everyone in the supermarket to the point where even rising from their seats became a daunting task. Crouching down, he addressed the cashier, who lay frozen in fear on the ground. Consider these 2 containers of noodles as a gift to me. Of course, take them. Faced with Bardock's imposing aura, the cashier dared not voice any dissent. After all, 2 containers of noodles were hardly worth risking one's life. I, Bardock, am a proponent of reason. With that said, farewell. With his pressure lifted, Bardock grasped the 2 containers of noodles and retraced his steps. Upon pushing open the door of the fast food establishment, he beheld Beerus and Whis seated comfortably, wearing expressions of satisfaction as they awaited his return. Bardock, you've returned. That must be the instant noodles you have. Hurry. Bring them here. I wish to take them home. Patting his already satiated belly, Beerus pointed at the remaining fast food before him, exclaiming, "And these? Let us pack them all up. I never anticipated that Earth's cuisine could be so delectable." Thus, Beerus, carrying the packaged meals, departed the fast food joint alongside Whis. Farewell, Bardock. I hope the next time we meet, you won't try to deceive me with a counterfeit Xeno-S summoning device, or I shall undoubtedly obliterate your planet. Beerus waved goodbye to Bardock. Goodbye, Mr. Bardock. I trust that when we meet again, you will possess the strength to defeat Lord Beerus. Whis added. However, before Bardock could respond, a radiant spectrum of light erupted once more from Whis' side. In a flash, Beerus and Whis vanished from Bardock's sight. Chapter 13, The Eccentric Young Girl, number 21. At last, they have departed. Gazing at the vanishing light in the sky, Bardock felt a sense of relief. Planet Bardock was indeed safe this time. As for the revelation that Beerus discovered the Xeno summoning device in his possession was a mere imitation, Bardock remained indifferent. For Beerus had already departed. Even if Beerus threatened to obliterate Planet Bardock upon his return, Bardock felt no fear in his heart. According to the Chronicles of Dragon Ball Super, Beerus would likely succumb to slumber upon his return, sleeping soundly until 3 years after Goku and his companions triumphed over Majin Buu in Dragon Ball Z, with ample time for training during this interval. Bardock was confident that he could easily contend with Beerus, otherwise, it would be a disservice to his identity as a time traveler. However, a critical concern soon dawned upon Bardock. How would he return to Planet Bardock? In this era, Earth's technology was still insufficient to develop a spacecraft capable of reaching Planet Bardock. Furthermore, Bardock realized he possessed no instruments to establish contact with his home planet. In essence, he concluded that he might be stranded on Earth. Esteemed guest, your total expenditure amounts to 1,354,300 yuan. Will you be paying in cash or by card? Just as Bardock pondered how to return to Planet Bardock, he heard someone behind him calling for payment. No money. Indeed, as the king of the Saiyans, Bardock asserted his formidable presence. Turning around, Bardock locked eyes with the elderly proprietor of the fast food establishment. Wait, your face seems familiar. I feel as though I have seen you before. Bardock gazed intently at the elderly man with white hair, finding his visage increasingly familiar. Xiaoba, step forth and teach this scoundrel who dares to dine and dash a lesson. Just as the words of the silver-haired elder faded, a middle-aged man, bearing a horizontal scar upon his forehead, emerged from within the establishment. The android number 8. Bardock immediately recognized the visitor. So, you are Dr. Gero. Upon seeing the white-haired elder before him, Bardock discerned his identity. One should not fault Bardock for his faltering memory, after all. The current Gero bore little resemblance to the Gero from the android saga of Dragon Ball Z, with only a few faint similarities in outline. In stark contrast, the appearance of Android 8 remained unchanged, allowing Bardock to recognize him at once. Indeed, I am called Gero, but do not refer to me as Doctor. Even if you are aware of my name, attempting to ingratiate yourself with me will prove futile. Without money, you shall not depart from my fast food establishment. Now, 8, teach him a lesson. Beerus and Whis had consumed and packed away nearly 3 days' worth of supplies from the restaurant. Observing Bardock's continued reluctance to settle the bill, Gero grew impatient and ordered 8 to discipline Bardock. Come, let us retreat indoors for a more detailed discussion. Bardock expressed his bewilderment, pondering why the esteemed scientist Gero was not diligently engaged in the study of androids within the Red Ribbon Army, but instead had chosen to open a fast food establishment. With a casual flick, he rendered Android 8 unconscious and escorted Gero into the restaurant. A sign proclaiming the temporary closure was hung, and Bardock unleashed his formidable presence, initiating a discourse to unravel the mysteries that troubled his mind. Faced with Bardock's terrifying aura, Jero begrudgingly acquiesced, providing answers to Bardock's inquiries. Upon absorbing Jero's explanations, Bardock discerned the reasons behind the discrepancies between the current Jero and the one he had previously known. The truth lay in the fact that Bardock had arrived on Earth too prematurely. Jero had a cherished little daughter, whimsically named Number 21. As she was born on the 21st, one day, out of the blue, Number 21 expressed a desire to establish a fast food restaurant, prompting Jero to pivot his career towards this culinary venture. As for Android 8, he was a disabled individual whom Jero had discovered in the snow on a fateful day. Following Jero's extensive modifications, Android 8 was officially brought to life, coincidentally on the 8th day of the month. Typically, Jero managed the fast food establishment alone while Android 8 took care of Number 21. Old man, I've made a decision. Let us abandon the fast food business. I intend to form an organization aimed at unifying the world, and I've even settled on a name, the Red Ribbon. Just as Jero was recounting what he knew, a small girl with disheveled brown hair dashed out from within the building. Who are you? Number 21 inquired, her displeasure evident upon seeing Bardock. Her question sent a chill down Jero's spine, as he feared that Bardock might, in a moment of mirth, obliterate both the restaurant and its occupants. Prior to Bardock's arrival, little information had been disclosed about Number 21. All that was known was that she was an original character from the Dragon Ball FighterZ game, possessing intellect that rivaled Jero's own. I am Bardock. Young lady, I just heard you mention your intention to unify the world. Do you have a more specific plan? Please, share your thoughts with me. Unperturbed by Number 21's apparent disrespect, Bardock was eager to hear her ideas. Humph, then you better listen closely. Before him stood Number 21. Her arms crossed, a seemingly innocent little girl attempting to adopt a demeanor far beyond her years as she shared her ambitions of world domination with Bardock. Initially, Bardock dismissed her musings, believing that despite her evident intelligence, she was merely a child in the present. However, he was soon taken aback by her assertions regarding her aspirations for global supremacy. Though her ideas bore a hint of youthful bravado, their potential ramifications were undeniably profound. Among her proposals, the concept of artificial beings left Bardock utterly astounded. The intellect of this little girl was truly extraordinary. Yet, Bardock was not one to remain passive, unwilling to allow Number 21 to bask in her own grandeur alone. Thus, he revealed to her his own visions for the future of artificial beings in the Red Ribbon Army. Upon hearing Bardock's discourse, Number 21 was filled with admiration, almost bowing down to him in reverence. After all, I am a member of a formidable force. How could I fail to impress a mere girl? Bardock secretly reveled in his own cleverness, feeling no shame in deceiving a young girl with the wisdom he had accumulated over 2 lifetimes. Boss, why not allow me to join you? Together, we can unify the world in no time, proposed Number 21, immediately choosing to cling to Bardock's leg in admiration. Chapter 14. Karen, bring me several jars of your magical beans to taste. He had reserved 2 spirit tree fruits for Grog and Number 21, clearly outlining the pros and cons. As for whether Grog and Number 21 would consume them, Bardock decided it was not his concern. If they did eat them, at least until the onset of the Namex saga and Dragon Ball, they would be invincible on Earth. If they chose to use them for scientific research, that would present a different scenario altogether. After briefly discussing other matters, Bardock departed from the fast food establishment. As he aimlessly soared through the skies, he pondered how he might return to planet Bardock. After flying for a considerable time, a pang of hunger struck him, and he looked up to find a towering pillar rising into the clouds before him. Gazing skyward, Bardock could clearly see that at the pinnacle of the pillar stood a magnificent tower. Unexpectedly, I have arrived at Karen Tower. But now that I am here, hunger shall not plague me, he mused. The thought of the sins of beans, which would be nearly depleted in the future due to the mischief of Yachirobe, filled his mind. With this thought, Bardock immediately surged forward, reaching the top of Karen Tower in an instant. How strange, it was just here, and now it has vanished, muttered Master Karen, looking confused at the jar before him. I am here. Taking a step forward, Bardock patted Master Karen's back and continued. Just now, I sensed someone was spying on me. It wouldn't be you, would it, old cat? BB Bardock, I assure you, I did not use the jar to spy on you. I absolutely did not. Turning around to face the fearsome Bardock standing before him, Master Karen nearly fell to his knees in terror. You know me? Bardock found it amusing that the self-revealing Master Karen recognized his name and was simultaneously curious about how he came to know it. I do not know you. I do not know you. Confronted by Bardock's inquiry, Master Karen stammered, shifting his petite frame towards the 4 jars behind him in an attempt to evade Bardock's gaze. However, given Master Karen's diminutive stature, it was a futile endeavor. Legends speak of 4 jars within the Karen Tower, each containing water that reveals the present, past, and future realms. Additionally, 1 jar is rumored to lead to the Ice Maze, a domain that holds no allure for Bardock. Rather, it was the other 3 jars that piqued his curiosity. Pushing Master Karen aside, Bardock approached the central jar and peered inside. The tranquil surface of the water remained undisturbed by his scrutiny, yielding no revelations. Ineffective. Or perhaps it is so. As Bardock's thoughts shifted to the fast food establishment, it was no surprise that the imagery within the jar transitioned to grow in number 21. If this jar signified the present, then this one must represent the past. Approaching the jar on the left, Bardock peered inside. Instantly, all the events following his arrival unfolded before him, albeit limited to that singular context. The past of Bardock, as well as all that he experienced prior to his journey through time, remains undisclosed. It is likely that Master Karen, through this vessel representing the past, discerned his own name. After a moment of contemplation, Bardock approached the vessel symbolizing the future. He maintained an unwavering composure, as if the future held no significance for him. Or perhaps the vessel was incapable of revealing Bardock's destiny. Suddenly, with Bardock's unwavering gaze, the vessel representing the future erupted violently, splattering Master Karen with water. Old cat, how could this vessel of the future have exploded without warning? Are you conjuring mischief from within? Bardock demanded fiercely, seizing Master Karen by the arm. Bardock harbored no ulterior motives. He merely sought to intimidate the wise Karen. After all, throughout the history of Dragon Ball, while Karen's abilities may be deemed insignificant, he consistently offers his miraculous beans to Goku and his companions free of charge. This alone exemplifies that Karen is a benevolent soul. No, rather, a benevolent feline. However, Karen has an aversion to those who emanate an aura of malevolence. As a Saiyan, Bardock is inherently imbued with a fierce disposition, although he perceives himself as no villain. The sinister essence that surrounds him is undeniable. Seeking answers from Karen, Bardock recognizes his own limitations. Thus, he opts for the simpler yet laborious route of intimidation. Faced with Bardock's imposing presence, Karen chooses compliance. Life and conviction, yes, the essence of existence takes precedence. Lord Bardock, I cannot fathom why this pot is shattered, Karen laments. He feels a surge of sorrow, for his pot was perfectly intact, yet Bardock, without recompense, blames him for its destruction. Since you are unaware, I shall grant you my forgiveness. Bardock does not appear to be one who speaks falsely, and he has released Karen. Old cat, I have heard that you possess a mystical being, one that can sustain a person for 10 days with just a single morsel. Might you indulge me by offering a few jars to sample? After receiving Bardock's forgiveness, Karen, relieved yet apprehensive, was caught off guard by Bardock's request for the beans. Upon hearing this, he nearly expelled a mouthful of blood. Having lived for so long, the entirety of his accumulated beans would scarcely fill a few jars. Should he give them, or not? Even if he were to concede, his stock would still fall short of what Bardock desired. What is it, old cat? Your expression suggests reluctance. Do not tell me you lack the beans? Bardock observed the constipated expression on Cammy's face, surmising that the deity was reluctant to cooperate with him. He resolved to demonstrate the persuasive logic of the Saiyans. Go on, go on, go on. I'll give. Cammy replied hastily, frightened by Bardock's demeanor. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up, Bardock urged onward. Soon, Master Karen leaped into the jar leading to the ice maze. After a brief interval, Master Karen returned, shivering and bearing 3 jars of divine beans. Observing his tremors, Bardock surmised that the ice maze was likely quite frigid. However, this was of little concern to him. Bardock discovered another large sack nearby and, under the heart-wrenching gaze of Master Karen, poured its contents of Sinza beans into the bag. A cursory examination revealed that there were over 10,000 beans, which seemed sufficient for himself and the Saiyans on planet Bardock for quite some time. This sensation was rather gratifying. After consuming 1 bean, Bardock felt his hunger vanish instantaneously, and his body rejuvenated to its peak condition. Thank you, old cat. If I encounter any insurmountable troubles in the future, I shall simply invoke your name, Bardock, and you shall ensure my safety. With that, Bardock prepared to leave Karen Tower. Intending to visit the temple above, as he suddenly recalled that the Dragon Ball should have already come into existence on Earth by this time. Having made the arduous journey to Earth, it would be a shame not to summon the dragon to grant a wish. Chapter 15, Worthless Dragon. What use have I for you? Lord Bardock, wait. Master Karen called out. What is it? Bardock, on the verge of departing Corinne Tower, turned back with a puzzled expression. Lord Bardock, could you spare a few Senza beans? If you take them all, I will be unable to cultivate new ones here. After a moment's hesitation, Master Karen addressed Bardock. Bardock, too, did not wish for the cessation of the production of the Senza beans. Given that Earth is destined to be the primary battleground in the future Dragon Ball narrative, he deemed it prudent to reserve some Senza beans for emergencies. After leaving over 100 beans with Master Corinne, Bardock departed from Corinne Tower. As for the super divine water and the super holy water atop the tower, Bardock expressed indifference, deeming such earthly treasures utterly useless for his current state. Upon exiting Corinne Tower, Bardock ascended directly into the sky. Who are you? Upon reaching the temple, Bardock did not wait to land before encountering Mr. Popo, who stood on guard, his demeanor cautious. Mr. Popo, however, could not be disrespectful. This was Lord Bardock. The god of Earth had begun to take an interest in Bardock since his arrival on Earth. Naturally, the presence of Beerus and Whis alongside Bardock did not escape the goddess' notice. As Beerus, a god of destruction far surpassing the god of Earth in power, instilled profound fear, the god of Earth recognized the bond between Bardock and Beerus and thus categorized Bardock as an ally, provided he did not threaten Earth. The terrifying aura Bardock had emitted at Corinne Tower was also sensed by the god, who understood that Bardock's current strength could obliterate him with a single strike. In light of these considerations, it became evident why the god of Earth could accept Bardock despite the latter's malevolent aura. Unexpectedly, Bardock found himself benefiting from Beerus' influence. This was advantageous, as it spared him from unnecessary discourse with the god. Noticing the goddess' disposition was not as hostile as he had anticipated, Bardock contemplated the reasons behind it. May I inquire what brings you here, Lord Bardock? While the god of Earth harbored a degree of disdain towards Bardock, he still approached to ask about the purpose of his visit. God, I have heard that you have created the Dragon Balls, which, when gathered in a complete set of 7, can summon the eternal dragon to grant a wish. Bardock candidly articulated the purpose of his visit. Indeed, I created the Dragon Balls many years ago. However, the 7 Dragon Balls subsequently scattered across the globe. Even as their creator, I am unable to sense the precise locations of each Dragon Ball. Thus, if you, esteemed Bardock, have no other matters to attend to, I kindly ask you to take your leave. Upon hearing that Bardock's intent was to retrieve the Dragon Balls, the Supreme Kai promptly declined and began ushering him out. At this, Bardock felt a surge of anger rising within him. Yet, he soon realized that it was only natural for the Supreme Kai to be reluctant to hand over the Dragon Balls to someone like him, who bore an aura of malevolence. Standing atop the temple, one could survey the entirety of the earth, and as the deity and creator of the Dragon Balls, it was inconceivable that he would feign ignorance regarding their specific locations. With a faint chuckle, Bardock unleashed his formidable energy, causing the very earth to tremble beneath his might. Supreme Kai, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Will you surrender the Dragon Balls or not? Bardock, uninterested in engaging in further dialogue with the obstinate deity, resorted to threatening the earth itself. After all, in this era, Bulma was still but an infant, far from developing the dragon radar. Hence, Bardock had no choice but to rely on the Supreme Kai to locate the Dragon Balls. Very well, I shall comply. Faced with Bardock's aggressive demeanor, the Supreme Kai found himself powerless. Considering that Bardock had the formidable Beerus backing him, the Supreme Kai deemed it prudent to acquiesce rather than prolong the encounter. However, esteemed Bardock, please allow me a moment to ascertain the precise locations of the 7 Dragon Balls. With that, the Supreme Kai closed his eyes in deep contemplation. After approximately an hour, he revealed the location of the first Dragon Ball, prompting Bardock to fly at full speed to retrieve it. In a similar fashion, Bardock patiently waited for 7 hours to gather all 7 Dragon Balls. Come forth, Shenron. As Bardock uttered these words, the sky darkened and thunder rumbled ominously. A colossal dragon, stretching tens of thousands of meters, coiled through the vast expanse of the heavens, its roars echoing in a cacophony that sent shivers down spines. Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. Whatever it may be, I can grant it, but only one. Shenron addressed the Supreme Kai and Bobo below. Ah, esteemed Bardock, I apologize for my earlier disrespect, the dragon stammered, suddenly locking eyes with Bardock and breaking into a cold sweat, trembling in fear. Bardock found himself perplexed by the attitude of the eternal dragon. The deities and Master Karen feared him, not only due to his formidable strength, but also because of his acquaintance with Beerus. However, the notion that the eternal dragon harbored any fear of him felt rather misplaced. The title of Lord felt unusually significant, yet it must be noted that throughout the history of Dragon Ball, such honorifics were only employed in the presence of Beerus, the god of destruction. Bardock perceived himself merely as a scion, at best the king of scions, by status alone. It should not suffice to instill dread in the eternal dragon. Recalling the time when Whis had assisted him on planet Bardock, he began to suspect that matters were not as simple as he had initially believed. Nevertheless, Bardock chose to set aside his confusion and focus on his wish. Eternal Dragon. I desire immortality. In his previous life, while watching Dragon Ball Super, Bardock had been intrigued by Zamis's wish. Now, he wished to try his luck, whether successful or not. It mattered little. I apologize, Lord Bardock, but this wish cannot be granted, the Eternal Dragon replied. Stop. If immortality is unattainable, then grant me the abilities of Majin Buu. Bardock, undeterred by the refusal, promptly articulated his next desire. I apologize, Lord Bardock, but this wish cannot be granted. As the abilities of Majin Buu conflict with your current Saiyan form, then let me instantly master the instant transmission technique, like Jebbit, without the need to sense energy. I apologize, Lord Bardock, but this wish cannot be granted either, as it pertains to the realm of the divine. Then the ordinary instant transmission of the Yardrats will suffice. I apologize, Lord Bardock, but this wish cannot be granted as well. This time, the Eternal Dragon offered no explanation. Bardock's frustration escalated after being met with continual refusals. What use are you, you pitiful Eternal Dragon? He bellowed in anger. Well, Lord Bardock, I can allow you to experience 10 times in one night. The Eternal Dragon whispered, clearly intimidated by Bardock's ire, as there were no others present. Begone. Upon hearing this, Bardock became even more enraged. How dare this dragon suggest that he make a wish to diminish his own abilities? What was its true intention? Dragon, how much do you truly know about the affairs of the dragon realm? Moreover, is the dragon god Salam still alive? Bardock was acutely aware that his anger towards the dragon would yield no fruitful results. Reflecting upon the perplexities he had encountered while watching Dragon Ball Super in his previous life, he decided to pose a question to the dragon. Well, Little Dragon knows the answer, but Little Dragon cannot reveal it. Do you, Lord Bardock, have any other wishes that require fulfillment? If not, Little Dragon shall take my leave. The dragon responded nervously to Bardock, fearing that even the slightest display of disrespect might provoke his displeasure. Bardock was acutely aware that he had already consumed a considerable amount of time from the Eternal Dragon, and it was likely that the dragon was on the verge of dissipating. However, what could be expected from a dragon so inept, incapable of fulfilling any wish? Thus, Bardock waved his hand dismissively and declared, grant me a return to planet Bardock. If even this wish is beyond your ability, then truly, there is no justification for your existence. As soon as Badara's words concluded, his figure began to gradually vanish from the spot, clearly indicating that this wish-granting dragon was indeed capable of fulfilling desires. Chapter 16, Beerus takes action. Finally, he is gone. Gazing at the vanishing Badara, the supreme deity let out a sigh of relief. During the moments when Badara made his initial wishes, the deity contemplated sacrificing himself, resolved not to allow someone imbued with malevolence to have their wishes granted. Fortunately, the dragon proved to be rather inept, rendering Badara's earlier wishes unattainable. The supreme deity felt a sense of relief, pondering why the dragon he had created was so incompetent. After Badara departed from Earth, he reappeared within the grand hall of the Badara Planet Palace. Paragus, although only 7 or 8 hours had passed since he left the Badara planet, he could not shake off his unease. Thus, upon his return, Badara immediately summoned Paragus to inquire about the situation. King Badara, you have finally returned, exclaimed an injured Paragus with excitement upon hearing Badara's call. What exactly transpired during your absence from the Badara planet? Who could have inflicted such severe injuries upon you? With furrowed brows, Badara felt a surge of rage. Just as he departed, the Badara planet was invaded, and his trusted subordinate was harmed. How could Badara not be furious? King Badara, the matter is this. Paragus quickly summarized the events that unfolded on the Badara planet after Badara's departure. Essentially, Reg and little Vegeta, having familiarized themselves with the Badara planet, wished to visit Vegeta, who was undergoing treatment in the healing pod. However, given that Vegeta was a special prisoner. Paragus dared not make decisions unilaterally. Therefore, he brought the two to seek Badera, only to coincide with the moment Badera, Beerus, and Whis were departing for Earth. With Bardock's departure, he left without disclosing his intentions or when he would return. Consequently, faced with Reg's request, Paragus was compelled to make a decision on his own. Ultimately, Paragus could not withstand the heartfelt pleas of Reg and young Vegeta and acquiesced. After all, it was only natural for two sons to visit their gravely injured father. And the two had also become part of the Bardock planet community. It would be overly harsh to impose strict conditions upon their arrival. It was unclear what Vegeta had communicated to the two, but when Reg and young Vegeta emerged from the treatment room, their expressions were somewhat somber. Nevertheless, Paragus refrained from probing further and thoughtfully arranged for them to have the finest accommodations and resources. He also treated them to a sumptuous feast that had originally been prepared for Beerus, although Beerus disdainfully opted not to partake for Reg and young Vegeta. It was a veritable banquet, indicating the hardships these two children had endured during their 2 years with Vegeta. Reg and young Vegeta's demeanor seemed entirely normal, and seeing this, Paragus felt a sense of relief. However, at that very moment, having satisfied his hunger, Reg launched a surprise attack on Paragus. Sharing the same combat power of 100,000, Reg approached with preparation while Paragus was caught off guard. The outcome was inevitable, and Paragus was severely injured by Reg's sudden assault. In his wounded state, Paragus proved no match for Reg. After a few exchanges, his defeat was assured. Nevertheless, Reg did not seek to take Paragus's life but instead took young Vegeta to rescue Bardock. With his own injuries and Bardock's uncertain return, Paragus begrudgingly ordered them to leave. Knowing that no one on Bardock planet could contend with Reg's formidable strength, Paragus even provided Reg's family with 3 circular mini-spaceships for their departure. As they prepared to leave, Vegeta contemplated annihilating Bardock planet in a fit of rage, but Reg ultimately intervened to prevent such an act. The absence of casualties indicated that Reg possessed some awareness and wished to avoid enmity with him. Paragus mused after receiving his report from Bardock. Regardless of Reg's motives, the audacity to injure his loyal subordinate could not go unpunished. Bardock resolved to confront Reg the next time they crossed paths and administer a sound thrashing. Meanwhile, Paragus did not harbor resentment towards Reg for his ambush. On the contrary, he found himself somewhat admiring Reg's stubbornness. This is a senza bean, which I brought back from Earth. Consuming one allows one to go 10 days without hunger. It can also heal injuries and quickly restore energy, bringing the body back to its optimal state. After clarifying everything, Bardock observed that Paragus was still gravely wounded and tossed him a senza bean from a large bag he carried, remarking on its remarkable properties. Had anyone previously informed Paragus that a single bean could heal his wounds, he would have dismissed the notion with a sharp slap, deeming it utter nonsense. However, if the same information were presented to him now, he would again react with disbelief, pondering whether such a secret of the Saiyans should ever be disclosed so casually. As he gazed at the large bag behind Bardock, filled with the precious beans, a fervent desire ignited within him. Ah, Paragus, safeguard those beans well. Remember, we possess only these, and they must be allocated judiciously. With a smile, Bardock handed the substantial bag of beans directly to Paragus. Rest assured, King Bardock, I shall utilize these beans wisely to elevate our Saiyan warriors to a new echelon of prowess, Paragus replied solemnly. In the vast cosmos, a radiant spectrum of colors blazed across the void. Within this vibrant light was suddenly addressed Beerus. Lord Beerus, it appears we have inadvertently left Mr. Bardock behind on Earth. Humph. Pay no mind to that audacious scion who dared to deceive a deity, Beerus retorted, his displeasure evident at the mere mention of Bardock. Whis continued to jest. It's surprising that someone of Lord Beerus's intellect could discern that the device in Mr. Bardock's possession is a forgery. Humph. Taking a deep breath, Beerus clarified. The artifacts of the Omni King possess a distinct divine aura, which is conspicuously absent from the device held by Bardock. By the way, Whis, why did you choose to assist Bardock? Beerus inquired. Is it not for your own benefit, Lord Beerus? Otherwise, you would surely miss out on the delectable cuisine that Earth has to offer, Whis replied with a grin. Whis, do not evade the question. Why did you decide to help Bardock? Beerus demanded, his irritation palpable. Because if Mr. Bardock were to be obliterated by you, my sister would undoubtedly seek retribution against you. Lord Beerus was answered with a cheerful demeanor. Badass? Beerus queried, his brow furrowing in confusion. Indeed, was confirmed. Whis, let us proceed to the Frost Demon Clan. Beerus declared after a prolonged silence. What prompts your interest in the Frost Demon clan, Lord Beerus? Whis countered. The Frost Demons are inherently inclined towards mischief. I intend to have them teach Bardock a lesson. Beerus stated, his expression darkening. Ha! What a splendid idea, Lord Beerus. Let us go forth. With a chuckle, Whis promptly located the nearest members of the Frost Demon clan using the crystal ball atop his staff and set off at full speed. Chapter 17. The Mightiest Warrior Race Strikes Report. King Bardock. Dr. Mew requests an audience. While Bardock was in discussion with Paragus, his loyal attendant Toma approached with a message. What brings Dr. Mew here? Paragus, having just acquired the mystical beans, felt an immediate sense of caution upon hearing the name of this research enthusiast. It is worth noting that since Bardock ascended to power 3 years ago, the remaining scientists from Planet Spur, led by Dr. Mew, had all pledged their allegiance to him. Bardock welcomed them without hesitation, accepting anyone who sought to submit. Dr. Mew had previously appeared in Dragon Ball GT, where he was intricately linked to the antagonist Baby. However, what significance does that hold? As Bardock aptly stated, to destroy a person's present out of fear for what they may become in the future is the act of the weak. Bardock believes that Dr. Mew is unlikely to stir significant turmoil under his command. Presently, Bardock feels capable of vanquishing Dr. Mew with a mere flick of his hand. Should Dr. Mew ever rebel in the future, Bardock is confident that he could similarly dispatch any additional threats with ease, upholding the principle of trusting those he employs. Bardock has granted Dr. Mew the utmost access to his research. Moreover, if Dr. Mew's studies require the utilization of Sinza beans, Bardock would indeed provide them. Let him enter. Bardock's inner thoughts were not as tumultuous as Paragus's. Those engaged in scientific pursuits typically shun idle chatter. Dr. Mew must have had something of great significance to discuss with him. As you command, King Bardock. Upon receiving the order, Toma promptly went to the entrance of the Great Hall to inform Dr. Mew that he could enter. Your Majesty, you are truly a scientific genius. According to your vision and after 2 arduous years, I have finally succeeded in developing the battle suit. Upon entering, Dr. Mew, shedding his usual composure, resembled an excited child as he eagerly addressed Bardock. The progress has exceeded my expectations by a considerable margin. Your efforts are greatly appreciated, Dr. Mew. The news of the successful development of the Saiyan battle suit filled Bardock's heart with uncontainable joy, and he praised Dr. Mew, who was merely flattering him by calling him a genius. Bardock, lacking in scientific knowledge, merely conveyed his various ideas regarding battle suits to Dr. Mew, allowing him to conduct the research and design independently. Bring them in. With a clap of his hands, Dr. Mew called out to the outside of the Grand Hall. Instantly, 5 robots entered, each holding a meticulously crafted battle suit. Your Majesty Bardock, these 5 battle suits represent the fruits of my subordinate's research over the past 2 years. The subtle distinctions among the 5 designs were immediately apparent. The royal battle suits bore a blood-red flame, 3 sets in total. Lord Paragus's exclusive battle suit was adorned with a green flame, comprising 1 set. The Royal Special Forces battle suits showcased a golden flame, amounting to 100 sets. The Elite Scions possessed battle suits featuring a sky blue flame, totaling 1,000 sets. Lastly, the ordinary Scion battle suits displayed a white flame, with a staggering count of 10,000 sets. Dr. Mew proceeded to elaborate on the battle suits beside him. Quite impressive. To what extent can the gravity adjustment be calibrated? Bardock observed the aesthetic appeal of the battle suits before him, noting their superiority over the designs of his past life. However, he prioritized practicality. As for the decision to provide Paragus with a green battle suit, it stemmed from Bardock's own peculiar sense of humor. After all, in the future, Paragus's son Broly would transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, his hair turning green during the transformation. In response to King Bardock's inquiry, Dr. Mew replied, the Royal and Lord Paragus's battle suits can achieve a gravity adjustment of 100 times. The Special Forces suits can manage 50 times, the Elite suits can handle 10 times. While the ordinary suits do not allow for gravity adjustment. Is it limited to only 100 times? Bardock was dissatisfied with the upper limit of the gravity adjustment on his battle suit. While 100 times the gravity might still prove beneficial for someone like Paragus, who had just reached a combat power of 100,000, it was undoubtedly insignificant in the face of his current strength. Within 3 days, how much could I possibly enhance the gravity on my battle suit? Bardock urged, stating that if resources were sufficient, the gravity could be adjusted to 500 times. After a brief silence, Dr. Meow responded, very well, let us proceed with this plan. Bardock was quite pleased with Dr. Meow's decisive and efficient demeanor. Pelagas would soon distribute the battle suits and summon all Scions for a thorough search for Vegeta's whereabouts. After Dr. Mew was given his orders and dismissed, Bardock turned to Pelagas and instructed him, "King Bardock, is this extensive search for Vegeta truly prudent? If the surrounding planets do not cooperate, it will be exceedingly difficult to locate his whereabouts." After a moment's hesitation, Pelagas expressed the primary concern regarding the exhaustive search for Vegeta. "Our Scion clan has remained dormant for 3 years. It is time for the universe to recognize the terror of our race," Bardock proclaimed with an imposing presence. "Do you mean King Bardock?" Although Pelagas had already surmised the answer in his heart, he still felt a tinge of uncertainty. After all, Bardock's sole command over the past 3 years had been singular, to train relentlessly, to the point of exhaustion. "Pelagas, in the name of King Bardock, issue a decree to the surrounding planets. Submit or perish. The choice is yours." Bardock has never forgotten his mission upon entering the Dragon Ball world, to revive the glory of the ancient Scion era. 3 years ago, the Scions were remarkably weak, with a battle power of 5,000 considered exceptional. Consequently, Bardock mandated that all Scions diligently train on planet Bardock, forbidding them from venturing outside. Fast forward to today, and the situation has dramatically changed. Tens of thousands of Scions now possess a minimum battle power exceeding 10,000. Bardock feels it is time to embark on his quest for cosmic supremacy. One cannot overlook the fact that in Dragon Ball Z, Frieza, who proclaims himself the Emperor of the Universe, managed to unify nearly half of the North Galaxy with a band of underlings whose powers barely exceeded 1,000. Bardock intends to follow suit. However, he has come to realize that mere training is not the optimal path for the Scions. Their current battle powers are stagnating. A phenomenon Bardock surmises is due to the fact that the Scions have yet to undergo the true baptism of fire and blood. The reason the Scions are considered a warrior race is that they must engage in constant battles to transcend their limits and grow stronger. Rather than merely sending his Scion subordinates to conquer nearby planets, Bardock desires encounters that will truly test their mettle, involving life and death struggles. He hopes that these planets will offer some resistance, otherwise, unyielding surrender would render his training efforts futile. If even one Scion were to experience a cataclysmic battle, surging past a battle power of over 1 million, Bardock would be content. Of course, his primary concern remains the search for Vegeta. Vegeta dared to threaten the destruction of his home planet during his escape, indicating that he stands no chance of survival. "As you command, King Bardock." The command from Bardock ignited the fervent blood within Pelagas. Indeed, the Scions had been lying in wait for 3 years, transforming from mere insects into formidable dragons. It was time to reveal their true fangs to the universe. Chapter 18. The Terrified Dodoria Fools. "You still have not located the planet of the Scions." With a flick of his finger, an energy beam shot forth, instantly obliterating the soldier who reported the situation, a mere outlet for Frieza's pent-up rage. Frieza expressed his current vexation. Having just arrived in the North Galaxy, his grand scheme for universal domination had yet to commence. His spaceship had been damaged, leaving a significant breach, and as he contemplated punishing the assailant, he realized he was unable to overpower them. Frieza had been informed of the appearance of the god of destruction, Beerus, by his father, King Cold, from a young age. He understood all too well that Beerus was someone he could never offend. After a great deal of effort to appease Beerus, Frieza tragically discovered that as the deity departed, he had assigned him a task. He was to annihilate the planet inhabited by the Scions. Destroying a planet is trivial, thought Frieza, believing it to be merely a matter of lifting a finger. Yet he soon realized that Beerus had left him with only the knowledge that the planet to be destroyed was that of the Scions, with no further details provided. The universe was divided into 5 sectors: East, South, West, North, and Central, with the vast North Galaxy occupying 1/5 of it, lacking the precise coordinates of the Scion planet. Frieza pondered how long this aimless search might last. Nevertheless, he held a glimmer of hope within. He wished to complete Beerus's task and to witness the truth behind the legendary Super Saiyan that had been passed down through generations. However, a month had elapsed, and the patience of Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, began to wear thin. Suddenly, 2 streaks of light flashed past Frieza's spaceship. "Dodoria, destroy those 2 bothersome spaceships." Frieza, in a foul mood, was incensed that any vessel would dare traverse so close to him. He immediately issued the order to Dodoria, who promptly responded, "As you command, Lord Frieza." With a breathing apparatus in place, Dodoria launched himself from the spaceship. Approximately 10 minutes later, just as Frieza was losing his patience, Dodoria returned, completing his mission. Dodoria, I commanded you to destroy those 2 spaceships, not to bring back the 2 worthless inhabitants. With a glare directed at Dodoria for defying his commands, Frisia felt the energy rays in his hand coalesce. Wait a moment, Lord Frisia. I brought this person to you because he claims to be the king of the Scions. Dodoria hastily explained in the face of Frisia's wrath. Oh, the king of the Scions? Frisia mused, observing Vegeta and young Vegeta, who had been discarded carelessly by Dodoria. Who are you? Do you not realize I am the king of the Scions? How dare you show me such disrespect? Vegeta, who was gradually recovering from his suffocation, shot an angry glare at Frisia. Bang! In response to Vegeta's outburst, Frisia simply swatted him away with his tail. Merely a worthless being with a battle power of 20,000 dares to howl before me, truly ignorant of his own mortality. Frisia was well aware of Vegeta's precise combat power through the readings from his ear device. Lord Frisia, spare me. I recognize my errors. I see my mistakes. Faced with the terrifying aura emanating from Frisia, Vegeta immediately cowered, kneeling and pleading for mercy. Are all Scions as cowardly as you? Frisia mocked at that moment, realizing he had perhaps overestimated the Scion race. Reveal the exact location of your Scion planet, and I may choose to spare your life. Initially, Frisia had contemplated subjugating the Scion race to serve as his minions for a time. However, upon witnessing Vegeta's cowardice, he resolved to obliterate the Scion planet instead. Such a weak character was unworthy of being his subordinate. Thank you, Lord Frisia, for your mercy. I will disclose the location of the Scion planet, Vegeta said, promptly providing Frisia with the precise coordinates of planet Bardock. Proceed at full speed towards the Scion planet. Having acquired the coordinates, Frisia wasted no time in issuing the command for a swift advance. Humph, Bardock, since I cannot become the king of the Scions, I shall ensure that the entire Scion planet is annihilated because of me. Observing Frisia's deep-seated hatred for the Scion race, Vegeta understood that Frisia's intentions towards planet Bardock were far from benevolent. If Frisia could eliminate Bardock directly, it would be even better. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta divulged the coordinates of planet Bardock to Frisia. Report to Lord Frisia. A spaceship is rapidly approaching our location. Saba informed Frisia, relaying the information from his ear device. Truly ignorant of their fate, Mr. Dodoria. I regret troubling you, but go and destroy the approaching spaceship. Frisia currently issues commands. As you wish, Lord Frisia. Dodoria once again dons his breathing apparatus, preparing to engage in battle. Just as he exits the spacecraft, a series of furious roars pierce the air, followed by shockwaves hurtling toward him. Goodness! Dodoria is nearly paralyzed with fear by the sudden assault, barely managing to evade with all his might, thus preserving his life. Turning around, still shaken, he seeks to identify the assailants. Upon realizing the attackers are a group of gorillas, Dodoria's fury ignites. How outrageous! He prepares to retaliate. However, recalling the formidable attack he just endured, he resolves to exercise caution and first consult his earpiece's scanner for the combat data of the lead gorilla. 800,000 in battle power? The sight leaves Dodoria utterly terrified, extinguishing any thoughts of defiance. Observing the battle power of the other gorillas reveals figures of 760,000, 710,000, and 540,000. Good heavens! Among dozens of gorillas, even the weakest boasts a battle power exceeding 540,000, surpassing Frisia's own power by 1,000. Dodoria finds himself trapped, unable to advance or retreat. To confront such overwhelmingly powerful foes is beyond his courage, yet retreating would surely incur Frisia's wrath. Realizing that either path leads to certain doom, he opts for flight, seizing the opportunity as Frisia is not presently monitoring him. Thus, in a moment of sheer panic, Frisia's esteemed subordinate Dodoria flees from a horde of gorillas. Chapter 19, Battle with the Weaklings? Toma, why did we not directly assault the enemy spacecraft, instead intentionally miss our shots? Inquires another gorilla beside the leader. I have already reported the situation to King Bardock. His command is to capture Vegeta alive, provided he does not resist. If we had attacked the spacecraft directly, Vegeta and his son would likely perish. Thus, we must first intimidate them. If they comply and surrender Vegeta, it is best to avoid unnecessary conflict. Toma explains to his companion Pabugen. It's such a pity for that lad Regna, whose battle power is nearly on par with Lord Paragus, to meet his demise so easily. On the other side, the female Scion reminisced about the moment when they had pursued Vegeta's spacecraft, expressing a hint of regret. Humph. It's only fitting that Reg's spacecraft was swallowed by the black hole. King Bardock had treated him with the utmost respect, yet he still considered fleeing. Such foolishness. Pabuzin remarked discontentedly to his companion, Celebi. All right, enough bickering. King Bardock will be here shortly. We must capture Vegeta before his arrival, Toma interjected, sensing the rising tension between the two. Fine, I'll call out. Boomed Pabuzin, immediately shouting towards Frisia's spacecraft. Listen up, occupants of the vessel ahead. We are the battle-hardened Scions of planet Bardock. Surrender the Scion trader you have captured, or prepare to be reduced to cosmic dust. How was that? Quite impressive, wasn't it? Did you feel the spirit of our Scion pride? Pabuzin turned to the others with a sense of pride. Indeed, it was commendable. But I believe it would be more appropriate to use the communication device within the ship. Celebi quipped from the side. Where on earth is that arrogant oaf, Dodoria? Why has Te returned yet? Frisia, inside the spacecraft, felt his anger rise at the Scion's provocation. Your Majesty Frisia, Dodoria may have perished in the earlier attack. Perhaps it would be prudent for us to clear the way for you, Sabo suggested, not even glancing outside. A Scion traitor? Frisia's gaze turned to Vegeta, a smirk playing on his lips. Surely, they cannot be referring to you, the Scion King. Not me, not me. Look, I don't even resemble them. Vegeta hastily shook his head, terrified that Frisia might hand him over. Stripped of the confidence he once had with Reg at his side, Vegeta was now utterly cowed. Regardless, anyone bold enough to provoke me shall not live to tell the tale. With a swift kick, Frisia sent Vegeta sprawling and addressed Sabo. Mr. Sabo, keep a close watch on these two Scions while I deal with that rabble outside. With that, Frisia soared out of the spacecraft, heading towards Toma and the others. Oh, someone has emerged to negotiate with us? How weak. Merely a pathetic excuse for a warrior. Since Bardock proclaimed 3 years ago that the Zibulans were nothing but a bunch of weaklings, the term weakling has nearly become a catchphrase among all Scions. Whenever they encounter a feeble opponent, they express their disdain with a remark about weaklings. Now, with a combat power of 760,000, Pabuzin possessed the audacity to look down upon Frisia, who in his first form had a mere 530,000. Pabuzin, do not be so dismissive. Since they have sent someone to negotiate with us, you should go and converse with them, Tomar chuckled, clearly perceiving Frisia as just another weakling. Very well. I shall pay them a visit. With that, Pabuzin adjusted his respirator and soared towards Frisia. However, while Pabuzin was keen to negotiate, Frisia had no intention of such. Infuriated by Tomar and others mocking his low power level and sending someone to provoke him, Frisia gathered multiple energy blasts in his right hand and hurled them at Pabuzin without a word. Weaklings indeed resort to such flashy yet ineffective attacks. Pabuzin effortlessly dispersed Frisia's energy blasts and calmly retorted, since that is the case, allow me to counter. It would be impolite not to reciprocate, if we can fight. Let us do so without further ado. Seeing that Frisia was clearly unwilling to engage in a civil discussion, Pabuzin welcomed the confrontation. Deciding to subdue Frisia before continuing the dialogue, Pabuzin opened his respirator and transformed his mighty jaws agape as a powerful shockwave formed within, hurtling towards Frisia. Boom. Faced with the shockwave unleashed by Pabuzin's 760,000 combat power, Frisia, in his first form, had no time to evade and was directly struck. Surely he has been killed? Celebi pondered, sensing Frisia's energy waning. If he has perished, it is well-deserved. Daring to provoke our Scion race is a grave mistake. Pabuzin remarked nonchalantly as he readjusted his respirator. Pabuzin, be careful. Tomar, who had remained stationary, quickly accelerated to Pabuzin's side, delivering a swift kick that propelled him away from his original position. Thank you, Tomar. Pabuzin began to chastise Tomar for kicking him, but upon turning back, he noticed a beam of energy pierce through the spot where he had just stood, obliterating the spaceship behind him. Realizing that had Tomar not intervened, he might have been hit instead. Gazing towards Frisia, Pabuzin observed a transformation in his opponent. Frisia's once diminutive frame had grown tall and imposing. But what truly startled Pabuzin was the surge in Frisia's power, now exceeding 1 million. A pack of barbaric gorillas dares to insult me, the Great King. Now that I have destroyed your spaceship, you have nowhere left to flee. At this moment, Frisia had transformed into his second form, glaring with fury at the Scion before him. Previously, when Frisia was nearly struck by Pabuzin's shockwave, he had immediately begun his transformation, having narrowly escaped annihilation. Frisia had grown wise, first utilizing his ear-mounted scouter to assess Pabuzin and the other Scion's combat powers. The results were startling. Upon inspection, he found over 10 formidable gorillas, each possessing combat strength exceeding his first form by over 10,000. Frieza felt fortunate for his timely transformation, yet the predominant sensation was an insatiable rage, as he yearned to unleash his wrath upon the Saiyans. How dare they attempt a sneak attack on Lord Pabugen? Recovering from his daze, Pabugen seethed with anger and charged directly at Frieza. Regardless of Frieza's second form power, the Saiyans had no concept of retreat, with the exception of Vegeta, of course. What are you waiting for? Attack together! Seeing Pabugen rush headlong into battle against Frieza, Toma swiftly issued commands for the other Saiyans to join the assault. While Saiyans were undeniably proud, it did not imply a lack of intelligence. Against Frieza's overwhelming combat strength of over 1,000,000, Toma would typically have supported Pabugen's solo venture for the sake of invaluable experience. However, the circumstances had changed. Bardock was on his way, and Toma intended to capture Vegeta before his arrival. Thus, a swift resolution against Frieza was imperative. After all, why insist on a one-on-one duel when a group assault could suffice? Chapter 20. Frieza, what distinguishes you from the weaklings you command? You brutish gorillas. Frieza's words were interrupted thrice before he could finish. Toma, Pabugen, and Celebi, the three Saiyans with higher combat power, took the lead in attacking Frieza, while the remaining Saiyans executed flanking maneuvers to harass him. Despite Frieza's significant power advantage, he found himself at the mercy of the flawless teamwork displayed by Toma and the others, forced to endure their relentless assault. He sought to retaliate but was at a loss as to whom to target, for Frieza stood alone against a multitude of Saiyans. Surrounded, Frieza was unable to mount an attack. Any lapse in his defense would invite a collective onslaught from the Saiyans. Were it not for his superior resilience, he would have already succumbed to their combined fury. Enough of this drivel. Just tell us if you will surrender our traitor, Vegeta. Frustrated by Frieza's incessant taunts, Toma lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Frieza hurtling away. Stop. I am willing to hand over your traitor, but please grant me a moment. After a hard-fought opportunity to escape the encirclement of the Saiyans, Frieza found himself once again besieged by a group of formidable gorillas. Clutching his left cheek, bruised and bleeding from a kick delivered by Toma, Frieza immediately capitulated. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have acted differently. Very well, you may proceed. He waved dismissively, prompting Toma to instruct Frieza to hasten back to the spaceship and retrieve Vegeta. A pack of barbaric apes, truly lacking in intellect. Just wait until I catch my breath and transform into my third form. I shall ensure your complete annihilation. Frieza mused internally, yet he propelled himself towards the spacecraft. Even for Frieza, transforming into his third form required a moment of preparation. However, Toma was unwilling to grant him that precious time. Just as Frieza turned back, Toma issued a command for all Saiyans to launch an assault. A barrage of energy waves erupted from the transformed gorillas, hurtling directly toward Frieza, who was still preparing for his transformation. Isn't this somewhat underhanded, attacking from behind? Celebi remarked, though she quickly followed her words with an energy wave aimed at Frieza. According to the electronic images I transmitted earlier, King Bardock just informed me that we must conclude this battle swiftly and not allow Frieza even a moment to recover. Toma explained, his gaze fixed on the struck Frieza. What does King Bardock's command entail? Can Frieza truly undergo another transformation? Pabugen inquired, bewildered. Who knows? Bardock mentioned he would arrive in a few minutes. We must exercise caution. If we cannot defeat Frieza, we ought to retreat, Toma warned, remaining vigilant against the distant Frieza while relaying Bardock's orders to the fellow Saiyans. You barbaric gorillas dare to ambush your king from behind? You shall all perish. As the dust settled, Frieza emerged in his third form, his appearance even more grotesque and his stature more imposing. Several energy beams shot forth from his hands. But due to the haste of his transformation, his initial attacks missed their mark, failing to strike Toma and the others. Nevertheless, the latent power within those blasts posed a considerable threat. The Saiyans, now attuned to the atmosphere of rage, could sense the terrifying might of Frieza, whose combat power had exceeded 2,000,000. In previous encounters, they could leverage their numbers and tactics against Frieza's combat prowess. Yet, the adage that sheer strength can dominate skill held true. Frieza's current display of power was no longer something Toma and his allies could withstand through mere cooperation. Retreat. Scatter. Save yourselves. Recognizing the harsh reality, Toma immediately issued commands to the gathered Saiyans. There are no cowards among us Saiyans. If you choose to flee, then go, but I, Pabugen, will stand my ground. However, before Pabugen could finish his proclamation, he was once again sent flying by a swift kick from Toma. Run. You must escape. I will remain here to hold the line. King Bardock will arrive in just a few minutes. You must endure. Toma shouted angrily at the reluctant Scions behind him. It was absurd. Facing the might of their king in his third transformation, none of these brutish guerrillas would escape today. Seeing the expressions of terror on the faces of the Scions who had previously tormented him brought immense satisfaction to Frisia. He reveled in the sight of others trembling before his overwhelming power. Just as Toma and the others engaged in heated debate, Frisia's assault was already underway. As the captain of the Scion Special Forces, Toma bravely confronted Frisia's attack, hoping to buy more time for the rest of the Scions to flee. Yet, at the moment when Toma believed his demise was imminent, a red cloak suddenly appeared before him, blocking Frisia's lethal strike. Bardock. Upon recognizing the figure before him, Toma exclaimed with excitement. The spaceship was far too slow, so I flew here myself. Thankfully, you all are unharmed. No worries, no worries. In response to Bardock's concern, the group of Scions laughed like children, entirely shedding the tension of battle, for to them, Bardock was an invincible force. As long as Bardock was present, it mattered not that Frisia possessed a combat power exceeding 2 million. He was surely no match for Bardock. Toma, you and your team rest for now. I will take care of this Frisia. Bardock gazed intently at the three-formed Frisia before him, an unmistakable fervor for battle gleaming on his face. As you command, King Bardock. Those who had long viewed Bardock as their faith, including Toma, unquestioningly adhered to his words, promptly reverting from their transformations to stand aside. With tails behind you. Are you Scions? Are you all Scions? Frisia, once dismissive of them as mere brutish guerrillas, now realized the astonishing truth that Scions possessed the ability to transform. Recalling the image of Vegeta from the spacecraft, he could not ignore the striking resemblance to Bardock and his companions. If he failed to recognize them as Scions, it would be a testament to his own lack of intellect. Since you have chosen not to surrender the traitor among us Scions, prepare to face the wrath of our kind, Bardock declared, pointing defiantly at Frisia. With you, mere wild monkeys, what difference does it make? Having discerned their species, Frisia no longer referred to the Scions as brutish guerrillas, instead opting for the term wild monkeys. With that, Frisia unleashed a surge of energy, launching himself towards Bardock with astonishing speed. However, Bardock's subsequent counterattack left Frisia utterly bewildered. As Frisia barreled towards him, Bardock calmly sidestepped and delivered a swift kick that connected squarely with Frisia's face, sending him flying. Frisia, show your true prowess. At this moment, what distinguishes you from a mere weakling? Bardock scoffed, observing Frisia's perplexed expression. Enough of your arrogance, wild monkey. That was merely a momentary lapse on my part that allowed your sneak attack to succeed. Frisia, having assessed Bardock's combat power through his scouter, noted that they were evenly matched at over 2 million. Thus, he attributed Bardock's successful kick to his own negligence. Is that so? Then how about this move? The presence of Bardock surged suddenly, and then he vanished from his original position, reappearing swiftly before Frisia. With his right hand aimed at Frisia's chest, he unleashed an energy blast that sent the unsuspecting Frisia flying. How is this possible? With both possessing a battle power of 2 million. Why can I not even perceive your speed? After being hurled through the cosmos for quite some time, Frisia finally stabilized himself, looking up and shouting in confusion. However, what awaited him was Bardock's fist, landing a powerful hook that sent Frisia soaring once more. Truly, Bardock is formidable, displaying incredible strength. Meanwhile, the onlookers, including Toma, could only marvel in awe, praising Bardock's might while deriding Frisia as a pathetic fighter. What a waste, unable to even contend with Bardock. Earlier, Vegeta had harbored fantasies of Frisia avenging him by annihilating Bardock and destroying his home planet. Yet now, witnessing Frisia being utterly dominated by Bardock, Vegeta could not help but scorn Frisia, labeling him a weakling. I say, your name is Sabo, right? It seems that your Frisia is no match for Bardock. Perhaps we should take advantage of Bardock's distraction and escape. As Frisia faced imminent defeat and his vendetta remained unfulfilled, Vegeta was unwilling to perish here. He turned to Sabo, attempting to persuade him. Such ignorance. Frisia still possesses his fourth transformation, and in that form, he is truly invincible. Sabo disdainfully pressed Vegeta down beneath his foot, scoffing at his lack of understanding. Having served Frisia for many years, Sabo was more aware of Frisia's true power. He silently rejoiced that he had not foolishly ventured out earlier. Otherwise, with his meager strength, he would not only fail against Bardock, but also be unable to contend with the mere bystanders like Toma, who could only cheer. When Bardock comes for you. Do not blame me for not warning you. Frustrated by Sabo's refusal of his proposal and the humiliation he faced, Vegeta could only scoff in silence. Meanwhile, young Vegeta had already awakened upon Bardock's arrival. Observing Bardock engage Frieza outside, young Vegeta was nearly moved to tears, believing that Bardock had come to rescue him from Frieza. If Bardock were aware of young Vegeta's thoughts, he would surely tell him, "Child, you are mistaken." During the exchange between Vegeta and Sabo, Bardock had already pummeled Frieza countless times. "Frieza, if you do not show your true abilities now, the next strike may very well cost you your life." After delivering another powerful kick that sent Frieza flying, Bardock continued to gather energy in his right hand, advancing slowly through the vastness of space. "Saiyan, today you shall learn the dire consequences of provoking the Emperor of the Universe." Recognizing that his third form was no match for Bardock, Frieza prepared to transform into his fourth form, out of respect for the time Bardock had allowed him to change. Frieza surprisingly refrained from referring to Bardock as a wild monkey this time. "Hurry and transform into your fourth form. There is no time for idle chatter." Bardock is truly exasperated with Frieza, nearly on the verge of being defeated by his own circumstances, yet still has the audacity to act nonchalant. He ought to transform immediately, as if he believes he cannot simply obliterate him. To demonstrate his capability to annihilate Frieza at any moment, Bardock hurls a concentrated energy sphere towards him. As the energy sphere grazes his cheek, Frieza, sensing the imminent danger, hastily transforms into his fourth form. "Saiyans, behold my fourth form. Are you not astounded? To be candid, our race, the Frost Demons, possesses immense power from birth, but it is difficult to control. Thus, in order to temper our overwhelming strength to a manageable level, I have adopted the preceding three forms." With newfound confidence after successfully transforming, Frieza finds the leisure to elaborate to Bardock. "Enough of your prattle. Let me witness your true strength, Frieza." Remaining stationary and refraining from an immediate assault, Bardock absorbs the essence of Frieza's fourth form, which boasts an initial battle power of 3 million. His fighting spirit surges to its zenith. In his previous life, Bardock was an ardent warrior, with a lifetime of combat experience that speaks volumes. In this life, having reincarnated as a member of the warrior race, the Saiyans, the combative traits within Bardock's bloodline are even more pronounced. He fears not the might of his adversaries, but rather the solitude that accompanies a lack of worthy foes. During the 3 years since his rebirth, Bardock's combat prowess has already surpassed 3 million. Now, he merely seeks an opportunity, a chance to break through his limits, and the sight of Frieza before him is nothing short of perfect. Frieza's initial battle power of 3 million in his fourth form escalates to an astonishing 12 million when fully unleashed, and just the thought fills Bardock with exhilaration. He has long anticipated a battle steeped in fervor and blood, one that revolves around the duality of life and death. Is 3 million battle power truly the prideful capital of a Saiyan? Faced with Bardock's unleashed potential, Frieza, through his scouter, can clearly discern Bardock's peak battle power. "This is sufficient for your demise." With a smirk, Bardock suddenly accelerates without warning, charging towards Frieza. "Naive Saiyan, you believe that now? With both of us at 3 million battle power, I would still be unable to perceive your movements as I did before?" In response to Bardock's sudden strike, Frieza remains unfazed, easily discerning the authenticity of Bardock's attack and raising his hand to assume a defensive posture. Too foolish, too naive. With Frieza erecting his defenses, Bardock, lacking the desire to alter his approach, simply aims to strike Frieza directly. Impossible. Once again, Frieza found himself astonished, as he discovered that in terms of combat power, Bardock's strength was steadily surpassing his own. Unwilling to accept this unsettling reality, Frieza intensified his defenses. However, it proved to be a futile endeavor, akin to a mantis attempting to block a chariot. In mere moments, Bardock struck, sending Frieza reeling. Realizing that his raw power could not match Bardock's, Frieza resolved to outmaneuver him through technique, opting to avoid direct confrontation in his subsequent assaults. How laughable! Upon witnessing the audacious notion of the formidable cosmic Emperor Frieza daring to contest his skills, Bardock resolved to acquiesce to Frieza's wishes and engage in a battle of technique. However, Frieza soon found himself tragically outmatched, as Bardock's prowess and skill was vastly superior, rendering Frieza utterly inadequate. While he might have managed to land a few blows in a contest of strength, in this exhibition of finesse, he could barely graze the hem of Bardock's attire. "Given your evident lack of skill, I shall grant you a trifling advantage," Bardock declared. After a brief exchange, Bardock's interest in Frieza waned, finding him remarkably lacking. He stood resolutely still, awaiting Frieza's assault. Chapter 22. Power Breakthrough, 5 million. "You just said you would allow this king 3 moves?" Frisia gazed incredulously at Bardock, perplexed by the latter's unwavering confidence. Indeed, you heard correctly. I did indeed say I would permit you 3 moves. Bardock waved dismissively at Frisia, scoffing. Why would this king require a scion like you to demonstrate mere techniques? How absurd. Frisia, infuriated, retorted sharply. Oh, really? With a disdainful smirk. Bardock launched an attack against Frisia. Have you not yet grasped the reality? Even if we were to possess equal power, you would still be destined for defeat before me. Once more, Bardock delivered a kick that sent Frisia flying, continuing to express his contempt. Wiping the blood from his lips, Frisia resolved to deliver a fatal blow, determined to make Bardock aware of his own might. Lacking alternatives, Frisia opted for a direct assault, realizing that straightforward attacks were ineffectual against Bardock. Remaining stationary, he concentrated energy in his right hand, and soon a small interstellar annihilation sphere was formed, no larger than a fingertip. Bardock, I hope you will honor your promise and remain still. As the annihilation sphere took shape, Frisia taunted Bardock, wary of any evasive maneuvers. Since Frisia had devoted all his energy to the assault, the destructive potential of the sphere was formidable, yet its speed left much to be desired. Fine. I want to dodge. Do hurry. Bardock stood idly, bored, awaiting Frisia's offensive. Damnable scion, perish. Frisia, enraged by Bardock's nonchalant demeanor in the face of his most powerful strike, cast aside the need for further charging and hurled the annihilation sphere directly at Bardock. Seems like the attack has decent power. Bardock observed as the diminutive annihilation sphere drifted slowly toward him, feeling the immense energy it contained, and could not help but commend its potency. Bardock stated that remaining stationary would allow Frisia to strike, thus he stood still, patiently awaiting the impact of Frisia's interstellar annihilation blast. Bardock not only neglected his defenses but also provocatively extended a finger towards the interstellar annihilation bomb. With a resounding explosion, the moment the bomb made contact with Bardock's finger, it instantly expanded to several hundred meters in size, engulfing Bardock entirely. Ha ha ha, foolish scion. You dare to receive my interstellar annihilation bomb head-on? Truly oblivious to your own demise. You shall now be reduced to cosmic dust. As the redoubt on his scouter failed to display Bardock's combat power, Frisia stood in place, laughing uproariously. I must say, Frisia, your laughter is quite unappealing. Now that you've unleashed your first attack, you still have 2 more chances. As the dust from the annihilation bomb settled, Bardock emerged unscathed, a smile adorning his face as he regarded Frisia. However, it would be inaccurate to claim Bardock was entirely unharmed. At least his battle suit bore some damage from Frisia's attack. How is this possible? How can you remain unscathed? Frisia gazed at Bardock in disbelief, his shock immeasurable. Meanwhile, his companions, Toma and others, could only cheer in excitement, proclaiming Bardock as an invincible force. Die, scion. Frisia, consumed by fury and nearly losing his sanity, rapidly conjured another interstellar annihilation bomb and hurled it towards Bardock. As the first bomb was cast, Frisia formed a second one in his hand, directing it at Bardock as well. Surely this time you'll perish. With the memory of his previous failure weighing on him, Frisia's tone lacked the confidence he had previously exhibited. Growing increasingly anxious, he began to generate yet another interstellar annihilation bomb. As the dust from the 2 bombs cleared, Bardock did not appear as unblemished as before. Externally, his battle suit was significantly damaged, and he floated quietly in the vastness of space, sporting various injuries across his body. Ha ha ha, foolish scion, you are truly doomed this time. Frisia gloated, yet for the sake of caution, he launched the newly formed annihilation bomb towards Bardock. However, at the precise moment the bomb was about to strike Bardock, he opened his eyes wide, a confident smile gracing his lips, and charged directly at Frisia's interstellar annihilation bomb. 3 attacks have passed. Are you prepared to face my next assault? Without any extravagant moves, Bardock charged forward and unleashed a powerful punch, obliterating Frisia's interstellar annihilation blast. Undeterred, he pressed the attack, directing his fist towards Frisia. The audacity of Bardock's action left Frisia paralyzed with fear, forgetting even to evade. Frisia, do you believe that with this punch, you might meet your demise? Bardock's fist halted mere inches from Frisia's head, a confident smirk gracing his lips. There is no way my interstellar annihilation blast could be so easily shattered by your single blow. It is inconceivable. Frisia gazed at Bardock in disbelief, convinced that Bardock should have sustained some injuries. Wait, Bardock, what are you eating? Upon closer inspection, Frisia noted that the wounds previously visible on Bardock had vanished, and he seemed to be consuming something. Oh, it's nothing, just a senza bean. After swallowing the bean, Bardock extended a finger from his right fist, which was poised before Frisia's forehead and delivered a devastating blow. Frisia was sent sprawling, a crimson mark appearing at the center of his forehead. Frisia, do not claim I haven't given you time. Unleash your full power, and let us resume our battle. After sending Frisia flying, Bardock stood his ground, awaiting Frisia's further transformation. With a combat power of 5 million, it appears that Bardock had been concealing his true strength all along. No wonder the tyrant had previously struggled to match his prowess. The scouter at Frisia's ear updated once more to reflect Bardock's current battle power. Bardock, feeling a sense of reluctance, refrained from disclosing to Frisia that his battle power had indeed been a mere 3 million until recently. Observing Bardock standing still, with no intention of launching further attacks, Frisia began to gather his own strength. 350,000, 400,000, 450,000, 500,000, 550,000, 600,000. Humph. Foolish Saiyan. Noticing that Bardock remained composed and had no inclination to attack, Frisia continued to channel his energy. It was not until his battle power reached 6 million that Frisia ceased his accumulation of strength. This was partly due to the fact that Frisia required more time to further amplify his capabilities, as he did not believe Bardock would graciously allow him to grow stronger without intervention. Additionally, Frisia felt confident that with his current power exceeding Bardock as by 1 million, he would easily dominate the Saiyan. Little did Frisia know, the calamity that awaited him was just beginning. Chapter 23. Frisia at 50% power. Oh, no further enhancements? After enduring a tedious wait, Bardock sensed that Frisia's battle power had plateaued at 6 million. That should suffice for my needs. Saiyan, I am more than capable of overwhelming you now. As Frisia finished his declaration, he leaned to the side, narrowly evading Bardock's energy blast. Indeed, his reflexes had noticeably improved. Standing firm, Bardock applauded Frisia's progress while casually tossing a senzu bean into his mouth to replenish his energy. No longer should you belittle others. In Frisia's eyes, Bardock's praise was nothing short of a disgrace, leading him to confront Bardock directly in combat. In his heart, Bardock ceased to underestimate Frisia and instead summoned every ounce of his spirit to engage in battle. After all, Frisia's combat power surpassed his own by a staggering million. Yet Bardock resolutely chose to confront him head-on. This was not merely for the sake of pride, but rather to push the boundaries of his own limits. For an exceptional training partner like Frisia was a rare find. The million-point disparity in combat prowess placed Bardock at a disadvantage from the very first moment of their clash. Naturally, this was a consequence of his decision not to evade Frisia's onslaught. Ha ha ha. Saiyan, how does it feel to be utterly crushed? Is it not delightful? Frisia cackled with unrestrained glee as his strike successfully suppressed Bardock, intensifying his assault. Wait, why aren't you fighting back? Noticing that Bardock's injuries were worsening under his relentless barrage, Frisia sensed an unsettling anomaly. Even with a combat power exceeding Bardock's by 1 million, he should not have been able to render Bardock utterly defenseless. Nothing at all, Frisia. Please, continue. Shouldn't you be pleased that I am not retaliating? Bardock casually popped a senzu bean into his mouth, instantly feeling his injuries mend and sensing a notable surge in his combat power. Then die for me. Hearing Bardock's disdainful remarks yet again, Frisia, seething with rage, gathered another interstellar annihilation blast in his hand and unleashed it directly at Bardock. As the dust settled from the interstellar annihilation blast, it became evident, just as Frisia had anticipated, that Bardock had sustained no injuries whatsoever. Why is this happening? Frisia shouted in confusion, abandoning any concern for Bardock's counterattack and launching himself at Bardock with full force. For a time, Bardock resembled a punching bag, enduring Frisia's relentless assault without a hint of retaliation. I beg you, stop eating those beans. Can we not fight properly? After relentlessly attacking Bardock for over 10 minutes, Frisia observed that each time he inflicted severe injuries upon Bardock, the latter would simply consume another bean, only to see his wounds begin to heal. Go ahead, Frisia. Keep attacking. Otherwise, you might soon find yourself without an opportunity to strike back, Bardock remarked nonchalantly while continuing to consume another senzu bean. Bardock expressed that during his visit, he did not bring much with him, except for an abundance of senzu beans. I, the illustrious Emperor Frisia of the universe, have no need to cower before a mere Saiyan. If you possess the audacity, retaliate. Come and strike me. Frisia felt an unprecedented level of indignation, which he directed entirely towards Bardock. In a fit of rage, he swung a fist once more towards Bardock. However, this punch did not land on Bardock. Instead, it was caught firmly in Bardock's grasp. Since you are practically begging me to hit you, I shall not hold back. With a swift motion, Bardock twisted Frisia's fist, causing Frisia to spin helplessly in the air, followed by a powerful kick that sent him soaring away. 6 million? Frisia, stabilizing himself in the cosmos, could hardly believe the reading displayed on his scouter, gazing incredulously at Bardock before him. Impossible! How could a mere scion elevate his battle power to such an extent? In disbelief, he ripped off the scouter and crushed it, launching another assault on Bardock. Yet, the outcome was all too evident, with equal combat prowess. Frisia found himself at the mercy of Bardock's might. Boom! An energy blast sent Frisia hurtling away. Bardock chose not to pursue the attack, but rather to gauge the immense power coursing through him. 6 million. Frisia, I appreciate your company in this prolonged engagement, but I shall not linger any longer. Unleash your utmost strength, for with your current capabilities, you shall not survive a single round in my presence. Bardock gazed defiantly at Frisia before him, contemplating the idea of enduring greater pressure to test his limits. You shall not regret this, Scion. Frisia, having learned from previous encounters, was aware that Bardock would refrain from interrupting his power accumulation. This time, Frisia resolved to elevate his combat prowess to the utmost limit he could withstand, intending to swiftly eliminate Bardock. 7 million, 8 million, 9 million, 40 million, 55,000, 60 million, Frisia boasted, reveling in his might. Tell me, Bardock, do you tremble at my formidable strength? Bardock frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction with Frisia's displayed power. Is this all you can muster, Frisia? 60 million? Shouldn't your peak strength be 120 million? Enough of this posturing, Scion. Even at merely 50% of my power, I could easily vanquish you. With a swift punch, Frisia lunged at Bardock. How fast? The disparity created by the tenfold increase in combat power was insurmountable by any technique, leaving Bardock no time to react before being sent flying by Frisia's blow. He quickly chewed and swallowed a senza bean he had prepared, feeling his grievously injured body rapidly mend itself, only to discover his combat power had risen to 601,000. What is happening? Only an increase of 1,000? Yet, before Bardock could ponder further, Frisia launched his second attack. Bardock sustained severe injuries once more, consuming a mystical bean, achieving a power level of 6,001,000. Frisia's relentless assaults landed on Bardock, each strike capable of inflicting profound damage. Despite the continuous intake of the beans, Bardock's power augmentation was excruciatingly sluggish. Ultimately, his power plateaued at 6,002,000. As the restorative effects of the beans had waned, it appeared that my explosive phase had come to an end. Henceforth, I could only enhance my strength through rigorous training. After numerous trials, Bardock discerned the condition of his body. Ha ha ha, Scion. At last, I comprehend your method. You rely on incessantly consuming beans to amplify your power, do you? What is the matter? Is it ineffective now? Through the protracted battle with Bardock, Frisia finally grasped the reason behind Bardock's soaring power levels. Observing that Bardock's strength had ceased to rise, he stood still, mocking him. Indeed, you are correct. My power can no longer increase. However, that renders you, Frisia, a rather unremarkable sparring partner. Are you prepared to face your demise? Once more consuming a mystical bean, Bardock rose, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at Frisia. In the distance, amidst the cosmos, loomed the artificial moon he had previously set in place. Chapter 24. The Arrival of the Scion Royal Ship Roar. Frisia's pretentious remarks were abruptly interrupted by a fierce shout emanating from Bardock. As Bardock gazed at the artificial moon in the sky, his entire being began to undergo a transformation into that of a giant ape. In but a fleeting moment, a colossal gorilla materialized before Frisia. That was Bardock's transformation. I had thought he would remain unaffected. Observing the magnificent creature that Bardock had become, Pabuzin remarked in astonishment, "What are you saying? Bardock is our Scion King. How could he possibly not transform? Yet, this is the first time I have witnessed his transformation." To chastise Pabuzin for his earlier disbelief, Toma, equally astonished, added, "Indeed. Bardock is remarkably impressive. I wish I could bear his offspring." Meanwhile, Celiba, with an enamored smile, expressed her infatuation. "Is that the transformation of our father?" At that moment, the spaceship of the Scion royal family had just arrived, and Raditz stepped out, astonished. "Yes, indeed, that is Bardock's transformation. I never expected that Frisia could provoke such a response from him." Paragus, possessing more knowledge than the other Scions, observed as Bardock began his transformation. Recognizing the formidable nature of Frisia, what about Vegeta? Knowing he could not intervene in the battle between Bardock and Frisia, Raditz inquired about his purpose for coming. "Your Highness, Vegeta is aboard the spaceship ahead," Toma replied. "Steward, May I go find Vegeta? Raditz turned to Paragus, now the highest authority in Bardock's absence. Go ahead, Your Highness. I believe that after a month of rigorous training under Bardock, Vegeta will surely not be a match for you. Paragus encouraged Raditz. You three should accompany him and ensure the safety of His Highness. I will guard Bardock here, Paragus instructed Toma and the others. As you command, Lord Paragus. They responded, promptly following Raditz as they soared towards Friesia's spaceship. Inside Friesia's spacecraft, a voice echoed, Son, your brother's ship has been drawn into a black hole, and his fate remains uncertain. Now, only you and Dabu remain. Take this opportunity while Zabo is distracted to flee swiftly. I shall provide cover for you. Remember to care for your newborn brother once you escape. As Vegeta gazed upon the arrival of the Bardock royal family spaceship, he quietly addressed the young Vegeta beside him. But father, what? I am your father. When I tell you to flee, you must do so. Do you wish to perish alongside me? Bardock's intentions are directed towards me. You must escape. Before the young Vegeta could articulate his thoughts, he was interrupted by Vegeta's stern admonition. The young Vegeta wished to express that Bardock sought him, and his own involvement was negligible, so why should he flee? Yet, considering his recently born brother, Tabul, and experiencing Vegeta's unprecedented concern for him, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, the young Vegeta nodded resolutely and replied to Vegeta. With that, Vegeta seized the opportunity during an unguarded moment from Sabo and slipped outside. Once outside, the young Vegeta promptly commandeered a respirator and soared towards the spaceship. Report to Lord Sabo. The young Vegeta has escaped while you were distracted. Observing the successful escape of the young Vegeta, Vegeta immediately informed Sabo. What? Preposterous. Under my watch. He dares to flee? He must be tired of living. Sabo, engrossed in watching the battle between Bardock and Friesia, turned his attention to the fleeing young Vegeta upon hearing Vegeta's alert. Humph, my son, you shall serve to divert Sabo and Paragus' attention. I shall avenge you in due time. Watching Sabo rush out without a moment's hesitation to pursue the young Vegeta, Vegeta felt a swell of pride in his own intellect. Had he attempted to escape during Sabo's moment of inattention, the likelihood of being discovered by Paragus and others would have been exceedingly high. However, the situation had changed. With the young Vegeta drawing Sabo's focus, his own chances of fleeing unnoticed had significantly improved. Your Highness, two figures have just emerged from the spaceship. One is the young Vegeta, and the other appears to be a subordinate of Friesia. Both the young Vegeta and Sabo's movements caught Toma's attention, but he opted to inform Raditz first rather than act immediately. And where's Vegeta? Raditz had not forgotten the moment he was defeated by Vegeta on Bardock's planet. He had come seeking revenge. Vegeta remains inside the spaceship, Toma replied after sensing Vegeta's energy signature. It is fortunate that Vegeta has not escaped. We must prioritize capturing him. With that, Raditz led the charge towards Friesia's spaceship, directly encountering the newly emerged Vegeta. Greetings, Your Highness. Upon discovering the respirator, Vegeta was taken aback that Raditz would disregard the fleeing young Vegeta and instead focus on capturing him. After exchanging courteous greetings with Raditz, Vegeta hastily darted to the side. With a snap of his fingers, Raditz commanded his companions, Toma and the others, to encircle Vegeta. In this predicament, you shall not escape, Vegeta. Let us engage in a one-on-one duel. Should you emerge victorious, I shall grant you your freedom, Raditz declared confidently. Thanks to a month of grueling training under Bardock, Raditz's combat power had successfully surged to 20,000, matching that of the current Vegeta. Realizing that escape was no longer an option, Vegeta placed his hopes on Raditz's ability to honor his promise. In Vegeta's eyes, even if Raditz's combat power equaled his own, the disparity in age should render Raditz at a disadvantage. Considering both combat experience and stamina, Raditz ought not to be his adversary. Vegeta conveniently overlooked how close he had come to being slain by Raditz previously. The notion of being invincible at equal combat power was not solely applicable to himself, but equally relevant to Raditz. From the onset of their clash, Raditz maintained the upper hand. However, being younger, Raditz's stamina could not match the vigor of Vegeta. Nonetheless, Raditz boasted of having Senzu beans. With a single bean, he could restore himself to full strength, making the task of overwhelming Vegeta seem effortless. Shortly after consuming the Senzu bean, Raditz unleashed a devastating explosion, reducing Vegeta to mere cosmic dust. Father must be nearing his conclusion as well. With Vegeta dealt with, the attention of the onlookers shifted back to the fierce battle between Bardock and Friesia. Chapter 25, Transformation into the Great Ape. Berserk mode. Upon witnessing Bardock's transformation into a great ape, Frisia finally recalled that Scions possessed the ability to transform. Previously, Toma and the others had shifted from their great ape form back to their normal state, and Bardock had consistently exhibited overwhelming strength, causing Frisia to forget that Scions could indeed undergo transformations. To be candid, a transformed Scion possesses tenfold their original combat power. Frisia, are you prepared to embrace your demise? With a disdainful smile, Bardock swiftly approached Frisia, launching a powerful punch towards him. 6 million multiplied by 10 equates to 60 million. Such arithmetic Frisia could still comprehend. Previously, when he and Bardock were evenly matched, he had been relentlessly defeated. Now that their combat powers had returned to parity, Frisia could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. Despite Bardock's massive form in his transformed state, his speed was not inferior to Frisia's, and he even held a slight advantage. As Bardock's fist collided with Frisia's, the latter realized that Bardock's strength exceeded mere multiplication by 10. In an instant, Frisia was unceremoniously sent flying by Bardock's blow, crashing through countless meteors before gradually regaining his stability. Feeling his internal organs shift from the impact, Frisia understood that he required time to recuperate. However, Bardock was determined to convey through his actions that Frisia would have no such luxury. After sending Frisia hurtling away, Bardock gathered energy in his mouth, unleashing a devastating wave. Damn Scion! Once this king regains his strength, you shall face dire consequences. Frisia muttered curses at Bardock while bracing himself against the onslaught. You hold no value to me now. Wouldn't it be better for you to simply perish? As the energy wave dissipated, Bardock stood close, reaching out to grasp Frisia firmly in his palm. You may kill me, Bardock, but I implore you to tell me before my demise, are you truly the legendary Super Saiyan in this form? Exerting all his strength, Frisia found himself unable to escape Bardock's grip and resignedly posed the question. Frisia, I know you harbor great fear of the Super Saiyan legend among our race, but I can assure you, I am not a Super Saiyan yet. In acknowledgement of the time Frisia had spent as his sparring partner, Bardock decided to answer Frisia's query before his end. Do you not wish to witness my full potential? Perhaps then, you might have a chance to ascend to Super Saiyan yourself. Frisia, fearing he might be crushed in Bardock's grasp, hastily reminded him of his potential to grow stronger. Without a moment's hesitation after Frisia's words, Bardock released his grip on him. Frisia's full power, amounting to a staggering 12 million, was indeed formidable, exceeding his own strength by more than double. Yet, Bardock felt no fear. Rather, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. A hope that he might discover the spark needed to transform into a Super Saiyan from Frisia's unleashed might. Once he let go, Bardock proclaimed, Frisia, I grant you time. Unleash your full strength. This time, Frisia had learned to be astute, eschewing unnecessary dialogue and directly channeling his entire power. Meanwhile, Bardock stood quietly, awaiting Frisia's full transformation, while simultaneously suppressing the surging battle spirit within him. The escalation of Frisia's combat power was rather gradual, and with each increment, the anguish etched on his face became increasingly pronounced. Upon observing the situation, Bardock swiftly comprehended why Frisia had previously refrained from unleashing his full potential. The current Frisia's mastery over his energy paled in comparison to the impeccable control he exhibited during the Namek saga of Dragon Ball Z. A moment's lapse in concentration could lead to catastrophic consequences. Presently, Frisia was capable of harnessing precisely 50% of his battle power, equating to a staggering 60 million. Yet, in his fervent desire to vanquish Bardock, he set aside such concerns. 60 million, 80 million, 100 million, 120 million. This time, Bardock found himself waiting far longer than on previous occasions. Fortunately, Frisia's endeavors proceeded smoothly, and witnessing Frisia's full power reassured Bardock that his patience had not been in vain. Let us conclude this swiftly, Bardock thought. I cannot sustain this state for long, yet it is sufficient for your punishment. Frisia this time refrained from idle chatter and launched himself at Bardock with a fierce strike. However, to his dismay, even in his fully unleashed form, Frisia appeared to fall short against Bardock. At that moment, Bardock's aura had transformed into a wild tempest. His pupils vanished, leaving only the stark white of his eyes. Frisia, I hope you are prepared for a proper confrontation. Bardock's fist collided with Frisia's, sending him staggering several paces back. The reason he did not send Frisia flying as before was not due to Frisia's newfound strength, but rather Bardock's deliberate restraint in controlling his force. Without allowing Frisia a moment to react, Bardock seized Frisia's head and propelled him towards a cluster of meteors. After shattering an unknown number of meteors, Bardock finally halted, still gripping Frisia's head. Subsequently, he hurled Frisia into the distance, while simultaneously conjuring energy blasts with both hands, ready to unleash them. From the very outset, Bardock's assault has been unrelenting. Logically, with his current prowess, Bardock possesses the capability to decisively confront Frisia. Under normal circumstances, he would undoubtedly seize such an opportunity. However, the Bardock now refrains from doing so, as he finds himself in an extraordinarily frenzied and euphoric state. This is a state Bardock has mastered during his relentless pursuit of transformation into a Super Saiyan. Bardock discovered a trace of a ferocious factor within his being, which could be harnessed through cultivation to unleash in battle. Once he entered a state of fury, his combat prowess would escalate to varying levels, contingent upon the intensity of his rage. However, his emotions would also plunge into this berserk state, leading him to contemplate not merely the act of vanquishing foes, but rather inflicting torment upon them. Presently, in this frenzied condition, Bardock's strength had undeniably doubled. Although Frisia possessed an equal power level of 12 million, Bardock found it remarkably effortless to dominate him under such circumstances. Chapter 26, The Rampaging Saiyan Monarch. Frisia, do you have any final words? Bardock regarded the barely breathing Frisia with no trace of sympathy. If not, then prepare to meet your end. With that, Bardock cast Frisia aside, his transformed maw agape, unleashing a devastating wave that engulfed Frisia entirely. Not dead. After the wave subsided, Bardock sensed Frisia's lingering energy and peered forward. Frisia's body was riddled with wounds, yet still pulsated with life. The resilience of your frost demon race is indeed formidable. Floating gracefully before Frisia, Bardock prepared to deliver the final blow. Scion, your name is Bardock, is it not? Frisia, in a weakened state, spoke slowly. Indeed, Frisia. Remember that it is the Saiyan King, Bardock, who is about to end your life. Do not attempt to delay the inevitable. Your demise is assured. With that proclamation, Bardock summoned another concentrated wave to strike Frisia. After such a prolonged battle, I have uncovered the secret of your Saiyan transformations. Now, it is time for me to retaliate. As soon as the words were uttered, a beam of energy was unleashed from Frisia's left hand, directed towards Bardock's artificial moon. Caught off guard, Bardock was astonished by Frisia's sudden display of intelligence, as he had not anticipated an assault on his artificial moon. It was only during his training in the depths of hell, transforming into golden Frisia, that one could truly witness his cunning. Prior to that, he had merely been the arrogant emperor of the cosmos. By the time Bardock realized the threat, Frisia's attack was already en route to the moon he had meticulously crafted. However, the speed of Frisia's energy assault ultimately paled in comparison to Bardock's swift movements. With unwavering determination, Bardock managed to extinguish the attack just before it reached his creation. Upon glancing back, he found Frisia had vanished without a trace. Attempting to calm his mind and sense Frisia's energy, Bardock discovered that his current state of fury made it exceedingly difficult to achieve tranquility. Curiously, the artificial moon continued to draw his gaze. Previously, Bardock had only experienced rage in his normal state. Today marked the first trial of his berserk transformation. The Saiyan blood coursing through him boiled with an insatiable fighting spirit, relentlessly overwhelming his willpower. Fixated on the artificial moon, Bardock found himself entranced. Almost instinctively, his body opened wide, and he devoured the moon in one gulp. What on earth was Bardock doing? Could the artificial moon truly be consumed? Bardock's sudden actions left Toma and the other slackers, who were responsible for cheering, utterly stunned. As the artificial moon vanished, Bardock's transformed body gradually reverted to its normal state, yet the ferocity within him remained unabated. Not only that, but Bardock felt an intense surge of Saiyan blood igniting within him after devouring the artificial moon. The overwhelming desire for battle compelled him to unleash the raw energy coursing through his veins, an instinct for combat and destruction. Bardock, I never anticipated you would sever your own retreat. Now that you've reverted from your transformation, how can you possibly stand against me? Frisia, who had initially planned to make a hasty exit, suddenly reappeared, laughing shamelessly at Bardock, utterly oblivious to the golden flames of energy igniting around him. However, even if Frisia had noticed, it would have made little difference, for Bardock had already detected him the moment he revealed himself. A cataclysmic explosion erupted. A shockwave of golden energy coalesced in Bardock's hand, unleashed with such velocity that Frisia had no time to react and was struck. Fortunately, Bardock, still grappling with the sudden surge of power, only managed to hit Frisia's lower half. Nonetheless, this was enough to obliterate it completely. Is this what it feels like to be a Super Saiyan? Something feels amiss. Lowering his gaze, Bardock sensed the immense power within him, approximately 50 times stronger than his usual state. Indeed, he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yet, he could not shake the feeling of an even greater yearning to fight and destroy everything before him. Reflecting on what made his Super Saiyan form unique, he recalled that it was the result of his prolonged state of fury. In essence, his current Super Saiyan form bore an additional threat of ferocity compared to the typical Saiyan. The more Bardock endeavored to suppress the ferocious battle intent surging within him, the more he felt the Saiyan blood in his veins ablaze. A thunderous roar erupted from Bardock's lips as his willpower could no longer contain the raging fervor inside. His pupils vanished, leaving only the stark whiteness of his eyes, while his mind was consumed by thoughts of destruction, unleashing chaos and venting the immense energy coursing within him. Inside Frisia's spacecraft, the atmosphere grew tense as the crew witnessed Frisia's humiliating defeat at Bardock's hands, instilling a palpable fear among them, worried that Bardock would not spare any of them. Yet, amidst the turmoil, a young man clad in Frisia's military attire strolled leisurely, starkly contrasting the panicked crowd around him. The young man made his way to a chamber at the end of the ship, entered his fingerprint, and the door slid open, allowing him to step inside. Within the room lay a colossal block of ice, encasing a member of the frozen demon clan. "Gilly, what is happening outside? Why is it so noisy?" queried the encased frozen demon as Gilly entered. "Your Highnesses, I have been your instructor since your birth, yet every time we meet, you address me so directly. Is that not somewhat impolite?" Gilly replied, his brow furrowing in discontent. "Humph, you inferior being, you should take pride in instructing the illustrious frozen demon clan," Ace retorted, his voice laced with dissatisfaction. "Indeed, your Highnesses, you are correct. However, in your juvenile state, even if you wish to strike me now, you would find it impossible." With that, Gilly extended his right hand, pressing it against the icy prison enclosing Ace. A surge of violet flames erupted, enveloping the massive block of ice. "Release," he commanded, and the ice dissipated as he turned to leave. "Hide. Quickly, hide. Do not approach King Bardock," commanded Paragus, directing the other Scions to seek safety as they witnessed Bardock enter a frenzied state, wreaking havoc indiscriminately around him. "What should we do, Butler? My father seems to no longer recognize us." Raditz quivered, cowering behind Paragus. King Bardock's current state is likely due to an overwhelming surge of energy within him. "Do not worry, Prince Raditz. Once he has exhausted this tumultuous energy, he should return to normal," Paragus reassured Raditz. "Return to normal?" Given the intensity of the current rampage, "I doubt it will subside in a matter of days." Paragus's words barely left his mouth when a strange voice echoed from behind him. "Who is there?" Paragus turned around and was met with the sight of Gilly, who had been stealthily lurking behind him for an unknown duration. "That is an excellent question," Gilly proclaimed. "I am the illustrious Captain Gilly of the Galactic Patrol, an elite force. For years, I have covertly infiltrated the Frisia army to gather evidence against the Frost demons for their crimes." Upon hearing Paragus's inquiry, Gilly immediately launched into an extensive self-introduction. However, before he could conclude, he noticed Bardock's indiscriminate assault advancing once more. "There's no time to explain everything now. I must first escort you away from this perilous location," he exclaimed. With a flourish, he summoned a time cage, enveloping all the Scions in his purple aura before vanishing into thin air. As Bardock's attack surged again, Gilly swiftly boarded a small spacecraft he had recently seized from Frisia's ship and initiated its launch, determined to escape the impending danger. P.S. A heartfelt thanks to my esteemed ally, the Genius of 8 Parts, for their unwavering support. Chapter 27. Time Flies. 3 years have passed. Time flies swiftly like an arrow, and 3 years have elapsed since Bardock's victory over Frisia. In the 7th universe, within the desolate confines of an unnamed planet in the northern galaxy, a resounding shout echoed. "Ha!" The ground trembled and fractured beneath the feet of a golden-haired, blue-eyed Scion, who stood resolutely atop the earth, exuding an overwhelming energy. After 3 years of rigorous training, he had finally mastered the ability to maintain his composure in the Super Saiyan Berserker state, alleviating his concerns regarding losing control. Bardock savored the perfection of his current state. The overwhelming surge of his Saiyan blood coursed through him, igniting an insatiable zeal for battle, while his mind remained astonishingly clear. Reflecting on the memory of his first uncontrollable rage 3 years prior, a shiver of trepidation still lingered within him. In that fateful moment, after vanquishing Frisia's lower half, Bardock had succumbed to a frenzied state, launching indiscriminate assaults on everything around him. As for Frisia's fate, Bardock was uncertain, given the tenacity of the Frost demon race. Even a dismembered existence might endure, had it not been for the timely intervention of Captain Gilly from the Galactic Patrol. The assembled Scions would likely have perished beneath Bardock's relentless onslaught. The rampage of Bardock lasted a full 7 days and nights, ceasing only when the energy within him was entirely expended. Due to Bardock's indiscriminate assaults during this tumultuous episode, the number of planets in the northern galaxy diminished by a staggering 1%. Do not underestimate this 1%. For it is crucial to recognize that the northern galaxy constitutes 1/5 of the entirety of the 7th universe. After the conclusion of Bardock's berserk state, he found himself adrift in the vastness of space. Perhaps it was due to the activation of the raging factor within him that allowed Bardock to survive in the cosmic void, even in the absence of a breathing apparatus. However, this state of existence was fleeting, lasting barely a minute before the royal spaceship, which had been observing Bardock from a distance, retrieved him and transported him back to planet Bardock for recuperation. Subsequently, Bardock discovered that the raging factor was not unique to him. It resided within every Scion. It was merely his own that had been activated. Furthermore, he realized that this raging factor was most abundant within Paragus, exceeding his own by more than tenfold. Bardock once endeavored to impart the art of transformation to the other Scions. However, perhaps due to a lack of comprehension or some other enigmatic reason, none succeeded in mastering this formidable technique. Even Paragus, whose latent power exceeded Bardock's by a considerable margin, lamented his inability to learn it. In resignation, Bardock relinquished his efforts to teach the transformation and instead focused on enhancing the combat prowess of his fellow Scions. The combat abilities of the Scions underwent a remarkable transformation compared to 3 years prior. Among the most notable were Paragus, Toma, Pabugen, and Celebi, who, under Bardock's rigorous training, experienced a qualitative leap in their power levels during the explosive phase. Paragus reached an impressive 2 million, Toma 1.5 million, Pabugen 130,000, and Celebi 110,000. The average combat power of the remaining Scions surged to 50,000, while the new generation of Scions boasted an average power level of 10,000. Among them, Raditz, the Scion Prince, exhibited exceptional prowess, achieving a remarkable power level of 30,000. His loyal companion, Nappa, also showcased impressive strength with a power level of 20,000, making him the second strongest among the new generation, just beneath Raditz. Over these 3 years, under Bardock's leadership, the Scion clan engaged in extensive campaigns, conquering neighboring star systems and reclaiming territories originally held by Frisia in the northern galaxy. In this span, apart from a few obstinate planets resistant to Bardock's rule, 80% of the celestial bodies willingly pledged their allegiance to him. After all, in a universe where powerful warriors abound, having a formidable ally is vastly preferable to being devoid of one. By submitting to Bardock's dominion, providing adequate tributes annually, and adhering to the regulations he set forth, they could enjoy the protection of the Scions, an appealing proposition indeed. Bardock can now be regarded as the uncrowned king of the North Galaxy, and one might even call him the King of the Galaxy, a title he would graciously accept. However, Bardock prefers the more melodious appellation of Bardock King. As for the leader of the Galaxy Patrol, the King of the North Galaxy, he has consistently turned a blind eye to Bardock's indulgence of the Scion's unification of the North Galaxy. After all, the King of the North Galaxy has no desire to intervene in Scion affairs, lest he find himself besieged by Bardock and his warriors at his own doorstep the following day. The astounding destructive power exhibited by Bardock during his rampages is well known to the North Galaxy King. Thus, the North Galaxy King has consistently adhered to the principle of avoiding conflict with the Scion race, adopting a mindset of submission in the face of insurmountable strength. As long as Bardock does not overtly oppose him, the North Galaxy King believes he can tolerate the situation. Even if Bardock were to ascend to the throne of the Galaxy King, he feels utterly powerless in that regard. Bardock's decision to refrain from taking action against the North Galaxy King and the Galaxy Patrol is entirely due to the favor bestowed upon the Scions by Gilly 3 years prior. As for the North Kai, who oversees the North Galaxy, Bardock has yet to find the time to meet him. Bardock resolved to seek an opportune moment to engage in a thorough discourse with King North regarding the governance and management of the North Galaxy. In the process, he also intended to learn the art of the King's Fist and the Spirit Bomb. One cannot overlook how the protagonist Goku in Dragon Ball has repeatedly accomplished extraordinary feats by harnessing these formidable techniques. King Bardock, I must inform you that Lord Paragus has just received word stating that the Anti-Scion Alliance has dispatched envoys for negotiations, specifically requesting an audience with you. Once Bardock concluded his training, he was promptly approached by Toma, who had been waiting nearby, to relay the news transmitted from planet Bardock. Such trivial matters could easily be entrusted to Paragus. We are prepared to accept the unconditional surrender of the Anti-Scion Alliance. Should they dare to impose any conditions, I suggest we instruct Paragus to deploy an elite Scion force to obliterate them entirely. Bardock spoke with impatience. As for the Anti-Scion Alliance, he found himself at a loss for words, a ragtag organization formed by those who could not accept his rule. The combined battle power of all the planets involved was scarcely 100,000. He could not fathom the audacity that prompted them to oppose his dominion. However, considering the multitude of planets comprising the Anti-Scion Alliance, along with their consistently discreet conduct, Bardock had chosen to ignore them for over 2 years. Now, upon hearing news of the Alliance's resurgence, his immediate reaction was that they had grown reckless, intending to send Paragus to obliterate them without hesitation. Yes, King Bardock. I shall inform Lord Paragus at once. Upon receiving the command, Toma promptly activated his communicator, establishing contact with Paragus on planet Bardock, ready to relay the king's orders. Wait. Toma, who is the leader of the Anti-Scion Alliance, daring enough to request an audience with me, having just gained a thorough understanding of the reasons behind his recent transformation. Bardock was in a relatively good mood and was curious about the developments concerning the Alliance. In response to King Bardock's inquiry, Toma reported that the leader was an individual named Dwaro from planet Canesa. Until this point, the name had been entirely absent from the Alliance's ranks, suggesting he might be an inconsequential figure. However, Toma soon realized he had misspoken. No, Bardock, you are mistaken. Dwaro is certainly not a mere nobody. He could very well be the genuine leader of the Anti-Scion Alliance. Bardock searched his mind for all information regarding the planet Canesa and its Dwaro from his past life. He then turned to Toma and said, "Inform Paragus that I am returning to planet Bardock at once. I must personally meet this Dwaro." Chapter 28. Kakarot and Broly, the royal spacecraft exclusive to Bardock, traversed the void for 3 to 4 hours before returning from the nameless planet to planet Bardock. Welcome back, King Bardock. As he disembarked from the spaceship, Paragus led a contingent of Scions to greet Bardock. Enough of this triviality, where is Dwaro? Bardock, prioritizing the urgency of meeting Dwaro over the pompous reception, inquired of Paragus. In response to King Bardock, Dwaro and his 5 subordinates have been arranged to await you in the Grand Hall. Although Paragus was puzzled as to why Bardock placed such significance on Dwaro, a mere scoundrel from Canesa, he answered truthfully, "Come, let us go and see." With that, Bardock took the lead. "Your Majesty, Queen Jine has given birth to a son." Before Bardock could take more than 2 steps, he was intercepted by the hurriedly arriving Celebi. Wasn't it said that it would be a few more days? Why has the birth occurred now? Will this premature arrival have any adverse effects on Janae's health? Upon hearing the news, Bardock was taken aback and hurriedly inquired about Jine's condition. Is there truly a distinction between being born a few days early or late? And what does it mean to be a premature birth? Is it something serious? Raising her head, Celebi asked in confusion, perplexed by Bardock's questions. "I am bewildered, utterly bewildered. I shall go and check on Jine now." Bardock, struck by a sudden realization, chastised himself for his foolishness. Despite Jinae's usual disdain for combat, she had, under Bardock's subtle influence, attained a formidable battle power of 50,000. With such extraordinary strength, a Scion could easily shatter a planet, rendering any notion of being premature utterly absurd. As soon as he acknowledged this, Bardock activated his Super Saiyan mode and swiftly took to the skies toward the hospital. As for Dulu, he could play to his heart's content. Nothing mattered more to Bardock at that moment than G&EI. Lord Paragus, with the departure of King Bardock, should we still concern ourselves with Dulu? Bardock was about to depart, and Tomar dared not stop him, redirecting the matter to Paragus. Well, I shall go and see Dwaro and his companions. Although their combat prowess is somewhat lacking, after all, guests must be treated with the decorum befitting our Scion lineage. After a moment of contemplation, Paragus responded, "Lord Paragus, your wife Nalali is about to give birth." As Paragus prepared to leave, Celebi continued to relay the information. "You should have mentioned this sooner, Tomar. I shall check on Nalali. You can manage things here on your own." With a slight reproach directed at Celebi, and after giving Tomar some instructions, Paragus unleashed his full power, swiftly soaring towards the hospital. This left Tomar standing there in a daze, wondering what he was supposed to do on his own. "Celebi, let us go and see the newly born second prince," he said, and took off into the sky as well, with Celebi pondering for a moment before following suit. Nalali, I have arrived, Paragus exclaimed as he reached the hospital. Shoo, be quiet. She just gave birth and is resting now. Since both Jain and Nalali were in the same room recuperating, Bardock immediately heard Paragus's loud voice and quickly gestured for silence. King Bardock, are Queen Jain and Nalali doing well? Understanding Bardock's gesture, Paragus approached him and whispered. If it weren't for Bardock's keen hearing, he might not have caught Paragus's words at all, for they were barely audible. Jain and Nalali need time to recuperate after childbirth. Let us go and see the child. Closing the door to the medical room, Bardock led the somewhat coarse Paragus outside. As you command, King Bardock. Without questioning why. Paragus knew that following Bardock's orders was wise. King Bardock, have you decided on the name for the second prince? As they walked towards the nursery, Paragus inquired. Indeed. Jain has long since chosen the name, Kakarot. Not hiding anything upon being questioned by Paragus, Bardock replied directly. Another name chosen by Queen Jain, a stroke of genius indeed. Whether it be the first prince, Raditz, or the second prince, Kakarot, both names herald the flourishing of our Saiyan race. Paragus unabashedly praised Jain's literary talent in Bardock's presence, making Bardock feel somewhat embarrassed. I, too, find the name Kakarot quite fitting. By the way, what do you plan to name your son? In an effort to prevent Paragus from continuing his incessant chatter, Bardock swiftly redirected the conversation. Heaven knows what significance lies behind the names Raditz and Kakarot. Even if Bardock racked his brain, he could not fathom their meanings. Nonetheless, as the saying goes, as long as Jain is pleased, she could name him anything, even Dragon Overlord. In response to King Bardock, I must confess my literary talents are lacking, and my naming skills surely pale in comparison to those of Queen Jain. Thus, I shall name my son Broly, symbolizing his commitment to follow in your esteemed footsteps and contribute to the glory of our Saiyan lineage. Paragus, brimming with enthusiasm at the mention of his son's name, undoubtedly labored over the choice of Broly, expending countless brain cells in the process. A fine name indeed. Offering a few praises, Bardock hastened his steps toward the nursery, reflecting on how he had never before realized that Paragus's incessant rambling rivaled that of the dance mothers from his previous life's earth. Look at the second prince. How he resembles you, my lord, he remarked. From his hairstyle to his facial features, he appears to be cast from the same mold. Upon reaching the entrance of the elite nursery, he chose not to enter but instead peered through the window, where he beheld Kakarot and Broly peacefully slumbering in their respective baby pots. Leaning against the window, Paragus paid no attention to his son Broly, but rather lavished praise upon Kakarot, the second prince. Were other Saiyans to witness Paragus in this moment, they might conclude that this royal steward of the Saiyan clan thrived on flattery rather than his own merit. Enough, enough, no more boasting. Let us enter and take a look. Perhaps Broly's excellence will not fall short of Kakarot's. Bardock could hardly tolerate Paragus's obsequious demeanor any longer. With a battle power exceeding 2 million, could he not display a semblance of normalcy in his presence? Your Majesty, Bardock, you jest. How could Broly's potential possibly compare to that of His Highness the Second Prince? While Paragus felt a flicker of joy at Bardock's acknowledgement of Broly in his heart, the royal lineage always reigned supreme. No matter how exceptional his son might be, merely placing second was acceptable. The thought of anything beyond that was beyond his imagination. Suddenly, as if on cue, the wailing of an infant pierced the air. In the elite nursery, only Kakarot and Broly resided, and both Bardock and Paragus instantly discerned that it was Kakarot who was crying. The reason for his distress was the formidable aura emanating from Broly, who was peacefully asleep in his incubator, which had terrified Kakarot into tears. Paragus felt an acute sense of embarrassment. Only moments prior, he had been extolling Kakarot's prowess. Yet now, he found his own son's overwhelming presence had reduced Kakarot to tears. How awkward indeed. Chapter 29, The Legendary Super Saiyan Dam. As Bardock witnessed Kakarot frightened into tears by Broly's overwhelming aura, he could hardly contain his embarrassment. Upon sensing Broly's battle power, he found it to be a staggering 10,000 at birth, well within an acceptable range. It was noteworthy that prior to Bardock's ascension to kingship, the highest battle power among adult Saiyans had merely reached Bardock's own 5,000. Satisfied with his assessment of Broly's capabilities, Bardock then turned his attention to his son Kakarot's birth battle power. 5. No, let him check again. It still read 5. This was his son, was it not? This was indeed his son. Bardock remarked that significant matters should be reiterated thrice. In the original narrative, Kakarot was born with merely 2 pivotal attributes, a fact well known to Bardock. However, He now contends that both his own combat prowess and that of Jine far exceed the levels depicted in the original tale by an unfathomable margin. Yet, the combat strength of Kakarot seems scarcely altered when compared to the original. Were it not for the intrinsic connection of their bloodline and the striking resemblance of Kakarot's childhood memories to those of his son Goku, Bardock might genuinely suspect that his second son had been swamped and taken away. Remain calm. Though the combat power may appear marginally lesser, it still surpasses that of Kakarot in the original narrative by over twofold, does it not? In his heart, Bardock continually reassured himself, it is nothing. He implored for the forgiveness of King Vegeta regarding Broly's indiscretion, acknowledging that the young Broly must have inadvertently offended His Highness, the second prince. Sensing the palpable anger emanating from Bardock, Paragus immediately knelt before him, pleading on behalf of Broly. Rise, Paragus, I harbor no ill will towards Broly. I am merely contemplating the implications of Kakarot's birth power level. With Paragus kneeling, Bardock found little inclination to ponder the reasons behind Kakarot's underwhelming potential and instead sought to explain his thoughts to Paragus. Your Majesty, Bardock, I shall prepare a small spacecraft to exile Broly to a distant planet. I beseech you to grant him a chance at life. Upon hearing Bardock's words, Paragus not only remained on his knees but prostrated himself further, promising Bardock his unwavering loyalty. Rise, Paragus, for Broly is a prodigious warrior among our Saiyan lineage. I am eager to nurture him. How could I possibly endanger his life over such a trivial matter? Noticing Paragus's reluctance to stand, Bardock urged him once more. Get up. Paragus, do you perceive me as such a petty individual that I would unleash my wrath upon Broly, an infant who has barely begun his journey? Remember, you are the steward of our Saiyan royal family, the second in command beneath me. Do not simply kneel at whim. Do you understand? Witnessing Paragus's continued submission, Bardock's anger flared, and he bellowed, Thank you, King Bardock, for your mercy. I was indeed presumptuous, and I ask for your forgiveness. Having followed Bardock for so long, Paragus was well aware that Bardock was not a man of pettiness. He had never stifled the burgeoning strength of the Saiyan race, but had, in fact, vigorously nurtured it. It was evident from Bardock's previous approval of the inclusion of Vegeta's two sons into the Saiyan fold, demonstrating that his heart was expansive enough to encompass the universe itself. Faced with Bardock's fury, Paragus's anxious heart swiftly cleared, and he responded, Indeed, it is reassuring that you understand this. Bardock stepped forward and assisted Paragus to his feet. Broly, why do you not hasten to express your gratitude for King Bardock's mercy and offer your apologies to His Highness, the second prince? Paragus bellowed at Broly, who remained ensconced within his infant pod. Just as Paragus concluded his admonition, the pod belonging to Broly exploded, and the freshly born Broly emerged, standing upright and walking forth. Indeed, it is noteworthy that Saiyans are recognized as a warrior race not solely due to their combative nature. Each newborn possesses an innate understanding of their surroundings and, after a brief period of training, can readily engage in battle. Thus, Broly's ability to walk upright at this moment is entirely normal, especially considering that his combat power is undeniably substantial at 10,000. Through the bond of their bloodline, Broly sensed a familiar warmth emanating from Paragus. However, upon perceiving the anger radiating from Paragus, the newly born Broly felt an instinctive desire to approach, yet was held back by trepidation. Before Bardock, Paragus chastised Broly, which enabled him to perform a simple gesture of apology. Nevertheless, Bardock regarded this entire scenario as unnecessary, for he did not truly harbor any resentment towards Broly. Yet, in order to placate Paragus, Bardock refrained from intervening in Broly's act of contrition towards himself and Kakarot. After Paragus's scolding, Broly began to vaguely comprehend the nature of his transgression, realizing that he had frightened the second prince within another pod. However, the question lingered in Broly's mind. Why was this second prince so weak? This conundrum perplexed the newly born Broly. Broly, come here, Bardock beckoned, crouching down to him. Bardock is now eager to discern the specific distinctions between the legendary Super Saiyan Broly and an ordinary Super Saiyan. From a distance, Bardock perceives that Broly's innate combat power at birth is a staggering 10,000, and it is continuously and steadily augmenting within him. In just a brief moment, Broly's combat power escalates from 10,000 to 10,100. One should not underestimate this increment of 100. Even Bardock himself could not achieve such a growth in power without any effort. As Bardock places his hand upon Broly, he immediately comprehends the unique essence that sets Broly apart from the other Saiyans. Indeed, It is the primal fury that resides within every Saiyan-S being. The violent factor within Bardock's body occupies approximately 20%, while the remaining Scions possess this factor in varying degrees, ranging from 1 to 10%. However, Paragus is distinct. The violent factor within him is thrice that of Bardock, constituting about 60% of his being. Yet, among the Scions, only Bardock has managed to activate this violent factor and master its transformation. None of the other Scions, including Paragus, have achieved this activation. Today, however, Bardock has observed an anomaly in Broly. The violent factor within Broly encompasses a full 100% of his body and exists entirely in a semi-activated state. This implies that Broly can enter a state of rage at will. It is precisely because of the semi-activated violent factor within Broly that he continuously hones his physique, leading to an unceasing enhancement of his combat abilities. Chapter 30, Can Kakarot, who does not travel to Earth, still be called the God of Void? While it is advantageous that Broly can transform into a state of rage at any moment, Bardock is acutely aware of a significant concern: the immense mental strain required for such a transformation. Before he became a Super Saiyan, his combat power was manageable, allowing him to retain his sanity while in a state of rage. However, once he transformed into a Super Saiyan, the overwhelming force, coupled with the mental effects of the rage transformation, could easily plunge him into a mindless rampage. It took 3 years of rigorous training to hone his mental fortitude to the point where he could wield the rage transformation alongside the Super Saiyan form without losing his reason. If he struggled so, how much more challenging would it be for the newborn Broly? Paragus, once Broly is ready for training, bring him to me. I wish to train him personally, Bardock declared. At once, King Bardock. It would be an honor for Broly to receive your guidance, Paragus exclaimed, expressing his gratitude alongside Broly. Having addressed matters concerning Broly, Bardock turned his gaze to his son, Kakarot. Frankly, in terms of Saiyan strength, acquired effort is indeed far more crucial than innate talent. Yet, who decreed that the less gifted should take flight, while the more talented remain stagnant, oblivious to their training, under equal diligence? It is undeniable that those with greater talent will ultimately possess superior strength. Gazing at Kakarot, peacefully slumbering in his pod, with remnants of tears still glistening on his cheeks clearly, he had been quite frightened by the aura emanating from Broly. Bardock pondered. Can a being with a combat power of merely 5 truly thrive on our planet, Bardock? Bardock inquired. For it is known that the gravity on planet Bardock is a staggering tenfold that of Earth. This should be manageable, right? In response to Bardock's question, Paragus was not entirely certain. After all, throughout history, the lowest combat power recorded on planet Bardock had never dipped below 20. However, Paragus reassured King Bardock, expressing confidence that with the expertise of Dr. Mew and his team of researchers, they would devise a method for Prince Vegeta to adapt to the gravitational conditions of our planet. After a moment's contemplation, Paragus continued, given Kakarot's current physical capabilities, he would require at least 3 years to undergo training. This implies that during this period, Kakarot's combat power would not experience significant enhancement. As my youngest son, no one would dare to mock Kakarot, yet I ponder how he himself would perceive these 3 years. Bardock voiced his concerns. In response to Bardock's inquiry, Paragus found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After all, even without ridicule from others, the feeling of being the least esteemed in one's environment is something difficult for anyone to comprehend. How could Kakarot, who refrains from visiting Earth, still be referred to as the God of the Void? Reflecting on the events of his past life in the Dragon Ball saga, Bardock murmured to himself, King Bardock, what were you just saying? Paragus remarked, having been unable to catch Bardock's words due to their faintness. It's nothing, Bardock replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate on his thoughts. King Bardock, I have come with Celebi to visit His Highness, the second prince. The oppressive atmosphere within the elite nursery was abruptly shattered by the playful voice of Toma from a short distance away. Paragus, come take a walk with me. Bardock was not in the best of spirits and wished to avoid any further disturbances from Thomas. Ah, very well, King Bardock. As a long-time devoted admirer, Paragus swiftly grasped Bardock's intent and responded immediately. Where are you headed, King Bardock? Upon arriving at the entrance of the elite nursery, Thomas noticed Bardock preparing to depart with Paragus and inquired, puzzled. Thomas, please tend to Kakarot and Broly, while Celebi, you attend to Queen Jine and Lady Gnarly, Bardock commanded, not addressing Thomas's question directly. At your command, King Bardock. Both Thomas and Celebi replied promptly. 10,000 in battle power, impressive. This Broly must be the second prince. Upon entering, Thomas's gaze fell upon Broly, who was rolling about in boredom within the nursery. Foolish Thomas, the second prince is Kakarot, the one in the infant pod. Celebi, who had been by Jin's side, naturally knew who Bardock's son was. Oh, I see, this is Lord Paragus' child, while the second prince resides in the pod. Embarrassment washed over Thomas as he hurried to Kakarot's pod. Celebi, are you certain this is our second prince? How can his battle power be merely 5? What difference is there from being utterly feeble? After sensing Kakarot's power, Thomas's cheerful demeanor vanished, and he turned to Celebi in confusion. Thomas, do you wish to tempt fate? Regardless of the second prince's low battle power, it is not for us to judge. Celebi quickly covered Thomas's mouth and continued. You stay here and keep watch. I must attend to Queen Jine and Lady Gnarly. Hey, what am I supposed to do once you leave? I cannot care for a child. After Celebi departed, Thomas gazed bitterly at Kakarot and Broly beside him. Kakarot was manageable, peacefully sleeping in his pod. But Broly appeared to be a restless spirit. Broly, you will remain quiet. After removing Broly from atop his head, Thomas glared at him. To Thomas's surprise, the mischievous Broly became still and obedient in response to his reprimand. Ha ha ha, it seems I have a knack for child-rearing, a simple shout, and he listens. With Broly behaving as expected, Thomas stood proudly, laughing heartily before leaning down to closely observe Broly's disgruntled expression. Bam! Broly was not inclined to continue staring at Toriyama in silence. He unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Toriyama's face, and to his surprise, he indeed landed the blow. Paragus, calculating the time, mused that Raditz should be returning from his cosmic travels soon. Bardock and Paragus wandered aimlessly upon the planet Bardock, engaging in a casual conversation. Indeed, Prince Raditz is scheduled to return to Bardock today, Paragus replied. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, Raditz has already turned 5. Bardock remarked, gazing at a shooting star streaking across the sky. Yes, Prince Raditz has matured into an exceptional Saiyan warrior, Paragus acknowledged. Setting aside his musings, Bardock lifted his gaze to the palace in the distance and continued, Paragus, you have arranged for Dwaro to be in the grand hall of the palace, correct? Yes, King Bardock, Paragus affirmed. Come, let us go and see what bravery this Dwaro from the planet Canesa possesses to dare represent the anti-Saiyan alliance in my presence. After finishing his words, Bardock led Paragus towards the Grand Palace Hall. Chapter 31. The Ginyu Force Stop. Just as Bardock arrived at the entrance of the hall, he concentrated energy into a sphere and launched it towards Pabugen inside the hall, successfully rescuing the purple-skinned alien under Pabugen's command. Bardock King, what is your intention? This alien dared to provoke the dignity of our Saiyan race, and I was just about to teach him a lesson. Faced with Bardock's energy attack, Pabugen had no choice but to abandon his assault on the purple-skinned alien and turned, bewildered, to Bardock. However, Bardock did not respond to Pabugen's inquiry. Instead, he slowly made his way to his throne. Pabugen, how dare you speak to Bardock King in such a manner? Paragus, standing beside Bardock, expressed his discontent with Pabugen's attitude and rebuked him. I was merely hasty and unintentionally offended, Bardock King. I beg for your forgiveness. And I ask for your pardon as well, Lord Paragus. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from Paragus, Pabugen's initial anger dissipated, and he retreated to the side. Are you confused today? Why are you standing over there? Come stand here. Upon seeing Pabugen admit his mistake, Paragus intended to commend him. But when he noticed Pabugen standing beside Dualo, his displeasure resurfaced. Ha ha ha. With an awkward chuckle, Pabugen refrained from addressing his behavior and directly moved to stand beside Paragus. Now, tell me your names. With the commotion below concluded, Bardock inquired. In response to Bardock King, I am Dualo, the representative of the Anti-Saiyan Alliance, hailing from Canesa. The other 5 are my bodyguards for this mission, Jinyu, Rikuum, Jis, Berta, and Goldo. At this moment, Duario stepped forward, introducing each member to Bardock with an unwaveringly humble tone, devoid of any irritation for having waited so long, and refraining from uttering any disrespect despite being on the opposing side of the Saiyans. Duario's profound humility even softened Bardock's initial intent to provoke. Gazing upon the familiar quintet below, Bardock suddenly comprehended the rationale behind the Anti-Saiyan Alliance's audacity to confront him over the years. The Ginyu Force, a premier special forces unit under Frieza in the original Dragon Ball Z, boasted a formidable name, yet its highest combat prowess resided solely in its captain, Jinyu, who possessed a battle power of 120,000. His unique ability to swap bodies had been famously showcased during the Namek saga when he exchanged physiques with Goku. It was precisely Bardock's awareness of Jinyu's capacity that prompted him to prevent Pabugen from executing Jinyu upon entering. Indeed, the purple-skinned alien sprawled on the ground. Teetering on the brink of death was none other than Jinyu himself. King Bardock, I come on behalf of the Anti-Saiyan Alliance, representing a coalition of 36 planets to discuss the delineation of the Northern Galaxy region. As Bardock remained unresponsive to his overture, Duario continued, furthermore, we hope King Bardock will consider. Stop. I am willing to accept the unconditional surrender of your Anti-Saiyan Alliance. For the transgressions you have committed, I shall extend my clemency. Moreover, should you capitulate and timely present tributes annually, our Saiyan clan shall ensure the safety of your planets. Bardock firmly declared his refusal to engage in any negotiations, asserting that in the North Galaxy, only one voice truly held authority, his own. He had already shown remarkable forbearance by allowing the Anti-Saiyan Alliance to persist for this long. Should they choose not to surrender, he nonchalantly suggested they contemplate their fate. He ceased his discourse, believing his message was sufficiently clear. If Durallo remained oblivious or feigned ignorance, he could not blame Bardock for his impending ruthlessness. Your request, King Bardock, requires careful consideration before I can respond. Faced with Bardock's aggressive stance, Durallo wisely refrained from uttering words that might provoke him further and instead stood silently in contemplation. Do not claim I have not afforded you time to reflect. My own time is limited, 3 minutes. Durallo, provide your answer. Contrary to the notion that Bardock had allotted insufficient time, he believed he had been rather generous. After all, he perceived that Durallo's ultimate responses would boil down to 2 possibilities: unconditional surrender to the Anti-Saiyan Alliance, thus accepting his dominion, or a refusal to capitulate, resulting in annihilation at the hands of a Saiyan elite force of Bardock's choosing. It was as simple as that. Pabugen, enlighten me. Why did you choose to injure Jinyu? After addressing Durallo, Bardock shifted his gaze to Pabugen, who stood beside Paragus. In response to your absence, my king, this alien named Jinyu dared to insult you. Prompting my intervention to teach him a lesson, Pabugen replied in a subdued tone, having been called out by Bardock. Oh, is that so? Your answer is flawless. Bardock remarked with a playful smile, intrigued by Pabugen's response. Although Pabugen initially harbored dissatisfaction with Bardock's demeanor, Paragus found no fault in his answer. Yet, observing Bardock's enigmatic smile from the stands, Paragus sensed a disquieting shift in the atmosphere. Paragus, go and provide Jinyu with the Senza bean. I have questions for him. Bardock instructed, directing his gaze toward the near-death Jinyu below. As you command, King Bardock, Paragus replied obediently. Though perplexed by Bardock's decision to utilize a bean to save a seemingly insignificant alien, Paragus complied without hesitation. He understood that Bardock's actions were underpinned by a rationale he might not fully grasp. In essence, Paragus held an unwavering belief that anything Bardock stated or did was inherently correct. Any confusion he felt was merely a reflection of his own limited understanding. With that, Paragus drew a bean from his pocket and approached the nearby Jinyu. Although he was unaware of the exact nature of the bean Bardock referenced, both Pabugen and Durallo, along with others present, understood that should Paragus indeed offer a bean to Jinyu, it would likely spell trouble. Remarkably, Paragus maintained his composure, choosing not to act impulsively even as he drew closer to Jinyu. As he advanced, Pabugen and Durallo exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, yet they showed no inclination to intervene. Bardock resolved to intensify the situation and continued, I almost forgot to mention that this magical bean is a sacred remedy. Consuming just one will heal the wounds of the user and restore their spirit to its optimal state. Chapter 32, Super Saiyan Paragus, a sacred remedy? Upon hearing Bardock's words, Pabugen was drenched in cold sweat, lacking the courage to gamble on the truth of Bardock's claim. If Jinyu truly awakened, all would be lost. Attack. Pabugen, possessing the resolve to act decisively, issued the command just as Paragus was about to feed the magical bean to Jinyu. What are you doing? Paragus questioned, bewildered by Pabugen's shout from behind. Exchange. Pabugen called out loudly to Bardock, who was seated upon the throne. Yet, Bardock's speed surpassed Pabugen's imagination. No sooner had Pabugen uttered his words than Bardock's figure appeared below the stage, mere inches from Pabugen, ready to extinguish his life at any moment. Time froze. In a corner, Gudo suddenly held his breath, activating his superpower to momentarily pause time in the surrounding area. That was close. I never anticipated Bardock's speed could be so formidable, nearly allowing him to eliminate Captain Jinyu in an instant. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Gudo silently praised his own ability. Observing Bardock now positioned beside Pabzin, he realized that even if he were to release the time pause, Jinyu's exchange would not reach Bardock. Reluctantly, Gudo decided it would be best to assist Pabzin directly. Holding his breath, he swiftly approached Bardock. However, upon seeing Bardock, he still lacked the courage to confront him. Thus, Gudo shook his head and moved in front of Pabzin, preparing to help him turn around. Ensuring that Pabzin could execute the body exchange with Bardock the moment he released the time pause. Hush, don't speak, hold your breath, and do not release the time pause. Just as Gudo was about to act, he suddenly heard Bardock's voice from behind. Turning around, he realized that Bardock was unaffected by his time pause, instead standing there, observing him with amusement. This gaze from Bardock nearly caused Gudo to lose his breath and inadvertently release the time pause. Hold on for 10 seconds, or I shall end you. Bardock bestowed a benevolent smile upon Gudo. However, no matter how amicable Bardock appeared, Gudo perceived it as no different from the grin of a demon. Yet, the ability to pause time was Gudo's greatest trump card, which now seemed ineffective against Bardock. For the sake of his own safety, Gudo chose to comply with Bardock's instructions, believing that enduring the pause for just 10 seconds was within his capabilities. That's the spirit. Simply obey, Bardock replied with satisfaction before approaching the near-death Jinyu, who lay prostrate on the ground. With one hand, he lifted Jinyu and, with a leisurely demeanor, placed him before Pabzin, timing it perfectly to last precisely 10 seconds. Gudo's face flushed crimson as he struggled to maintain the time pause, which ultimately faltered, restoring normalcy to the surroundings. Exchange, Pabzin proclaimed, invoking his ability on Jinyu, who, after the body swap, found himself back in the form that had been nearly vanquished by Gudo, leaving him speechless with rage. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of invective against Gudo's treachery, he was instantly obliterated by the immense energy emanating from Bardock's hand. Well done, Captain. I never anticipated that the Saiyan King would be so inept. The plan is unfolding seamlessly. Although Riku and Guise were bewildered by the events transpiring on the battlefield, witnessing Bardock eliminate Jinyu, coupled with Gudo standing beside him, led them to believe that Jinyu had indeed completed the final step of the body exchange with Bardock. However, Bardo, the fastest member of the Jinyu force, sensed a disquieting shift in the atmosphere and swiftly retreated, hastening towards the exit of the Grand Hall. Bam! Bardock swiftly unleashed an energy blast, instantly obliterating the fleeing Bert. Captain Jinyu, how did you eliminate Bert? Raikum inquired, bewildered by Bert's sudden demise. You are still Bardock, not even swapped by Captain Jinyu. The astute JIS, observing the unfolding situation, remarked with clarity. Ah. You members of the Anti-Saiyan Alliance truly do not comprehend the peril you face, daring to ambush King Bardock. At a distance, Paragus finally emerged from his dazed state. Having overheard the conversation between Bardock and the others, he began to grasp the situation at hand. Gathering energy in both hands, he hurled 2 energy blasts toward the surviving Raikum and JIS. With a combined battle power of less than 100,000. They were utterly incapable of resistance and were effortlessly annihilated by Paragus. King Bardock, shall we spare the remaining Dwaro? Paragus, recalling Bardock's previous regard for the Kanasan, refrained from immediate action and chose instead to seek Bardock's counsel. Let us first hear Dwaro's response before proceeding. After Bardock concluded his exchange with Paragus, he turned to Durallo and said, 3 minutes have elapsed. Durallo, have you reached a decision? Will you yield or persist? You Scions are a band of executioners. In such a brief span, you have already taken 4 innocent lives. The Saiyan Alliance shall never capitulate to your nefarious forces. Phantom Fist, witnessing that among the 5 bodyguards he had brought, 4 had been swiftly eliminated and 1 had surrendered, Durallo realized that his own time was likely short. Consequently, he concentrated all his mental energy and, without hesitation, unleashed his ultimate move towards Paragus, who was advancing towards him. I concede that each of you Scions possesses formidable strength, yet when it comes to mental prowess, we Kanashans hold the upper hand. Bardock, your foremost general has now fallen victim to my ultimate technique, the illusory demon fist. It appears he is but a breath away from mental collapse. Dualuo, seeing the opportunity to drag Paragus down with him before his demise, could not help but stand there, laughing triumphantly. Oh, really? To my eyes, your illusory demon fist seems rather mediocre. Bardock did not choose to eliminate Dualuo immediately. Instead, he directed his gaze towards Paragus. In the chapter of Dragon Ball, Bardock's Tale, His combat power was only around 10,000. Despite being struck by Dualo's illusionary demon fist, he not only remained unscathed but also awakened the ability to foresee the future. Now, however, Paragus' combat power far exceeded his own from that time by a staggering 200 times. Even with diminished mental prowess, Paragus' strength was undoubtedly superior to Bardock's past self depicted in the original Dragon Ball, Bardock's tale, leaving Bardock unconcerned about him. Stop! Suddenly, Paragus, who had been standing quietly, uttered a perplexing phrase, and then his entire being erupted in golden flames, a formidable energy surging forth from within him. Upon witnessing this, Bardock realized that Paragus had attained the realm of Super Saiyan. Chapter 33. Time and Foreseeing the Future. Bardock King, you are still alive. How wonderful! Paragus exclaimed, his eyes glistening with joyous tears as he looked at Bardock. What have you experienced in the illusion that transformed you into a Super Saiyan? Bardock had never anticipated that Paragus would attain Super Saiyan status in such a manner. Nevertheless, he felt genuinely pleased for Paragus' achievement. In response to Bardock King, Paragus continued, I witnessed Vegeta ascend to the throne of our Saiyan clan within the illusion. When my son Broly was born, Vegeta, fearing Broly would pose a threat to his royal status, ordered his execution. When Frieza arrived to annihilate our Saiyan planet, the Saiyans, led by Vegeta, displayed cowardice and did not dare to engage in battle. At that time, you were merely an ordinary Saiyan with a combat power of 5,000. Yet you bravely stood up to confront Frieza for all Saiyans. However, you were still no match for Frieza. And I saw you and our planet succumb to his interstellar destruction, reduced to ashes. I could only watch helplessly as a mere spectator, which ignited my fury and led me to transform into a Super Saiyan. Paragus briefly recounted his experiences in the illusion. Upon listening, Bardock immediately understood that what Paragus had encountered was likely the ordinary narrative from the original Dragon Ball. Thus, Bardock deduced that Dualo's illusionary demon fist was not merely a simple illusion but harbored a power unknown to him. Dualo, do not claim that I have not given you a chance. Use all your strength and unleash your illusionary demon fist upon me. If the outcome pleases me, I shall grant you a more dignified demise. Since he did not grasp the essence on the first attempt, Bardock resolved to personally experience the unique nature of the Dualo illusion fist. In light of this, Bardock, are you prepared to embrace death? As for Paragus, not only did he survive, but he also transcended to Super Saiyan. Dualo attributed this to his hasty use of the illusion fist, which resulted in its insufficient power. Therefore, when Bardock voluntarily requested to be struck by the illusion fist, Dualo was determined to prepare thoroughly. Paragus, provide him with a healing beam. Bardock declared, as you command. King Bardock, Paragus placed a mystical beam into Dualo's hand. What do you mean by this, Bardock? Dualo questioned, bewildered by Bardock's actions. Consume this beam, and you shall be restored to your prime. Remember, Dualo, you have but one chance. Unleash your full power with the phantom magic fist upon me. Confidently, Bardock proclaimed that he was not intimidated by Dualo's phantom fist. Rather, he was only concerned about the potential effects of the phantom fist on his current self. The phantom fist. Dualo began to perform a series of peculiar movements, reciting an incomprehensible incantation. Time passed, and after what felt like an eternity, Dualo finally unleashed the prepared phantom fist towards Bardock. The moment the phantom fist struck Bardock, he immediately felt a powerful surge impacting his mental fortitude, awakening a dormant force within him. Earlier, when Gouda paused time, Bardock had sensed an unusual stirring within, an inexplicable surge of mental energy, which rendered Gula's time halt ineffective against him. Now, the sensation within Bardock was even more intense, guided by his mental strength. The mysterious force within him erupted with a sudden vigor. In an instant, countless fragments of memories cascaded through Bardock's mind, encapsulating the entirety of his existence. More precisely, the narrative of his life is portrayed in the original Dragon Ball storyline. As the images ceased, a new sequence began to unfold, depicting every experience Bardock had encountered from the moment of his birth to the present. Just as glimpses of Bardock's future were about to materialize, he suddenly sensed a profound depletion of his mental strength. Yet, at that very moment, the vision of the future abruptly halted, transforming into a vast reservoir of pure spiritual energy that continuously nourished Bardock's mental fortitude. At that moment, Bardock felt an unprecedented clarity within his mind. The spiritual essence of 2 lifetimes converged, culminating in the realization that the present Bardock was indeed the complete Bardock. Bardock, I just employed my foresight abilities. You must have glimpsed the fate that awaits you. This detestable tribe of Scions will inevitably confront the annihilation wrought by the frigid demons. Upon witnessing Bardock's eyes open, Duluo understood that his illusionary fist had likely inflicted little harm upon him. Nevertheless, Duluo remained confident that Bardock would perceive the contents embedded within the illusion. A crude attempt at sowing discord. Bardock, now disinterested in responding to Durallo's words, swiftly approached and delivered a decisive blow that pierced through Durallo's abdomen, eliminating him in an instant. Upon awakening from Durallo's illusionary demon fist, Bardock comprehended the latent power that had long resided within him. Time indeed, it was time. Although Bardock remained oblivious to the reason behind the existence of this temporal force within him, he sensed that it was only when the essence of his two lifetimes harmoniously fused that his internal power of time truly awakened. However, this temporal energy, having been influenced by Durallo's illusionary demon fist, had only partially manifested. Bardock could now merely grasp a nascent form of time, an ability to foresee the future. At this juncture, Durallo held no further value for Bardock. Moreover, Durallo's incessant shouting had become a source of irritation, prompting Bardock to swiftly extinguish him with a singular strike. As for Durallo's final words regarding the scenes he believed to have witnessed within the illusion, it is evident that Bardock refers to the segment in the Dragon Ball spin-off, Bardock, the father of Goku, where Frieza annihilates the Saiyan home planet. The purpose of this act was to incite a war between himself and the Frost demon race. Hence Bardock previously remarked that Dulla was merely a pawn in a clumsy scheme of provocation. Pabujan, let us give Dulla a proper burial, for objectively speaking, our Saiyan clan indeed owes him a debt of gratitude. Bardock issued commands to Pabujan, which was also the reason he had refrained from obliterating Duollo with an energy blast. After all, Duollo's emergence had not only transformed Paragus into a Super Saiyan, but had also granted Bardock the ability to foresee the future. Individuals like Duollo, who embody altruism, are rare, and Bardock felt compelled to honor him with a proper farewell. At your command, King Bardock. Pabujan, having just recovered from the shadows of being swamped by Jinyu, quickly grasped Bardock's orders and lifted Duollo's lifeless form, heading outside. Chapter 34. The Exiled Son of Destiny Paragus. Do not move. Allow me to glimpse your future. With a nascent mastery over his foresight, Bardock was eager to experiment. Paragus, bewildered, gazed as Bardock placed his hand upon his head yet remained still. Is my future so bleak, King Bardock? Time passed, and as Paragus felt Bardock's hand linger, the latter's expression darkened, stirring unease within him. Oh, it's nothing. Your future is quite promising. Bardock, with an awkward smile, beckoned the trembling Gudo. Come here. I shall reveal your future. At your command, King Bardock. Gudo, relieved that Bardock had not chosen to eliminate him immediately, eagerly knelt before Bardock. As Bardock placed his hand on Gudo's head, he bore a similarly furrowed brow, which startled the kneeling Gudo. Sai, you ought to stick with me. Otherwise, you might find yourself in peril at any moment. Bardock sighed, addressing Gudo. Yes, yes. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to King Bardock. Should I harbor any treachery, may I meet a wretched end. Gudo's heart soared with joy, as long as he survived. The conditions here seemed far superior to those under Frieza. King Bardock, I understand that knowledge of the future is not to be divulged lightly. Could you perhaps offer me a hint? At this moment, Paragus inched closer to Bardock, whispering into his ear. Truth be told, I didn't see any future at all. I was merely jesting with you, huh? How could such a gift as foreseeing the future possibly exist in this world? Bardock chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond further to Paragus's inquiries. In truth, Bardock was unable to glimpse the future that awaited Paragus. Even the fate of Kakarot eluded his vision. Bardock can distinctly sense his ability to foresee the future. However, each vision he perceives remains shrouded in ambiguity, rendering it utterly indistinct. This power seems rather taxing. In his heart, Bardock silently scoffed. As for disappointment, he felt none, for he had never harbored lofty expectations regarding his ability to foresee the future. Destiny. Bardock preferred to wield in his own hands. The future is never immutable. Knowing too much can render one paralyzed, while the unknown holds far greater intrigue, does it not? Let us return and check on Kakarot and Broly. I always feel a twinge of unease with that rascal Tomas taking care of the children. With nothing pressing on either side, Bardock decided to visit Kakarot, or more precisely, to ascertain whether his foresight could indeed be of benefit to Kakarot. After all, who asked you to tag along? Remain here and await my return while I contemplate how to deal with you. As Bardock escorted Paragus to the entrance of the Grand Hall, he noticed that Gudo still had intentions of following them. Immediately, Bardock rebuked him. Indeed, indeed. Bardock is the king. I shall not pursue you further, but will await your return to address my matters. At that moment, Gudo stood at the entrance of the royal palace like a slighted paramour, gazing intently at Bardock and Paragus as they departed, utterly motionless. Both Bardock and Paragus understood the value of time. If they could fly, they would not walk. In less than a minute, they reached the hospital. Although they claimed to be there to see their son, they instinctively decided to first visit the medical room to check on their wives. Upon pushing open the door to the medical room, they were taken aback to find that neither Jine nor Nallery was present, and even the caretaker, Celiba, whom Bardock had assigned to look after them, was absent. Having just given birth less than an hour ago, where could the two possibly be? A capitalized question mark hovered over Bardock's head. Sensing Jine's presence, he discovered that both she and Nallery were in the special infant care room. What on earth were they doing wandering about? Bardock casually remarked as he led Paragus towards the premium infant room, where they happened upon chilled and gnarly amusing Kakarot inside. Bardock couldn't help but admire the remarkable physical prowess of the Scions. Before him, Kine and Nallery appeared utterly unfazed, devoid of any signs of having recently given birth. Bardock, you have arrived, Kine exclaimed. Salutations, King Bardock, Nallery added. Where are Toma and Celiba? And why is Broly absent as well? Bardock inquired. Noting the absence of anyone else in the elite infant chamber apart from Kine, Nallery, and the infant pod containing Kakarot, Toma took Broly out to play, and Celiba went to fetch Raditz, who has just returned from his travels, Kine replied. Approaching Kakarot's infant pod, Bardock opened the hatch and swiftly lifted Kakarot into his arms. Bardock, wait. Kakarot's constitution cannot withstand the gravity of planet Bardock. Bardock's actions truly startled Jine, prompting her to immediately voice her objections. No, she exclaimed. With that, Bardock harnessed the energy within him to envelop Kakarot, shielding his body from the gravitational pull of planet Vegeta. Placing his hand upon Kakarot's head, Bardock endeavored to utilize his ability to foresee the future. The images remained shrouded in a haze, but just as Bardock was about to relinquish hope, the indistinct visions began to sharpen, revealing glimpses of Kakarot's destiny within Bardock's mind. Kakarot arrived on a cerulean planet aboard a Scion spacecraft, where he was taken in by a martial artist named Son Gohan, who bestowed upon him the name Son Goku. Following an incident that caused Kakarot to bump his head, his mischievous demeanor transformed. Thus, on a planet marked by the 4-star Dragon Ball, a spirited girl ignited Kakarot's, now Son Goku's, journey down a path of exhilarating adventure. The visions in Bardock's mind once again became indistinct, yet this was sufficient, for he knew that his son would lead a life of immense joy on Earth. Paragus, you and Nallery may step outside for a moment. I have something to discuss with Kine, Bardock said to Paragus behind him. As you command, King Bardock. After replying, Paragus took Nala's hand and walked out of the elite infant room, closing the door behind him. Jine, I wish to discuss Kakarot with you. As you have observed, Kakarot's constitution is utterly incompatible with life on planet Bardock. He hesitated for a moment before finally speaking to Jine. Bardock, please do not continue. I understand. May I stay with Kakarot for just one more day? Just one day, and then we can send Kakarot away tomorrow? Having lived with Bardock for so long, Jine was undoubtedly the one who understood him best. With merely a glance, she could discern the meaning behind Bardock's words. Jine, this is the only solution I could conceive. I intend to send Kakarot to Earth. The gravity on Earth is 10 times lighter than that of our planet Bardock, making it perfectly suitable for Kakarot's existence. Moreover, in the visions I have foreseen, only Earth is the ideal environment for Kakarot's upbringing. Therefore, should you wish to see Kakarot again, you may bring him back once he reaches adulthood. Bardock comforted Jine, saying, Yes, Jine, I understand. This is all for Kakarot's sake. May I spend some time with Kakarot now? Jine, holding Kakarot tightly, did not let go, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 35. Broly's Rampage. Father, Mother, what has happened? Raditz, who had just arrived, observed Jine weeping while cradling Kakarot and, confused, inquired of Bardock. Go inside and keep your mother company for a while. Bardock instructed Raditz as he stepped out of the special infant chamber. Bardock stood silently in the infant chamber, gazing at the ceiling, his heart heavy with the profound sorrow of sending his son away to a foreign land, a sentiment that few could truly comprehend. Bardock, the king. After a considerable silence, Paragus, who had been standing beside Bardock, finally broke the stillness. What is it? Bardock replied, momentarily interrupted from his tender recollections of cherished moments with Jine and Raditz. turning his displeased gaze toward Paragus. "My king, have you sensed a formidable malevolent presence looming over planet Bardock?" Paragus inquired earnestly. Upon hearing Paragus's query, Bardock immediately extended his perception and indeed recognized the sudden emergence of this sinister energy on their planet. This malevolence exuded considerable strength, boasting a battle power of 110,000, while the opposing force, identified as Toma, possessed a battle power of 150,000. Bardock chuckled, utterly unconcerned by the malevolent aura of 1,100,000. After all, the Bardock planet of today is far removed from its former self. King Bardock, I fear that Broly, being with Toma, may be in peril, considering this is a clash of combat powers at the million level, Paragus expressed with concern. Indeed, your worries are not unfounded. Here is what we shall do. Paragus, you must go directly and look after Broly. Additionally, bring back the one responsible for this sinister aura. I am quite eager to discover who dares to wreak havoc on my Bardock planet. After a moment of contemplation, Bardock issued his command to Paragus. Understood, King Bardock. I shall set forth immediately. With that, Paragus prepared to act. Wait a moment, why does this malevolent aura resemble Broly's so closely? Bardock meticulously compared the sinister aura with the memories etched in his mind, realizing that only Broly's presence resonated with such malevolence. Could it be? King Bardock pondered. Broly is but an infant. How could he possibly possess a battle power of 1,100,000? At that moment, Nallery, standing beside him, voiced her apprehensions. Indeed, King Bardock, you must be mistaken. Paragus inquired further. He had not forgotten Bardock's earlier contemplation of confronting this malevolent entity, silently praying that this individual was not his own son, Broly. While it might be hard to believe that an ordinary Saiyan could unleash a battle power of 1,100,000 at birth when it comes to Broly, I would wholeheartedly accept it, for he is the legendary Super Saiyan. Bardock firmly asserted, the legendary Super Saiyan? A warrior who appears once every millennium. Is that not you? King Bardock? Upon hearing Bardock's words, Paragus gazed at him in astonishment, clearly having heard tales of the legendary Super Saiyan himself, internally scoffing at the absurdity. Bardock replied to Paragus, let us discuss this matter later. For now, we must go and see. After all, Broly is the prophesied Super Saiyan. And in the absence of transformation from Toma, it would be exceedingly difficult to subdue Broly in a short span of time. As you command, King Bardock. Paragus responded. Sensing the whereabouts of Toma and Broly, Bardock and Pabugen took to the skies at full speed, leaving Celebi and Nallery behind. As they flew, they beheld the surrounding city reduced to ruins due to the clash between Broly and Pabugen. Fortunately, the evacuation had been timely, preventing any casualties. Not a single Saiyan dared to witness the battle, a fact Bardock understood well. After all, the legendary Super Saiyan's very bloodline could suppress ordinary Saiyans. Even Bardock himself felt a twinge of fear from the violent and malevolent aura emanating from Broly. Yet, more than fear, there was an indomitable fighting spirit within him. Bardock recognized that this was merely a suppression of bloodline. In terms of raw combat power, a single strike from Bardock could easily vanquish Broly. Toma, how did you end up fighting Broly? Seeing that the situation remained manageable, Bardock was in no rush to resolve the rampaging Broly and instead addressed Toma with calmness. In response to your query, King Bardock, I was merely teasing Broly. Who could have anticipated that this young lad would take offense and come at me? Toma recounted, deftly dodging Broly's attacks in midair. During my encounters with Broly, I sensed his combat power steadily increasing. I refrained from swiftly subduing him, intending to observe the limits of his power growth. To my astonishment, Broly's strength surged from 100 to 11,000 in but a moment, leading to this transformation we see now. As Toma navigated Broly's relentless assaults, he lamented, his pupils have vanished, his grass-green hair stands wild, and his muscles have swollen. His physique is vastly more formidable than before. Truly, he embodies the very essence of the legendary Super Saiyan. Bardock gazed at Broly in the sky, a quiet chuckle escaping his lips. He never anticipated that Broly's current transformation could bestow upon him a 100-fold increase in combat prowess. However, it appeared that he had completely lost his sanity. Broly now fought solely on instinct. Bardock observed Broly's current condition while internally analyzing the situation. Toma, it is imperative that we conclude this battle. Broly's body has reached its critical threshold. If he continues to sustain his Super Saiyan transformation, he risks inflicting harm upon himself. Noticing the alarming signs, Bardock addressed Toma. At your command, King Bardock. Upon receiving Bardock's order, Toma unleashed his full battle power of 1,500,000, intending to decisively defeat Broly. With a roar, spurred by Toma's overwhelming aura, Broly's power surged dramatically, skyrocketing from 1,100,000 to 1,500,000. King Bardock, may I transform into my great ape form? Toma inquired, acknowledging the formidable increase in Broly's battle power, which left him feeling genuinely overwhelmed. Under normal circumstances, Toma, as an ordinary Saiyan, would stand no chance against Broly, a legendary Super Saiyan. Moreover, Toma was continually subjected to the bloodline suppression emanating from Broly. Achieving 80% of his full potential was already quite commendable. Yes, Bardock also recognized the awkward predicament that Toma currently found himself in. Thus, after speaking, Bardock deliberately released an artificial moon into the sky. Chapter 36, Golden Frisia. With a piercing, inhuman hell directed at the artificial moon above, Toma underwent his transformation into a beastly form. At that moment, Broly instinctively lifted his head, yet his body remained unchanged. Indeed, it appeared that the transformation into a great ape was unattainable for the Super Saiyan. Or perhaps it could be said that the Super Saiyan form represented an evolution that combined the great ape transformation with the full activation of the inner rage factor. To describe it as evolution might be fitting, yet the term devolution seems more appropriate. As Bardock gazed at the artificial moon, realizing its ineffectiveness against the Super Saiyan Broly, he pondered silently within himself. Currently, the savage factor coursing through my veins is merely at 20%. Although I can still undergo transformation into a great ape while in a berserk state, the cumulative enhancement of my power surely pales in comparison to that of the Super Saiyan transformation. No, it is more accurate to assert that the great ape transformation is the simplest method to activate the savage factor within me. The reason I resort to both the berserk state and the great ape transformation is that my savage factor has been sufficiently activated. Connecting the savage factor, great ape transformation, and Super Saiyan transformation, Bardock's thoughts began to flourish. Does it imply that once the savage factor within my body reaches a full 100% and is entirely activated, every Saiyan would be capable of achieving the Super Saiyan transformation? A sudden inspiration struck Bardock's mind. During his contemplation, the battle between Toma and Broly reached its conclusion. The outcome being abundantly clear, Toma emerged victorious. Approaching, Paragus lifted Broly, who appeared exhausted and worn. Immediately, he administered a senzu bean to Broly. Upon consumption, Broly regained his alertness, exhibiting no further signs of uncontrollable rage, which relieved Paragus greatly. The rapid increase in Broly's combat power, now at 15,000, seemed somewhat excessive. Furrowing his brow, Bardock observed Broly's current strength and sensed something amiss. Isn't it a good thing that Broly's combat power is escalating so quickly? Paragus remarked, having noticed Broly's breakthrough. Yet, before he could revel in this achievement, Bardock doused him with a cold truth. Broly's mental fortitude was still too fragile, insufficient to master the ferocious instincts within him, thereby hindering his ability to control the transformation into Super Saiyan. This lack of control resulted in his berserk state upon transformation, relying solely on instinctive physicality in battle. Paragus, cease your instruction on enhancing Broly's combat power for now. Let us first focus on cultivating his mental strength. Once Broly can ensure he retains his sanity during his Super Saiyan transformation, we shall then proceed to develop his combat prowess. Bardock articulated his vision for Broly's future training regimen. However, King Bardock, what of Broly's combat prowess? Would he not be overshadowed by his peers? After a brief moment of hesitation, Paragus found himself, for the first time in history, questioning Bardock's command. It is unlikely, given Broly's innate aptitude for surpassing limits. Even in the absence of rigorous training, his combat strength would naturally augment with the passage of time. Not only would he not fall behind, but his prowess is likely to position him as a paragon among the new generation of Saiyans. The crux of Broly's dilemma lies in his insufficient mental fortitude. Bardock elucidated to Paragus. Bardock recollects all the intricacies of Broly's storyline from the Dragon Ball movie. Broly, who has never undergone training since childhood, grew up under the oppressive control of Paragus. Even in his untrained state, during his transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan, he possesses the formidable ability to overpower Goku and his companions, who have honed their skills over many years. This stark contrast highlights the terrifying potential of Broly's legendary Super Saiyan lineage. Had he maintained his sanity during the transformation, Bardock believes that Broly's latent power could rival that of a warrior with a battle strength of 50,000, such as Reggie's. as everything rests upon Bardock's command, Paragus. Upon hearing that there is no harm to Broly, naturally expresses no dissent toward Bardock's plans. Although he does not fully comprehend the extent of his son's legendary Super Saiyan prowess, Paragus recognizes its extraordinary nature. Indeed, it is impressively formidable. Paragus, you should first take Broly to Nala. I trust that with his mother, Broly's emotions will remain stable. After that, come back to the main hall to meet me. I must return to address matters concerning Gudo. Toma, let us depart. Having concluded the matter concerning Broly, Bardock proceeded to issue his next command. As for the wreckage left in the city, he knew that others would soon arrive to address the situation, leaving Bardock free from concern. As you command, King Bardock. Paragus replied. Bardock soared back to the royal palace alongside Toma. To his surprise, Gudo, ever obedient, remained steadfast at the entrance of the grand hall. Just as he had been instructed, King Bardock, you have returned. Upon witnessing Bardock and Toma descend from the skies, Gudo hurried over to greet them, resembling a sycophant in his eagerness. Come in, I have questions for you, Bardock commanded as he ascended to his throne, surveying Gudo from his elevated position. Is it true that Frieza has not perished? In response, Gudo relayed, Indeed, my king. Frieza did not die after you inflicted grave wounds upon him 3 years ago. He merely exhibited faint signs of life. He drifted through the cosmos for an extended period until he was rescued by his father, Cold. Following the recovery of his injuries, Frieza was sent to his brother, Cooler, for augmentation. Now, Frieza's combat prowess surpasses what it once was. 2 years ago, he infiltrated the Galactic Patrol and seized control of the entire organization, as well as the Northern Galaxy King. The Anti-Scion Alliance was formed under Frieza's orders through the Northern Galaxy King, aimed at stalling the Scion's efforts to unify the Northern Galaxy. Realizing that he had already pledged allegiance to Bardock, Gudo decided to divulge everything he knew without reservation. Frieza's power has indeed grown more formidable. It is intriguing. Has he undergone any transformations, perhaps mastering the fifth form? Or has he been transformed into a mechanical version of himself? Bardock mused, recalling the training process of the Frost Demon clan. In reply, Gudo described Frieza's current state. Now, Frieza radiates a brilliant golden aura and claims to have attained the legendary status of the Frost Demon clan, achieving the form of the Golden Demon. Gudo reminisced about Frieza's audacious demeanor as he conveyed this information to Bardock. Golden Frieza, you say? Upon hearing this, Bardock was immediately struck by 3 profound questions. It seemed implausible that Frieza could have achieved the golden form during his time in Hell without any rigorous training. Chapter 37, Kakarot sent to Earth. Regardless of whether Frieza had reached the golden state, once I resolve matters concerning Kakarot, I shall personally pay a visit to the Galactic Patrol headquarters to teach Frieza a lesson. Having firmly established his upcoming plans in his mind, Bardock then inquired of Gudo, what could Frieza possibly want at the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Surely, it cannot merely be an attempt to exert force and dominate the Galactic Patrol. Moreover, considering Gillis' ability to manipulate time, even if Frieza were to seize control of the Galactic Patrol headquarters by force, rescuing the North Galaxy King should be a trivial endeavor. The truth is that Frieza intended to eliminate Gilly, who had been an undercover agent within his ranks, and to rescue Ace, who was imprisoned in the Galactic Patrol's jail. However, Frieza failed to locate Gilly, as the North Galaxy King mentioned that Gilly was traveling through space and his return was uncertain. The strongest among the North Galaxy King's subordinates was the elite warrior Jack from the Galactic Patrol headquarters, yet he fell swiftly to Jinyu without even landing a blow. Gudo continued to address Bardock's inquiries. Ace? Frieza's son? What could have led to his imprisonment in the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Bardock then inquired. Is this due to Ace being encased in ice aboard Frieza's ship? After your last victory over Frieza, King Bardock, the undercover operative Gilly, who had been infiltrating Frieza's forces, captured Ace and brought him back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, where he has since been imprisoned by the King of the Northern Galaxy. Gudo elaborated. Is the King of the Northern Galaxy truly so foolish as to dare imprison Ace? Such ignorance is staggering. Does he not fear the devastation Ace might unleash upon the Galactic Patrol headquarters once freed from his icy prison? Bardock silently commended the intellect of the North Galaxy King. Truly a rarity among the foolish. One must ponder how such a mind could ascend to the throne of the North Galaxy. Bardock King, do you think it possible that the North Galaxy King dispatched Geely to take away Ace, merely to avoid offending the Ice Demon clan? Simultaneously, by having Geely rescue our Scion race, he could save face for us, allowing the North Galaxy King to navigate this situation without alienating either party. In a moment of unexpected clarity, the usually muscle-bound Toma articulated an analysis of the current predicament. While it is not without merit, it matters little. An Ice Demon clan does not warrant our concern. The origins of this matter are no longer significant. When I confront Frisia, all answers shall be revealed. A sneer graced Bardock's lips, for he held unwavering confidence in himself and the overall strength of the Saiyan race. So, what is the meaning of Frisia sending you insignificant beings here? Is it merely to demonstrate his authority? Bardock posed the final question that lingered in his heart. After all, it was inconceivable that Frisia would truly send Jinyu to exchange bodies with him. If Jinyu possessed such formidable strength, Frisia would undoubtedly be the first to desire a body swap, given Frisia's cultivation over the past 2 years. The day when Ezer would break free from his constraints was drawing near. Thus, Frisia intended to dispatch Jinyu under the pretext of persuading Bardock to visit the Galactic Patrol headquarters personally, all while conspiring with Ezer to confront Bardock. However, Jinyu, in his overreaching ambition, sought to usurp Bardock's body, leading to the earlier scene. Gudu replied, Paragus, please arrange a place for Gudu. I will first check on Jine. Having acquired the knowledge he sought, Bardock commanded Paragus as he arrived. As you wish, King Bardock. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Paragus promptly escorted Gudu away, accompanied by Toma. Bardock soared towards the hospital. Bardock, I've made my decision. Since parting is for Kakarot's sake, let us bid farewell today without delay. Upon reaching the hospital, Jine had ceased her tears, though the remnants of sorrow were still evident on her face. Father, must we truly send my brother away? Raditz inquired, clinging to Bardock's leg. Indeed, Earth is the best sanctuary for Kakarot. Kneeling down, Bardock gently patted Raditz's small head as he explained. But if we send him to Earth, will his future combat prowess not be diminished? Raditz asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. What is it, Raditz? Would you disdain your brother simply because his future fighting ability may be less formidable? Bardock retorted, not at all. Regardless of how weak my brother may become in the future, I shall always ensure his protection. Shaking his head, Raditz confidently assured Bardock. Haha. I find great satisfaction in your sentiments. As for Kakarot's future, I believe he may not only match your strength, but perhaps even surpass me, his father. Bardock reminisced about the appearance of the future deity, playfully jesting with Raditz. Even if my younger brother's strength were to surpass mine in the future, it would undoubtedly reflect my own negligence in training as an elder brother. However, to suggest that he could ever surpass our father's power is simply inconceivable. Raditz shook his head in defiance. With a light chuckle, Bardock chose not to pursue Raditz's retort but instead addressed his companion, Chi-Chi, saying, Let us proceed and bid farewell to Kakarot together. Indeed, Chi-Chi nodded in agreement. As Bardock opened Kakarot's infant pod, he enveloped the child in his energy and soared into the skies alongside Chi-Chi. King Bardock, the spaceship is prepared and will ensure the safe passage of His Highness. The second prince, to Earth, Dr. Mew, who had been awaiting their arrival with the spacecraft, promptly greeted them. Although Bardock and Chi-Chi were perplexed by the timing set for the following day, they brought Kakarot today, yet Dr. Mew wisely refrained from inquiring further. Your Majesty Bardock, the spaceship's systems are all configured. You merely need to place His Highness inside and press the start button, Dr. Mew stated as he opened the spacecraft's hatch. Gently, Bardock placed Kakarot into the vessel, and at that moment, the young prince awoke from his slumber, his eyes wide with confusion as he gazed up at Bardock. Bardock remained silent, gazing intently at Kakarot as he sealed the hatch of the spacecraft. Remember, once we reach Earth, do not gaze at the full moon. He gently cautioned Kakarot from within the vessel. A mother's worries extend across vast distances. Kakarot was not merely traveling thousands of miles, but venturing to Earth, located at the far reaches of the galaxy. With a resounding boom, the spacecraft surged into the sky, hurtling towards the boundless expanse of the universe. Next, it was time to visit the Galactic Patrol headquarters and ascertain the source of Frisia's audacity, for he dared to confront me with such reckless confidence. As he watched the spacecraft vanish into the horizon, Bardock firmly resolved his next course of action. Chapter 38, The Sensationalist Frisia King Bardock. We shall arrive at the Galactic Patrol headquarters in 10 minutes, Paragus reported as he entered the Royal Spacecraft's lounge. Is that so? We are finally nearing our destination, Bardock responded. Bardock turned to instruct Raditz and Broly beside him. You two will be responsible for dealing with Frisia's minions when the time comes. There is no need for you to concern yourselves with anything else. Understood, Father, Raditz replied with a nod, and Broly beside him followed suit. Given that Broly had only recently been born, Bardock's expectations were not high. It sufficed that he could comprehend the meaning of his words. After sending Kakarot away, Bardock spent a week accompanying Jine until her spirits began to lift. Only then did he set off for the Galactic Patrol headquarters. During this week, Paragus had been imparting fundamental knowledge about the Scions to Broly. Although Broly was too young to speak, he was still able to understand the words of Paragus. This time, Bardock brought along Paragus, Raditz, Broly, and Raditz's subordinate, Nappa. As for the reason he did not bring more individuals, it was because Bardock felt there was absolutely no necessity for it. After all, the purpose of this visit was merely to confront Frieza. Moreover, Bardock's home planet required guardianship as well. Bardock intended to confront Frieza himself, and with Paragus having just mastered the Super Saiyan form, a battle was undoubtedly necessary for practice. In Bardock's eyes, Ace was the most fitting opponent. As for Raditz and Broly, Bardock wished to expose them to the world, given their combat prowess. It would suffice for them to hone their skills against Frieza's minions. Nab, on the other hand, was brought along solely because he was Raditz's loyal companion. As he was capable of piloting a spaceship, 10 minutes passed, a duration that was neither excessively long nor exceedingly short, while Bardock and the others engaged in conversation. As Bardock and his companions emerged from the spacecraft, their bodies, enhanced by the ferocious factor, enabled both Bardock and Broly to thrive effortlessly in the vacuum of space. In contrast, Paragus, Raditz, and Nappa required breathing apparatuses to venture outside the vessel. The Galactic Patrol headquarters spaceship was indeed colossal, rivaling the size of planet Bardock, indicating the advanced technology possessed by the Galactic Patrol. Upon exiting the spacecraft and gazing at the Galactic Patrol headquarters in the distance, Bardock expressed his thoughts and then summoned Paragus, instructing, "Paragus, present Frieza with a greeting gift." "At your command, King Bardock," Paragus replied, instantly comprehending the implication of a greeting gift. In an instant, a shockwave coalesced in his hand, and without hesitation, he launched it towards the Galactic Patrol headquarters. The notion of courtesy before aggression? Apologies, for Bardock believed that such customs had no place among Scions. He rather favored the principle of aggression preceding courtesy. In his view, Paragus had already shown considerable respect by not transforming into a Super Saiyan at that moment. "Father, do you think Bardock will still come here after all this time?" At the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Frieza sat across from Ace, who held a glass of red wine. "It matters not whether he arrives or not. During this time spent instructing you, I have discovered an effective method to counter the Saiyan transformation. In a one-on-one confrontation, I am confident that Bardock would not stand a chance against me. In a few days, if Jinyu has not succeeded in luring Bardock here, we shall set forth to obliterate the Saiyan homeworld," Frieza declared, shaking his half-filled wine glass with confidence. "Then I shall preemptively toast to your success in annihilating the Saiyan race and reclaiming dominion over the northern galaxy," Ace proclaimed, raising his glass to clink with Frieza's. However, just as Frieza and Ace prepared to partake in their celebratory drink, Paragus's shockwave struck. Do not inquire why Paragus's aim was so precise. Both Frieza and Ace were unable to conceal their energies. The moment Paragus exited the spacecraft, he pinpointed Frieza and Ace's exact locations, rendering them akin to living targets. If he had missed, it would have been more fitting for him to collide with a block of tofu. In the face of the sudden shockwave, Ace stepped forward to intercept it. The shockwave, generated by Paragus's 2 million power level, posed no significant threat to Ace, which was precisely why he chose to block it. Otherwise, had the shockwave continued unimpeded, it could have punctured the Galactic Patrol headquarters spacecraft entirely. Bardock, as he gazed through the gaping void created by the Paragus shockwave, Frieza immediately caught sight of Bardock, suspended in the vastness of outer space. Observing the unwavering confidence etched upon Bardock's lips, Frieza could no longer contain the fury that simmered within him, propelling himself outward in a fit of rage. Ah ha ha ha. Upon witnessing Frieza's resplendent form, adorned in a dazzling golden hue, Bardock's previously serious demeanor crumbled, and he erupted into laughter directed at Frieza, who was not far off. However, Frieza was taken aback by Bardock's hearty mirth, feeling utterly bewildered. This was not at all how he had envisioned the scenario unfolding. "Bardock, you need to comprehend this. My current combat power stands at 300 million. 300 million, do you understand? A whole 300 million. Frieza unabashedly unleashed the full extent of his power, hoping to instill some semblance of pressure upon Bardock, even if it meant silencing his relentless laughter. 300 million. Upon sensing the formidable aura emanating from Frieza, everyone present, aside from Bardock, was left in a state of shock, utterly unprepared for the sheer terror of Frisia's current prowess. Just 300 million combat power. Was this the confidence that led Frisia to brandish the title of the Golden Demon? Bardock suppressed a chuckle as he beheld Frisia, whose entire body was evidently subjected to mechanical augmentation. He nearly burst into laughter once more. Frisia, you sensationalist. Is this so-called Golden Demon merely a reference to the fact that the metallic materials used in your bodily enhancements are all adorned in the hue of gold? Bardock chuckled once more. Indeed, the current appearance of Frisia bears a striking resemblance to that of the mechanical Frisia from the android saga of the original Dragon Ball Z. If one were to insist on identifying a distinction, it would be that the mechanical components adorning Frisia are fashioned from a golden material. Chapter 39. The Battle Begins. Laugh. Bardock, go ahead and laugh. Soon enough, this king shall render you incapable of even that. Frisia bellowed in a fit of rage. Oh, pray tell, Frisia, from whence does this enigmatic confidence of yours derive? Observing Frisia teetering on the brink of fury, Bardock gradually tempered his mirth, posing the question with a hint of amusement. With that, Bardock unleashed the full extent of his energy, boasting a battle power of 20 million. I have discovered an effective means to counter your transformation into a Saiyan ape. By annihilating the artificial moons you Saions create, your ape-like state shall dissipate. Upon noting Bardock's battle power of merely 20 million, Frisia's initial impatience evaporated, replaced by a profound sense of assurance. With his rudimentary grasp of mathematics, Frisia deduced that even if Bardock were to transform, his battle power would merely reach 200 million, far beneath Frisia's own capabilities. What method of countering might that be? Frisia's burgeoning confidence piqued Bardock's curiosity, prompting him to gather energy in his palm and hurl an artificial moon into the sky. Whoosh! A beam of energy shot forth, instantly obliterating the artificial moon Bardock had just cast. Ah, quite impressive. Let us see another one. Witnessing the swift destruction of his artificial moon at Frisia's hands, Bardock couldn't help but applaud. It appears Frisia has indeed honed his reflexes in preparation to defeat me. As he spoke, Bardock conjured another artificial moon with both hands, launching it into the air once more. Yet again, it met with the same fate. Swiftly annihilated by Frisia's energy beam. Undeterred, Bardock continued to summon artificial moons, but none could rival the speed of Frisia's onslaught. It seems, Frisia, your reaction time has improved exponentially since 3 years ago. Truly remarkable progress. Observing that his own capacity to create artificial moons lagged behind Frisia's destructive capabilities, Bardock's eyes glimmered with surprise as he lauded Frisia's advancements. Clap, clap, clap. Behind Bardock, the Pelagas clapped in unison, applauding Frisia's performance. Setting aside other matters, the fireworks that erupted following Frisia's destruction of Bardock's artificial moon were indeed spectacular. Bardock, how dare you mock the great king? Frisia exclaimed, finally regaining his composure upon witnessing the fearless expressions of Bardock and his companions. The thought of having been led around like a fool by Bardock ignited a fiery rage within him, prompting him to yell, "What if you jest? Given your current combat prowess, you hardly stir the flames of my fighting spirit. I previously believed you had truly ascended to the realm of the affluent. Yet, it turns out you are merely a mechanical modification, a slight enhancement from your former state of mediocrity." Bardock shook his head, expressing the thoughts that lay deep within his heart. Before arriving, Bardock harbored aspirations of engaging in a fierce contest with Golden Frisia. However, upon discovering that he was merely confronted by mechanical Frisia, a profound sense of disappointment enveloped him. After all, every Saiyan harbors an innate desire to battle formidable foes. Although Bardock is equally adept at vanquishing weaker opponents. "Father, do you require my assistance in joining forces?" Below, Ace silently flew to Frisia's rear, sensing the gravity of Frisia's expression, and could not help but propose a suggestion for a collective assault. "Only 20 million? Father, is this truly the extent of Bardock's capabilities? How feeble! I could easily handle this with one hand." As Ace turned to gauge Bardock's current fighting power, he began to question whether Frisia's earlier caution had been excessively exaggerated. It would be wise to remain cautious. These Saions possess methods to conceal their true combat strength, and I cannot ascertain the actual magnitude of Bardock's power at present. Frisia promptly intervened to prevent Ace's impulsive actions, cautioning him with vigilance. After all, Bardock's current display of confidence had indeed unsettled Frisia, stripping away the earlier self-assurance he had once possessed. "Frisia, could it be that you were genuinely intimidated by me? I would not hesitate to disclose that for the past 3 years, my primary focus has been the cultivation of my mental fortitude. resulting in only a marginal increase in my combat power, which truly stands at a mere 20 million. Bardock did not conceal anything and candidly informed Frisia. This was not due to his ignorance of the significance of combat power. Rather, it was somewhat impractical for a Saiyan to train alone in isolation to enhance their fighting prowess without engaging in battle. Have we not observed that in the future, protagonists like Goku and his companions always train in pairs, achieving monumental breakthroughs only in the face of formidable foes? Bardock, however, found himself in solitude during his training. For among the Saiyans, the second strongest was merely Paragus, boasting a combat power of 2 million. If defeating weaker opponents could indeed elevate one's combat power, then the Saiyans in the original narrative would not have been so woefully inadequate when Frisia obliterated planet Vegeta. After all, the Saiyan constitution embodies the principle that the stronger the adversary, the stronger they become. Furthermore, 3 years prior, Bardock's combat power was a mere 6 million. In the span of 3 years, he believed it commendable to elevate his strength to 20 million through solitary practice. However, mental fortitude differed significantly. Saiyan's mental power is such that, without proactive training, it would not increase even with elevated combat prowess. Otherwise, they would not lose their rationality during transformation into their grade 8 forms. Bardock's primary focus on enhancing his mental power was to ensure he retained his reason amidst the fury of battle. Moreover, he discerned that the temporal abilities he now wielded required formidable mental strength for mastery. Father, if what Bardock claims is true, then even in his transformed state, he would not stand a chance against you, Ace whispered to Frisia. Very well, I shall first deal with Bardock. You ensure that every Saiyan he has brought along is eliminated without exception. Frisia felt that it would be rather humiliating to be subdued by Bardock, who possessed only 2 million in combat power. Thus, he resolved to take direct action. Coincidentally, Bardock adhered to the principle of decisive action over idle talk. Having waited impatiently for long enough while Frisia dallied, he was ready for confrontation. Paragus, A's combat power stands at 100 million. Your strengths are comparable. So I entrust A's to you for practice. Let us demonstrate that, under equal circumstances, our Saiyan lineage can utterly dominate the Frost demons. Bardock instructed Paragus, noting that should Paragus transform into a Super Saiyan, his battle power would increase 50-fold, potentially reaching an astounding 100 million. Raditz, shortly you shall escort Broly to the Galactic Patrol headquarters for some leisure, but do remember not to cause too much chaos. It would indeed be quite unfortunate if such a colossal spacecraft were to be destroyed. Having given his directions to Paragus, Bardock then turned his attention to Raditz. Chapter 40. Frisia declares his intent to self-destruct. Frisia was not one to linger. He wasted no time and launched an attack on Bardock without a second thought. However, he was swiftly met with a punch to the face from Bardock, sending him flying. What had just transpired? Covering his bruised right cheek, Frisia gazed in disbelief at Bardock before him, still possessing a battle power of 20 million. There was no mistake about it. Die! Frisia exclaimed, charging at Bardock once more. Boredom enveloped Bardock as he effortlessly raised his hand, transformed into a Super Saiyan, and unleashed a punch that struck Frisia's left cheek. Damn it! Why did Bardock's battle power suddenly surge to such heights? Frisia thought, as he was sent reeling once again, his doubts about life now festering within him. Father, the moment Bardock struck you, he radiated a golden aura, and his hair transformed into gold, Ace remarked, catching Frisia as he stumbled. Golden aura? A Super Saiyan? Bardock, are you truly the legendary Super Saiyan? Frisia rose, his disbelief palpable as he looked at Bardock. While I cannot claim the title of legend, I have indeed attained the realm of the Super Saiyan, Bardock replied, not intending to toy with Frisia any longer. He transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden hair and piercing blue eyes exuding an innate authority. Humph, even if you are a Super Saiyan, I am still the Golden Demon, Frisia roared, unleashing his full energy in a bid to bolster his confidence. 3 years prior, when Frisia had been on the verge of fleeing from Bardock's relentless onslaught, he had witnessed Bardock consume the artificial moon and revert to his normal state before returning to the fray. However, Frisia had barely glimpsed Bardock's golden aura before being rendered unconscious. Thus, he was previously unaware of Bardock's ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Ace, swiftly deal with the remaining Saiyans, and then we shall unite to confront Bardock together. Frisia conceded that he was indeed somewhat intimidated by Bardock and felt apprehensive about facing him alone. Broly, let us depart. Raditz found it rather tedious to remain here, watching Frisia being subjected to torment by Bardock, especially since he had witnessed it 3 years prior. After a moment of contemplation, he decided that accompanying Broly to wreak some havoc would be far more entertaining. Where do you think you're going? Ace had not forgotten the mission entrusted to him by Frieza. He promptly rose to intercept Raditz and Broly. As Saiyans, we take action, and you dare to obstruct us. However, before Ace could reach Raditz, an energy blast hurtled towards him from a distance, compelling him to halt and evade. Turning to ascertain the origin of the energy blast, he discovered it was emitted from Paragus, standing beside Bardock, another Super Saiyan. Both Frieza and Ace gazed at Paragus in astonishment. Yet, upon sensing that Paragus's combat power merely amounted to 100 million, even in his Super Saiyan form, they both sighed in relief. Ace understood that as long as Paragus was present, he would need to eliminate him first if he wished to kill Raditz and Broly. Bardock, rest assured. Those two brats are headed to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Know that all within are my people. Seeing the situation unfold, Frieza intended to engage Bardock in conversation, hoping to stall for time until Ace could deal with Paragus. Come now, Frieza, let me witness how much you have improved since 3 years ago. As Paragus and Ace exchanged heated words, Bardock felt a surge of restlessness, eager to join the fray. Since you dare not approach, I shall come to you. Seeing that Frieza showed no intention of advancing, Bardock decided to take the initiative. Retreat was out of the question, for Frieza realized that in terms of speed, Bardock far surpassed him. With his hands swiftly raised to shield his face, Frieza hoped that Bardock would refrain from striking him. However, after a brief moment, Frieza felt no sign of Bardock's impending attack, prompting him to lower his hands and assess Bardock's movements. Here I come. Bardock delivered a powerful blow directly to Frieza's face. Bardock, do not overstep your balance. Frieza, seething with rage of being publicly humiliated by Bardock, swiftly conjured an interstellar destruction bomb and hurled it at him. What? This is what you call overstepping? You have yet to witness the depths of my ferocity, Bardock retorted, his battle power at a staggering 20 million in its normal state, amplified to 1 billion with a 50-fold increase in Super Saiyan form. He felt no hesitation in tormenting Frieza as he pleased. With a swift kick, he sent Frieza's destruction bomb flying away, then raised his fist to rain down further blows upon Frieza. I will not allow you to survive my attack from 3 years ago. I will not permit you to form any anti-Saiyan alliances. I will not let you masquerade as the Golden Demon. You are of the Frost Demon lineage. With each punch, Bardock uttered these scathing remarks, fueled by Frieza's infuriating presence. Upon arrival, Bardock had hoped to encounter a worthy adversary, only to find himself facing the sensationalist Frieza. It was utterly exasperating. After delivering countless punches, Bardock finally paused, realizing he had exhausted his quips. Bardock, why have you stopped? Run out of words? Frieza, who had been relentlessly beaten, seized the moment to catch his breath and erupted into a triumphant laugh. I find your laughter utterly grating. Before Frieza could finish his derisive cackle, Bardock landed another punch, sending him sprawling. Father. Meanwhile, Ace, who was locked in a fierce battle with Paragus, could hardly comprehend the drastic shift in the situation. Not only did he struggle to understand why he, a genius of the Frost Demon clan, could not overpower Paragus, a mere Saiyan, but he was also baffled by Frieza's continuous humiliation at Bardock's hands. How can this be? I was told all Saiyans were weaklings, aside from Bardock, who could be dealt with by a mere finger. Ace thought, incredulous. To dare to be distracted while battling me is nothing short of courting death. Because Bardock had previously told Paragus that, under conditions of equal combat power, the Saiyan race could utterly dominate the Frost Demon race. However, the current dire situation ignited a flicker of anxiety within Paragus. Yet, upon witnessing a fleeting vulnerability from Ace, Bardock seized the opportunity, launching an energy sphere towards him to gain the upper hand, followed by a relentless assault on Ace. Frieza observed the unfolding events keenly, aware that Ace would not be able to assist him in the near future. As Bardock approached him through the void of space, Frieza felt a profound fear at the ever-present smirk gracing Bardock's lips, a reminder of the torment he had endured. Frieza, utter your last words before your demise. You are far too weak to ignite any desire for battle within me. The energy sphere in Bardock's hand had been charged for some time as he drew closer to Frieza and spoke. Bardock, do not come any closer. If you do, I swear I shall self-destruct right before your eyes. With my power at 300 million, my self-detonation would obliterate not just your 1 billion combat power, but also this entire star system. Cornered by Bardock's relentless advance, Frieza, in a moment of desperation, shouted back. Self-detonation? Then go ahead and do it. Do not say I did not give you time. A minute should suffice. Bardock harbored no belief that Frisia possessed the courage for self-detonation. With that thought, he stepped aside, patiently awaiting Frisia's potential demise. After all, those genuinely intent on self-harm would seldom disclose their intentions to others. Likewise, if Frisia truly wished for annihilation, he could have chosen to act without announcement, sparing himself the need for caution. "Father, you intend to self-destruct?" Paragus remarked nonchalantly, comforted by Bardock's presence. Yet, nearby, Azer took Frisia's threat seriously. Upon hearing of Frisia's intent to self-destruct, he felt his fighting spirit evaporate, prompting him to flee into the distance. Unsurprisingly, this action led to Paragus pursuing him with considerable fury. For Bardock, a minute passed swiftly, but for Frisia, it felt like an agonizing eternity. If he refrained from self-detonation, he was certain he could not defeat Bardock. If he chose to explode, Frisia lamented that he had not yet exhausted his existence. As the minute elapsed, it appeared Frisia had no intention of self-destruction. "Then allow me to usher you on your journey." Energy gathered in Bardock's palm as he slowly approached Frisia. "Bardock, do not come any closer. If you advance, I swear I will truly self-destruct." In the face of Bardock's relentless advance, Frisia frantically retreated, oblivious to the fact that he had backed himself against a meteor, leaving no escape route behind him. "Wait, as long as you spare my life, I promise to relinquish all remaining territories of the Frost Demons to the Scions for management," Frisia pleaded, realizing his predicament. "I apologize, but the other realms of your Frost Demon race will be claimed by me in due time. Moreover, I do not believe you, Frisia possess the authority to make such a decision," Bardock replied without a moment's hesitation. "Bardock, do you not relish the challenge of formidable foes? Give me time, and I can grow stronger," Frisia hastily declared, recalling the few interests Bardock had. "Indeed, you can become stronger, since you possess the determination to enhance your power. Allow me to guide you to an exceptional training ground. There, you shall undoubtedly reach the status of a golden demon, and in due course, I shall grant you another opportunity to contend with me," Bardock said. "Where to?" Frisia, observing Bardock's air of arrogance, felt a glimmer of hope for his survival this time. He was already planning in his mind how to torment Bardock once he truly attained the level of the Golden Demon, completely oblivious to the fact that the place Bardock referred to as none other than hell itself. An explosion. Bardock had no intention of responding to Frisia. Instead, he unleashed his ultimate technique upon him. "Ah, quite impressive. You actually managed to evade it. Nevertheless, it matters not to me. It merely means I shall create another grand explosion." Observing Frisia in his final moments, a formidable energy erupted from within him, causing his body to tilt slightly to one side. Yet, it was this mere inclination that caused Bardock's grand explosion to veer off course. In simpler terms, Bardock had inadvertently misfired. While Bardock's carelessness played a part in this, he couldn't help but feel astonished at Frisia's still living upper half. Bardock thought, "You have forced my hand. Since you wish for my demise, then let us descend into hell together." Frisia, with only his upper body remaining, stood in place, shouting in a frenzy of rage. "Self-detonate if you must, but why all this futile shouting?" Bardock does not believe that Frisia's self-destruction, with a combat power of 300 million, could inflict any harm upon him, possessing a formidable combat power of 1 billion. Bardock possessed unwavering confidence that the moment Frisia was on the brink of self-destruction, he would swiftly eliminate him without causing harm to the innocent bystanders. "Scions, release me from this place. My father is about to self-destruct. You may wish to perish, but I certainly do not." As Frisia's impending explosion loomed, Aja's anxiety intensified. He did not wish to meet his demise so soon after breaking free from confinement. Why the panic? Engage me in combat instead of thinking of fleeing. Rest assured, as long as King Bardock is present, Frisia's self-detonation will not endanger us. As a member of the Scion race, Paragus yearned for a thrilling battle, but Aja's persistent desire to escape soured his mood. "What do you know, Scion? That explosion is my father's, and King Bardock will not be able to prevent it." Seeing himself once again obstructed by Paragus, Aja shouted loudly, hoping Paragus would allow him to depart swiftly. "Am I incapable of stopping it?" Aja's frantic cries certainly reached Bardock's ears. Gazing at the charging Frisia, Bardock contemplated that it would be best to act decisively to avoid further complications. However, just as Bardock prepared to strike, a vision flashed in his mind. He saw himself recklessly attacking the already charged Frisia, who then erupted, obliterating the entire star system surrounding them. Although he possessed a combat power of 1 billion and survived, he was gravely wounded, and none of the others escaped alive. By the gods, Bardock couldn't help but curse inwardly after witnessing the foresight, for he had come to understand the reason behind Frisia's explosive nature. Bardock was aware that within the artificial beings of Dragon Ball Z, there existed a penchant for self-detonation, indulging in the thrill of explosive demise. However, he never anticipated that Frisia, after undergoing mechanical enhancement, would also possess a bomb nestled within his very being. It was indeed this explosive device that rendered Frisia's self-destruction irreversible. A mere touch triggering an imminent explosion. What to do? Bardock understood that his current state of panic was futile. Since Frisia's self-detonation had become irrevocable, he needed to devise a solution immediately. After all, while Frisia might be indifferent to the life and death of his son, Ace, Bardock was deeply concerned about the safety of his own son, Raditz, as well as Paragus and others. Ha ha ha, come on, Bardock. Strike me if you dare. The moment you lay a hand on me, the bomb within me will detonate, and we shall perish together. Just as Bardock contemplated his strategy, Frisia's unpleasant voice erupted once more. Silence yourself. Bardock delivered a powerful punch directly to Frisia's face, stunning the overconfident tyrant. As Bardock prepared to strike, he utilized his foresight to ascertain that hitting Frisia would bear no consequence, for the bomb within Frisia bore no relation to his visage. Foresight, deceleration, suspension, reversal. Yes, reversal. Each ability linked to time flickered through Bardock's mind. Indeed, at this moment, Bardock sought to harness the temporal force residing within him. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to deliberate excessively. He concentrated a substantial amount of his mental energy into his left hand and then infused it into Frisia. Simultaneously, he unleashed the colossal explosion he had already gathered in his right hand towards Frisia. The duration was brief, less than a second, and Frisia was instantly reduced to ashes, dissipating into the cosmos under Bardock's explosive assault. As for the reason behind the failure of self-detonation, that was a riddle left for Frisia to ponder in the afterlife. Chapter 42. Paragus and Acer. Is this the power of time? How formidable. Speaking of the power of time, Bardock had previously experienced it once through Goku. However, while Goku's time suspension was indeed powerful, it had little effect on Bardock, leaving him with an impression of insignificance. Yet, when Bardock personally wielded this ability, he was astonished by the immense toll that temporal reversal exacted. Bardock now felt as though his mind were being pierced by needles. The spiritual energy he had amassed over countless years was rapidly depleting, showing signs of exhaustion. All he achieved was to reverse the timer of the bomb within Frisia, bringing it back to mere milliseconds before activation. It became evident that the chasm between myself and Whis remains vast. With a hint of self-mockery, Bardock recalled how, in Dragon Ball Super, Whis effortlessly waved his staff, causing the entire Earth, along with everything on it, to regress 3 minutes in time. Moreover, after utilizing the time reversal, Whis appeared unfazed, a state Bardock knew he could not yet attain. However, this experience illuminated the correctness of his current training direction. His spiritual energy was not in vain. It seemed imperative to consult Guru regarding matters of time upon his return. Remembering how Guru had previously manipulated time with ease, a wave of imbalance surged within Bardock. It was one thing to acknowledge that he could not match Whis, given that Whis was an angel of the 7th universe, while he was merely a Super Saiyan. That was understandable. Yet, to think that Guru, whose prowess and spiritual energy were of a mediocre level, could seemingly pause time indefinitely as long as he could hold his breath, intrigued Bardock. He yearned for clarity on this matter. Had his father's self-detonation failed? If anyone had been most apprehensive about Frisia's self-destruction, it would undoubtedly be Azel, who was most aware of Frisia's true nature. Entangled with Paragus, Azel had long prepared himself for the inevitability of death. Thus, upon witnessing Frisia's self-detonation, which turned out to be a mere thunderous display with little substance, he felt a sense of relief. After all, not even a meteor had been obliterated. Azel sighed inwardly, thankful that he would not perish due to Frisia's explosion. As for sentimentality, he felt none, for every member of the Frost demon race was cold-blooded. While alive, familial bonds may exist, but in death, they held no significance. Emotion stirred not a ripple within him. However, Azel soon realized a dawning truth. Frisia was now deceased, which meant Bardock was free to turn his attention towards him. Frisia's overwhelming battle power of 300 million had been subdued by Bardock's relentless assault. And Azel doubted his own meager 100 million could withstand even a few exchanges with Bardock. Flee, flee, flee. Azel's will to fight evaporated, and his eyes darted about, contemplating his escape. Grandfather, you've arrived. Come save me. Azel discerned that regardless of the direction he chose to run, he first needed to defeat Paragus standing before him. With a cunning thought, he shouted behind Paragus. Bang! Without even glancing at the place where Aze had called out, Paragus approached and delivered a punch to him. Bardock, feeling rather bored, turned to take a glance but found no trace of Cooled. He also sensed no formidable presence in the vicinity. Aze, do not even entertain the notion of fleeing. If you can defeat Paragus, I shall allow you to leave. Otherwise, you shall join Frisia in his eternal company. Bardock was acutely aware of Aze's intentions, and the thought of Aze attempting to escape was something he would not permit. Although Aze's combat prowess was somewhat lacking, he still possessed a power level of 100 million, which Bardock hoped could aid Paragus in achieving a breakthrough in his own strength. Is that so? What if I were to accidentally kill this scion before me? Would that grant me my freedom? Upon hearing Bardock's words, Aze realized that escaping under Bardock's watchful gaze was nearly impossible. He then cast a cold glance at Paragus, remarking icily, Very well, Aze. Summon your full strength and engage in battle with Paragus. During this time, I shall not intervene. Bardock spoke casually. Yet it was clear that should Paragus genuinely find himself overmatched by Aze, Bardock would ultimately choose to rescue him. After all, subjecting Paragus to a life-and-death struggle to enhance his combat prowess is fundamentally different from condemning him to certain demise. It ultimately hinges upon your capabilities. Should I truly fall at your hands, it would merely reflect my own inadequacies. Faced with Aze's menacing words, Paragus chose not to engage in further dialogue. Instead, unleashing his full power, poised for the impending clash with Aze. The meaning conveyed by Bardock is not lost on Paragus, who serves as his steward. Paragus, I entrust you with Aze. I shall go to check on the two young ones, Raditz and Broly. Bardock was aware that if he continued to watch intently, Azel would likely struggle to unleash his full potential. Thus, he chose to depart, allowing Paragus the opportunity to engage in a fierce battle. Descending steadily, Bardock landed directly upon the vessel of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Bardock, too apathetic to search for the door, simply unleashed an energy blast to shatter an exit, and then leapt into it. Bardock proceeded steadily towards the presence of Raditz and Broly, following their energy signatures. Upon witnessing the multitude of lifeless bodies clad in the battle attire of Frisia's army, he realized that this area had undoubtedly been entirely commandeered by Frisia. As for the former personnel of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Bardock felt no inclination to seek them out, as their fates were of no concern to him. Alas, the brutality of the situation was overwhelming. Observing the carnage at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Bardock lamented the savage actions of Raditz and Broly. The wounds of the deceased were often fatal strikes, or they had been obliterated by energy blasts, yet Bardock felt no discomfort. After all, this was a world governed by the law of the jungle. He did not expect the Scions to show undue mercy to outsiders, for such leniency would only endanger themselves. However, the bonds of kinship amongst their own must not falter. The Scions must remain united internally, while directing their aggression outward. As for the question of mercy towards outsiders, Bardock chose not to concern himself, for within every Scion resided a fierce and malevolent spirit. This was intrinsic. Any desire for change demanded prolonged discipline. Nevertheless, Bardock found himself favoring the current disposition of the Scions, thus he believed that matters of righteousness should unfold naturally. Chapter 43, Raditz in Action. Broly. I told you to be gentle. We finally captured a prisoner, and you went and killed him with a single strike. Raditz complained to Broly, his tone devoid of blame. Understanding that at Broly's age, mastering his energy was a formidable challenge, Broly, comprehending Raditz's words, sheepishly discarded the lifeless body of the fallen Frisia soldier and continued to follow Raditz silently. Bang, 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 as Raditz ambled onward. The sudden eruption of gunfire nearby prompted him to quicken his pace. Turning a corner, he encountered an alien wielding a laser gun, oblivious to the corpses of Frisia's minions strewn about. Recalling Bardock's frequent admonition that one could strike anyone who was not of their kind, Raditz scanned the surroundings and discerned that the alien did not appear to be an ally. He was poised to deliver a lesson when Broly interjected, Wait. Let me handle this. I want to capture a living prisoner, not have you accidentally kill him again. Why is it so difficult? Raditz, upon witnessing Broly's eagerness to engage in combat, swiftly intervened to prevent an immediate confrontation. He then resolved to subdue Gak by himself, explaining that he had not been taught the art of persuasion by Bardock. Wait. You two are Scions, aren't you? As an elite member of the Galactic Patrol, Gak recognized both Raditz and Broly's lineage. He was acutely aware of the formidable battle power of the Saiyan race, and understood that he stood no chance against either of them. Consequently, Gak hastily called for a ceasefire to avoid an unnecessary beating. However, before he could finish his plea, Raditz sent him flying with a single punch. Another weakling, Raditz lamented as he approached Gak, now sprawled on the ground. Tell me, do you know where the North Galaxy King is? Couldn't you have just asked me directly instead of resorting to violence? Gak muttered under his breath, clutching his swollen right cheek as he slowly got back on his feet. The Galaxy King is currently imprisoned by Frisia. I was just on my way to rescue him. You intend to rescue the North Galaxy King? Who are you to do so? Aren't you one of Frisia's subordinates? Raditz inquired with keen interest. Indeed, I am Gak, a super elite member of the Galactic Patrol. Gak straightened his disheveled attire and posed in a manner he believed to be impressive. Initially, Raditz had merely found Gak somewhat familiar, but upon witnessing his pose and hearing his words, he realized Gak was undoubtedly affiliated with the Galactic Patrol. This scene was reminiscent of an encounter Raditz had witnessed 3 years prior with Gilly, though it was evident that Gak's abilities were considerably inferior. Very well. Since you are not one of Frisia's minions, I shall spare your life. Lead me to the North Galaxy King. Given that Gilly had once saved him and his companions 3 years ago, Raditz decided to show leniency towards Gak. As for the punch he had delivered earlier, Raditz thought, what's done is done. An apology would be out of the question in this lifetime. All right, Gak replied, faced with Raditz's command. Gak remained silent in defiance and immediately took the lead. After all, the Saiyans had earned a fearsome reputation over the past 3 years. Unlike the gentle Goku depicted in the original Dragon Ball Super, who even allowed Gak to jest with him freely. In just 3 years, a nation of merely 100,000 had firmly grasped 80% of the North Galaxy's territory. The Saiyans achieved this not through mere words, but through their formidable strength and their principle of decisively taking action without unnecessary hesitation. Gak had no desire to utter a single word of dissent, only to be swiftly dealt with by Raditz. That would not bode well for him. As Gak led the way, Broly effortlessly dispatched the underlings of Frisia with swift precision. Indeed, the Saiyans were never one to linger in their actions. The Galaxy King, valiant and just, is being rescued by the elite warrior Gak. After clearing the path of minions, Gak unlocked the special prison where the North Galaxy King was held captive and boldly entered, hoping that such gallant conduct would leave a favorable impression on the Galaxy King. Bardock! Gak exclaimed in astonishment. Father! This exclamation came from Raditz. As the doors swung open, the first sight that greeted Gak was Bardock standing at the entrance. Gak was immediately struck down by the fierce gaze of Bardock, feeling a surge of fear. After all, he had just been chattering behind Bardock moments before. Meanwhile, Raditz was perplexed as to why Bardock had returned, causing his original plans to falter. And his earlier excitement had dimmed into mild frustration. It's your fault for leading too slowly. With his plans thwarted, Raditz needed to place blame somewhere. It could not fall on Bardock, and Broly was one of his own, so he would not be blamed either. Thus, Raditz's resentful gaze fell upon Gak, sending the recently composed Gak into a state of alarm once more. Now, even an ordinary Saiyan like Gak felt he could not afford to offend, especially after hearing Raditz refer to Bardock as father. Gak realized that Raditz was, in fact, a prince among the Saiyans. Raditz, your performance this time was commendable. And you as well, Broly. Let us proceed. We have learned what we needed to know. Now, let us return and observe the battle between Paragus and Ace. Bardock observed the subtle emotions of Raditz and offered a comforting word before leading the way outside. As for Bardock's presence here, it was merely a fortuitous coincidence. He had been following the traces of Raditz and Broly's energy. Naturally, Bardock traveled in a straight line, and when confronted with obstacles, he had no qualms about shattering them. Thus, he effortlessly demolished the walls of the special prison that confined King of the North Galaxy and soon laid eyes upon him. Sensing that Raditz and Broly were approaching, and having matters to discuss with the king, Bardock chose to remain. Indeed, all Raditz sought was a simple affirmation from Bardock, even if it was just a trivial consolation. He followed Bardock closely. With a gleeful chirp, Broly, delighted by Bardock's praise, could only express his excitement with joyful sounds, trailing after Bardock in an endearing manner. Are you all right, Your Majesty? After Bardock and the others departed, Jack hurriedly helped the King of the North Galaxy, who lay like a heap of mud on the ground, to his feet. I'm fine. It's just that from this point onward, the North Galaxy will entirely belong to the Saiyan race. The lifeless King of the North Galaxy rose, gazing at the retreating figure of Bardock, his eyes filled with trepidation. As for any grievances, he would likely not dare voice them now or ever again. Chapter 44. Great Fortune Father, what did you discuss with the King of the North Galaxy? From his expression, it seemed you terrified him. After a considerable distance, Raditz could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of Bardock. Nothing of significance, Bardock replied with a smile, opting not to elaborate on the matter. Trying to escape? Just as Bardock intended to continue his conversation with Raditz, he suddenly sensed Azer's energy rapidly fleeing into the distance, while Paragus remained stationary. Regardless, Bardock was resolute in not allowing Azer to escape so easily. He transformed into a Super Saiyan and soared directly toward Azer's energy signature. Damn it, how could Bardock catch up so quickly? Azer, who had barely begun his flight, caught sight of Bardock pursuing him and dared not utter a word. Focusing solely on fleeing at full speed. Run, by all means, keep running. No matter how much of a head start Azer had, in terms of speed, he was ultimately no match for Bardock. Once Bardock caught up to Azer, he delivered a swift kick, sending Azer tumbling back and demanding, "What is going on, Paragus?" Azer remained silent, while Bardock turned to the still-dazed Paragus. "Please, let King Bardock impose punishment upon me. It is entirely my fault. I failed to react in time," which allowed Azer the opportunity to escape. In the face of Bardock's inquiry, Paragus recognized the gravity of his earlier blunder and hastily offered his apologies. Paragus, reflect carefully. Was it truly a matter of not reacting in time, or did you only just come to your senses? Bardock discerned a hint of something amiss in Paragus, yet the specific conjecture awaited Paragus's precise response. It was only now that I realized Aze had only just attempted his escape. Shaking his head in confusion, Paragus failed to comprehend why Bardock posed such a question. Indeed, approaching Paragus, Bardock placed his hand upon him, quietly sensing the energy before arriving at a definitive conclusion. "Aze, I shall grant you another chance. If you can defeat Paragus, I will allow you to leave." To further validate his suspicions, Bardock addressed Aze. "Very well." Aze understood that Bardock's return had extinguished any hope of his escape. Thus, vanquishing Paragus was his sole avenue for survival. "Come forth. This time I shall not let my guard down and allow you an opportunity to flee." In the fierce struggle for survival that had transpired, Paragus's combat prowess had surged from 100 million to 110 million, endowing him with newfound confidence. "Say, yeah, Gene." Aze stepped forward, each word a powerful roar, with his combat strength elevating by 10 million with each stride. After 3 steps, Aze's power had reached an astounding 130 million. Incredible. The inexplicable surge in Aze's combat strength was palpable, particularly to Paragus, who could not suppress an exclamation of astonishment. At that moment, Paragus felt compelled to inquire of Aze, who among them truly belonged to the Saiyan lineage, for Aze's combat power was climbing at a pace surpassing his own. Merely a difference of 20 million would only serve to invigorate Paragus's Saiyan blood, and with a determined step forward, he engaged Aze in battle. Meanwhile, Bardock observed the clash between Paragus and Aze with quiet vigilance, though his primary focus remained on Aze. Raditz, alongside Broly, absorbed the combat experience displayed by the duo, as did Naba, who was guarding the spaceship. Time flowed onward as the struggle between Paragus and Aze continued, albeit with Paragus exhibiting a slight trend toward being pressured, despite his valiant efforts. Yet, it was this subtle pressure that continually ignited Paragus's fighting spirit. With a fierce shout, he consumed a Senza bean, causing his combat power to break through to 130 million. "Come forth." With his injuries healed and his combat prowess augmented, Paragus confidently fixed his gaze upon Aze, issuing another challenge. Just as Aze contemplated reporting Paragus for his alleged use of enhancements, he caught the wicked and fearsome gaze of Bardock fixed upon him. The words he intended to utter were swiftly retracted. After all, Aze was acutely aware that Bardock would not come to his aid, for Paragus was indeed Bardock's own kin. Proceed, and let the victor be determined. Bardock paid no heed to whether Paragus had consumed the magical beans, for his primary objective was to facilitate Paragus's breakthrough through combat with Aze. If consuming the beans could be deemed cheating, Bardock found it hard to believe that Aze had not engaged in some form of deception during their battle. A pained, furious roar erupted from Aze, as his combat power surged dramatically, soaring to 310 million, far surpassing the 10 million power level of mechanical Frisia. Aze's anguished cries finally subsided, and his escalating strength began to stabilize. Damn Scions, perish. The overwhelming surge of power had clouded Aze's reason, and he charged at Paragus like a rabid beast. Indeed, Bardock observed the transformation within A's, and with explosive speed, he positioned himself in front of Paragus, intercepting A's full force attack. Ha ha ha, Bardock, do you intend to stop me? Die? A showed no alarm at having his attack thwarted. Instead, he stood there, laughing maniacally. What a lunatic this child has become, Bardock thought to himself, then seized A's, delivering a relentless beating. Geely, if you do not emerge soon, my next move will cost A's his life. With the barely conscious A's in his grip, Bardock shouted into the silent void of space. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time slipped away, and the breath of A's, held in Bardock's grasp, grew ever weaker, teetering dangerously close to death. Bang, bang, bang. For massive fireworks erupted in the cosmic expanse not far from Bardock. Fortune and glory. I am Hao Geely, the elite captain of the Galactic Patrol. The 4 characters materialized from the fireworks, and soon a figure emerged from within. Indeed, it was this jester. Bardock gazed in silence at the character of Jillian, who had not been mentioned in the original Dragon Ball, feeling as though he were a mere jester. Were it not for the absence of the phrase "winner, winner, chicken dinner" following the mention of Jillian, Bardock would have suspected that this character had somehow traversed time. Chapter 45. The conversation between Bardock and Jillian. King Bardock, the one you hold, Azer, is my disciple. Might you grant him a chance at life? Jillian implored. You are the esteemed captain of the Galactic Patrol, and Azer is the son of the tyrant Frisia. Surely, you two have no connection, Bardock replied, observing Jillian, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Earthlings. Indeed, King Bardock, I was previously ordered by the Galactic King to infiltrate Frisia's army, and my task assigned by Frisia was to train the newly born Azer. Hence, our master-disciple relationship has existed since that time, Jillian stated with unwavering composure. Humph, a lowly creature. My Azer needs no rescue from you. Azer, barely clinging to life, managed to utter these words. Oh, it seems Azer has no intention of accepting your assistance, Bardock remarked with a light chuckle, gesturing towards Azer. King Bardock, you jest. This boy, Azer, simply requires some discipline. I shall handle it shortly, Jillian replied, his demeanor unaffected by Bardock's formidable aura. In light of your past assistance to our Scion race, I shall entrust Azer to you, Bardock declared, releasing Azer into Jillian's care. Now, might we discuss why you intervened to aid Azer against Paragus? That can wait, King Bardock. Allow me to first discipline this disobedient disciple, Jillian retorted. Do you call me master? Do you call me master? Jillian exclaimed, and without hesitation. He began to deliver a series of blows to Azer, who wept silently, unable to produce a sound. Master, master. Even with Azer's inherent resilience, he succumbed to Jillian's overwhelming authority and managed to address him as master. Precisely so. Continue to encase yourself in ice. To my surprise, in less than 3 years, Frisia has forcibly helped you break free from it, Jillian remarked, and without waiting for Azer's consent, he unleashed a torrent of purple energy that enveloped Azer. Soon, Azer's battle power began to plummet. In less than a minute, it had dwindled to around 10,000. As the purple energy dissipated, Azer was revealed, now encased in ice once more. You just utilized a time reversal, did you not? You reverted Azer's timeline to before he was freed from the ice. Bardock observed every move made by Geely with keen eyes. He was no stranger to the concept of time reversal. Having employed it himself in his previous encounter with the mechanical Frisia, Bardock, possessing remarkable insight, recognized that what I had just utilized was indeed a form of time manipulation, specifically, the ability to reverse time. Time prison, seize. With this command, I reverted Az's time back to the moment of his entrapment in ice. Only then did I respond to Bardock. Your understanding of temporal abilities is quite profound. It is worth noting that the time reversal here spans over 2 years. Bardock recalled the fleeting moment when he had barely reversed time, his mental energy already depleted, which piqued his curiosity about Geely's temporal abilities. Your Majesty, Bardock, you jest. Geely replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. What I possess is merely a gift of my race. If we were to truly compare our understanding of time, I would undoubtedly fall short of your esteemed knowledge. A nervous chuckle escaped him. Bardock's compliment left Geely feeling rather bashful. Even the tone in which he addressed Bardock carried a trace of awkwardness. My grasp of time is still in its infancy, merely the beginning stages. I dare not compare myself to someone of your profound mastery. Narrowing his eyes, Bardock continued, No. What I refer to is not your current comprehension of time, but rather your future. My future? Bardock inquired. To be precise, it should be your past. departing from his previous playful tone. This statement was delivered by Geely with utmost solemnity. As we delve into this topic of the past, let us transition to our previous discussion. Why did you intervene to assist Azer in confronting Paragus? Bardock had nearly obtained all the answers he sought. So he shifted the topic and inquired, before anything else, my Lord Bardock, could you enlighten me on how you came to discover my existence? As long as the question did not pertain to Bardock himself, Geely's tone reverted to its previous jovial state. It was due to the faint aura of temporal dilation I sensed emanating from Paragus that allowed Aze to escape unnoticed earlier. Otherwise, given Paragus's formidable combat prowess, had Aze attempted a direct flight, Paragus would undoubtedly have pursued him relentlessly. After my arrival, Aze's escape became an impossibility, and I discerned a surge of temporal acceleration within Aze. As time sped by for him, his own combat capabilities naturally escalated, resulting in an astonishing increase to 310 million. Bardock articulated his preceding analysis with precision, embodying the essence of his regal stature. My intentions, however, are rather uncomplicated. I merely seek to save the life of Azer, devoid of any ulterior motives. Geely, in contrast, exhibited no inclination to conceal his objectives, candidly addressing Bardock. In response to Geely's revelation, Bardock found no fault. Geely, given your exceptional mastery of temporal abilities, why do you choose to serve as a subordinate to the King of the Northern Galaxy? Furthermore, why did you previously infiltrate the Frisia Force? Bardock then inquired. Purely out of boredom, or perhaps it could be said to reflect personal preference. With a light chuckle, Geely continued, if your Majesty Bardock has no further matters to discuss, then I shall take my leave. Wait a moment, Geely, are you of the angelic lineage? To my knowledge, only those of the angelic race possess such mastery over the manipulation of time. As Bardock observed Geely preparing to depart, he hastily inquired, what is the matter? I apologize, Lord Bardock, but I am not of the angelic race. As for my lineage, you shall discover it in due course, Geely replied. However, please rest assured, I would never engage in any actions detrimental to you, Lord Bardock, or to the Saiyan race. With a deep, respectful bow at a perfect 90 degrees, Geely continued. This implies that you are aware of the existence of the angelic race. It appears that you have encountered some rather elevated circles, Bardock remarked, noting the perplexity in Geely's demeanor regarding his own reverence. Yet, amidst Geely's words, Bardock could discern a hint of inquiry. It seems I cannot continue this conversation with you, Lord Bardock, lest my secrets be unraveled, Geely said, preparing to turn away without addressing Bardock's question. Geely, wait, Bardock shouted. King Bardock, do you have any further instructions? Upon hearing Bardock's call, Geely turned to inquire. A tremendous explosion. However, as Geely turned, he was met with the full force of Bardock's Super Saiyan attack. Note, Geely is an original character in this narrative, not a villain, and will not appear frequently. He may serve as a supporting character or a mere extra. Note, the book will be officially launched at midnight tomorrow, with 3 updates daily. Your support is greatly appreciated, and any feedback or thoughts can be shared in the comments. I will certainly respond upon seeing them. Chapter 46, Fracture. So weak. Just as the explosion struck Geely, Bardock could distinctly perceive that Geely, both in physical fortitude and internal energy, was not particularly formidable, which would naturally lead to his incineration under Bardock's assault. However, considering Geely's remarkable temporal abilities, Bardock harbored doubts that Geely could perish so easily. Bardock? Noticing Bardock standing motionless for an extended period, Paragus stepped forward and inquired. Nothing of concern. Let us return to planet Bardock. After waiting a considerable time without witnessing Geely's reappearance, Bardock decided it was futile to linger any longer, thus leading his companions back aboard the royal spaceship, which then commenced its lengthy journey homeward. As the royal vessel departed, time began to rapidly reverse at the site where Geely had turned to ash, ultimately retracting to a moment before the catastrophic explosion. Captain Geely, you have finally emerged. Our headquarters was nearly overrun by the Scions, remarked Jack, who had been hiding at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, as he flew towards Geely upon witnessing the Scion spacecraft's departure. Jack, relay to the Galactic King that I shall no longer concern myself with matters regarding the Scions. Furthermore, I am currently on leave, so do not seek me unless absolutely necessary, Geely replied to Jack, who had just materialized before him. In that moment, Geely thought of Ties, who was still traversing the cosmos, and felt it best to escort her back to Earth. Additionally, A should also be returned to Winterstar for his training. as the time for Ace to break free from the ice had not yet arrived. Thus, Geely continued to address Jack. "Do not forget to convey my message to the Galactic King." With that, Geely boarded the spacecraft piloted by Jack and departed, leaving Jack standing alone in the vastness of space, bewildered. After a protracted flight, the royal vessel finally returned to planet Bardock. Upon Bardock's return, he promptly convened a meeting and forcefully unified the Northern Galaxy. With the Scion Alliance no longer having the backing of the Northern Galaxy King, in less than a month, all star systems in the Northern Galaxy pledged their allegiance to the Scions. A year later, the planet Bardock underwent numerous transformations. Bardock took Broly as his disciple, marking him as his first apprentice. After returning from a battle with Ace, Paragus experienced a remarkable surge in power, surpassing 6 million. Inspired by Paragus, Toma, Pabjan, and Celebi devoted themselves to rigorous training. Under Bardock's guidance, they shattered the limitations within themselves and attained the Super Saiyan transformation, achieving base battle powers of 4 million, 3.5 million, and 3 million, respectively. In the same year, the average battle power of the Scions reached 100,000, with more than 10 Scions attaining the million-level power through explosive transformations. However, Raditz seemed to have hit a plateau, advancing from 50,000 to only 60,000 over the course of a year. With Bardock's year-long guidance and mental fortitude, Broly had begun to transform into the Super Saiyan state at will. Nonetheless, during his transformation, Broly often succumbed to a berserk state, unable to maintain his composure despite an increase in mental power. This was due to the relentless fury residing within him, continuously honing his body. Thus, even after a year of training his mental prowess, Broly's battle power closely followed Raditz, reaching 50,000 at merely 1 year of age. "Raditz, your body is nearing its limits. Take a Senzu Bean and rest before continuing your training." On the planet Bardock, beneath a majestic waterfall, Raditz found himself enduring relentless assaults from Paragus, who attacked from various directions. Observing Raditz, who was clearly exhausted, Paragus felt a pang of sympathy and urged him to take care. "My lord, you need not worry about me. I am still capable. Continue your assault. My physical limits have not yet been reached, and I will no longer rely on Senzu Beans for recovery in my future training." Gritting his teeth, Raditz struggled to rise once more from the ground, responding to Paragus before him. Boom. At that moment, a formidable energy surged from the top of the waterfall. 60,000. Broly's battle power had surpassed 60,000. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Broly, Raditz immediately ceased his training and ascended into the air. Atop the waterfall, Broly sat cross-legged, engrossed in meditation, completely oblivious to the breakthrough in his battle power. What he truly required at that moment was not increased strength, but rather a formidable mental fortitude. How infuriating. Despite my relentless efforts, why has Broly caught up to me so swiftly? Although Raditz had long been aware of Broly's extraordinary talent for the transformation, he understood that with Broly's potential, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed him. Yet, as the prince of the Scion royal family, Raditz could not suppress a sense of pride. Raditz had always regarded Bardock as his benchmark, undergoing rigorous training since his infancy, and had consistently been the strongest among his peers. However, Broly's emergence instilled within him a sense of impending crisis, especially after Bardock took Broly as his disciple. It seemed that Bardock's focus had shifted from Raditz to Broly. Is it because my potential is lacking? Despite my hard work, why has Broly surpassed me so quickly? Raditz gazed up at Broly, questioning himself once more. How has he broken through again? Opening his eyes, Broly furrowed his brow, feeling yet another inexplicable surge in his battle power. As his strength grew, he realized that transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan required an even greater mental capacity to maintain his sanity. Clearly, the pace at which Broly's mental strength was developing could not keep up with the increase in his battle power. Your Grace, given the current rate of your battle power increase, you are progressing quite rapidly. It is worth noting that when King Bardock was your age, his battle power barely exceeded 1,000. Paragus, who had been overseeing Raditz's training, remarked in an attempt to console him. As a father, Paragus felt helpless regarding Broly's exceptional talent. Despite his persistent advice to Broly to restrain his power growth, it seemed to yield little effect. My lord, I am aware of all this. Let us conclude today's training here. I will first go and speak with my father. Upon concluding his thoughts, Raditz turned abruptly and soared towards the Scion royal palace, casting not a single glance back at Broly, who had just undergone a breakthrough in his training. Father, why does Raditz seem so displeased? In the span of a year, Despite Broly being merely 1 year old, he had acquired the ability to articulate his thoughts. Given his extensive focus on mental fortitude, Broly displayed a greater understanding of social intricacies than Raditz in certain respects. It is nothing. Raditz is simply seeking King Bardock. Paragus replied to Broly, who had not probed further. I see, father. Just as my battle power has surged, I too wish to consult my master regarding meditation. With that thought, Broly continued to converse with Paragus. Very well, I shall escort you to King Bardock, Paragus responded, leading Broly towards the Grand Palace. P.S. Apologies for the late update due to overtime. I will owe you this one for today, with 5 updates tomorrow. This is the first one. Chapter 47. The controller is my father in the Grand Hall, Pabuzin? As Raditz arrived at the entrance of the hall, he inquired of the gatekeeper, Pabuzin. Ah, it is the esteemed Raditz. King Bardock is not here. He has gone to the research department, Pabuzin replied. What business does father have in the research department? Has Dr. Mew concocted yet another peculiar invention? Raditz pondered to himself, feeling somewhat disheartened by the fruitlessness of his visit. Pabuzin, I shall head to the research department to find my father, Raditz declared before soaring towards that direction. Very well, farewell, Raditz, Pabuzin responded. Just as Pabuzin waved goodbye to Raditz, he noticed Paragus approaching with Broly. Pabuzin, is King Bardock in the Grand Hall? Paragus inquired. King Bardock has gone to the research department and is not here, Pabuzin replied with resignation. The research department. Upon hearing this, Paragus's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed to Broly, Broly, come quickly. Observing Paragus's eager demeanor as he whisked Broly away, Pabuzin found himself curious about the intriguing developments taking place in the research department. Dr. Mew. I hope this controller poses no adverse effects on Broly once it is affixed. While toying with Dr. Mew's latest invention, Bardock inquired, Rest assured, King Bardock. This controller bears no side effects whatsoever. Simply place the device around Lord Broly's neck, and when he succumbs to the frenzy of transformation, merely press the button on the remote. The controller will emit a unique magnetic field that resonates with Lord Broly's brainwaves during his rampage, forcibly reverting him from his berserk state and restoring his rationality. Dr. Mew conveyed his scientific achievement to Bardock. However, Bardock furrowed his brow, clearly dissatisfied with the controller's capabilities. Isn't forcibly reverting from the berserk mode tantamount to nullifying Broly's transformation? The moment he perceived Bardock's discontent, Dr. Mew broke into a cold sweat, hastily offering explanations in an attempt to demonstrate that his limitations were not due to incompetence, but rather the extraordinary nature of Broly's transformation. All right, I understand. The controller is commendable. Bardock was acutely aware that his demands might be somewhat unreasonable, for the current controller posed no side effects and could effectively restore Broly's sanity. In stark contrast, the controller depicted in the original narrative was fraught with significant drawbacks. Each utilization would inadvertently stimulate Broly's mental faculties. Although it could indeed bring him back from the brink of rage, it simultaneously weakened his mental resilience over time. Father. At that moment, the door to Dr. Mew's private laboratory swung open, and Raditz hurriedly entered. Raditz, do you seek something? Given that Raditz was his own son, Bardock refrained from reprimanding him for his abrupt intrusion. Father, do you have time to guide me in my training? Raditz pleaded, clinging to Bardock's leg in a display of childish affection. Raditz, be obedient. What you need now is to solidify your foundation rather than merely enhance your combat prowess. In due time, I shall assist you in your training, Bardock replied. He had long observed Raditz struggle with stagnation in his training, but it was not due to a lack of effort. Rather, it stemmed from Raditz's excessive diligence. At merely 6 years of age, Raditz's physique had yet to fully develop. As he matured, his combat abilities would inevitably surpass their current limits. Once his body reached its definitive form, he would be free to train as he wished, capable of enduring repeated limits of extreme exertion. The age at which each Saiyan's body solidifies varies. Bardock estimated that Raditz would not stabilize until around the age of 10. In contrast, prodigious Saiyans like Broly were born with their bodies already in a defined state, eliminating concerns about excessive power overwhelming their physical form. Father, you've used that excuse many times already, Raditz muttered, clearly dissatisfied with Bardock's evasive response. Be good and listen, Raditz. You are still quite young. There is no need to rush your training. Bardock had repeatedly conveyed this sentiment to Raditz, and he now found himself at a loss for how to encourage him further. Paragus, you and Broly have arrived at an opportune moment. This is the controller that Dr. Mew has just developed for Broly. Quickly, Let him try it on to assess its effectiveness. Just as Bardock contemplated how to continue persuading Raditz, Paragus entered with Broly through the still-open door. At your command, King Bardock. Upon seeing the controller in Bardock's hand, Paragus felt a surge of joy as he accepted it and handed it to Broly. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Dr. Mew. Broly had heard of the controller before, as Dr. Mew had previously extracted a drop of his blood during its development. Lord Broly, you are too gracious. Dr. Mew responded, explaining the usage of the controller and the precautions to Broly. When Broly transforms into his legendary form, Paragus, pay close attention, the moment Broly loses his sanity. Promptly press the button on the remote. After Broly donned the controller, Bardock handed the remote to Paragus, advising him. With a roar, Broly unleashed the ferocious force within him, his raven hair shifting to a vibrant green. An aura of malevolence and fury erupted from his being. 6 million units of battle energy surged forth, wreaking havoc in Dr. Meow's laboratory. How do you feel? Bardock inquired once Broly completed his transformation. Master, I find it difficult to rein in the raging energy within me. Please, knock me unconscious. Broly replied, as the overwhelming battle intent gnawed at his self-control, making it challenging for him to maintain his composure. With a fierce bellow, Broly succumbed to a rampage within mere seconds. Press it, Bardock commanded, but this time he chose not to knock Broly unconscious as he usually would. Instead, he instructed Paragus to activate the remote. Understood, King Bardock, Paragus responded. As Broly entered his rampaging state, the remote emitted a continuous alarm. Upon receiving Bardock's command, Paragus pressed the button, releasing a unique magnetic field that resonated with Broly's brainwaves. Gradually, Broly's green hair reverted to its original black, the overwhelming aura dissipated, and the wild energy within him calmed, allowing his sanity to gradually return. Master, this controller is remarkable. I feel no discomfort at all. My state is identical to what it was before entering the rampage, Broly exclaimed with excitement. That's excellent. Broly, from now on, while you engage in mental training, you may also confidently pursue your legendary transformation training. Once you can transform without entering a rampage, you may remove the controller from around your neck. Bardock was quite pleased with the effectiveness of the controller. Although it could not ensure that Broly maintained his sanity during the transformation, the current results appeared promising. Chapter 48. Departure to the Zuno Galaxy. Dr. Mew. How is the modification of the small spacecraft I requested coming along? With Broly's controller completed, Bardock no longer needed to monitor him incessantly on planet Bardock, allowing him to proceed with his next plans. In response to your inquiries, I have successfully modified a small spacecraft based on the technical data you brought back from the Galactic Patrol Headquarters. Its speed is now at least 10 times faster than before. However, the energy supply will require one more day to be fully replenished, otherwise, it cannot sustain prolonged flight. Dr. Mew pressed a button on the wall of the laboratory, and a large screen displayed a small spacecraft being energized. Since it will take another day, I shall return tomorrow, Bardock decided. There was no point in waiting any longer, so he began to walk back, with Paragus and the others closely following him. Bardock, are you planning to venture out alone? Seeing that Dr. Mew had only prepared a single-person spacecraft, Paragus could not help but inquire. Indeed, a year ago, I learned from the King of the North Galaxy the whereabouts of Zuno. I intend to seek Zuno's counsel regarding the transformation. This journey will likely take over 2 months. Bardock replied, revealing no secrets. Father, who is this Zuno? I have never heard you mention him before, Raditz asked incredulously. Surprised that there existed a matter Bardock needed to consult someone else about. Zuno is a being of infinite knowledge, well-versed in the affairs of the universe. Bardock recalled Zuno's reputation from the original Dragon Ball Super narrative. Bardock, do you need me to accompany you? Paragus inquired. No, Paragus. You shall remain on planet Bardock this time. I will visit Zuno to inquire about the transformation and return promptly. During my absence, I entrust the protection of planet Bardock to you. Should anything arise, contact me via the detector. Bardock replied, as you command, King Bardock. Paragus understood that Bardock's orders were not easily swayed. Aside from Jine, no one could alter his predetermined plans, so he refrained from further inquiries. Let us depart. Raditz, today you shall rest well. Refrain from your relentless training. I shall take you to find Jine. Having conveyed his instructions, and noticing that lunchtime was approaching, Bardock prepared to lead Raditz back. I don't want to go. I'm not hungry. Raditz retorted, turning his head defiantly to the side. You dare to defy me, young man? Bardock was acutely aware that Raditz was grappling with the issue of his own training without guidance. Without uttering a word, Bardock hoisted Raditz onto his shoulder and began his journey back. "Jine, I have returned," he exclaimed as he pushed the door open to a modest room within the Saiyan royal palace. This arrangement was primarily due to Jine's insistence that the space need not be grand, just sufficient to accommodate their family. Bardock was uncertain where Jine derived all these notions. Yet he chose to heed her words. "What is with the shouting upon your return?" Jine remarked with a hint of annoyance, casting a sideways glance at Bardock. "How did Raditz come to know that lunch was being served today?" "I'm hungry," Raditz replied succinctly, only to be met with a heavy fist from Bardock landing on his head. "Ouch! Father, why did you hit me?" Raditz inquired, puzzled. "How else should you speak to your mother?" Bardock retorted, delivering a simple lesson to Raditz. He then turned to Jine. "Have you prepared the meal? I am also quite famished. I am in the midst of cooking, but I hadn't anticipated Raditz returning for lunch today, so I didn't prepare much," Jine lamented. "Then let us dine outside," Raditz suggested. "Ouch! Father, why did you hit me again?" Raditz exclaimed as Bardock's fist struck him once more. "Why would we eat outside? The chefs in the palace cannot compare to the exquisite meals Jine prepares." Bardock admonished. All right, Bardock, stop picking on Raditz. I shall return to my duties. The meals prepared by Mother are indeed delectable, yet I have indulged in them for 2 or 3 years and have grown somewhat weary of the same fare. Father, have you not yet had your fill?" Raditz's candid reflection inevitably led to another session of Bardock's heartfelt guidance. An hour later, a gust of wind swept through, leaving only a scene of chaos upon the dining table, with plates in disarray. "I am quite satiated. Genie, your culinary creations remain the finest," Bardock praised Jine, while Bardala and Raditz sat nearby, their full bellies protruding. "By the way, Jine, I must venture out for a while, likely for over 2 months. During this time, please take good care of Raditz. His physique is still developing, and it is essential to lay a solid foundation rather than solely focusing on enhancing his combat prowess." Bardock advised. "Yes, I understand. You need not worry, Bardock." Jine did not inquire further about Bardock's destination. For her, the only concern was to assist him in managing their home. "Father, is it because my abilities do not match those of Broly that you seem to favor him over me? You choose to guide Broly in his training while merely instructing me to establish a solid foundation." Hearing Bardock's lack of intention to guide his training, Raditz, feeling aggrieved, voiced his deepest question that had been buried within him for the past year. "When Father returns from Zuno, will you teach me to train?" Bardock replied, gently patting Raditz's small head. "Yes, Father, you must keep your promise." Raditz nodded vigorously, excitement illuminating his expression. Silence enveloped them as night fell, and by noon the next day, Bardock awoke from his slumber. Observing the sun high in the sky, he realized it was time for him to depart. After bidding farewell to Jine and taking his long-idle scouter, Bardock flew directly to the research department. Dr. Mew had already prepared a small spacecraft for Bardock's journey. Without further ado, Bardock boarded the ship, setting the course for the star system where Zuno resided. Warning, warning! The spacecraft will collide with a meteor swarm in 10 minutes. Shall we automatically alter the course? The alarm blared, disturbing Bardock from his rest. Meteor swarm? Why evade? Let us charge through. Upon hearing that the meteor swarm was approaching, Bardock promptly issued a vocal command to the spaceship. What a jest! Evading would only squander time, especially since I require the impact of this meteor swarm to hone my body. With a smirk, Bardock opened the spaceship's hatch and leaped into the void, eagerly soaring towards the impending collision with the meteor swarm. Chapter 49. 3 questions he did not transform into a Super Saiyan. In fact, Bardock did not even unleash a single energy blast, relying solely on the fortitude of his physique to withstand the onslaught of the meteors in the vastness of space. With each strike, he shattered a fragment of rock, navigating through the swarm with reckless abandon, completely forsaking evasion, and utilizing his bodily strength to obliterate the entire meteor cluster. Why not? After all, no one is watching me out here in space. Once the meteor swarm was vanquished, Bardock's attire lay tattered, revealing his robust musculature. Accelerating his flight, he swiftly caught up with the spaceship that had drifted into the distance, but instead of re-entering, he positioned himself atop the vessel, with 500 times the gravitational force. He commenced his training. Adjusting the gravity settings on his combat suit, Bardock stood resolutely on top of the spaceship, embarking on a new phase of his rigorous training regimen. Feeling hunger pangs, he consumed a senzu bean, which was said to sustain one for 10 days without hunger. Bardock was well aware that this was merely a marketing ploy by Master Korin. During his intense training, a single beam could only stave off hunger for a day. Thereafter, he would still feel the gnawing sensation of hunger. Fortunately, on this journey through the Zuno galaxy, Bardock had brought an ample supply of Senza beans, consuming over 30 during the course of the month, allowing him to dedicate his time entirely to training. Bardock ceased his training and transformed into the Super Saiyan form, his muscular physique slightly expanding before promptly contracting back under his control. He ultimately reached the second stage of Super Saiyan, experiencing a power increase of approximately 75 times his normal strength, which was quite impressive. Satisfied, he retracted his transformation and gazed down at the approaching planet Zuno, leaping directly from the sky. Indeed, it resembled the depiction in Dragon Ball Super. The planet Zuno was modest in size from above. Bardock could easily spot the dwelling of Lord Zuno. He reflected, Lord Zuno does not receive unannounced visitors. Those who arrive without an appointment must take their leave. As Bardock had just landed, four rotund extraterrestrials emerged from the dwelling, blocking his path. In unison, they spoke. You four must be the attendants of Zuno. Please inform him that King Bardock from the North Galaxy has arrived to inquire about certain matters. Aware that he sought assistance, Bardock deliberately softened his tone and spoke in a hushed voice. Apologies, but Lord Zuno does not entertain any form of queue jumping. Should you wish to make an appointment now, you may expect to receive an audience with Lord Zuno in approximately 20 years. One of the attendants produced a notebook from within his garment and replied to Bardock. It appears I am indeed more suited to resolving matters with my fists. Generally, I prefer not to engage in excessive dialogue. 20 years. By then my grandchildren will likely have been born, who would remain here foolishly waiting. With a resigned smile, Bardock approached the attendant holding the notebook. Bardock, what are you planning? I warn you, should you dare to act, do you believe I faced with the formidable aura emanating from Bardock? The four attendants of Zuno recoiled in unison, their threats cut short as Bardock sent the one with the notebook flying with a single blow. What are the three of you staring at? Hurry and lead the way. After incapacitating the attendant, Bardock refrained from further aggression, considering that his purpose was to seek assistance and it would be prudent to maintain some decorum towards Zuno. Yes, we shall take you there immediately. Witnessing Bardock's overwhelming prowess, the remaining three attendants exchanged glances before ultimately conceding to his formidable presence. Who is it that has arrived? Did I not specify that I would not meet anyone today? Before they could take more than a few steps, Bardock heard Zuno's voice emanating from within. Zuno, you are renowned for your omniscience. Surely you were aware of my visit today. Upon hearing Zuno's voice, Bardock was able to precisely locate the room where Zuno was situated, hastening his pace until he addressed Zuno directly. BB Bardock? Zuno stammered in astonishment upon seeing Bardock before him, his speech faltering. It is indeed Bardock. Noticing Zuno's flustered demeanor, Bardock took the opportunity to remind him of his name. Lord Bardock, you jest. How could I dare to predict your movements? Thus, I did not personally come to greet you. Please forgive my oversight, Zuno exclaimed, quickly rising from his chair, attempting to kneel before Bardock, but was promptly halted by Bardock's intervention. Before Bardock's arrival, he had envisioned various attitudes that Zeno might hold towards him. Yet he could never have anticipated the profound respect Zeno would display. In fact, one could argue that this reverence was somewhat excessive, especially considering that in the original narrative of Dragon Ball Super, Zeno's demeanor towards Zamasu, the prospective god of destruction, was far less deferential. This overwhelming respect stirred within Bardock a sense of deja vu. Upon reflection, he recalled that 4 years prior, when he had gathered the 7 Dragon Balls on Earth and summoned the Eternal Dragon, the dragon had exhibited a similarly respectful attitude towards him. May I inquire? Esteemed Lord Bardock, what brings you to my humble abode? Zeno respectfully addressed Bardock as he stood before him. I have come merely to pose a few inquiries. Bardock stated plainly, momentarily dismissing his confusion. So it is merely questions you seek, Lord Bardock. You quite startled me, Zeno exclaimed, releasing a deep sigh of relief. He then continued, however, due to certain peculiar circumstances, I am only permitted to answer 3 questions. Beyond that, I regret to inform you that I cannot provide further responses. 3 questions were more than satisfactory for Bardock, who had initially intended to ask only 1. The unexpected allowance of 2 additional questions was a pleasant surprise. Moreover, he noted that Zeno did not impose the same requirement on him as he had on Goku and Bulma in the original Dragon Ball Super narrative. which necessitated a kiss before revealing desired answers. Bardock felt a sense of contentment in this regard. Had such a requirement been necessary, Bardock would have likely adopted Zamasu-'s approach, attempting to compel Zeno for answers through force. Zeno, how well versed are you in the knowledge of Ultra Instinct? Bardock inquired. Is this your first question, Lord Bardock? Perhaps the simplicity of Bardock's query prompted Zuno to retort. Speak swiftly, divulge all that you know regarding the Super Saiyan, and remember, I require every detail. Observing Zuno's hesitation, Bardock, vexed, reiterated his demand. Upon receiving Bardock's precise question, Zuno began to share his complete understanding of the Super Saiyan. The term refers to the legendary Super Saiyan, a warrior among the Saiyans who appears only once in a millennium. However, this is not entirely accurate. In ancient times, the Super Saiyan was merely a normal form of the Saiyans. Fueled by their inherent rage, ancient Saiyans were universally malevolent and combative. With the passage of time, the ferocity within the Saiyan bloodline has gradually diminished and has largely succumbed to dormancy. It can only be partially awakened through the stimulation of the Zenkai energy. This state, now referred to as Oozaru by contemporary Saiyans, results in a tenfold increase in their combat power during transformation. Chapter 50. You know slightly more than the Earth-esque dragon. Continue speaking, Bardock urged as Zuno fell silent for an extended period. That is all I know about the Super Saiyan, Lord Bardock, Zuno exclaimed, his eyes wide with confusion, unsure of what more Bardock desired him to convey. So you are only acquainted with the history of the Super Saiyan. Allow me to inquire, how should one manage the loss of reason during a Super Saiyan transformation? As Bardock observed that Zuno remained silent despite his inquiries, he grew increasingly frustrated and pressed on with his questioning. I know, Zuno hastily responded after Bardock's reprimand. To maintain rationality while in the Super Saiyan transformation under a berserk state, one simply needs an exceptionally strong mental fortitude. Is that all? Bardock queried, seeking further clarity. Indeed. That is all. I am aware of what you have mentioned. My question pertains to whether there exists a method to enable Broly to retain his composure in the Super Saiyan form for a brief period. Bardock, noticing Zuno's hesitation and the unfruitfulness of his previous responses, decided to be more direct. There is a way, by gathering all 7 Dragon Balls and summoning the Eternal Dragon. One can make a wish, Zuno replied promptly, seemingly anxious to avoid Bardock's wrath. Is it truly that simple? The revelation brought Bardock to the brink of tears, as he had spent the past year deeply troubled over Broly's uncontrollable transformations. The solution, merely a wish to the dragon, rendered Bardock's previous efforts seemingly futile. He concluded that traveling to Earth was not an option. For the dragon there was inadequate. Instead, it would be more prudent to journey to Namek to seek out Porunga for a wish. Lord Bardock, please be advised that making a wish to the dragon can only temporarily suppress Broly's Super Saiyan state. To achieve a lasting resolution, one must primarily focus on enhancing mental strength, Zuno continued as Bardock engaged in self-reflection. Bardock turned to Zuno, curious as to how someone with such a peculiar manner of responding to inquiries had managed to survive until now. At that moment, a strong impulse to strike Zuno surged within Bardock. Do you know how to elevate a Saiyan's latent rage factor to 100%? In other words, is there a method to enable an ordinary Saiyan to achieve the transformation? Realizing he still needed to continue his questioning of Zuno, Bardock restrained himself and proceeded to inquire further. Lord Bardock, does this count as your second question? Zuno asked. Indeed, it constitutes my second question, Bardock affirmed. Bardock replied, Oh, my Lord Bardock, I am afraid I cannot answer your question. What is your third inquiry? Zuno hastily took several steps back, wary of Bardock's potential wrath, before responding. If I cannot answer, then it cannot be counted as a response, can it? Energy began to coalesce in Bardock's palm as he slowly advanced towards Zuno. His ire fueled by Zuno's overly dismissive answer to the second question. Please, my Lord Bardock, do not resort to violence. I truly cannot answer your question. However, I can offer you a hint. The primary component of the Berserker factor is malevolence, a pure force of evil within. As Bardock's energy drew near, Zuno quickly added, Very well, I shall consider my second question concluded. For my third inquiry, what makes my identity so special that both you and the dragon exhibit such deference towards me? The energy sphere in Bardock's hand did not dissipate. Instead, it drew closer to Zuno, who intended to use force to compel an answer. My Lord Bardock, do what you must. Even in death, I will not divulge this question. With that, Zuno closed his eyes, awaiting Bardock's assault. You truly will not speak? Transforming into a Super Saiyan, Bardock's overwhelming presence bore down on Zuno, intensifying the pressure. I will not speak. Yet Zuno remained resolute, eyes tightly shut, shaking his head in defiance. Observing Zuno's unwavering stance, Bardock felt a twinge of helplessness. He could not truly kill Zuno, for he had answered his other questions reasonably well and had shown him great respect. Since he refused to answer, let us change the subject. Bardock dispersed the energy at his fingertips and replied to Zuno, Feel free to ask any questions, Lord Bardock. I shall answer without reservation. Having narrowly escaped a calamity, Zuno promptly responded to Bardock. What is the identity of Captain Gilly of the Galactic Patrol? Bardock inquired. Well, my Lord Bardock, the matter regarding Lord Geely's identity is something that cannot be disclosed, at least not at this moment. Just as he was about to utter a word, Zuno quickly suppressed his thoughts. Zuno felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Why did Bardock always pose questions to which he could not respond? Lord Geely? Zuno's brief reply was etched into Bardock's memory. And what do you know about the Dragon Realm? Is the dragon god Salama still alive? Bardock had no intention of continuing to press Zuno. Since Zuno remained unaware, Bardock decided to present his unanswered inquiries regarding the dragon on Earth to Zuno. This I am aware of, yet I cannot divulge, Zuno replied. Might you pose another question, Lord Bardock? Upon hearing Zuno's response, which bore striking resemblance to the answers he had received from the dragon on Earth, Bardock could not help but feel an urge to roar in frustration, thinking to himself, what a bunch of inept beings. Who was it that collected the Super Dragon Balls last time, and what wishes were granted? Bardock pondered for a moment, realizing that there were no further inquiries on his mind. However, since the dragon god, Salama, had been mentioned, he seized the opportunity to inquire about the Super Dragon Balls. Lord Bardock, Zuno replied, bowing his head, I can only inform you that the last Super Dragon Ball was gathered by Lord Goku. As for the remaining questions, I must humbly ask for your forgiveness, as I cannot provide answers. Zuno, do you not know even a little? Bardock pressed. What should I know, Lord Bardock? Zuno responded. You possess merely a fraction more knowledge than the Earth-S dragon. Bardock expressed his grievances candidly. Faced with Bardock's remarks, Zuno found himself at a loss for words. In truth, Zuno yearned to reveal that his knowledge far surpassed that of the dragon on Earth, but unfortunately, the inquiries posed by Bardock were beyond his capacity to disclose. Very well, I understand, Zuno replied, expressing his gratitude. Should you encounter any challenges in the future, feel free to seek me out on planet Bardock. I shall take my leave for now, as the primary objective of my visit has been accomplished. Furthermore, Bardock already harbored ideas regarding the formation of the Super Saiyan and was eager to return to planet Bardock to conduct experiments. Chapter 51, Planet Adrat, please wait a moment. Lord Bardock. Just as Bardock was about to depart, he heard Zuno calling him from behind. Turning around, he inquired, Is there anything else? It is this, Lord Bardock. Zuno replied, I have just learned that the Ice Demon Clan's Gula will arrive at planet Bardock in 3 days. You should hasten your return. Damn it. How can I possibly make it back to planet Bardock in 3 days? It took me a month to reach here by spaceship. Bardock did not believe that Zuno was merely attempting to deceive him. Little did he anticipate that shortly after his departure, his home would fall prey to Gula. While the other members of Gula's legion might be of inferior caliber, Gula himself possessed an astounding combat power of 470 million. In contrast, Paragus, who remained on Bardock planet, could only muster 300 million in combat power, even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, rendering him far from a match for Gula. My Lord Bardock, there is no need for distress. In just 1 minute, a black hole will form in the outer space of this planet. All you need to do is enter it at the appointed time. If you can traverse the black hole safely, you will arrive at Yardrat. Once there, if you manage to learn the instant transmission technique, you will be able to return to Bardock planet in due time. Seemingly aware of Bardock's inner turmoil, Zuno offered his counsel. Thank you. I take my leave. Although Bardock harbored doubts about the reliability of Zuno's suggestion, it remained his only viable option at present, and he felt compelled to give it a try. Bardock swiftly soared beyond the confines of the planet Zuno, and indeed, within a mere minute, a colossal black hole manifested, voraciously consuming everything in its vicinity. With my current prowess, traversing such a formidable black hole should pose no challenge. Transforming into Super Saiyan second form. With my battle power amplified 75-fold, I activated my Berserker mode without a trace of hesitation and plunged headlong into the black abyss. Shields, activate. Upon entering the black hole, Bardock released all the energy within him, enveloping himself in a protective barrier. Lord Bardock, I have yet to finish my words. If you only bring your spacecraft into the black hole, you will surely emerge unscathed, Zuno shouted from below. Having already committed to the journey, Bardock deemed it impossible to return for the ship and disregarded Zuno's words, continuing his advance. Fortunately, the passage through the black hole was swift. Shortly after, Bardock beheld the planet Adrat, not far from his position. You fiend! I must inform you that Adrat belongs to the domain of King Bardock. Should you dare to strike, I shall immediately summon the nearby Saiyan patrol. Humph, are you jesting? Your Adrat lies at the fringes of the northern galaxy. Even if you were to alert the Saiyan patrol now, do you truly believe they could arrive in a timely manner? Surrender your clan's secrets that enhance battle prowess, or I cannot guarantee how many of your Adrat kin will remain should I continue my rampage. That voice sounded somewhat familiar. Merely hearing it revealed the potential of a typical villainous minion. Just as Bardock descended upon Adrat, he heard mention of himself and decided to investigate. There, to his astonishment, was Dodoria, previously frightened away by Tomar and others, now attempting to intimidate the Adrat people with his formidable aura, fueled by a battle power of 22,000. Who dares claim that our Saiyan patrol cannot arrive? As Bardock was poised to eliminate the buffoon Dodoria, he suddenly noticed a familiar silhouette emerging from the crowd of Ardatian beings. BB Bardock, Dodoria stammered, dropping to his knees in fear at the sight of the figure approaching from the throng. The imitation was remarkably convincing. The demeanor, tone, and appearance were strikingly similar to his own. Intrigued, Bardock observed this other version of himself stepping forth from the masses below. Leave Ardasha at once. Or should I encounter you again, I shall ensure your demise. The Bardock on stage admonished the kneeling Dodoria with a commanding voice. However, while impersonating another might be tolerable, to masquerade as me was a grave error. The moment that proclamation escaped his lips, the ruse was undoubtedly exposed. As Bardock surveyed the situation on the battlefield, he engaged in a mental analysis. Indeed, just as the name Bardock escaped his lips, the once kneeling Dodoria revealed a menacing glare and sprang from the ground, launching an assault against him. It was evident that Dodoria had transformed into an Ardatian. I had suspected that Bardock's sudden appearance here would pose no threat to someone as insignificant as myself. Observing the Ardatian who had been effortlessly sent back to his original form, Dodoria reveled in his triumph. I shall grant you one final opportunity, he declared. Surrender any secret techniques that could enhance your combat prowess, or else I shall commence a planetary slaughter. Dodoria, if our Ardatian race possessed any techniques to augment our strength, we would not be in a position to be defeated by you. An elder Ardatian stepped forward to respond. His words might hold a grain of truth, and they certainly seemed somewhat reasonable. However, Dodoria sensed an underlying disquiet. In that case, old man, I shall eliminate you first. With a stride forward, he seized the elder Ardatian, preparing to unleash his attack. Elder, a group of Ardatian warriors, witnessing their leader's capture, immediately grew frantic, eager to confront Dodoria with reckless abandon. It was time for me to make my entrance. Any delay could result in the elder's demise. To save someone, one must appear at the moment when despair envelopes them, when they most desperately require assistance. The impact is far more profound. I refrained from shouting for him to halt, as Bardock deemed such theatrics overly juvenile. Bardock had no intention of allowing Doria a glimpse of himself. Ascending into the sky, he unleashed a beam of energy, sending Doria directly to the depths of hell. Who was it? Upon Doria's demise, the Grand Elder and the assembly of Ardatian beings simultaneously raised their gazes to Bardock, who stood with the blazing sun at his back, radiating an almost blinding luminosity. It is I, King Bardock. Aware that he could not indulge in arrogance too excessively, Bardock descended from the heavens and addressed the gathered Ardatian populace. Thank you, King Bardock, for coming to our rescue. The Grand Elder, upon witnessing Bardock's presence, immediately led the Ardatian beings to welcome him, for at this moment, Ardatia was under Bardock's dominion. I have just observed some of you transforming into my likeness. Do you comprehend the severity of such an accusation? Ignoring the fervent welcome from the Ardatian beings, Bardock exuded his formidable aura, instilling fear in their hearts as he sternly questioned the Grand Elder before him. Please forgive us, King Bardock. We resorted to such measures solely out of desperation for our lives, replied the Grand Elder, lowering his head further, unable to meet Bardock's fierce gaze. Very well. I shall grant you forgiveness. I have heard from Doria that your Ardatian people possess numerous secret techniques. Might I inquire if I could learn a few? Upon witnessing the imposing figure of the Elder before him, Bardock felt an overwhelming fear. prompting him to declare his intentions. Chapter 52. The skill of the gods. Since King Bardock wishes to learn, of course, he may proceed. Please follow me, the elder replied after a long silence. Rising from the ground. However, elder, our clan's secret techniques cannot be entrusted to those with malevolent hearts, Bardock interjected. Is King Bardock not one of us? Moreover, he has just rescued our planet from the clutches of Dodoria. It is only just and reasonable that he be allowed to learn our clan's secret arts. One of the inhabitants of the planet Odrat, standing beside the elder, attempted to voice his objections, but was swiftly silenced by the elder's rebuke. King Bardock, my subordinate is simply ignorant. Please, follow me, the elder reiterated, turning to Bardock once more. It matters not. Lead me there quickly, Bardock urged. With only 3 days remaining before Guldo would reach planet Bardock, he had no time to linger in conversation with the Odrat inhabitants. Thus, he opted for a display of force, combined with the goodwill of having slain Dodoria, confident that the Odrat people would acquiesce to his request for learning the secret techniques. Whether one deemed Bardock as oppressing the weak or as leveraging gratitude, his ultimate goal remained singular: to master the art of instant transmission and return to save planet Bardock. King Bardock, we have arrived. This is the location where our clan's secret techniques are inscribed. Each cave within this mountain holds a unique technique. You may choose as you wish, the elder announced, guiding Bardock to the summit of a mysterious mountain, gesturing towards the multitude of caves that dotted its expanse. So many, Bardock exclaimed, feeling a sense of overwhelm as he surveyed the countless caverns. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to waste it searching through each one. Elder, which cave contains the technique for instant transmission? He inquired, turning to the elder beside him. Instant transmission. The elder's face registered astonishment upon hearing those words from Bardock. What? Do not tell me that your planet lacks the technique of instant transmission? Bardock pressed, noticing the elder's surprise and hesitance. We do possess it, King Bardock. Please, follow me. The elder conceded, aware that he could not conceal the truth from Bardock any longer, and they continued their ascent. King Bardock. The technique you seek is located in the central cave, the elder stated after a considerable time, pointing towards 3 cave entrances at the mountain's peak. Very well. I shall enter, Bardock replied. Having spoken, Bardock proceeded towards the central opening. King Bardock, the techniques at this mountain summit are incomparable to those below. The summit skills are revered as divine abilities, and only those with a pure heart may undertake their study, the Grand Elder cautioned. I understand. Rest assured. Even if I fail to grasp this art of instantaneous movement, I shall not direct my ire towards you inhabitants of the Adralat star. Bardock returned. As for the notion that only those with pure hearts can learn, Bardock paid it little heed. After all, in the original Dragon Ball series, even Kid Buu managed to master instant transmission. Upon receiving Bardock's affirmative response, the Grand Elder sighed in relief, reassured that he no longer had to worry about the safety of his planet. The divine technique was intriguing. It took Goku over a year to learn instant transmission in the original story, and Bardock wondered if he could master it within the span of 3 days. However, before proceeding, he decided to inform Paragus to be prepared, lest they be caught off guard by Cooler. With that thought, Bardock lightly tapped his ear-mounted communicator. And in no time, he established contact with Paragus on planet Bardock. He succinctly relayed the situation regarding Cooler, urging Paragus to take precautions, and then ended the communication. Bardock then walked toward the center of the cave, which was devoid of any objects. Finding a suitable spot, he sat cross-legged and began to delve into the understanding of instant transmission inscribed within the cave. His mind became tranquil, and Bardock entered a state of deep concentration. The essentials of instant transmission were soon grasped one by one. Time passed without notice, and when Bardock finally opened his eyes, he ingested a senza bean to replenish his energy. He extended the index and middle fingers of his right hand to his forehead, closed his eyes once more, and began to sense the nearby energies. He found it, instant transmission. Bardock vanished from his original position, only to reappear beside the Grand Elder of Yardrat. King Bardock, have you mastered instantaneous movement so swiftly? The Grand Elder's eyes widened in astonishment at the sudden appearance of Bardock, resembling a person who had encountered a ghost. His expression one of disbelief. The precision of his location was commendable. Observing his successful instantaneous movement to the Elder's side, Bardock felt a sense of satisfaction. Grand Elder, how much time has elapsed since I entered the cave to learn this technique? Bardock had been so engrossed in his studies that he had lost track of time. His visit served both to test the effectiveness of his newfound ability and to inquire about the duration that had passed. In response to King Bardock, the Grand Elder replied, "It has been scarcely a day since you commenced your studies in the cave." Just as he intended to bring some food to Bardock in the cave as a gesture of goodwill, he was startled to find Bardock at his side. Not wishing to conceal anything from Bardock, he promptly answered, "Only a day? Then there is still time. Grand Elder, I shall take my leave." With that, Bardock soared into the sky, though he did not choose to return immediately to planet Bardock. Bardock intends to utilize the remaining 2 days to explore the other 2 divine techniques atop the mountain. With unwavering determination, he swiftly ascends back to the summit. Adhering to the principle of men to the left, women to the right, he approaches the left cave, intending to master the secret skill housed within before proceeding. The decor mirrors that of the central cave, and drawing upon his previous experience, Bardock directly engages with the mental imprint of the technique inscribed within the cave. On the opposite side of the cosmos, countless starships race through the northern galaxy. Your Majesty, Lord Cooler, we anticipate reaching planet Bardock in 2 days. Reports a white-haired alien from the lead spaceship to the frozen demon seated upon his throne. Shavisa, relay the order to expedite our speed. We must arrive at planet Bardock within a day. For reasons unknown, I am plagued by an ominous premonition. Cooler commands, gazing out into the vastness of the universe. Understood. Lord Cooler. Shavisa replies before swiftly descending to convey Cooler's directive. Humph, Bardock, how dare you slay my brother Frisia and my nephew Ace, bringing disgrace upon the frozen demon clan. This time, I shall witness who among the Scions can thwart my slaughter in the absence of your guardianship over planet Bardock. Cooler's heart is filled with a chilling mockery as he eagerly anticipates the moment he descends upon planet Bardock in an invincible manner. P.S. I noticed comments suggesting I write about Dabora and Broly, so I have initiated a poll. If you wish to see whose side story you prefer, feel free to cast your vote. In addition to ensuring 3 updates of the main text daily, I will also sporadically update the side stories. Chapter 53, Confrontation with Cooler Report, Lord Paragus. We have detected thousands of starships heading towards planet Bardock, expected to arrive in approximately 1 day. On the planet Bardock, within the research department, Paragus arrived at Dr. Mew's location upon receiving a notification from Bardock. With merely 1 day remaining, an entire day earlier than the timeline Bardock had conveyed to him, he felt adequately prepared. After hearing Dr. Mew's response, Paragus smiled with confidence. Toma, summon the Special Operations Team. Pabujan, gather the elite members of our clan. We must ensure that the battlefield is set in the cosmos, for we cannot allow the flames of war to ignite upon our Bardock planet. As the steward of the Scions, Paragus felt it imperative to consider all angles in Bardock's absence. He was aware of Gula's combat power, which stood at 470 million, a fact that Bardock had already disclosed to him. However, Paragus remained undeterred. As a Scion, he firmly believed that there are no cowards among their kind. To retreat simply because Gula's might surpass his own would render him unworthy of claiming to be a member of the Scion race. His sole concern was that the imminent clash with Gula would spill over onto Bardock planet. Thus he resolved to establish the battlefield in outer space. Had Bardock known Paragus' thoughts, he would surely commend him for such a decision, as a Scion ought to possess an indomitable spirit. Understood, Lord Paragus, Toma replied. For the impending battle, both Toma and Pabujan felt a surge of excitement. Fear had long been absent from the hearts of the Scions since Bardock ascended to kingship, leaving only an insatiable desire for combat. Orders cascaded down, and the Special Operations and elite Scion forces assembled. The Special Operations team, led by Toma, comprised 15 members clad in the blood-red uniforms of their unit, each possessing a combat power exceeding 1 million. The elite force, commanded by Pabujan, numbered in the tens of thousands, adorned in azure uniforms with an average combat power around 100,000. Naturally, Pabujan donned the Special Operations attire. Why am I not permitted to join the battle when my combat power has also reached 3 million? Celebi expressed her frustration, watching her comrades Toma and Pabujan prepare for battle while she remained on Bardock planet. It is precisely because your combat power has reached 3 million that I must keep you here, Paragus explained. The safety of Queen Jine and the security of Bardock planet are entrusted to your guardianship. Paragus recognized the challenge of keeping a battle-hungry Scion at home. Yet the safety of Jine was undeniably paramount, making Celeba's stationing on Bardock planet the wisest choice. Oh, I understand now, Celebi conceded. The balance between Jine's safety and the thrill of battle was clear to her, and thus she held no resentment towards Paragus' command. Steward, what of me? As the Prince of the Scions, how can I not partake in such a battle? Raditz descended from the skies, confronting Paragus with determination. Father, I wish to join as well. At that moment, Broly, who had accompanied Raditz, voiced his desire to partake. Your Highness Raditz, and you as well, Broly. You are both still quite young and ill-suited for this battle, Paragus admonished. Moreover, Guldo's battle power exceeds my transformed Super Saiyan strength by 230 million. I fear I may struggle to protect you both amidst the fray. Rest assured, I shall not be a burden, Raditz replied. Broly and I possess sufficient power to safeguard ourselves. Broly nodded in agreement, aligning himself with Raditz's conviction. Queen Jine, what say you? Raditz, being the prince of the Saiyans, prompted Paragus to look towards Jine for support, hoping she might persuade Raditz to reconsider. Steward, you should permit Raditz to accompany us. After all, he bears the blood of Bardock, Jine reflected, recalling Bardock's youthful fervor and Raditz's determination. She found herself unable to conjure any reasonable objections. Thus addressing Paragus. Very well, since you, Queen Jine, have spoken, let Raditz come along, Paragus conceded with a wry smile, knowing he could not oppose Jine's wishes. Consequently, he decided to bring Broly along as well. Let us depart. Thousands of Saiyans boarded approximately 1,000 spaceships, each vessel accommodating about 10 warriors. Under Paragus's command, they ascended from the ground, embarking into the cosmos. Dr. Mew had already monitored Guldo's precise location. Thus, Paragus felt no concern about misdirecting their course. Lord Guldo, we have detected an extensive fleet of spaceships blocking our route to planet Bardock. If we were to reroute, our journey would be prolonged by at least threefold, reported Shaviza within Guldo's spaceship. Oh, is that so? The Saiyan race is indeed the only one capable of amassing such a formidable fleet in the North Galaxy, Guldo mused, unperturbed by the prospect. Yet, these Saiyans are remarkably audacious. They dare to challenge me in Bardock's absence. They seem eager to meet their demise. Indeed, Lord Guldo is wise. Shaviza flattered, bowing his head in deference. Shaviza, relay my orders. There is no need for a detour. Since these Saiyans are so hastily courting death, I shall ensure they meet their end here in the cosmos. Then I will proceed to annihilate planet Bardock, allowing Bardock himself to experience the anguish of witnessing his kin's extinction. Unbeknownst to Gula, his actions happened to align perfectly with the plans of Paragus. In the vastness of the cosmos, Paragus was exhilarated at the prospect of battle. Lord Paragus, our movements have been detected by the Gula Legion, and they are rapidly approaching us, reported Toma, relaying the latest intelligence. In approximately 10 minutes, they will be within the firing range of our cosmic battleships. Is that so? The Saiyan blood within me is already boiling. Let Gula come swiftly, Paragus exclaimed with palpable excitement. Toma, relay my orders. As soon as we encounter the Gula Legion's battleships, we shall open fire. Since Gula dares to come here, he must be prepared for total annihilation in our northern galaxy. Suppressing his own exhilaration, Paragus continued, Understood, Lord Paragus. With that, Toma conveyed Paragus's commands. Chapter 54. Indeed, a brawl is preferable fire. As soon as the Gula's battleships entered the range, Paragus issued the command without hesitation. And Gula did likewise on his side. The Gula Legion commanded tens of thousands of battleships, while the Saiyans had merely 1,000. It seemed that Gula's forces had the numerical advantage. However, as time passed, Gula soon realized that the battlefield was littered with his own fallen comrades. While not a single Saiyan battleship had sustained damage, Lord Paragus, the technology of the Gula Legion's battleships is rather primitive. Their attacks cannot penetrate our defenses, Toma reported, observing the unfolding situation. Conversely, our attacks easily pierce through their ships, sometimes even destroying more than 2 at a time. Indeed, I must commend that old man, Dr. Mew, for his remarkable contributions to our scientific endeavors, Paragus mused, a smile creeping across his face as he reveled in the overwhelming advantage of his forces. Yet, both Paragus and Toma remained vigilant, for Gula had yet to make his move. At the level of combat power reaching millions, it was effortless to obliterate dozens, even hundreds, of battleships with a mere wave of the hand. In other words, the ultimate outcome of this conflict would hinge upon the confrontation between Paragus and Gula. Gula truly possesses remarkable composure. Even as his subordinates face annihilation, he chooses not to strike. More than 10 minutes had passed, and the Gula Legion had suffered substantial losses, with a multitude of the remnants of their cosmic warships floating aimlessly in the universe. Yet, Gula remained passive, seemingly indifferent to the fate of his subordinates, arousing Paragus's suspicion. Toma, Pabujan, what do you think accounts for Gula's reluctance to engage? What could he possibly be scheming? Paragus inquired of the two beside him. Unknown, they replied in unison. Very well, Paragus mused, recognizing the challenge of prompting his fellow Scions to think critically, deciding that direct action was more pragmatic. Toma, Pabujan, rally the special forces and join the fray. We must swiftly eliminate the Gula Legion. I will confront Gula myself. Aware that Gula would inevitably strike, Paragus resolved to hasten the conflict, yearning for a prompt return home. Understood, Lord Paragus, Toma and Pabujan acknowledged, promptly departing to assemble their elite troops. Prince Raditz, remain here with Broly and refrain from wandering, Paragus cautioned before departing, donning his breathing apparatus, opening the hatch of his spacecraft, and launching into the void. Without hesitation, Paragus unleashed an energy blast towards Gula's warship. Seeking death, Gula declared defiantly, opting to meet Paragus's assault head-on. A combat power of 6 million, not bad. I didn't expect to find such a formidable warrior among the Scions, apart from Bardock. So what say you? Will you surrender and join me in ruling the universe? With a single palm, Gula deflected Paragus's energy blast, attempting to sway him. Not interested. To Paragus, even the prospect of universal dominion required following in Bardock's footsteps. How could a mere frost demon like Gula dare to make such grandiose claims? After succinctly dismissing Gula, Paragus transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at him. How weak? Is your combat power truly only 250 million? Gula, currently in his fourth form, possessed a combat power far beneath his fifth form's 470 million. Unbeknownst to Paragus, he assumed Gula had been concealing his true strength, prompting his sudden offensive. Is Gula really capable of 470 million combat power? Pabujan scoffed, effortlessly obliterating a row of Gula's warships with a casual energy blast, then glancing toward the battlefield. Bardock did assert that Gula's strength was indeed 455 million. Could it be that he is yet to unleash his full potential? Toma pondered, having just annihilated his designated section of Gula's fleet, casting a skeptical eye upon Gula, who was being overwhelmed by Paragus. Stop. Gula, having gleaned intelligence, understood that even if Paragus transformed into Super Saiyan, his combat power would barely exceed 100 million. Thus, he refrained from immediately assuming his fifth transformation. After all, Gula was convinced that his fourth form, with a combat power of 250 million, should suffice to overpower Paragus. However, what Gula did not anticipate was that he would be the one on the receiving end of a beating. Stop, Gula commanded. And the battle came to an abrupt halt. Paragus felt humiliated and, after cursing Gula, unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. Get away. In the face of Paragus's relentless assault, Gula found himself unable to retaliate. Seizing a moment of opportunity, he swiftly transformed into his fifth form. His body expanded, for horns extending backward from his head, his shoulders jutting out like protective armor, and two more horns sprouting from his back, while his arms morphed into blade-like protrusions. Gula's combat power surged from 250 million to an astonishing 470 million, as proclaimed by Bardock. This sudden transformation immediately caught the attention of Toma and Pabujan, who turned their gaze toward Gula on the battlefield. Scions, behold the true might of your king. Do you feel the fear now? Having successfully transformed, Gula reveled in his newfound power. After a single strike that sent Paragus reeling, he stood his ground, basking in his superiority. For 170 million? Such a paltry amount of power does not instill fear in me. On the contrary, I find myself inexplicably exhilarated. Initially, Paragus had intended to eliminate Gula before he could transform, but he soon realized that mere suppression was all he could manage. Killing him proved to be a daunting task. However, witnessing Gula unleash his full strength ignited Paragus's fighting spirit. After consuming a Senzu bean to replenish his waning energy, he charged forward to engage Gula once more. Lord Paragus, we are here to assist you. Toma and Pabujan, having dispatched Gula's fleet of cosmic warships, swiftly approached Paragus to offer their support. Excellent. While Paragus remained unafraid of Gula's full power, he did not underestimate the situation and welcomed the aid of Toma and Pabujan. For 100,000 and 350,000 in combat power? What use are two weaklings? Gula scoffed disdainfully upon accessing Toma and Pabujan's combat data through his earpiece. A fierce roar erupted from the two individuals, accompanied by a surge of golden energy surrounding them. As Toma and Pabujan approached Gula, they simultaneously transformed into Super Saiyans, their combat power soaring to 200 million and 175 million, respectively, under the augmentation of their Super Saiyan form. With both hands extended, Gula seized the transformed Toma and Pabugen, hurling them aside. Although their attack did not inflict substantial damage upon Gula, it indeed caught him off guard. You dare to ambush me with such feeble skills? Gula's words were cut short as he received a punch to the abdomen from Paragus, sending him flying. After all, their combat power did not exceed a twofold difference, and Gula was taken by surprise by Paragus' strike. Indeed, a collective assault proves advantageous. Paragus mused, observing their slight advantage. P.S. Readers are welcome to express their preferences in the reviews. I shall contemplate writing accordingly. Any shortcomings in this work can also be mentioned in the comments. And I am open to revisions. This concludes today's chapter. I shall supplement it tomorrow. Tonight, I need to ponder the plot concerning the Great T. And if all goes well, I will update with a chapter focused on him tonight. Chapter 55, The Pursuit of Raditz. It's so dreadfully dull here, Broly. Shall we venture out to battle? Raditz proposed, gazing at the tumultuous battlefield outside the spacecraft, feeling an overwhelming sense of boredom. Your Highness, my father's intentions are rooted in our safety. With Gula's strength, even a mere brush against him is beyond our capacity to endure, Broly replied. Though he too young to participate in the fray. However, for Raditz's safety, he reluctantly reconsidered. What is there to fear? With me, the Prince of the Saiyans. Protecting you. Even Gula would dare not harm you. Raditz exclaimed, striving to bolster Broly's confidence, noticing Broly's hesitation before the battle had even begun. Your Highness, I don't believe this is wise, Broly murmured, as he genuinely wished to convey his worry about having to protect Raditz. Especially since he could transform into Super Saiyan while Raditz could not. What is unwise about it? Soon, we shall launch an attack on Gula's spacecraft. Not directly confront Gula himself. Trust me, it is quite safe. I am the prince. Listen to me, Raditz insisted, continuing to persuade Broly as he perceived his lingering doubts. Very well, Your Highness, I shall accompany you. Broly, being a Saiyan, had his blood ignited within him. At this moment, upon hearing Raditz's decision not to seek out Cooler, Broly found it somewhat acceptable in his heart. Chapter 547. Without further ado, Raditz donned his breathing apparatus, checked his supply of senzu beans, and promptly took Broly into battle. Haha, it has been ages since I've fought with such exhilaration, wouldn't you agree, Broly? While deftly evading the bombardments of the cosmic battleships in the vastness of space, Raditz laughed joyously as he sought opportunities to counterattack. My Lord Raditz, we should return. We are drawing closer to Cooler's position, and the Cooler Army's battleships have nearly been obliterated. Due to years of cultivating his mental fortitude, Broly could maintain his composure even amidst tumultuous emotions. For instance, after a fierce battle, though his spirits soared, he remained remarkably calm, far surpassing Raditz's reckless exuberance. Let us approach the rear of Cooler's battleship. There we are less likely to be detected, Broly suggested. Upon this reminder, Raditz also sensed their proximity to Cooler and, without hesitation, soared ahead. Broly, resigned, followed closely behind. Your Highness, we should really head back, Broly urged as he caught up with Raditz. Look, Broly. Isn't that small spacecraft emerging from Cooler's flagship rather suspicious? Raditz inquired, having just spotted it while gliding to the rear. By the trajectory, it seems to be heading towards planet Bardock, Broly deduced. It must be the despicable Cooler's scheme to distract the caretaker and others while secretly dispatching his subordinates to launch a surprise attack on planet Bardock. Upon realizing the direction it was taking, Raditz cursed vehemently. Indeed, Broly concurred, recognizing the validity of Raditz's assessment. What are we waiting for? Let us pursue them and eliminate them, Raditz exclaimed, eagerly accelerating forward. Not to dismiss Raditz's impulsiveness, but he was fervently eager to prove himself as no less than Broly. Broly, understanding Raditz's sentiments, refrained from mentioning anything that might trouble him. Captain, 2 Saiyans are pursuing us from behind. Their battle power appears to be around 60,000. Should I take care of them? Dre, one of Cooler's 3 subordinates, asked his companion, Savaiza, aboard the small spacecraft. No, now is not the opportune moment to engage. We risk drawing the attention of Paragus and the others. It would be best for us to hasten our journey to planet Bardock, Savaiza replied, analyzing the situation further. Nez, increase our speed and shake off those 2 Saiyans. Understood, Captain. Nez, one of the 3 formidable subordinates of Gula, exclaimed in frustration. How can their spacecraft be traveling at such incredible speed? Despite exerting all his efforts to pursue, Raditz found himself unable to close the distance. His irritation mounting as he accelerated once more. Captain, the Scions trailing us appear to be the sons of Bardock and Paragus, Dre remarked, perusing information on the Scions. Is that so? The offspring of the foremost and second-in-command of planet Bardock are here. Their audacity is commendable, Nez mused, lowering his speed to allow them to catch up. Once we reach an isolated location, we shall seize them. They will undoubtedly serve as excellent leverage against Bardock or Paragus. In that moment, Savaiza conceived a brilliant scheme in his mind. Truly, Captain Savaiza, your intellect is unparalleled, Dre and Nez lauded him. As the pace slowed, Raditz exclaimed with excitement, excellent. Broly, let us hasten our pursuit. Noticing the small spacecraft ahead decelerating, he thoughtlessly urged on. Raditz, be wary of a trap, Broly cautioned, hoping to instill caution. But upon seeing Raditz accelerate again, he resignedly increased his own speed. Prince of the Scions, I admire your bravery. With a battle power of nearly 60,000. You dare to chase us, Savaiza taunted as their small spacecraft came to a halt in a desolate expanse, the three stepping out. Humph. Knowing I am the Prince of the Scions, you should surrender swiftly. Perhaps I might grant you a more dignified demise, Raditz retorted, arms crossed, disdain evident in his gaze. A dignified death? Huh. Prince of the Scions, do you truly believe you can challenge us with your paltry 60,000 battle power? Or do you rely on the infant with the same power behind you? Savaiza scoffed. A smirk gracing his lips as he utilized his scanner to assess Raditz and Broly's battle power. Raditz, I am ready, Broly announced, having already set up the artificial moon overhead. With the combat strengths of Savaiza and his companions nearing 200,000, Raditz understood that he and Broly in their standard forms would not stand a chance against them. Hence, he had instructed Broly to prepare the artificial moon in anticipation of this very moment. Roar. A furious roar erupted from Raditz, his body swiftly enlarging as he completed his transformation into a great ape. With a battle power of 600,000, he was more than capable of decimating the three from Savaiza. In contrast, Broly refrained from undergoing the transformation. For the ferocity within him was at a staggering 100%. He would ascend directly to his Super Saiyan form. Raditz's plan appeared flawless, however. Reality seldom adheres to the scripts of ambition. As soon as the artificial moon constructed by Broly was completed, an energy blast in Savaiza's hand had already coalesced, aimed directly at the newly formed moon. Boom. The energy blast collided with the artificial moon, obliterating it, and with the loss of the moon, Raditz reverted from his great ape form back to his normal state. Chapter 56, Silent Bond's Prince of the Scions. Do you truly believe we did not investigate your kind before our arrival? How naive, Savaiza taunted. Your race's transformation into great apes allows for a tenfold increase in combat power, yet it is dependent on the presence of an artificial moon. Knowing your clan's vulnerability, do you think I would remain unprepared for your transformation? Boom. Defiant, Raditz attempted to conjure another artificial moon, but before he could act, he was swiftly struck aside by Dre. Raditz, my prince. Broly, witnessing Raditz's plight from above, was about to descend to his aid. Where do you think you're going, kid? How about sparring with me first? Nez stepped forward to intercept Broly, preventing him from seizing the opportunity to create an artificial moon. Curse it. If only I could transform. None of you would leave here alive. Raditz bellowed in rage, struggling to mount a defense against Dre's relentless onslaught. Dre, maintaining a playful demeanor, had yet to unleash his full power against Raditz. Otherwise, Raditz would have been unable to withstand even a single strike from Nez. Meanwhile, Broly was not faring any better, being forced to retreat repeatedly under Nez's assault. Ultimately, Broly was merely a year old, with his primary focus having been on enhancing his mental prowess. Regardless of how mature his mind may be, his combat experience was significantly lacking. In close combat, Broly relied heavily on his innate battle instincts as a Super Saiyan. Yet this did not alter the fact that he possessed only a little over 60,000 in battle power at that moment. Enough of your games, you two. Quickly deal with these two youngsters. We still have the mission decreed by King Gula to attend to. As time passed, Savaiza grew impatient and expressed his dissatisfaction to Dre and Nez. Understood, Captain, they replied in unison, and without holding back any longer, they unleashed their full power, attacking Raditz and Broly. With battle powers nearing 200,000, subduing Raditz and Broly, who possessed a mere 60,000, was effortless. In less than a minute, Raditz and Broly found themselves captured before Savaiza. With you two as leverage, I am certain that Bardock and Paragus will comply. Savaiza chuckled at the unwilling expressions on Raditz and Broly's faces. Ouch, you little brat dare to bite me, Nez exclaimed, releasing his grip on Broly's arms. Observing the effectiveness of Broly's tactic, Raditz quickly mirrored the action, biting Dre's arm, which prompted Dre to loosen his hold on Raditz as well. Your Highness Raditz, you must go at once and fetch my father and the others for assistance. I will hold them off, Broly declared, positioning himself protectively in front of Raditz, glaring defiantly at Shaviza and his companions. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. How could I flee alone? You go first, I will cover our retreat. Raditz understood that, in the absence of a synthetic moon, the most prudent course of action was for either himself or Broly to escape and return to seek aid from Paragus and the others. Yet, his pride as a Saiyan prince forbade him from being the first to flee, compelling him to stand his ground. You fools! Shaviza scolded Dre and Nez. If they allowed Raditz to return for assistance as Broly suggested, their situation would be dire. Thus, Shaviza resolved to continue his capture, gathering energy in his palm to strike Raditz. Your Highness Raditz, be careful. Raditz stood frozen in shock as Shaviza launched an energy blast toward him. Swiftly, Broly dashed in front of Raditz, sacrificing himself to absorb the lethal blow. No. Upon witnessing Broly nearing death, Raditz suddenly realized the gravity of his earlier hesitation. Regretting the jealousy he had harbored toward Broly, in that moment, he comprehended everything. Despite Broly's exceptional talent, he was willing to risk his life to protect his friend. Where, then, did Raditz's jealousy stem from? Shaviza, how dare you attempt to kill Broly? I will see you dead. Clutching the motionless body of Broly, Raditz was engulfed by a profound sorrow and rage, directing a furious roar at the looming Shaviza before him. The aura surrounding his body began to shift to a resplendent gold, and the long hair that once flowed behind him began to stand on end, his entire presence escalating with fervor. Cough, cough, Raditz, I am not yet deceased. A single Senzu bean from you would suffice. Just as Raditz was on the brink of succumbing to unbridled fury, Broly struggled to open his eyes and spoke to him. Very well. I shall provide it to you at once. Upon realizing that Broly still clung to life, Raditz's anger swiftly transformed into elation, and he hastily retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket to administer to Broly. In that moment, as Raditz and Broly locked gazes, an unspoken bond formed within their hearts. The golden aura enveloping Raditz dissipated, his hair returned to its original state, and the intensity of his presence ceased to escalate. It could be said that Raditz, buoyed by the joy in his heart, missed the opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan. However, even if he were aware of this, he would never be willing to exchange Broly's life for his own transformation into a Super Saiyan, for Raditz was the proud prince of the Saiyans. Such remarkable beings, indeed. Just as the intel suggested, even when consumed by the gravely injured, they can instantly heal one's wounds. However, the worth of a mere infant with a combat power of 60,000, without the presence of an artificial moon, seemed rather negligible. Reflecting on the miraculous nature of the Senzu beans, Shaviza cast a disdainful glance at Raditz and Broly. Raditz, my prince, you must leave at once to find my father and the others for assistance. I shall hold the rear. With the same insistence, Broly urged Raditz once more. Understood. Broly, take care here. This time, Raditz did not hesitate to comply, fully aware that Broly was indeed more suited to stay behind. Broly possessed the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, while Raditz did not. Once Broly underwent this transformation, he would enter a berserk state, unable to distinguish friend from foe. If Raditz remained, he would only hinder Broly and potentially become a target of Broly's rampage. Thinking of escaping, Saiyan Prince? Do you presume we are inconsequential? With a contemptuous gaze directed at the fleeing Raditz, Shaviza commanded Dre and Nez to intercept him. To touch Raditz, you must first inquire whether I, Broly, grant permission. With determination, Broly positioned his diminutive frame before Shaviza and his companions. Very well, little one, your courage is commendable. I shall deal with you first, and then it will be time to eliminate your royal prince. As Shaviza stood before the imposing figure of Broly, a tempest of fury surged within him. He chose not to pursue Raditz immediately, for in Shaviza's estimation, vanquishing Broly, with his mere battle power of 60,000, would be a trivial endeavor. Once he had dispatched Broly, pursuing Raditz would be a mere formality. However, a thunderous roar erupted from Broly, shattering Shaviza's contemplations. What manner of monster are you? The sinister and ferocious aura radiating from Broly instilled a chilling dread in Shaviza and his companions, as an indescribable fear burgeoned within their hearts. The terrifying presence of 6 million battle power relentlessly assailed their wills, leaving them engulfed in despair, with no glimmer of hope. Chapter 57. The Damaged Controller. My Lord Raditz, what brings you here? You must leave this place at once. Paragus, fully engrossed in his battle with Gula, was momentarily distracted by Raditz' arrival and was promptly struck back by a powerful punch from Gula. He called out to Raditz, urgency lacing his voice. As Paragus was pushed back, Toma and Pabugen quickly stepped in to shield him, engaging in a defensive stance against Gula's relentless assault. Indeed, it was a defense. The disparity in strength between Paragus's group and Gula was insurmountable, making victory through offense unattainable. Thus, they resorted to a war of attrition. It may sound somewhat cowardly, but it was the only viable strategy available, as Paragus and his companions had an abundance of senzu beans to sustain them in a drawn-out battle. Constantly pushing their limits against formidable foes was the most effective training method for Scions throughout history. As the battle progressed, Toma and Pabugen experienced minor breakthroughs in their battle power. Paragus was confident in his ability to outlast Gula. In the event that he could not exhaust Gula, Paragus believed he would eventually find a way to defeat him, feeling the constraints of his training loosening. He sensed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, which could potentially elevate his power to rival or even surpass Gula's. Steward! Broly has just transformed into his legendary Super Saiyan form to save me. Raditz, aware of the dire situation Paragus faced, felt an urgency to convey the news about Broly. What? Broly has transformed into a legendary Super Saiyan? Paragus exclaimed in shock, realizing there was no time for elaborate explanations. The fact that Broly had been compelled to assume such a powerful form indicated that Raditz was in grave danger. Toma, you and Pabugen return to the mothership to retrieve the remote control for the device. Hurry and subdue Broly. We cannot allow the legendary Super Saiyan to rampage through this cosmic expanse for too long. Paragus issued commands to Toma and Pabugen. After all, Broly in his legendary Super Saiyan state was a formidable adversary, indiscriminately targeting anyone in his vicinity. Furthermore, his rampaging state severely drained his mental faculties. If they did not act swiftly to restore Broly's sanity, the Saiyan elite forces present, along with the innocent star systems surrounding them, would undoubtedly suffer dire consequences. However, Lord Paragus, what will happen to Gula if we leave? Toma expressed his concern. Do not fret. I can manage on my own, Paragus assured him, consuming another senzu bean. Understood, Lord Paragus. Toma and Pabugen exchanged a knowing glance before swiftly retreating from their battle with Gula, taking Raditz with them as they hastened back to the mothership. You seem quite confident in your abilities. Without the interference of your two subordinates, it will take mere moments for me to deal with you, Gula remarked, not attempting to stop Toma and Pabugen, as he too felt the strain of facing three opponents alone. With only Paragus remaining, Gula's confidence swelled. Your son has transformed into a legendary Super Saiyan. Aren't you at all concerned for your subordinates? Paragus surmised that Gula's minions were likely the ones who had forced Broly into his legendary form. Three useless fools. I had originally intended to let them launch a surprise attack on planet Bardock while the Saiyan army was preoccupied here. Alas, they were discovered before they could act. Their demise holds little significance. Their failure has diverted your two subordinates, has it not? Gula countered with a smirk. Those three have followed you as their leader. They must truly be blind, Paragus retorted disdainfully, aware that the teachings of camaraderie and unity instilled by Bardock had made the Scions deeply cherish their companions. Meanwhile, the situation with Broly escalated. His transition into the legendary Super Saiyan form lasted less than 10 seconds before he succumbed to a berserk state. The panicked Savaiza and his companions rapidly concentrated their energy blasts, unleashing them on Broly without hesitation, as if they were of no monetary consequence. However, Broly, having lost his self-awareness, instinctively perceived their attacks as harmless and did not attempt to evade them. In a surprising turn of events, it became evident that Savaiza and his comrades' assaults inflicted no damage upon Broly whatsoever. Damn it, how did that little brat become so powerful all of a sudden? Our attacks have no effect on him. Fear gripped Savaiza and his companions as they faced Broly's overwhelming strength, their despair intensifying. Captain, look. That necklace around the boy's neck is glowing. At this moment, Dre noticed the change in the controller around Broly's neck and spoke up. Captain, I suspect that this little brat has transformed into his current state due to the necklace on his neck. Meanwhile, Nez also joined in with his analysis. All right. Let us three concentrate our fire on the necklace around this brat's neck. At this juncture, Shaviza, feeling desperate, issued commands to Dre and Nez. Wait, stop. Just as Shaviza and the others directed their attacks at the controller on Broly's neck, Raditz, Toma, and Pabugen arrived on the scene. Seeing the situation, Raditz hurriedly shouted, Stop. However, The trio of Shaviza had no intention of halting their assault. The urgency in Raditz' voice only reinforced their conviction that the controller on Broly's neck was the key to his transformation. Otherwise, why would Raditz be so anxious to call for a ceasefire? With their combined attacks and Broly's lack of defense, the controller on his neck quickly cracked and subsequently shattered. Roar. Even in his mindless, rampaging state, Broly felt the loss of something immensely significant. With a furious roar, Broly's right hand pulsed with malevolent and frenzied energy. And in an instant, a colossal sphere of energy was condensed in his grasp. He hurled it forth, instantly reducing Shaviza and the others to ashes. This is troublesome. Upon witnessing the destruction of the controller on Broly's neck, Toma realized the gravity of the situation. After all, once the controller was broken, the remote in his hand would lose its efficacy. Toma, did you see that? Broly has transcended his previous limitations of mere close combat attacks. He can now wield energy attacks, Pabugen remarked from the side. Toma, Pabugen, you two must quickly intervene with force to stop Broly. Otherwise, if he continues his rampage, it could inflict significant damage to his mental state. Raditz expressed his concern. Understood, Lord Raditz, Toma and Pabugen acknowledged. Aware that Raditz's suggestion was indeed the best course of action to halt Broly's rampage. Thus, they braced themselves against the suppression of the transcendent Saiyan bloodline over their ordinary Saiyan heritage and advanced to restrain Broly's unrelenting fury. P.S. I can't continue. I'm too tired. I'll finish the last chapter tomorrow and update 3 chapters of the main text along with 1 side story. As long as there's no power outage at home tomorrow, I will certainly complete the task in full. Chapter 58. Paragus' Fury. What's wrong? Have you run out of those beans that can heal injuries? With a swift kick, Paragus was sent flying once more, as Gula gathered energy in his hand and launched it directly at Paragus. Indeed, it was rather challenging for one individual to hold Gula at bay. With a bitter smile, Paragus gazed at the Senza beans in his hand, hesitating to consume them. After a prolonged contemplation, he decisively crushed them all. Indeed, I am devoid of Senza beans. Come, Gula, let us engage in our final battle. Paragus resolved to no longer rely on the Senza beans for combat, realizing that his habitual dependence on their restorative properties had dulled his senses. It had been far too long since he had experienced the genuine peril of death, which prompted him to shatter the beans and dismiss Toma and Pabugen. He sought to plunge himself into an abyss of desperation to confront death and emerge anew. Paragus intended to harness the threat of Gula's lethal force to transcend his limitations. Ah, rather arrogant, aren't you? I wonder how long you can endure. Gula advanced, seizing Paragus and unleashing a torrent of blows. Once I have vanquished you, I shall eliminate your 12 subordinates, followed by your son and Bardock's son, along with all the Saiyans who accompanied you. Of course, I shall spare one who can pilot a spaceship, after all. I need someone to accompany me to your Bardock planet for further slaughter. I am rather eager to witness Bardock's reaction upon returning to a desolated Bardock planet, ravaged by my hand. Observing the battered Paragus, Gula's inherent arrogance as a member of the Ice Demon clan surfaced once more as he mocked Paragus. Silence. I command you to cease your taunts. Paragus bellowed in fury as an unnameable wrath ignited within him, rapidly expanding. Gula would never comprehend the grave consequences of truly provoking a Saiyan. Master Paragus is in peril. Direct the fire upon Gula, fire at will. From afar, thousands of Saiyan spaceships, having dealt with Gula's forces, turned their cannons to assault Gula. No, stop. Paragus urgently called out, attempting to prevent the impending doom of his comrades. After all, such an assault would hardly inflict any significant damage upon Gula, whose strength was overwhelming. Conversely, a mere flick of Gula's wrist could lead to the catastrophic explosion of numerous Saiyan ships, potentially annihilating the fleet in mere moments. Since you are so concerned about the fate of those Saiyans, I shall grant you 10 seconds to use your own body to shield against my attack. With a deft movement, Gula deflected the attack from the Saiyan spacecraft, mockingly addressing Paragus. He then concentrated an energy sphere in his palm, aiming it at the nearby Saiyan vessel. When comparing his own life to that of the Saiyans, was there really any contest? To abandon his kin for the sake of self-preservation would render him an unworthy Saiyan caretaker. Paragus undoubtedly was a competent Saiyan steward, without a moment's hesitation. He swiftly interposed his body to absorb Gula's assault. Foolish Saiyan, this time you shall perish. Observing Paragus rush forward like a moth to a flame, Gula smirked in disdain, once again gathering an energy sphere, intent on obliterating the Saiyan spacecraft. However, before Gula could launch his attack, Paragus unexpectedly struck with a powerful punch, sending the energy sphere flying. 450 million. Huh. I never imagined your battle power would surge to such heights. Yet even so, you remain no match for me. Recovering swiftly from the blow, Gula was initially taken aback by Paragus's newfound strength, but he soon reverted to his dismissive attitude. This must be the second form of the Super Saiyan that King Bardock often spoke of, a 75-fold increase in power, but that is still insufficient. Increase further. After repelling Gula with a single punch, Paragus chose not to pursue the attack but instead stood his ground, unleashing a furious roar that transformed his inner rage into battle power. Damn you, Saiyan. Prepare to meet your demise. Gula, witnessing Paragus's escalating power, felt a surge of panic and reigned in his arrogance, channeling energy into an attack aimed at Paragus. Enough of this. It is time for my counterattack, Gula. As Gula's energy sphere dissipated, Paragus's muscles swelled, radiating a ferocious aura. Paragus had successfully attained the second form of the Super Saiyan, awakening the dormant berserker genes within him. In this frenzied state, his power surged once more, albeit only by twofold, yet a battle power of 900 million was more than sufficient to overwhelm Gula. Haha. Do not revel in your strength, Saiyan. Your respirator has already been shattered by my hand. How long can you endure without the ability to breathe? Gula, faced with the surging might of Paragus, was filled with dread, yet the thought of a Saiyan's inability to breathe in the cosmos fueled his arrogance once more. Is that so? With a dismissive smile, Paragus resolved to demonstrate through action that a Saiyan, empowered by their berserker genes, could indeed survive in the vacuum of space. Impossible. Aside from Bardock, how could there be another Saiyan with such formidable strength? Gula was sent flying by a single punch from Paragus, barely having time to react before he was met with a flurry of blows from his opponent. After a few exchanges, Gula found himself grievously wounded. Yet Paragus was not unscathed either, as he had already been severely injured prior to their encounter. Death Energy Bomb. Seizing an opportune moment when Paragus was momentarily distracted, Gula managed to evade the barrage of attacks and swiftly concentrated his energy, forming a terrifying energy sphere in his hands. Super Tornado Cannon. As a Saiyan, Paragus was resolute in his confidence against any adversary, channeling his own energy to unleash a powerful shockwave from his hands. However, Gula's ultimate technique proved utterly ineffectual against Paragus's Super Tornado Cannon, being repelled back with force, sending Gula flying away. Finally dealt with Gula. Watching as Gula was struck directly by his Super Tornado Cannon and propelled toward the sun, Paragus felt the tension in his heart finally dissipate. King Bardock, I have not betrayed your trust. I have succeeded. Planet Bardock is safe. Exhausted, Paragus found it a struggle even to keep his eyes open. Just as he closed his eyes, he noticed a red cloak appear before him. Paragus, you have performed admirably. You are a commendable Saiyan caretaker. Bardock, having instantaneously moved to Paragus' side, embraced the unconscious warrior with a sense of relief. P.S. This chapter serves as a supplement for yesterday. There are 3 more chapters of the main story today, along with one side story. To tease ahead, in the next chapter, Bardock will unlock the Transcendence mode. Chapter 59, Bardock Speculation. Paragus, are you feeling better? On the planet Bardock, within a prestigious medical facility, Bardock visited the gravely injured Paragus. In response to Bardock's inquiries, Paragus remarked that he was nearly recovered, though his mental fortitude had been significantly depleted. Gently cradling his still painful head, Paragus slowly rose from his hospital bed. Fortunately, the ferocity within him had only been activated to 20%. Had it reached 60%, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to a state of uncontrollable rage, resulting in an unknown extent of damage to his mental faculties. Bardock exclaimed, haha. In response to Bardock's reprimand, Paragus sat on the sickbed, grinning foolishly. To understand the situation, one must go back 3 days. Bardock, having mastered the second secret technique of Planet Odrat, immediately utilized instant transmission to return. He appeared beside the rampaging Broly, swiftly resolving the crisis. After dealing with Broly, Bardock hastened to the battlefield where Paragus and Cooler were engaged in combat. Bardock understood that the confrontation between Paragus and Goldo would serve as a pivotal moment for Paragus's strength to transcend its limits. Thus, he remained concealed in the shadows, refraining from intervening. When he witnessed Paragus shatter the Senzu Bean in his grasp, a faint smile of satisfaction crept upon Bardock's lips. However, upon seeing Paragus on the brink of a tragic demise at Goldo's hands, Bardock found himself on the verge of intervening more than once, yet he ultimately restrained himself. Fortunately, Paragus did not disappoint Bardock's expectations. He not only surpassed his limits but also triumphed over Goldo. Today, the new controller for Broly has been completed. So you need not linger here. Take Broly to Dr. Mew to collect the new one. As you command, King Bardock. Paragus had fully recovered from his injuries through the consumption of the Sinza beans. The reason for his prolonged rest was merely to restore his mental fortitude. After addressing the matter concerning Paragus, Bardock instantaneously teleported to Raditz' location. Father, why do you appear so suddenly? You nearly startled me to death. Raditz, diligently training in the gravity chamber, was taken aback by Bardock's unexpected presence. Enough of the complaints. Starting today, I shall instruct you in the cultivation of mental energy. After giving Raditz a light reprimand, Bardock imparted the method of meditation to him. Father, sitting here in meditation is dreadfully dull. Why not teach me combat techniques instead? Raditz, unable to tolerate the monotony of meditation for long, expressed his discontent. Silence. Focus your mind and cast aside all distractions. When your mental energy is robust, all combat skills will naturally come together effortlessly, Bardock replied, his eyes remaining closed as he continued his own meditation. Given that Raditz's physique had yet to solidify, Bardock deliberated and ultimately decided that guiding Raditz in the cultivation of mental energy was the more prudent course. Father, could we perhaps change our meditation location? The summit of the waterfall, where Broly often meditates, seems quite ideal. In the gravity chamber, Raditz found it exceedingly difficult to calm his mind, and thus proposed this to Bardock. However, Bardock paid no heed to Raditz's suggestion. Instead, experimenting internally with the second divine technique he had learned from Planet Yard Rat, mental communication. Bardock still finds himself somewhat perplexed as to why teleportation and telepathy are deemed divine skills by the Ardatian aliens. The method of telepathy is quite similar to that of teleportation. One must first sense the energy of the other, after which a bridge of mental connection is established, allowing for silent communication between the two minds. The individual with whom Bardock is currently communicating is Good, who has been assigned by Paragus to guard the entrance of the royal palace. Good, can you hear me? Bardock silently intoned in his mind as the connection was forged. Who are you? Show yourself. Good, stationed at the palace gate and dozing off, was startled awake by the sudden voice echoing in his mind. He glanced around suspiciously. It is I, Bardock. Sensing Good's trepidation, Bardock revealed his identity, sparing Good the anxiety of conjuring fears and solitude. King Bardock, what commands do you have? Please instruct me. Upon confirming that it was indeed Bardock's voice, Good immediately straightened his posture, feigning diligence, and responded to Bardock. Turn around. Bardock. Understood. As Goku turned around, he happened to catch sight of Bardock, who had just instantaneously arrived behind him. You have paused your time to use it on me once more. Bardock issued commands. Understood. Goku immediately began to hold his breath, causing time around him to come to a standstill. However, this had no effect on Bardock whatsoever. Hold on, do not cease. To validate his suspicions, Bardock executed an instantaneous teleportation, appearing beside Raditz. Indeed, time was flowing normally in Raditz's vicinity, indicating that Goku's time suspension could only encompass a small area. After confirming this, Bardock teleported back to Goku's side. By this time, Goku's complexion had turned crimson from holding his breath, reaching the limits of his endurance. Yet, Bardock did not command him to stop, and Goku dared not cease on his own. Bardock, seemingly oblivious to Goku's predicament, remained stationary, immersed in analysis. Suddenly, Goku collapsed, having succumbed to dizziness from the prolonged breath-holding, which jolted Bardock from his contemplative state. So weak? 27.58 seconds. After calculating Goku's temporal limit, Bardock crouched down to rouse him. Goku, I ask you, how is it that you possess the ability to manipulate time? How did you cultivate it? Upon awakening Goku, Bardock inquired. In response, Goku stated, my temporal ability is innate. He then, with a puzzled expression, asked Bardock, is it possible for you, Bardock, to cultivate a temporal ability as well? Well, never mind. You may resume your post. Observing that Goku did not appear to be lying, Bardock felt a sense of resignation. The notion of it being an innate gift effectively stifled any further inquiries he might have. Throughout the annals of Saiyan history, it seemed that he was the only one who had trained in the manipulation of time. Others had honed their abilities through their lineage and connection to time, while he had forged his own path, reliant solely on his efforts, without any precedents to guide him. I shall experiment with the theory of transcending after all. My visit to Zuno cannot be in vain. From Zuno, he had acquired a wealth of information regarding transcending, particularly Zuno's final admonition to Bardock, The essence of the berserk factor is rooted in pure evil, a malevolent force within. 6 Scions, possessing hearts of justice. Concentrating their righteous spirits upon one individual would awaken that person as a Super Saiyan god. This suggests that the Super Saiyan god concept stands in stark contrast to that of the legendary Super Saiyan. Perhaps it was worth a try. With this thought, Bardock's mind formulated a rough plan, and he promptly utilized instantaneous teleportation to depart. Paragus, how many Scions with hearts of justice do you reckon we have on planet Bardock? Bardock queried as he materialized behind Paragus. Ah, it is you, Bardock. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him, prompting Paragus to instinctively prepare for a counterattack. However, upon recognizing that the figure was Bardock, he immediately retracted his aggression. There is no need to be so tense. If it comes to it, I can simply refrain from using instant transmission during non-critical moments, Bardock remarked. Through these recent trials, Bardock had come to acknowledge that while instant transmission was undeniably convenient, it could also be rather startling at times. Thus, it would be prudent to employ it sparingly in the future. King Bardock, did you just say that how many Scions with a heart of justice can there truly be on planet Bardock? Paragus inquired uncertainly. Indeed, that is correct, Bardock affirmed. Bardock replied with certainty. This Bardock King, if I may be so bold, we Scions are inherently malevolent. The distinction lies merely in the quantity of malevolent energy within us. If you truly inquire how many Scions possess a righteous heart, it seems that only Queen Jine is worthy of such a title, as nearly all Scions on planet Bardock harbor wickedness. After pondering for a moment, Paragus responded, Is that so? It aligns closely with my expectations. Bardock returned to his thoughts. Paragus immediately summoned all Scions to gather in the vast desert to the west of Bardock's planet, emphasizing that it was imperative for every Scion, regardless of age or gender, to attend. After careful contemplation, Bardock deemed it prudent to inspect every Scion to ensure that no one was overlooked. As you command, King Bardock, Paragus acknowledged, ready to execute Bardock's orders. Utilizing his earpiece, Paragus swiftly communicated the directive to his subordinates, and thus, Bardock's command was relayed efficiently through the ranks. Within 10 minutes, every Scion had received Bardock's proclamation, and in less than another 10, they were all heading toward the vast desert. King Bardock, all Scions have assembled. Paragus reported after approximately 20 minutes. I have also informed Jine and Raditz. With that, Bardock, accompanied by Paragus and Broly, soared toward the desert. Do not hold back. Unleash all the energy within you. Upon their arrival, Bardock declared his command. As you wish, King Bardock. The thousands of Scions responded in unison, beginning to release their full energy. Indeed, among the Scions, only Jine possessed a heart of justice. The others harbored varying degrees of malevolent energy, with Broly exhibiting the most. Followed closely by Paragus, Bardock extended his mental energy outward, quietly attuning himself to the collective energy emanating from the Scions. All right, you may cease, he instructed once his objective was achieved, leaving the assembled Scions in a state of confusion, still unaware of the true purpose behind Bardock's gathering. Jine, channel the energy of your righteous heart into me for a moment. Bardock turned to his companion, Chinai, and said, Yes, go ahead. Chinai then stepped closer to Bardock, gradually channeling her energy into him. After a considerable amount of time, sensing that her own energy was nearly depleted, Chinai inquired with uncertainty, Is that enough, Bardock? That will suffice, Chinai. You may stop now, he replied. Bardock was uncertain whether it was because the only individual possessing a heart of justice was Jine, or if it was due to the overwhelming presence of malevolent energy within himself. Regardless, when Jine's energy flowed into Bardock's body, he did not perceive any alterations within himself. Paragus, Raditz, Toma, Pabujan, Celebi, you 5 should attempt to channel the malevolent energy within you into my body. Since the heart of justice appears to have little effect, I wish to explore whether the dark energy might yield different results. Bardock, is this truly wise? Paragus inquired, his concern evident. One must understand that malevolent energy is not to be trifled with. An excess could lead to turmoil within the mind. This hesitation was palpable among Paragus and the others. Do not worry, my mental fortitude will safeguard me, Bardock reassured them, understanding their reluctance. Now, I must insist, I apologize for any inconvenience, Bardock. With that, Paragus took the initiative to channel his malevolent energy into Bardock's body, followed closely by Raditz and the others. Indeed, Bardock felt the surge of the berserk factor within him escalating steadily, rising from 20% to a staggering 80%. Paragus contributed an increase of 20%, while Raditz and the others added another 40%. Now, only an additional 20% remained to reach a full 100. As he contemplated his current state, Bardock turned his gaze to the remaining thousands of Scions and declared, one by one, "Come forth and transfer all the malevolent energy within you into my being." The reason Bardock did not consider Broly at the first instance is that Broly has now transcended to Super Saiyan. Bardock needed to await the failure of his experiment before utilizing the malevolent energy residing within Broly. Although the remaining Scions were numerous, their internal energy paled in comparison to that of Paragus and his few companions. Thus, the infusion process proceeded at an accelerated pace. As another day passed, the energy had been completely absorbed. Through the formidable power of his mind, Bardock divided the energy within him into two parts, one being pure energy expelled outward, while the malevolent portion merged with his own furious essence. The rage factor within him gradually intensified, permeating every cell of Bardock's being. In essence, the fury factor within Bardock had reached a full 100%. Under Bardock's control, it activated entirely, plunging him into a state of rage. As a potent wave of dark and frenzied energy radiated outward from him, logically, he should be able to transform into a Super Saiyan at this point. Yet, he felt as though something was still missing. With his eyes closed in contemplation, Bardock pondered the distinctions between his current state and Broly's transformation into a Super Saiyan. "Father, is King Bardock experimenting with the transformation into a Super Saiyan?" Broly inquired, sensing the striking similarities between Bardock's current state and his own Super Saiyan form as he approached Paragus. "Perhaps," Paragus replied, uncertain about what Bardock was truly attempting. "Steward, I have a question. If my father were to truly lose control, who among us on planet Bardock could possibly restrain him?" Raditz, who had been observing Bardock's condition, suddenly interjected. "P.S. Apologies for the delay. This chapter took me 4 hours to compose. There is another chapter to complete, which I will likely finish tomorrow. I appreciate your understanding. To those who have been unjustly criticizing this work, I kindly ask you to specify what aspects are flawed or unreasonable. If my writing is indeed lacking, I am willing to apologize, revise, and even undertake significant changes to the text. Honestly, I am perplexed as to why this work, which aims to revive the brilliance of the series, is performing poorly compared to contemporaneous Dragon Ball fan works. I strive to deliver 3 to 4 updates daily, yet my earnings barely exceed $10. Your thoughtless disparagement is disheartening. I simply wish to create the Dragon Ball story I envision. If you do not wish to engage with it, I kindly ask you to exit to the left. Thank you." Chapter 61, The Super Saiyan Bardock. If King Bardock were to truly lose control, who could possibly stop him on planet Bardock? Repeating Raditz's words, Paragus suddenly found them to be remarkably insightful. With Bardock's spiritual prowess, he could perfectly manage the activation of the 20% of his rage factor without succumbing to it. However, the rage factor within Bardock was currently at 100%. On the surface, Bardock appeared to retain his rationality, but if he were to transform into a Super Saiyan, whether his reason would persist was uncertain to Paragus. Retreat. All Scions with a combat power below 1 million must evacuate immediately. With this thought, Paragus was suddenly struck by the dire situation that would ensue if Bardock truly lost control. He ascended into the sky, urgently directing the Scion populace to disperse. At that moment, the benefits of the Scion's strict military discipline became evident. Upon the issuance of Paragus's command, aside from the Scion Special Forces, all others evacuated swiftly and decisively, without the slightest hesitation, despite their confusion over the reasoning. "Steward, what is happening?" asked Kin, perplexed. "Your Highness Kin, you should also leave quickly with Prince Raditz. I fear King Bardock may succumb to his rage," Paragus urged, observing the crowd dispersing. "No, I will remain here with Bardock," Kin declared resolutely. Paragus, seeing her determination, felt helpless and allowed Kin to stay, while signaling Tamar and others to remain vigilant against Bardock's potential rampage. After all, interrupting Bardock was out of the question. That would be overstepping boundaries. The only course of action available to Paragus and the others was to prepare for the worst. Meanwhile, Bardock sat cross-legged, oblivious to the happenings around him, as his mind was entirely consumed by the rage factor within. With the rage factor having reached its peak, he was still unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. After a lengthy period of introspection, Bardock finally discerned the crux of the issue regarding his rage factor. In the original series, Goku was able to transform into a Super Saiyan God due to absorbing the righteous hearts of the other 5. However, This meant that Goku's energy was ultimately borrowed, which is why his time in that form was fleeting. Yet, upon reverting from the Super Saiyan God state, Goku's strength did not diminish significantly. According to Beerus, this was because Goku, possessing extraordinary combat instincts, had experienced the divine realm and thus assimilated that energy into his being. Bardock's predicament mirrored Goku's experience as a Super Saiyan God, as the energy within him was also borrowed, albeit of a malevolent nature. With this realization, Bardock began to harness the original 20% of his rage factor, striving to consume the remaining 80% of his rage. Within Bardock's being, the genes underwent gradual alterations. Fortunately, due to years of rigorous mental training, Bardock was fully capable of managing such intense exertion. Externally, the malevolent and frenzied aura emanating from him intensified, his raven locks subtly rising, hinting at a gradual shift towards a verdant hue. No, there remained one final critical point. Only then could the violent factor within me be fully awakened and unleashed. After completing his reflections, Bardock fell into contemplation once more. Broly, come here for a moment and channel all the energy within you into me, he instructed, fixing his gaze upon Broly as he opened his tightly shut eyes. Bardock, do you not think we should change our location? Paragus interjected, relieved that Bardock's moment of introspection had concluded. Indeed, I had been remiss to overlook that. Very well. Paragus and Broly, follow me, Bardock replied, realizing his earlier oversight the moment Paragus suggested a change of venue. The question lingered in his mind. Would his mental faculties remain intact during the transformation? Until tested, everything remained uncertain. Yet, even if there existed a mere 1% chance of failure, Bardock wished to avoid such an eventuality on planet Bardock. For if he were to lose control, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for his home. Thus, Bardock led Paragus and Broly into the vastness of space. After approximately 30 minutes of full-speed flight, the trio arrived at a desolate planet, far removed from planet Bardock. Come forth, Broly. Bardock, at your command. Approaching Bardock, Broly began to channel his energy into Bardock's being. Paragus, swiftly take Broly away from me, Bardock exclaimed, feeling the uncontrollable surge of the feral energy within him intensify upon the infusion of Broly's pure Saiyan power. As you wish, King Bardock. Paragus responded promptly, transforming into Super Saiyan and propelling himself and Broly at full speed into the depths of outer space. Surely, my potential cannot be inferior to Goku's. After all, I am his father. Once he found himself alone, Bardock ceased suppressing the tumultuous energy within, unleashing a formidable and malevolent aura that surged forth uncontrollably. His pupils vanished, his dark hair turned a vibrant green, and his muscles swelled. The planet beneath him could no longer withstand the onslaught of Bardock's ferocity and shattered into fragments. The explosion's force did not even graze Bardock in his Super Saiyan form. How powerful! Is this the legendary Super Saiyan form of King Bardock? In the distance, Paragus struggled to find adequate words to describe Bardock's formidable presence. Roar! Under the influence of Bardock's overwhelming Super Saiyan aura, Broly's own latent Super Saiyan bloodline resonated, erupting in a fierce roar as he too transformed into a Super Saiyan. At this moment, do not cause me further trouble, Paragus lamented, feeling a headache coming on as he observed Broly's disruptive behavior. Fortunately, having learned from previous experiences, Paragus carried a remote control with him. Just as Broly was on the brink of losing control, Paragus swiftly pressed the button on the remote, halting Broly's rampage and returning him to a more manageable state. Roar! A similar roar escaped Bardock's lips as he sought to fully comprehend the mysteries of the Super Saiyan transformation. He chose not to rely on his mental fortitude to maintain his rationality, instead surrendering himself to the state of fury, allowing his body to instinctively wreak havoc. After all, the tumultuous energy coursing through Bardock was borrowed from others. This meant that Bardock's current Super Saiyan state was akin to Goku's initial Super Saiyan God form, temporary and one-time in nature. What Bardock must now accomplish is to thoroughly comprehend the profound mysteries of the Super Saiyan transformation while in a state of berserk, thus laying a solid foundation for his future ability to transform freely into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 62. King of the North Bardock. Bardock awakened swiftly. Everything about his body succumbed to the instinctive rampage, obliterating the surrounding galaxies, though fortuitously, this particular region of space was devoid of life. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that King Kai of the North was consumed with anxiety. Should Bardock continue on this destructive path, the next targets of annihilation would be galaxies teeming with sentient beings. Situated on the North Kai's planet, the king immediately employed his telepathic abilities, attempting to rouse Bardock from his frenzied state. Who is it? The king's telepathic communication resonated within the vicinity, reaching Paragus and Broly, who were nearby and heard the king's desperate call within their minds. Quickly surveying the surroundings, Paragus found no signs of life, which startled him greatly. He shouted in anger, "Bardock, Bardock, wake up at once." However, King Kai of the North paid no heed to Paragus's outburst and continued to call for Bardock. This North Kai is truly bothersome, Bardock thought to himself, inwardly cursing as he summoned a significant portion of his mental energy to reclaim control of his body, withdrawing from the Super Saiyan state and returning to his normal condition. After all, although the Berserk mode of the Super Saiyan transformation leads to a loss of reason, the mind remains intact. It is merely the body that cannot be controlled. However, Bardock was different. His mental fortitude had grown sufficient to maintain his rationality even in the Super Saiyan state, thus allowing him to recover from the Berserk condition with relative ease. Bardock would certainly refrain from jeopardizing the star systems inhabited by sentient beings. After all, the entirety of the Northern Galaxy now belongs to him, and it would be rather unwise to damage his own territory. As he felt the transformation into the Super Saiyan, Bardock experienced a wave of joy as he refined all the feral elements within him. In essence, this implies that even if Bardock were to revert from the Super Saiyan mode, his internal feral elements would remain at a complete 100%. Currently, while my feral elements are indeed at 100%, only the original 20% is activated, unlike Broly, who is perpetually at full activation. The 20% of feral elements within me can be activated through training, and the remaining 80% is merely a matter of time. Indeed, I too can attain the Super Saiyan mode. After relinquishing the Super Saiyan transformation, Bardock pondered the current state of his being in silence. "Hey, North Kai, are you still there?" Bardock gazed into the boundless cosmos and spoke. After a prolonged silence, he received no response from King Kai. "Hey, King Kai, if you remain silent, I shall continue my rampage." Bardock believed that the North Kai's perspective still lingered on him, implying that he might be able to hear his words. Thus, Bardock reiterated, "I am here. Speak freely, Bardock. I am open to your concerns." Upon hearing Bardock's threatening tone, the North Kai had no choice but to acquiesce. For maintaining tranquility in the North Galaxy was paramount. The North Kai was not keen on facing daily upheavals instigated by the Saiyans. After Broly had wreaked havoc in the South Galaxy, the North Kai felt a sense of unease, prompting him to enlist Goku's assistance against Broly. This illustrates that, when it comes to safeguarding the universe, the North Kai genuinely desires stability. "Do not sever our mental connection. Wait for me a moment." After conveying this, Bardock soared towards Paragus, leaving the North Kai alone on North Kai's planet, rendered speechless. "Paragus, please return with Broly. I have matters to attend to. If there is an urgency, contact me via the communicator." Bardock addressed Paragus, "As you command, King Bardock." Paragus, too, surmised that Bardock's words were undoubtedly related to the Northern Kai, whose voice had just echoed through the air. After responding to Bardock, Paragus took Broly back to planet Bardock. Once Paragus departed, Bardock had no intention of keeping the Northern Kai waiting. He had long desired to visit the Northern Kai's realm. Now, with the Northern Kai presenting himself, it would be illogical to let such an opportunity slip away. With 2 fingers pressed to his forehead, Bardock concentrated on the faint aura of the Northern Kai and instantaneously teleported before him. "You can teleport? I never imagined you had mastered such a technique." The Northern Kai exclaimed in astonishment, nearly dropping the steering wheel in surprise. Lowering his gaze, Bardock noticed the red sports car that had collided with him. It seemed the Northern Kai had been driving while conversing with him, which felt rather dismissive. "Indeed, I learned instant transmission on Yardrat," Bardock replied, contemplating that it would be unwise to provoke the Northern Kai further. Thus, he addressed the Northern Kai's inquiry directly. "I never anticipated that you would be capable of mastering instant transmission." Stepping out of the car, the Northern Kai continued, "But Bardock, what brings you to me this time?" "I heard you possess 2 remarkable techniques, and I have come to learn them," Bardock stated without preamble. "Impossible. I do not possess any extraordinary skills." "What you have heard is surely mere gossip," the Northern Kai replied with an awkward smile. "Is that so? Then it appears you have no intention of teaching me the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb techniques." Bardock pressed further. "You jest, Bardock. I cannot even perform the Kaioken or Spirit Bomb techniques," the Northern Kai insisted resolutely. "If you could teach me those 2 techniques, I would gladly bring you 2 volumes of joke books, those that are genuinely amusing." Bardock held a favorable impression of the North Kai, and therefore did not intend to resort to force to compel him. Since coercion was off the table, he decided to entice him instead. 2 delightful joke books. Upon hearing this, the North Kai's eyes widened with eagerness, indicating his strong desire for them. If I truly succeed in mastering the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb techniques, I shall offer you 2 more amusing joke books. Noticing a shift in the North Kai's attitude, Bardock continued, No, Bardock. Although I too am quite fond of your joke books, I genuinely cannot perform the Kaioken or the Spirit Bomb. The North Kai shook his head vigorously, firmly rejecting Bardock's enticing offer. Is that so? What a pity, Bardock remarked, observing that the North Kai did not appear to be lying. Consequently, he relinquished any aspirations of acquiring the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb techniques. Bardock was uncertain whether the North Kai had yet to develop the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb during this period, or if he simply did not wish to impart such skills to someone imbued with an aura of malevolence like himself. However, these considerations held little significance for Bardock. In his view, since the North Kai had been able to create these 2 techniques, he too was capable of mastering them. Bardock, could you kindly lend me those 2 joke books? The North Kai inquired, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. Bardock turned to face King of the North, who seemed unwilling to impart any knowledge, yet still harbored the audacity to attempt to deceive him. How could the King of the North be so shameless? Bardock would be satisfied with even a mere book of jokes. Under Bardock's penetrating gaze, the King of the North appeared somewhat embarrassed and spoke once more. How about this? King of the North, if you disclose the precise location of the Winter Star, I shall grant you a book of jokes. Bardock replied. Chapter 63, The Watchful Eyes in the Shadows. The Winter Star is the dwelling place of the Ice Demon clan. Bardock, what do you seek the precise location of the Winter Star for? The North Kai, being a ruler of the realm, possesses considerable knowledge, hence his curiosity in questioning Bardock. It is only fair to reciprocate. After all, the Ice Demon clan's Gula has sought to annihilate my planet, Bardock. So it is only just that I venture to destroy his Winter Star in return. Bardock articulated his reasoning, suggesting that it was Frisia who first slaughtered the Frost Demons. And subsequently, Cooler met his demise at the hands of Bardock's subordinates. After listening to Bardock's justification, King Kai of the North inwardly scoffed. Bardock, wait a moment. I shall contact King Kai of the West, as the Winter Star resides within the realm of the Western Galaxy. Upon concluding his words to Bardock, King Kai of the North closed his eyes, his 2 antennae gently swaying as he communicated with King Kai of the West, who was far away in the Western Galaxy. After inquiring about the precise location, King Kai of the North relayed the coordinates of the Winter Star to Bardock. Thank you, King Kai of the North. When I next have the opportunity to visit, I will certainly bring you a collection of humorous tales, with the specific location of the Winter Star in hand. Bardock executed a swift instant transmission from King Kai's planet. Phew, I have finally sent Bardock on his way. I wonder how he learned that I wield the Spirit Bomb and the Kaioken technique. Fortunately, my resolve remains unshaken, and I did not fall for Bardock's ruse. After Bardock's departure, King Kai of the North mentally commended his own cleverness, unaware that Bardock had chosen to leave without further inquiry. Despite acquiring the precise location of the Winter Star, Bardock's instant transmission was not akin to that of a deity like Jebbet, and thus he could not arrive at his destination in one fell swoop. Consequently, Bardock opted for the most rudimentary yet practical approach, instantaneously relocating to the nearest planet with a detectable energy signature. Upon arriving at this unnamed celestial body, Bardock transformed into his Super Saiyan form and soared into the cosmos. Strangely, he still could not sense any life energy emanating from the Winter Star. Furrowing his brow, Bardock recalled that he had not detected any presence during his time on King Kai's planet, which was why he had selected a planet closest to the Winter Star that exhibited energy. Yet, standing there, he remained oblivious to any signs of life from the Winter Star, indicating that distance was not the issue. As for the specific reason, Bardock had lost interest. If he could not reach it via instant transmission, he would simply fly there, and the truth would reveal itself in due course. It must be said that Bardock was still quite far from the Winter Star, even at full speed in his Super Saiyan form. It took him an entire day to arrive at the Winter Star. What a desolate planet, seemingly devoid of any living beings. He landed haphazardly on the Winter Star, allowing the falling snowflakes to settle upon him. He extended his senses, but still detected no signs of life. Rising into the air, Bardock accelerated, completing a thorough observation of the Winter Star in 10 minutes, yet still saw no signs of any creatures. Could this lifeless planet truly be the Winter Star? Moreover, it appeared that rascal Azer was not frozen here either. Unyielding in his quest, Bardock once again scoured the winter star, yet he found nothing of significance and, with a heavy heart, resolved to abandon his search. High above, he gathered an energy sphere in his palm, contemplating that if he could not find a single soul, he might as well obliterate the winter star on his way out. Just as he prepared to cast the energy orb, a thought struck him. He still possessed a seed of the spirit tree nestled in his bosom. Indeed, it seemed prudent to utilize it on the winter star. Leaving it idle would be a shameful waste. Dispelling the energy orb from his hand, Bardock descended and retrieved the spirit tree seed, planting it into the very soil of the winter star. He pondered when the spirit tree might sprout. After sowing the seed, he stood vigil, patiently awaiting its emergence. Fortunately, Bardock's patience was abundant, and he stood there for an entire day. However, he began to wonder if perhaps his spirit tree seed had perished. Observing the lack of growth, he recalled the rapid development of the spirit tree depicted in the Dragon Ball film, The Earth Conquest. Bardock could not help but harbor doubts about whether the seed of the spiritual tree in his hand was genuine. Nevertheless, having already waited a day, what was one more? With that thought, Bardock settled back into his vigil. Remarkably, it took less than 2 hours for a small sapling to emerge from the earth. In a breathtaking display, the sapling grew at an astonishing rate, causing the ice and snow blanketing the winter star to melt away in an instant. While the snowflakes in the air ceased their descent, an ice-blue fruit blossomed from the spiritual tree, continuously absorbing the nutrients from the entire winter star to nourish itself. In mere moments, Bardock found himself momentarily stunned as the winter star beneath his feet disintegrated into cosmic dust. Meanwhile, the spiritual tree began to wither at an equally remarkable pace, all due to the newly formed ice-blue fruit relentlessly siphoning energy from its surroundings. Once the spiritual tree had completely decayed, the surrounding expanse of space was left with only Bardock and the ice-blue fruit floating before him. Had a mutation occurred? As he grasped the spiritual tree fruit in his hand, a chill enveloped Bardock's entire being, only to be swiftly shattered by the violent energy coursing within him. Bardock still recalls that it was entirely normal to present Grow and number 21 with the fruits of the spirit tree. Heaven knows how this ice-blue spirit tree fruit came to be in his possession. Bardock exhibited no intention of consuming the fruit of the Tree of Might. Instead, he carefully stored it away, placing his fingers upon his forehead to quietly sense the aura of Paragus. In an instant, he vanished from his location. Within the northern galaxy, in a desolate star system, a colossal spaceship floated aimlessly. "Kiddo, your winter star has been destroyed," Babidi remarked, gazing at the image transmitted from the crystal orb before him. "Let it be destroyed. My sole focus now is to serve my master. However, I still yearn to reclaim that ice-blue fruit held by Bardock," Kiddo replied. Resembling a devoted servant, though a glint of fierce determination flashed in his eyes at the mention of Bardock. "Excellent. When the time comes for Bardock to become a subordinate of the magnificent dark sorcerer Babidi, I shall ensure that Bardock relinquishes that ice-blue fruit to you," Babidi declared. His gaze fixated on the image of Bardock displayed in the crystal orb, a flicker of greed illuminating his eyes. "Master, do you intend to recruit Bardock as one of your followers as well?" Kiddo inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, you are correct. Surely, you sensed the malevolent energy emanating from Bardock 2 days ago. Such formidable darkness rivals your own. Furthermore, nearly all the Scions on this planet harbor wickedness in their hearts. It is splendid. This brings me one step closer to resurrecting Bu," Babidi replied, a sinister satisfaction evident in his voice. Babidi gazed at the image of Bardock, laughing maniacally, as if he had already envisioned the scene in which he would utilize the energies of his subordinates to resurrect the malevolent mage in Bu. Chapter 64. The Plea for Help from Namek. At this moment, a day had elapsed since Bardock's return to planet Bardock, and the planet continued its operations in an orderly manner. Roar. On the vast desert of the planet Bardock, Broly once again transformed into his legendary berserk state, only to be subdued by Paragus, who utilized a remote control to restrain his fury. 31 seconds, quite impressive, indeed, a notable improvement. Bardock stood beside Broly, praising him as he regained consciousness. "Master, is there no way to quickly prevent me from losing my sanity when I transform into a Super Saiyan?" Broly clenched his fists, asking Bardock with a hint of frustration. "There is a method. The dragon on Namek can temporarily suppress your current Super Saiyan rampage. However, to achieve lasting control, the enhancement of your mental fortitude is paramount," Bardock replied, recalling what Zuno had mentioned regarding Broly's transformation. As for why he did not mention the eternal dragon on Earth, it was due to Bardock's lack of confidence in that enigmatic being, who was notoriously unhelpful. "Namek? It seems to lie within our jurisdiction in the northern galaxy. Reflecting on the numerous planets that had succumbed to the Scions, Paragus expressed a faint recollection of the name Namek. Bardock, the strongest warrior on Namek, reportedly possesses a power level of less than 50,000. Can the dragon you speak of truly suppress Broly's Super Saiyan rampage? Paragus inquired, having swiftly accessed all information about Namek through his earpiece with a sense of skepticism. Paragus, a low power level does not necessarily equate to weakness. Remember, power levels have never been the sole determinant of a warrior's true strength. Bardock imparts his wisdom to Paragus. Furthermore, when I refer to Purunga, I do not mean the Namekians themselves, but rather the 7 Dragon Balls crafted by them. Once these 7 Dragon Balls are gathered, one can summon the mighty dragon, Purunga. Purunga possesses the power to grant 3 wishes, and in that moment, one can simply wish for Broly to retain his sanity while in his Super Saiyan form. Bardock elucidated. Oh, I see. Bardock's words illuminated the minds of Paragus and Broly. King Bardock, with the velocity of our royal spaceship, requires merely 5 days to reach planet Namek. Concerned for his son Broly, Paragus expressed his earnest commitment, preemptively reporting the travel timeline to Bardock without awaiting inquiry. You should first attend to the trivial matters of planet Bardock, he instructed. I will speak with Jine, and then I shall directly transport you and Broly to planet Namek using instantaneous movement. Bardock expressed his disbelief at the current era, questioning the need for space travel when instantaneous teleportation could suffice. As you command, King Bardock, replied Paragus, who then took his leave with Broly, while Bardock soared towards the royal palace. In the North Galaxy, within an uninhabited star system aboard Cooler's spacecraft, a conversation unfolded. Did you hear what Bardock just mentioned? Cooler inquired, having observed Bardock's activities for many days. Finally, Babidi gleaned a piece of information that could prove advantageous. My master, I did hear it. I never imagined that the North Galaxy harbored such wondrous phenomena capable of fulfilling desires, though I remain uncertain of Bardock's veracity, Cooler responded, pondering deeply yet feeling a surge of excitement. Regardless of the truth behind Bardock's claims, I shall employ dark magic to transport you to Namek. You must gather all 7 Dragon Balls before Bardock arrives on Namek. Babidi's expression was grave as he spoke, clearly placing great importance on the Dragon Balls, which could grant any wish. Master, will you not accompany me? Kurt inquired. No, I have more pressing matters to attend to. Just gather the 7 Dragon Balls and await my return, Babidi replied. If Purunga truly possesses the miraculous powers described by Bardock, then I shall wish for the resurrection of Bu directly, Babidi exclaimed with excitement. After approximately half an hour, Bardock arrived at the palace hall with Jine and Raditz, awaiting the arrival of Paragus and Broly. Initially, Bardock and Jine were engaged in pleasant conversation, but upon hearing Bardock mention the dragon residing on Namek, capable of granting any wish, Raditz insisted on joining their expedition. Bardock, treating this journey as a leisurely visit to Namek, decided to bring Jine along as well, so they could admire the splendid scenery of the planet together. Meanwhile, Paragus had concluded his affairs on Bardock's planet and arrived at the palace hall with Broly. Rest your hand upon my shoulder. We shall embark on our journey now, he declared. Bardock addressed the crowd, and upon hearing his words, Jine, Paragus, Raditz, and Broly immediately complied. A report was made to King Bardock, indicating that a Namekian had urgent matters to discuss with him. As Bardock had just placed his 2 fingers upon his forehead, he noticed Toma entering to report the situation. The Namekian? Let him in, he commanded. The urgency of the matter brought forth a Namekian visitor before he had even set foot on their planet, prompting Bardock to summon him immediately. Come in. Upon receiving Bardock's consent, Toma called out to the hall outside, and soon after, Gouda led a Namekian into the chamber. Neru. Bardock recognized this formidable warrior, the strongest among the Namekians, quite well. If my memory serves me correctly, you are the bodyguard of your elder. What brings you to Bardock planet instead of safeguarding your elder on Namek? Curiosity prompted Bardock to inquire of Neru. King Bardock, we beseech you to extend your hand and save our Namek. As it was their first encounter, Neru felt a flutter of anxiety within him. He sensed no trace of combat prowess emanating from Bardock, only the imposing aura of a superior. Neru had heard that the Scions on Bardock's planet concealed their true fighting abilities, thus he maintained a lingering reverence for Bardock in his heart. Since your Namek has aligned itself with our Scion clan, it rightly deserves our protection. Please elucidate the dire predicament your Namek faces that necessitated your esteemed elder's personal intervention. Bardock inquired slowly. In response to King Bardock, Nailu recounted that just half an hour prior, A frozen demon had unexpectedly appeared on their planet, Namek. This malevolent entity demanded the 7 Dragon Balls of Namek, and when they refused to comply, it commenced a ruthless massacre of the Namekian populace. Even I, Nilo, found myself powerless against this frozen fiend. At present, the Grand Elder is valiantly stalling the demon, allowing my fellow kin the opportunity to summon the eternal dragon, Purunga. Using the Dragon Balls, it is Purunga who has transported me to Bardock planet, specifically to beseech your aid, King Bardock. To summarize the events here, Nilo explained. Half an hour ago, a frozen demon? Is it mere coincidence or something more? Bardock contemplated myriad thoughts within his heart, ultimately resolving to journey to Namek and seek the truth for himself. He refrained from inquiring why Nera did not directly beseech Purunga to transport his entire kin away. For Bardock had already discerned the answer within. The Namekians' profound affection for their homeworld is a sentiment difficult for outsiders to comprehend. They would not easily opt to depart unless faced with dire circumstances. Perhaps it was Bardock's hesitance to rescue Namek that would compel the Namekians, in their final moments, to implore Purunga for their salvation. Chapter 65. A single blow to send Kurd flying. Without further ado, let us embark. Bardock mused that continuing to ponder was futile and deemed it prudent to hasten his visit to Namek. Very well, King Bardock, please be patient for just 5 minutes. My kin shall summon Purunga to transport you and me back to Namek, Nera declared with excitement upon receiving Bardock's consent. There is no need for such trouble. 5 minutes is far too lengthy. Grasp my shoulder, and I shall employ instant transmission to take you there. Bardock replied nonchalantly, for he would eventually need to make a wish with Purunga, and it would be quite a pity to squander a wish so frivolously. Nera did not comprehend the concept of instant transmission, yet Bardock's description made it seem rather impressive, prompting him to awkwardly place his hand on Bardock's left shoulder. Broly, you should join us. I will take you and Nera to Namek, while Paragus, you shall remain on planet Bardock. Jine, Raditz, I apologize. But once I resolve the crisis on Namek, I will take you both there for a visit. With that, Bardock concentrated his energy towards the precise direction of Namek. Indeed, he sensed a formidable malevolent aura, unmistakably belonging to the Frost demon race, specifically Cooler. Placing 2 fingers on his forehead, Bardock vanished from his original location, taking Neru and Broly with him. You old fool, still unwilling to divulge the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls? Then perish. With a kick. Cooler knocked the Grand Elder to the ground, his wicked gaze flickering as he hurled an energy blast towards the Elder. The Elder, having just returned, was met with the dire threat to his life, prompting Nera to rush forward, determined to shield him with his own body. Fortunately, Bardock, quick and perceptive, kicked Nera aside, then soared into the air to deflect Cooler's energy blast. Bardock, how did you suddenly appear here? Cooler exclaimed, astonished by Bardock's unexpected arrival. Cooler. You seem to recognize me? Bardock inquired with curiosity. By the way, it seems you possess the skill of instantaneous movement. It would not be surprising if you could arrive here from planet Bardock in an instant. Reflecting on the scenes he had previously witnessed within the Babidi crystal ball, Kurd accepted the reality of Bardock's sudden appearance before him. You are aware of instantaneous movement as well. At this moment, Bardock truly sensed that something was amiss. Bardock realized that this was indeed his first encounter with Cooled. Reflecting on the fact that Gula was aware of him, it seemed only natural that Cooled would possess similar knowledge. However, the instantaneous teleportation he had just executed in the presence of the Frost demon race was something Cooled could not overlook. Bardock, promptly surrender the ice blue fruit you planted on Winterstar. Otherwise, even if my master intends to recruit you as a subordinate, I shall take your life, Cooled threatened ominously. Broly, you and Nera take the Elder away. I will handle matters here, Bardock instructed, contemplating the potential widespread repercussions of the impending confrontation. As you command, King Bardock. Broly and Nero, understanding their presence would only hinder Bardock, wisely opted to withdraw. With the lesser foes dispatched, Cooled turned back to Bardock, now that the distractions have departed. Isn't it time for you to hand over the ice blue fruit? Allowing Broly and Nera to escort the Elder away, Cooled inquired once more of Bardock. Are you referring to the spirit tree fruit? Bardock nonchalantly produced the fruit from his possession, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Bardock. Should you relinquish this fruit to me, I may choose to spare your life, considering we are soon to be colleagues. Upon seeing Bardock reveal the spirit tree fruit, a faint smile finally broke through Cooled's previously grim expression. Colleagues? What do you mean by colleagues? Bardock gazed at the spirit tree fruit in his hand, sensing its significance to Kurd, and could not help but inquire further. Of course, we shall both serve under the great dark sorcerer, Babidi. The mere mention of Babidi sent Kurd into a fervent outburst. Observing Kurd's obsequious demeanor, Bardock recognized him as a pitiable wretch, ensnared by Babidi's dark magic, his mind enslaved. Reflecting on the many dark spells wielded by Babidi, he considered the possibility of one that enabled remote surveillance. Both of your sons perished at the hands of my scion kin. Can this spirit tree fruit in my possession truly erase the animosity between us? Bardock inquired with a smile. My two worthless sons have perished, and so be it. My unwavering loyalty now belongs solely to my master. Kurd fervently replied, Kurd. I find myself intrigued. What of the Demon Realm King, Dabra? Given the significance of gathering the Dragon Balls, how could Babidi possibly have sent you? Bardock has not yet forgotten that in the original Dragon Ball Z saga, specifically during the Majin Buu arc, Babidi's first underling was Dabra. The Demon King Dabra? Who is he? I am the most formidable servant of the Master. Upon hearing Bardock's words, Kurd fell into a deep contemplation, pondering for quite some time without arriving at an understanding of who Dabra might be. It appears that Babidi has yet to venture into the demon realm. Thus, the notion of him controlling Dabra is unfounded. This implies that, in the current universe, the only individual with a malevolent aura that has caught Babidi's attention is indeed Kurd himself. As for the timeline in the original Dragon Ball during the Android saga, it is likely that Babidi reclaimed the immensely powerful Dabra during that period, consequently forsaking Kurd. It seems that the malevolent energy I inadvertently revealed during my transformation trial attracted Babidi's notice. Bardock pondered the current situation in his heart. Bardock, I've shared so much with you. Quickly hand over the fruit of the spirit tree, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Kurd exclaimed in anger. Noticing Bardock's prolonged contemplation without any intention of surrendering the coveted fruit. Very well, Kurd, it is time for you to depart. I have learned all that I sought to know, Bardock replied, securing the spirit tree fruit, unwilling to linger any longer in Kurd's presence. It appears you are determined to oppose me, Bardock. My master has informed me that your malevolent energy rivals mine by a mere 0.3. I am eager to witness your true capabilities, Kurd sneered, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Even if I were to slay you here, my master would not hold it against me. Before he could finish, Kurd launched an attack on Bardock. Is it customary for your Ice Demon clan to engage without exerting your full strength, only to be defeated first? Bardock responded to Kurd's assault by transforming into a Super Saiyan, delivering a decisive blow to Kurd's face and sending him flying effortlessly. Despite Kurd's bravado, he was merely in his second form, and it was worth noting that even in the original Dragon Ball saga, Kurd's second form was easily vanquished by the newly arrived Android 16, let alone Bardock. Chapter 66, Kurd's fourth form. Your power is commendable, Bardock. But this is merely my second form. I still possess the ability to transform further, Kurd said, wiping the blood from his mouth as he struggled to rise from the ground. Unfortunately, I do not intend to grant you the time to witness my transformation. With a smirk, Bardock vanished from his position, employing instant transmission to expedite the resolution of the conflict. Bardock harbored a considerable apprehension towards Babidi's dark sorcery, and Kurd, as Babidi's foremost lackey, was swiftly dealt with. Once Kurd was dispatched, Bardock sought to make a wish to Purunga, endeavoring to uncover Babidi's precise location to prevent any clandestine machinations from the sorcerer. Do you think my transformation speed is as lethargic as that of Frisia and Cooler's inept progeny? As Bardock instantaneously teleported behind Kurd, the latter was simultaneously pivoting, his third form manifesting in an instant, a large black uppercase immaterializing upon his forehead. Deflecting Bardock's assault with ease, Kurd laughed heartily, such a verbose fool. Big bang. With intensified force, transforming his fist into an open palm, a shockwave erupted from Bardock's right hand, swiftly engulfing Kurd. Cough. As the shockwave dissipated, it revealed a disheveled Kurd. Kurd, your third form indeed proves more resilient than the second. That previous strike surprisingly did not claim your life. Bardock's words resonate with sincerity. He speculates that at the onset of the Android saga in the original Dragon Ball, if Cooler were to transform into his third form, Bardock might indeed find himself at a disadvantage. Spitting out the shattered remnants of his own teeth, Bardock comes to a stark realization. His third form pales in comparison to Bardock's strength. With no inclination for self-punishment, Cooler promptly ascends to his fourth form, unleashing his utmost power to confront Bardock. A formidable and malevolent aura emanates from Cooler, causing the very ground of Namek to tremble under the weight of his overwhelming might. What say you, Bardock? Are you frightened? This is my true power, the original form of our frost demon lineage. He cackles unabashedly, his broken teeth exposed. Indeed, Cooler's current strength warrants my attention. Let us engage in a proper battle. Cooler's second form already surpasses Frisia's fourth form, and now, having transformed to his fourth, his battle prowess is nothing short of terrifying. To Bardock, it appears that Cooler's strength is now on par with his own. The Saiyan blood coursing through Bardock ignites his combative spirit. He is now ablaze with fervor, eager to engage Cooler in combat. Who would have thought Cooler could transform? Judging by this aura, his power must be comparable to that of King Bardock. From a nearby thicket, after ensuring the Grand Elder's safety, Broly and Nuru quietly return to observe the clash between Bardock and Cooler. Nuru remarks, "Nonsense. My master is the strongest. Cooler is no match for him." At the sound of Nuru's assertion that Bardock and Cooler are of similar strength, Broly's demeanor shifts dramatically. His entire presence radiates with intensity as he casts a discontented glare at Nuru. It is understood, King Bardock is the mightiest, the most formidable. Broly's combat power now approaches 70,000, and the immense aura he exudes intimidates Nuru, prompting him to extol Bardock's virtues. Nuru is keenly aware that he would rather not perish at Cooler's hands, only to fall victim to Broly's wrath for a mere misstatement. My master is the strongest. You just watch closely. He will undoubtedly defeat Cooler with ease. Turning his gaze away, Broly dismisses Nuru, focusing intently on the battle between Bardock and Cooler. This young Saiyan possesses remarkable strength. He appears to be just over a year old, yet his mere aura instills fear in me. Are the talents of the Saiyans truly this formidable now? Nairu's combat power was a mere 42,000. Faced with the terrifying aura emanating from Broly, he instinctively trembled, as if under a primal bloodline suppression. Meanwhile, a fierce battle had already erupted between Bardock and Cooler, escalating from ground combat to the skies above. The emergence of Shenron had shrouded Namek's skies in ominous clouds, but the intensity of Bardock and Cooler's conflict rendered the atmosphere even more foreboding. To the untrained eye, the combatants seemed evenly matched, yet a closer inspection revealed Bardock held a slight advantage, a testament to the Saiyan fighting style that eschewed defense. Bardock's relentless assaults left Cooler struggling to defend himself, forced into a position of desperation. Die, Bardock? Unable to endure the pressure any longer, Cooler unleashed his fury, sending Bardock sprawling. In a swift motion, he conjured an energy sphere and hurled it at Bardock. Foolish, Bardock retorted, ignoring Cooler's ranged attack. In an instant, he teleported behind Cooler and delivered a powerful kick, sending him plummeting to the ground. Boom. Cooler crashed into Namek, creating a massive crater, as Bardock unleashed a torrent of energy blasts, relentlessly bombarding Cooler below. Master is truly formidable. I wonder when I will reach such heights, Broly marveled, gazing up at Bardock's imposing figure with admiration. Meanwhile, Nairu watched the increasingly fractured Namek with a heavy heart, deeply concerned about whether the planet could withstand the ferocity of Bardock and Cooler's battle. Stop pretending. Come out and continue fighting. I can sense your presence. You are not dead, Bardock shouted down at Cooler. Interstellar Destruction Sphere. Just as Bardock prepared to investigate further, an ominous energy sphere was launched at him. Isn't that Frisia's technique? He mused. It made sense. Cooler was Frisia's father, after all, and such an ability was to be expected. Big bang. The energy within Bardock's body compressed relentlessly, condensing into a minuscule point that threatened to explode upon contact. As countless small points converged into an energy sphere in Bardock's hands, he infused it with energy, unleashing a shockwave. The energy of the Big Bang was perfectly calibrated to match that of the interstellar destruction sphere fired by Cooler. Bardock yearned to experiment, contemplating whether, under equivalent energy conditions, the mass of his self-detonation could surpass that of the Kurdish interstellar annihilation device. As Bardock and the Kurdish engaged in their formidable contest, Nehru, watching from a distance, felt an overwhelming surge of despair, fearing that his cherished planet Namek might face utter destruction. Had Bardock been privy to Nehru's anxious thoughts, he would have assured him that such a fate was impossible. After all, Bardock still sought to summon Shenron Purunga to make a wish, and it was inconceivable that he would allow planet Namek to be obliterated. Bardock had already calculated in his mind that if the damage inflicted by the two of them truly jeopardized the safety of Namek, he would utilize instant transmission to transport Kato to North Kai's planet. The demise of North Kai would not matter much. After all, in the original Dragon Ball, Goku had unknowingly caused North Kai's downfall numerous times. Bardock intended to emulate his son's future actions. Indeed, Bardock sought to exact revenge on North Kai for not teaching him the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb techniques. However, it must be noted that Bardock would only resort to deceiving North Kai as a last resort. Chapter 67, Spatial Transfer, Demon Realm. Bardock exclaimed, "Kado, you fool. Are you intent on destroying Namek? How will I then seek the Dragon Balls to make my wish?" Just as Bardock's Big Bang collided with Kado's interstellar destruction bomb, an ear-piercing voice resonated in Bardock's ears. Babidi. Having been entirely focused on the battle with Kado and due to Babidi's feeble energy signature, Bardock had not noticed when Babidi appeared in the corner. However, with Babidi's arrival, Bardock resolved to cease his confrontation with Kado. He halted the buildup of energy for the Big Bang and vanished from sight. Boom. Even though Bardock retracted his energy, Kado's interstellar destruction bomb was still no match for the Big Bang, which was visibly consuming it. Consequently, Kado was also struck by the Big Bang. Fortunately, due to Bardock's retraction of energy and the subsequent weakening of the Big Bang's power after colliding with the interstellar destruction bomb, Kado was left severely injured but still clinging to life. Babidi, taken aback by Bardock's audacity to confront him directly, exclaimed, "I never expected you would have the courage to appear before me. Prepare to perish." Abandoning his attack on Kado, Bardock accelerated towards Babidi, launching a punch aimed directly at Bardock's head. Babidi's expression shifted dramatically in response to Bardock's sudden assault. He had clearly not anticipated such an aggressive move. Fully aware of his own lackluster combat prowess, Babidi did not hesitate. Chanting an arcane incantation, a protective barrier materialized around him. Bang! A powerful punch from Bardock struck directly against Babidi's protective shield, which, despite its evident quality, shattered after a mere 3 seconds. The shield absorbed a significant portion of Bardock's assault. However, the residual force still surged unrelentingly towards Babidi, propelling him through the air. "Kurd, you fool. Hurry and come to my aid." After rolling over the ground countless times, Babidi managed to prop up his battered body, struggling to rise, and shouted angrily at Kurd, "Coming, Master." The sycophantic Kurd, upon hearing Babidi's call, disregarded his own injuries, igniting the very essence of his life, and propelled himself with all his might towards Babidi. "Oh, he's still alive?" Bardock acknowledged that the punch he had just thrown was somewhat hasty and lacked full force. He had not anticipated that it would merely shatter Babidi's protective shield. However, it mattered not. One blow had failed to end the confrontation, and he was determined to strike again. Thus, Bardock accelerated in a direct line toward Babidi once more. "Humph, this time, Bardock. I shall make you a mere dog under my command as the great dark sorcerer Babidi." When Bardock launched another attack, Babidi remained composed, having prepared himself mentally. He began to chant an incantation, intent on seizing control of Bardock's mind. Dark magic surged into Bardock's brain, causing his movements to slow, allowing Cooled to catch up from behind. In one swift motion, Cooled surpassed Bardock and positioned himself protectively in front of Babidi. It struck Babidi as peculiar that the evil energy within Bardock was significantly diminished, far less potent than when he had sported his grass-green hair. Furrowing his brow, Babidi found his dark magic's progress to be less than smooth, encountering unforeseen obstacles. Bardock stood still, his left hand clutching his head while his right hand aimed toward Babidi's location, gathering power for an impending shockwave. "Master, be careful." Cooled, demonstrating his loyalty, threw himself in the path of Bardock's attack, absorbing the blow and being sent flying as a result. Meanwhile, Bardock, after unleashing his assault, turned his focus away from the fate of Babidi and Cooled. He was now engaged in summoning his mental strength to counter Babidi's mind-controlling dark sorcery. While he could have easily broken free through sheer force, Bardock chose to invest a few minutes to dismantle the spell more thoroughly. "Babidi, the evil energy within me is scant. Your attempts to control my mind will likely be futile for the rest of your life." After 3 minutes, Bardock lowered his hand from his head and, with a smile, addressed Babidi from a distance. "Damn it, Cooled. You must confront him and force the evil energy out of Bardock. Today, I shall succeed in subduing him." This marks the first occasion on which Babidi's attempt at dark magic has faltered, attributing the failure entirely to the malevolent energy residing within Bardock, which is significantly less potent than during its previous manifestation. He then bellowed at the nearly breathless Kurd behind him, "Cease your cries." For Kurd is now teetering on the brink of death. It appears he is incapable of safeguarding you any longer. Therefore, Babidi, it would be prudent for you to abandon your futile resistance and accept your fate. With a chuckle, Bardock gathered a new energy sphere in his hand. Upon turning around, he noticed the dire state of Kurd, which caused a surge of urgency within Babidi. It was no easy task to find a suitable henchman. And should Kurd perish in such a manner, Babidi knew he would not escape Bardock's wrath. Thus, he began to chant a new incantation once more. In an instant, Bardock felt the world around him shift, and in the blink of an eye, the scene crystallized. Observing the surrounding darkness, Bardock realized that they were no longer on planet Namek. However, the location mattered little. His intent to eliminate Babidi remained unchanged, relying on a singular, straightforward technique. Bardock, do you know where we are? Babidi inquired confidently, his heart steadied by the successful spatial transfer. Bardock felt no obligation to respond to Babidi's inquiries and instead hurled an energy blast at him. However, the anticipated scene of Babidi's demise did not materialize. Rather, it was the unexpectedly recovered Kurd who appeared before Babidi, intercepting Bardock's assault. Bardock, Kurd proclaimed, allow me to enlighten you. This is a newfound realm I recently discovered, the demon realm. The malevolent energy here serves as a remarkable boon for a wicked being like me. Through my dark sorcery, I have infused this malevolence into Kurd's being, not only healing his wounds, but also augmenting his combat prowess. Therefore, Bardock, it would be prudent for you to relinquish your resistance. If you, too, submit to me as Kurd has, I can wield this energy to enhance your strength as well. Babidi expressed his disinterest in the temptation presented by Bu. Bardock resolutely replied, then extended his senses, discovering that this realm of demons was pitifully small, with the most formidable creatures possessing battle prowess barely exceeding 1,000. Bardock speculated that this place might not be the realm of the Dark King Depura, but rather the inferior demon world that Goku inadvertently stumbled upon during his childhood on Earth. Chapter 68. The Frustrated Babidi. Has his power increased? Let me put it to the test. Bardock could sense that the now magic-infused Cooled was indeed significantly stronger than before. However, the precise extent of this newfound power would only be revealed through combat. This time, I shall not be easily defeated by you, Bardock. The empowered Cooled seized the initiative, launching the first assault against Bardock. Facing Cooled's advancing fist, Bardock chose not to evade. After all, when it comes to sheer strength, the Saiyan had never feared anyone. Channeling all his might, Bardock retaliated with a punch aimed at Cooled. Your strength is far too feeble, Bardock. It was evident that Cooled, having absorbed the magic energy, had indeed experienced a notable enhancement in power, at least in terms of raw strength, slightly surpassing Bardock. Is that so? Bardock chuckled softly, his muscles tensing as he transformed into the Super Saiyan second form, delivering another powerful strike towards Cooled. Though his strength was only marginally greater than that of his Super Saiyan first form, Bardock decided to showcase a fraction of his true power, intending to demonstrate what absolute dominance truly meant. With this punch, Bardock managed to push Cooled back several paces before he came to a halt. However, due to the infusion of magic energy, Cooled's injuries healed almost instantaneously. Unyielding, Cooled advanced once more to engage Bardock in combat, this time unencumbered by concerns of injury, thus abandoning defense and opting for a full frontal assault against Bardock. The battle between Bardock and Cooled is truly a torment for the denizens of the demon realm, who dare not even breathe for fear of inciting the ire of either Bardock or Cooled. A single energy blast could spell their demise without them even comprehending how they met their end. Cooled, hold Bardock here. I shall venture to Namek to seek the dragon, Babidi declared, sensing that the situation here could be temporarily managed without his intervention. Understood, my master. I shall ensure Bardock remains here, Cooled responded immediately, intensifying his assault on Bardock. Broly, can you hear me? Yet, at the very moment Babidi departed, Bardock's muscles contracted, reverting to his ordinary Super Saiyan form. Though his power had not diminished, in fact, he had ascended further. Indeed, Bardock now exhibited the full power form of Super Saiyan, delivering a swift kick that sent Cooled, who was in pursuit, flying. Bardock then initiated a telepathic communication with Broly. Master, I am here. What is your command? Broly replied promptly, not yet recovered from Bardock's abrupt disappearance. Where is King Bardock? Nairu, oblivious to the situation, searched around but found no trace of Bardock. Broly, Babidi has gone to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. You must protect Barunga and ensure he remains undetected by Babidi. Bardock continued, understood, master. After responding to Bardock, Broly turned to Nehru and recounted the events concerning Babidi. Then let us hasten back. The Grand Elder is also with Purunga, having witnessed Babidi's dark sorcery firsthand. Nehru felt a surge of urgency upon hearing that Babidi had returned, and he swiftly grasped Broly's arm, propelling them back into the skies. Search thoroughly. Scour every nook and cranny of Namek for the Dragon Balls. Babidi commanded his minions, having transported Kurd's spacecraft to the Namekian planet through his dark magic. As you wish, Master. Kurd's followers were evidently under Babidi's control, their loyalty to him unwavering. What shall we do about the multitude Babidi has brought with him? Broly, should we engage? As Broly and Naru prepared to return and protect the Grand Elder and Purunga, they encountered a scene that prompted Naru to question Broly. Of course, we shall confront them and eliminate them all. You Namekians are rather timid, Broly implied, criticizing their hesitation in the face of destruction upon their planet. Very well. Ignoring Broly's disdain, Naru unleashed a barrage of energy blasts upon Kurd's subordinates below. Stop. None of you shall escape today. Broly descended from the sky. Charging into the fray with sheer determination, he preferred close combat over the distance of energy attacks. Is this how Saiyans fight? So recklessly? Naru pondered as he watched Broly engage in battle, realizing that he could not continue his ranged assaults without risking Broly's safety. Observing Broly as he tore through the enemy ranks like a wolf among sheep, Naru felt a pang of inadequacy in his own fervor for combat compared to the one-year-old Saiyan. How infuriating. What does it matter how formidable he is? He is but a child. Everyone, attack together. A swarm of minions, faced with Broly's overwhelming strength, struggled to withstand his onslaught, unwittingly accelerating Broly's efforts to eliminate them. Where do you think you're going? Noticing that he could not assist in the skirmish, Naru shifted his focus and spotted Babidi attempting to flee. He quickly intercepted him, thinking, I had intended for these fools to detain you and that little brat while I sought the Dragon Balls. However, since you have so conveniently presented yourself, I shall not be courteous in accepting you. Confronted by the formidable Naru, Babidi remained unperturbed, promptly resorting to dark sorcery in an attempt to seize control of Naru's mind. Yet, as a minute elapsed, Babidi's incantations persisted without yielding any signs of subjugation. Instead, Naru exhibited the ability to move freely and launched a powerful punch towards Babidi. Cursed be this unforeseen circumstance. It turned out that Naru possessed a heart of purity. Reluctantly abandoning his efforts to dominate Naru, Babidi swiftly erected a protective barrier to withstand the impending assault. Nairu's strikes, though formidable, paled in comparison to those of Bardock, rendering Babidi momentarily safe within his shield. However, Babidi lamented the waste of his mental energy in maintaining the barrier, desiring not to squander his time on Naru. His gaze shifted toward Broly, situated at the far end. Previously, while observing Bardock through the crystal ball, Babidi had discerned a significant amount of malevolent energy lurking within Broly's heart. Thus, he chanted an incantation, endeavoring to exert control over Broly. Just as Broly had vanquished the lesser foes, he suddenly felt the encroachment of dark magic upon his mental fortitude, his body becoming increasingly difficult to command. Nevertheless, as Broly had yet to unlock his Super Saiyan form, the reservoir of malevolent energy available for Babidi's manipulation was limited. Additionally, Broly, being the only Saiyan aside from Bardock to specialize in mental prowess, resolved to endure the current level of mental control for a little longer. Cursed be this tenacious resistance from the young one. Babidi expressed his current state of despondency. Having encountered a series of setbacks within the brief span of his time on Namek, the ineffectiveness of controlling Bardock was already disappointing. But to find that Naru was equally unresponsive was disheartening. Ultimately, even this seemingly easy-to-control imp before him proved to be a formidable challenge. Just as Babidi contemplated intensifying his efforts to dominate Broly, he sensed an impending crisis looming behind him. He promptly relinquished his control over Broly and turned to discover that his protective shield had vanished, followed closely by Nairu's impending assault. At the critical moment when Nairu's attack was about to strike Babidi, he vanished from his original spot, reappearing in the Demon Realm, a domain governed by the ancient power of Kult. Chapter 69, The Battle of Ascension. Babidi initially believed that during his absence, Cord would be able to sustain himself using the surrounding magical energy, even if he could not expel the malevolent energy of Bardock. However, the scene before him shattered Babidi's understanding. Cord was being mercilessly subdued by Bardock. Unable to recover from his injuries at a pace that could match the speed at which Bardock inflicted them, Bardock found himself in a state of helplessness. His full power was undeniably formidable. Were it not for Kurold's astonishing recovery speed, Bardock would have undoubtedly delivered a fatal blow. Kurold, you wretched being. I have even resorted to infusing you with dark energy to enhance your abilities, yet you still fail to overpower Bardock. Upon witnessing the helpless Kurdish man facing Bardock's relentless assault, Babidi erupted in fury, unleashing a torrent of invective. It was precisely this outburst that drew Bardock's attention towards Babidi. After a moment's contemplation, Bardock concluded that it would be prudent to address Babidi first. "Babidi, you have left me no choice," he declared. At this juncture, Babidi recognized that he could no longer conceal his true capabilities. To remain dormant would likely lead to his demise. "Kurdish, are you prepared?" he shouted at the ailing figure of Kurdish, who was rapidly approaching his end. "I stand ready to sacrifice for my master," Kurdish proclaimed with all his might, uttering a line steeped in dramatic flair. "Indeed, Babidi, you cannot be allowed to persist. You are a constant source of complications." As Bardock closed in on Babidi, he concentrated his energy, culminating in an explosive release. A shockwave infused with Bardock's full might surged directly towards Babidi. "What is happening?" Bardock furrowed his brow, astonished that his previous assault had been thwarted. Surrounding Babidi were layers of shields imbued with a substantial amount of dark energy, successfully intercepting Bardock's full-force strike. Just as Bardock decided to pursue Babidi further, a heavy arm descended upon his shoulder. Who was it? The arm was entwined with dark energy. As Bardock instinctively turned around, he discovered that Kurder's injuries had miraculously healed once more, and his strength had surged dramatically. Kurder delivered a punishing blow to Bardock's abdomen, sending the unsuspecting warrior hurtling through the air. After tumbling several times, Bardock regained his composure, gazing gravely down at Kurder. The dark energy of this demon realm had diminished to almost nothing. Undoubtedly, it had all been absorbed into Kurder's being by Babidi's dark sorcery. The cost of forcibly infusing dark energy was simple. It merely drained Kurder's life force. However, to Babidi, this was of little consequence, as long as he could defeat Bardock. Every sacrifice would be deemed worthwhile. Aghast, Kurder clutched his head, emitting agonizing howls as he underwent a monumental transformation. His physique expanded. With 4 horns extending backward from his head, his shoulders protruding like a protective chest plate, and 2 additional horns sprouting from his back. His arms morphed into blade-like appendages. Indeed, Kurder's current appearance bore a striking resemblance to Gula's previous transformation. Having absorbed the entirety of the demon realm's dark energy, Kurder was on the verge of a breakthrough, achieving the 5th transformation. Bardock, prepare to experience true agony. I am unaware of the full extent of my newfound power. After completing his transformation, Kurder reveled in his formidable physique, his strength having multiplied exponentially since their prior encounter. Observing Kurder's ostentatious display below him, Bardock sheepishly touched his nose, contemplating whether he should enter his berserk mode. After all, Kurder had transformed into this monstrous form to defeat him. It would be rather embarrassing if he didn't allow Kurder to land a few blows. After some reflection, Bardock decided against activating his berserk mode just yet. While he was indeed a warrior at heart, he had no inclination towards suffering. Nevertheless, he resolved to deal with Babidi first. For unleashing his dark energy during a berserk state could easily fall under Babidi's control. With this thought in mind, Bardock swiftly flew towards Babidi, only to find Kurder, now in his 5th form, blocking his path. With a smirk, Bardock acknowledged the futility of flying. He could teleport instantaneously. Placing his fingers upon his forehead, Bardock began to sense Babidi's energy signature. Bardock's gesture was all too familiar to Kuld, who promptly channeled all his strength into his palm and swung his fist toward Bardock. Oddly, he could not sense Babidi's presence, although he could see Babidi in the distance. He was unable to pinpoint his aura. Regardless of the reason, the fact remained that Bardock's instantaneous movement was rendered ineffective. He understood that he must first overcome Kuld to address the looming threat of Babidi. With equal determination, Bardock launched his fists at Kuld, and their blows collided, sending shockwaves that shattered everything in the surrounding demon realm. "You fools, could you not create such a ruckus while fighting? I was nearly blown away." Babidi, observing from the sidelines, swiftly activated his protective shield, narrowly avoiding the destructive aftermath of their battle, and scolded Bardock and Kuld. Yet, Bardock paid no heed. In combat, one must embrace the thrill and press on with the assault against Kuld. Kuld, ignited by Bardock's relentless attacks, grew increasingly furious and retaliated with equal fervor. Under the intensity of their clash, nearly all creatures in the demon realm succumbed to the ensuing chaos. Facing Kuld's unyielding advance, Bardock found himself at a disadvantage. "Well done, Kuld. Keep pressing Bardock. We must force the evil energy within him to surface," Babidi exclaimed excitedly from the sidelines. "At your command, Master," Kuld responded. intensifying his offensive against Bardock. Since you are so intrigued by my berserk form, I shall give you a proper demonstration. Throughout the prolonged battle with Cooled, Bardock had not been idle. His mental faculties were diligently analyzing Babbidi's previous psychic control. At this moment, he had undoubtedly completed his analysis, and Bardock was confident that he could maintain absolute control over himself even while under Babbidi's influence. With that, Bardock activated 20% of his berserk factor, unleashing a torrent of malevolent and frenzied power from within. Chapter 70. The pure evil within the power of the frenzied Bardock has undoubtedly surged once again, rendering him capable of effortlessly overpowering the current Cooled. Meanwhile, Cooled, seemingly oblivious to the mocking glint in Bardock's eyes, is exhilarated by the anticipation of his impending strike against Bardock. The transformation of Bardock into a frenzied state is not merely a matter of increased strength. The most significant change lies in his shifting mindset, as the malevolent forces steadily erode his inner sanctum. For reasons unknown, Bardock is no longer consumed by the desire to swiftly eliminate Cooled. Instead, he harbors a cruel intention to mercilessly torment this challenger who dares to defy him. Allowing Cooled's fist to collide with his face, Bardock opts against evasion, even neglecting to defend himself. Initially, Cooled's triumphant laughter at landing a blow begins to wane, as he realizes that his full-force strike has seemingly inflicted no substantial damage upon Bardock. Why has my mindset undergone such a radical transformation? And why has my power surged beyond the norm? As Bardock contemplates the nature of his current state, he refrains from acting solely based on his inner thoughts. An energy orb silently coalesces in his palm, and with a swift motion, he unleashes it directly into Cooled's abdomen, resulting in a deep crater forming on his midsection, sending Cooled hurtling through the air. Turning his attention to the incantations of Babbidi nearby, Bardock finally comprehends the source of his inexplicable mental shift. Delving within himself, he discovers that the once dormant 20% of his frenzied factors has been magnified, while the evil within him continues to flourish. Exhaling deeply, Bardock finds satisfaction in his current state. Despite the fluctuations in his mentality, his consciousness remains firmly under his control. Bardock, you shall perish. Cooled, having been cast away by Bardock, returns with a determination to attack once more. Yet Bardock does not retaliate. Instead, he fixates his gaze on the approaching Cooled. In an instant, he unleashes a torrent of malevolent energy. Cooled falters, for within Bardock's eyes, he perceives an evil far surpassing his own, an evil devoid of any emotional nuance, purely embodying malice. In that moment, Cooled falters, despite once believing he could surrender everything, even his life, to Babbidi. At this juncture, he truly becomes timid. However, Bardock has no intention of sparing Cooled. With a swift kick, he sends Cooled plummeting to the ground. How audacious of you to rise again. With a detached gaze, Bardock observed the struggling Kurd below. He swiftly descended from the sky, landing with a foot planted firmly on Kurd's abdomen, driving him deeper into the earth. Kurd, I have utterly lost interest in you, so do me a favor and perish, he declared, a sinister smile curving his lips. The malevolent energy of a massive explosion began to coalesce in Bardock's hands, aimed menacingly at Kurd's head, ready to be unleashed. Enough, Bardock. While it is true that Kurd is utterly useless, he still possesses some value. Do not kill him just yet, Babbidi interjected, having flown to Bardock's side. Courage, what emboldened Babbidi to approach him? Confusion stirred within Bardock, yet the explosive energy in his grasp did not wane. Rather, it intensified, as Kurd, in Bardock's eyes, had become indistinguishable from the dead. Bardock, I shall repeat myself. I command you to cease your assault immediately. Kurd still holds some utility for me. Babbidi's irksome voice echoed once more just as Bardock prepared to strike. So Babbidi believed he had me completely under his control. In the eyes of Kurd, Bardock perceived an overwhelming fear, deep, profound fear. The reflection in Kurd's gaze revealed to Bardock his own current visage, suffused with malevolence, marked by a capital M etched upon his forehead, a symbol that had seemingly appeared without his notice. He sensed the activation of the violent factor within him. Now at 40%, its acceleration astonishingly swift, far surpassing the pace at which he typically awakened it through his usual training. This violent factor was chiefly composed of pure evil, an essence of unadulterated malevolence. At this moment, Bardock finally comprehended the significance of Zuno's last admonition. Only in this state, with his inner darkness fully unleashed, could he completely awaken the transcendent bloodline within. Thus, I owe you my gratitude, Babbidi. With a swift motion, Bardock dispatched Kurd with a kick, then turned to smile at the arrogant Babbidi behind him. What do you intend to do? Bardock, I must warn you. I am your master now. Should you show even the slightest disrespect, I will seal you immediately. Upon witnessing the pure malice in Bardock's eyes, Babidi felt an inexplicable chill. Yet remembering that Bardock remained under his control, he felt reassured. A seal? So that is it. Transferring his mental energy to the capital M on his forehead, Bardock discovered another unique power within it, likely the seal Babidi had just mentioned. Fear was absent from Bardock, for with his current mental strength, he could easily break free from Babidi's dark magic. However, he chose not to do so, as he required this state to sustain the rapid activation of his violent factor. Bardock, I command you to take me to Namek immediately to find the Dragon Balls and make a wish. Observing Bardock's lack of aggression, Babidi was elated. Believing his mental control over Bardock had taken effect, and he issued his command. How do we go? My instant transmission cannot traverse dimensions. A smile graced the corners of Bardock's mouth as he replied to Babidi, choosing not to strike him down immediately. Bardock intended to wait until the violent factors within him were fully activated before taking action against Babidi. Given the current rate of activation, it was evident that Babidi had little time left to flounder. As for the notion that teleportation could not cross dimensions, that was merely Bardock's ruse to deceive Babidi. This was apparent from the original Dragon Ball, where Goku was able to teleport to various realms, be it King Kai's realm or the underworld, as long as he could sense the presence of energy. Furthermore, in the face of such a feeble demon realm, Bardock felt confident that he could teleport away at will. Chapter 71. The second wish, since it is thus, I shall take you back to Namek, Babidi declared, stepping closer to Bardock and initiating a spatial transfer, instantly transporting them to Namek. Bardock offered no resistance to Babidi's spatial magic, allowing him to weave his dark sorcery. It was at that moment, as Babidi cast his spell, that Bardock sensed Babidi's energy. However, upon arriving at Namek, even at close proximity, Bardock could no longer detect Babidi's presence. Master, you have returned. Coincidentally, Babidi's destination for the spatial transfer happened to be the very location of the dragon Purunga, eliminating the need for Bardock to search for him. Babidi merely had to look up to see the dragon. Meanwhile, Broly, who had been stationed there, immediately flew toward Bardock upon seeing his return. Be cautious, Broly. Bardock's current state is rather unsettling. Naru intervened, blocking Broly's path. Bardock was enveloped in a sinister aura, clearly not of benevolent intent, and he stood beside Babidi. Additionally, the dark inscription M19 emblazoned on Bardock's forehead mirrored the mark on Babidi's body, giving Naru ample reason to suspect that Bardock had fallen under Babidi's control. Step aside. The malevolent aura is the very emblem of the Saiyans. Besides, even if Bardock bears the dark inscription, Broly refuses to believe he could be subjugated by Babidi. Bardock's blind confidence was not only evident in Broly, but resonated throughout every Saiyan on Bardock's planet. Faced with Broly's imposing energy, Naru found himself at a loss, ultimately stepping aside to allow Broly to pass. So this is the dragon, is it? I did not expect the Namekians to be so considerate, knowing I would make a wish and gathering all 7 Dragon Balls in advance. Very well, let me complete my wish before I take my leave. Babidi merely cast a fleeting glance at the feeble Namekian warrior, dismissing him entirely, and ascended to stand before Purunga. Perish, Nuru, as the guardian of the Grand Elder and a defender of Namek, was understandably reluctant to allow the malevolent sorcerer Babidi to approach Purunga, and thus launched an energy blast in retaliation. Bardock. Without uttering a word, Babidi commanded Bardock, neglecting to activate his protective shield. Indifferently, Bardock chose not to engage with Babidi, yet still intervened to disperse Nuru's assault. After all, Bardock was uncertain whether he could maintain his current state if Babidi were to perish. Babidi must die. But only after he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. King Bardock, faced with this reality, found himself at a loss for words. He had once believed he possessed the most steadfast ally, only to discover that this individual had swiftly turned traitor, leaving Nuru in a state of disbelief. Dragon, please resurrect my Bu. Ignoring the turmoil surrounding Bardock, Babidi shouted dramatically at Purunga, though his pleas bore no fruit. Dragon, please release Bu from his seal. Babidi attempted to call out again, yet Purunga completely disregarded him. Dragon, hasten to release Majin Bu from his seal, or do you dare to challenge me with your life? Upon witnessing Purunga's indifference, Babidi was instantly consumed by rage, bellowing furiously. Meanwhile, Bardock stood to the side, bemused by Babidi's foolish outburst. Recognizing that his inability to speak Namekian rendered his wishes futile, Pray tell, are you meddling? Why has the dragon failed to grant my desire? Babidi, filled with fury, seized Nero by the collar and demanded loudly. To make a wish to Purunga, one must use the language of Namek, he asserted. Observing Babidi's intent to resort to violence against Nero, Bardock hastily interjected. Oh, I see. You, Namekian, should translate my earlier words into your Namekian tongue and then make a wish to the eternal dragon. Unfazed by Bardock's omission of the honorific, Babidi excitedly urged Nero. Nero, go ahead and do as King Bardock instructed. Just as Nero hesitated, the silent elder seated nearby suddenly spoke up. As you wish, elder. Confused by the elder's directive and glancing at Bardock's sinister expression, Nero proceeded towards Purunga. Is my view about to be revived already? How did I miss that? As Babidi observed Nero conversing in Namekian with Purunga, he mistakenly believed his desires had been fulfilled, filling him with elation as he sought the whereabouts of the formidable Majin Bu. Broly, transform and test your Super Saiyan powers. Let us ascertain whether your rage has been sufficiently suppressed. To be frank, Bardock did not comprehend the precise content of Nero's words. Yet he harbored unwavering faith that Nero would act according to his directives. Indeed, Bardock had just conveyed his circumstances to Broly, Elder Guru, and Nero through a mental link, requesting Nero to beseech Purunga for the wish to restrain Broly's uncontrollable Super Saiyan transformation. Understood, Master. Following Nero's wish, Broly sensed an alteration within himself, an indescribable change that eluded definition. Yet he instinctively felt that he could maintain his composure during this transformation. Oh, Broly roared in fury, his inner rage igniting as his hair stood on end. Instead of the anticipated grass-green hue, his hair radiated the familiar golden sheen of a Super Saiyan. Unleash the malevolent power within you. Broly, there is no need for concealment. Bardock had not anticipated that suppressing Broly's transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan would result in Broly assuming the form of a regular Super Saiyan. Although the regular Super Saiyan does not lose rationality, it is evident that the previous legendary form was far superior. Understood, Master. Broly, too, was astonished by his current transformation. It seemed to be his first experience as a regular Super Saiyan. With unwavering focus, the malevolence within him surged forth, his golden hair shifting to a vibrant green as he entered the Super Saiyan form. A sinister and ferocious energy emanated from Broly's being. Yet he exhibited no signs of the previous irrationality. Observing this, Bardock recognized that Purunga's abilities were indeed formidable, as he had truly managed to suppress Broly's rampage in the legendary form. Thus, Purunga's second wish was fulfilled, leaving only one wish remaining. Chapter 72. King of the Demon Realm, Dabura. How infuriating. You lot have conspired to put on a performance for my benefit. Bardock, you have not been under my control at all, have you? Babidi's intelligence is undoubtedly considerable. He had merely been lost in the euphoria of resurrecting Bu. Now, upon witnessing that Bu has not returned and observing the current state of Bardock and others, he can no longer remain oblivious to the truth. Bardock, I shall seal you now. No sooner had he uttered these ominous words than Babidi noticed that the M symbol atop Bardock's head had vanished. Immediately, he resorted to spatial displacement, vanishing from sight. Broly, wait for me here. I shall go deal with Babidi first. The berserk factor within Bardock has now reached full activation, allowing him to harness his formidable mental prowess to break free from Babidi's dark sorcery. Babidi had just employed spatial transfer, yet Bardock could still detect a trace of his aura. Not daring to delay, he immediately executed a teleportation. With a sigh of relief, he finally felt secure. That detestable Bardock would not escape his vengeance so easily. Having successfully returned to the demon realm, Babidi gazed at his companion, Kurd, whose injuries had nearly healed, and a sense of calm washed over him. What were you just saying, Babidi? I didn't quite catch that, Bardock taunted as he materialized beside Babidi, a shockwave forming in his palm. Kurd, I command you to intercept Bardock. At this moment, Babidi realized that Bardock's earlier assertion about teleportation not crossing realms was merely a ruse. He also understood that it was the aura he had emanated while casting dark magic that had allowed Bardock to trace his location. Without hesitation, he ordered Kurd to block Bardock, hoping to seize another opportunity for spatial transfer. At your command, Master. Kurd had always been obedient to Babidi's orders, and in this instance, Bardock was merely in his normal state, causing Kurd to shed any lingering fear he had previously harbored. Big bang. Bardock, tired of idle chatter, unleashed his full power, instantly transforming into his Super Saiyan form. His golden hair shifted to a vibrant green as he aimed for a decisive strike. An endless surge of energy converged in Bardock's right palm. Given the proximity, he doubted Kurd could withstand the onslaught, let alone Babbidi's protective shield. No. With a defiant roar, Kurd was struck directly by Bardock's big bang. Protective shield. Bardock discovered that this Kurd, in an effort to buy Babbidi a moment of respite, self-detonated without a second thought. Demonstrating remarkable resolve, the explosive force of Bardock's full-powered strike, coupled with the self-detonation of Kurd's 5 forms infused with demonic energy, sent tremors throughout the entire demon realm. This realm, already of inferior quality, could not withstand such a tremendous accumulation of energy and began to fracture. Boom. The entire demon realm shattered, and at that moment, Babbidi completed his spatial transfer, vanishing from sight. Bardock, eager to pursue him immediately, found himself delayed by the necessity of maintaining his protective shield. Was this yet another demon realm? Retracting his transformation, Bardock returned to his normal state, surveying his surroundings. The atmosphere was thick with demonic energy, and the world was almost devoid of light. He fully extended his senses, noting that the combat prowess of the lurking creatures was significantly greater than before, with the weakest amongst them boasting a power level of at least 10,000. Placing 2 fingers upon his forehead, Bardock endeavored to sense Babbidi's presence once more, but to no avail. He realized that Babbidi had once again concealed his energy. However, Bardock remained unperturbed. He knew that Babbidi had suffered considerable damage from his earlier assault. Whether Babbidi chose to recuperate or execute a spatial transfer, he would inevitably resort to dark magic. It was now evident that Babbidi was indeed within this demon realm. And as soon as he employed dark magic, Bardock would be able to detect his energy, allowing for an instantaneous relocation. With this thought, Bardock closed his eyes and stood still, emanating an aura of authority that compelled the surrounding demon creatures to kneel in reverence, too fearful to approach. The intricate nature of the demon realm's location left Bardock uncertain whether he could return instantly after teleporting away, hence he remained stationary. Time trickled by. Yet Bardock felt no urgency. It was akin to a game of cat and mouse, where the first to show impatience would be the loser. Suddenly, Bardock opened his eyes, having sensed a faint fluctuation of energy that once belonged to Babbidi, accompanied by another formidable presence that surpassed Kurd's. With 2 fingers resting on his forehead, Bardock vanished from his position in an instant. Aha, Bardock, you have indeed arrived, but this time, you shan't leave, Babbidi remarked, confidently seated upon his throne. Looking down at Bardock with a smirk. Such bravado, Babbidi. Is your confidence merely a shadow of Dubra lurking in the darkness? Bardock replied with a smile, dismissing Babbidi's threats. For if threats held any weight, Babbidi would not have been fleeing from him like a hound. How did you discover my presence? Dubra emerged from the shadows. A prominent black letter M emblazoned upon his forehead, a testament to the fact that he had succumbed to Babbidi's malevolent magic, which had ensnared his mind. As the king of the demon realm, Dubra possessed an abundance of dark energy that could be exploited by Babbidi, far exceeding that of ordinary beings. Thus, these with which Babbidi controlled him was beyond doubt in Bardock's mind. Regarding Dubra's prowess, it could be inferred from the original narrative of Dragon Ball Z. During the Majin Buu saga, that his strength was approximately on par with that of a Super Saiyan 2. According to Goku, Dubra's might was comparable to that of the formidable Perfect Cell. However, that was a tale for years hence. At present, Dubra had only just encountered Babbidi, and his power had yet to be augmented by the dark sorcery. Even if he were stronger than Kibito, the difference was not substantial. Bardock held confidence that in his full power state, he could easily contend with Dubra. Yet, Dubra remained oblivious to this. To him, Bardock appeared rather unimpressive. Without exchanging pleasantries, Dubra charged at Bardock with his weapon, only to have it effortlessly crushed by Bardock in his transformed state. The scene was undeniably awkward, as Dubra, brimming with aggression, launched an assault, yet Bardock remained unscathed while Dubra's weapon lay in ruins. Fortunately for Dubra, he possessed a secret technique, a spittle attack. No, rather a petrifying saliva attack that could turn its target to stone upon contact. Such a grotesque maneuver, even for someone well-versed in the original story, would instinctively provoke a reaction of evasion from any ordinary person due to its sheer repulsiveness. A tremendous explosion ensued. Bardock did not hesitate. He immediately concentrated a massive explosion in his palm and sent Dapra flying, resulting in Dapra's demise. Turning his attention, Bardock noticed Babbidi, who had been seated upon his throne, attempting to employ spatial transfer once more. A single energy blast was enough to seal Babbidi's fate at Bardock's hands. The aura he sensed was authentic. Yet Bardock felt an unsettling notion that he should not have triumphed so effortlessly. Given Babbidi's treacherous nature, it was inconceivable that he could be vanquished so easily. Moreover, Dapra, as the Demon Realm's king, should have engaged Bardock in a fierce battle, enduring countless rounds before succumbing to defeat. In Bardock's mind, the scenario should have unfolded quite differently, with Dapra's prowess not permitting such a swift annihilation without Bardock transforming into a Super Saiyan, releasing his entire sensory perception to explore the expanse of the Demon Realm. Bardock found no sign of anomaly after considerable time had passed. Even after confirming the deaths of both Babbidi and Dapra, he struggled to accept this reality. Feeling as though it was almost too trivial, even the weakest of fighters would not fall so easily. As time continued to elapse without any indication of unusual activity, Bardock resolved to no longer linger, accepting the notion that Babbidi and Dapra were indeed deceased. Ascending into the sky, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing a relentless barrage of explosions to ensure the area was secure. Once satisfied with the stability of his surroundings, Bardock swiftly teleported from the Demon Realm back to Namek. "Welcome back, King Bardock. May I inquire if the demon Babbidi has perished?" The Grand Elder of Namek respectfully queried upon Bardock's sudden appearance beside Broly. "He should be dead, though I cannot be entirely certain. However, I have shattered the Demon Realm beyond recognition. Even if Babbidi survived, there remains little demonic energy for him to wield." Bardock replied. "Uncertain?" The Grand Elder inquired with a note of skepticism. "Indeed, I too am unsure whether Babbidi has truly perished. However, the malevolent Kurd, who wreaked havoc upon your planet, Namek, met his demise in a self-detonation as a result of my assault." Bardock then replied, "Neru, could you kindly inquire with Purunga whether Babbidi is truly dead?" Observing the distant Shinron Purunga still present, Bardock suddenly remembered that he was uncertain if he could pose such a question. In response to Bardock's command, Neru did not act immediately. Instead, he remained rooted in place, uncertain. "What is the matter?" Bardock, intrigued by Neru's hesitation, inquired further. "It is as follows, King Bardock. Please do not be angered. I have already utilized Purunga's final wish to restore Namek." Upon seeing Bardock's slight displeasure, the elder quickly provided an explanation. Hearing the elder's words, Bardock finally noticed that the once devastated Namek had indeed been restored. However, due to the lingering dark clouds in the sky and the continued presence of Shinron Purunga, Bardock instinctively believed that the wish had not yet been fully expended. Since the wish had been used up, it mattered little. Even if Babbidi had not perished, it seemed unlikely he could stir up any significant upheaval. Bardock replied nonchalantly, "By the way, Elder, does the Purunga from Namek not disperse into the 7 Dragon Balls after granting wishes? I am well aware that Purunga is far more powerful than the Eternal Dragon of Earth. The latter has a limited waiting time for wishes. Yet it appears that Purunga can remain indefinitely. However, this does not seem to include the phenomenon of not vanishing after the wishes have been granted. Which raises a question in my mind. Elder, I must confess that I am equally perplexed by this occurrence. It is the first time I have witnessed Purunga not disappearing after fulfilling wishes," the elder replied awkwardly. "I shall investigate this matter." The elder's uncertainty piqued Bardock's curiosity. "Purunga, why do you linger? Are you perhaps waiting for me to make a 4th wish?" Bardock jested as he floated before Purunga, not truly expecting a response. He merely desired a closer observation of the dragon. "Lord Bardock, the Eternal Dragon has been awaiting your return, which is why he has not dissipated immediately," Purunga unexpectedly spoke, startling everyone around them. The elder and Nairu were astonished by Purunga's profound respect, as well as the formal address of Lord. Bardock, on the other hand, was taken aback that Purunga was speaking in a common tongue rather than the Namekian language. Broly, observing from the side, nodded in satisfaction at Purunga's respectful demeanor, reflecting on how Bardock, the king, commanded respect wherever he went. "What is it?" Bardock had grown almost immune to being addressed as Lord, as the Eternal Dragon of Earth had once referred to him similarly. "In response to your inquiry, 500,000 years ago, the Eternal Dragon wished to summon you. Do you consent to this?" Purunga's tone was humble, with beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Whether from fear of Bardock's contemplative demeanor or the strain of maintaining his form, it was unclear. "Are you saying that someone gathered the 7 Dragon Balls 500,000 years ago and summoned you to grant the wish for me to return to that time?" Bardock meticulously reorganized Pulonga's words and inquired. "Indeed, that is correct," Polona affirmed. "What was the matter that you summoned me 5 million years ago?" Bardock inquired. "I cannot divulge this information, but rest assured, my King Bardock. Everything will be revealed if you traverse back to 5 million years ago. Barunga responded once more. From Barunga's words, Bardock could ascertain one certainty, that the Barunga of 5 million years past had undoubtedly encountered him. This implied that the Barunga before him had existed for at least 5 million years. In other words, his future self must have also journeyed back to that era, meaning that his current self had indeed traversed back to 5 million years ago, the ravaged demon realm, after Bardock had departed for a considerable time. Ahem. Bardock's actions were indeed ruthless. Even as he took his leave, he did not forget to unleash an assault upon the entire demon realm. However, at long last, the plague that was Bardock had been sent away. Bardock emerged from the depths, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief at his survival. Master, why didn't you allow me to unleash my full power to eliminate Bardock? Depura, who had also surfaced, questioned Bardock with a hint of discontent. You witnessed Bardock's ultimate display of strength. Your own prowess is merely a slight notch above that of Cooled, making you far from a match for Bardock. Babidi scolded Dubra beside him. Upon hearing Babidi's words, Dubra recalled Bardock's final transformation into Super Saiyan, realizing that he might not truly be able to defeat Bardock. At present, they had deceived Bardock through a feigned death, leading him to believe that they were both perished. Thus, the demon realm remained secure. Babidi continued, my master is wise. Dubra praised from the side. In the days to come, you need not go anywhere. I shall continuously harness the magical energy here to enhance your powers. Once your strength reaches a formidable level, I shall lead you to seek vengeance against Bardock. At this moment, the humiliation inflicted upon Babidi by Bardock had far surpassed his obsession with resurrecting Majin Buu. Thank you, my master. Upon hearing that his strength could still be further augmented, Dubra was instantly filled with joy and immediately knelt before Babidi. P.S. In the next chapter, Bardock will traverse back to ancient times. The plot will not be overly drawn out, and I shall endeavor to conclude the ancient content swiftly. When Bardock returns from the ancient past, it marks the commencement of the Dragon Ball narrative. Reflecting upon this, it is indeed a remarkable feat. At long last, Goku can make his appearance. Chapter 74, Resonance, Wormholes. And Palunga, do you, Divine Dragon, possess the ability to traverse through time and space? Bardock could not help but ponder, if such a possibility existed, then many of his speculations could be explored. Ah, my apologies, Lord Bardock, but the little dragon does not possess the ability to traverse time and space. Barunga candidly admitted with an awkward smile. Thus, Bardock's numerous hypotheses were dashed before they could even be attempted. He would have to wait until his own temporal powers grew stronger to explore his various conjectures. Then, how might you facilitate my return to 5 million years ago? Bardock continued to inquire. Indeed, Lord Bardock, 5 million years ago, I, along with my past self, attempted to harness our abilities to create a wormhole. It was through this very wormhole that you traversed back to 5 million years ago. As for the reason why the wormhole possesses the capacity to transcend time and space, I am equally in the dark. Barunga replied slowly. Can others also traverse through time and space in such a manner? Bardock then inquired. It cannot be done. Palunga replied emphatically. The reason was left unsaid, and Bardock did not press further, for the word cannot was sufficient for him. Wait for me a moment. I shall return to planet Bardock to provide an explanation, and then I will journey back 500,000 years. Bardock contemplated for a considerable time, ultimately feeling an innate urge to journey back to 5 million years ago, sensing that something of great significance awaited him in that distant past. Lord Bardock, the time that little dragon can sustain is limited. You must depart immediately, Palunga urgently exclaimed upon seeing Bardock's intention to leave. All right, what must I do, Palunga? Bardock inquired. Gazing at Palunga's now increasingly translucent form, which indeed appeared to be on the verge of dissipating, he proceeded to relay all the matters he wished to convey to Broly. Lord Bardock, merely remain in place and do nothing, Palunga continued. As soon as the words left his lips, Palunga's figure became ever more transparent, emanating a mysterious power. Bardock, closest to Palunga, felt the profound intensity of this force, enigmatic yet potent. The previously overcast sky erupted with flashes of lightning and thunder, while fierce winds swept across Namek. On Earth, in West City, the Capsule Corporation's Dr. Brief called out, Lord Bardock, it is time for your departure. Pausing in his work, Jilly looked up, his gaze penetrating the layers of space, directed towards the distant Namek. A subtle motion of his concealed right hand manifested a faint purple aura imbued with the essence of time, only to vanish once more. Jilly, pass me the wrench, Doctor. Brief called to Geely, who stood at the door, momentarily lost in thought. Coming, Geely replied with a slight smile, regaining his composure and revealing a roguish grin as he handed over the wrench. All set, Lord Bardock. Please step into this wormhole. Palunga's grand form had vanished, leaving behind a wormhole imbued with a mysterious magnetic field before Bardock. Can this wormhole truly transport me back to 5 million years ago? Bardock pondered, his eyes filled with doubt as he gazed into the swirling portal before him. Bardock has also touched upon the concept of temporal abilities. Although the current wormhole is shrouded in mysterious magnetic fields, Bardock does not perceive even a hint of temporal power emanating from it. Suddenly, at that moment, a multitude of violet flames ignited around the wormhole, releasing a potent essence of time that enveloped him. Gazing at the rich temporal energy swirling within the wormhole, Bardock felt an overwhelming urge to step inside, convinced that his mastery over time would undoubtedly advance further. However, the violet flames and the fluctuations of time bear a striking resemblance to those previously employed by Geely. Bardock found himself lost in thought. Lord Bardock, I implore you to swiftly enter the wormhole. The longer we delay, the greater the discrepancies in time and space will become, Barunga's feeble voice echoed. Broly, remember to diligently cultivate your mental fortitude. Bardock imparted his final words of wisdom to Broly before stepping into the wormhole. Inside, the scene was not the time tunnel Bardock had envisioned. Rather, it was a series of images that began to recede. 1 second, 1 day, 1 year, a century, a millennium, 5 million years. The pace of this regression accelerated rapidly. Initially, Bardock could still discern the images, but as the span of millions of years passed in an instant, he chose to cease his observations. Instead, he stood still, releasing all his mental energy to perceive and comprehend the temporal forces surrounding him. It was unclear how much time had elapsed, a second or perhaps a million years, when he finally opened his eyes, feeling the diminishing essence of time around him. What is this place? He pondered, gazing at the desolate desert surrounding him. Something felt amiss. Barunga had mentioned discrepancies in the time and location of the journey. Yet the current scene seemed far too disparate. There were no Namekians in sight, nor any sign of Barunga from 5 million years past. Expanding his senses, Bardock realized that the inhabitants of this planet were remarkably weak, devoid of any malevolent aura, certainly not the Namekians. It appeared that the individual who summoned him would not be found in the immediate future. I must first ascertain my current location, he resolved. With that, Bardock ascended into the sky, and as he soared above the desert, a familiar sensation washed over him. Is this the great desert of planet Bardock? Uncertain of his thoughts, he broke through the atmosphere, ascending into outer space. From his elevated vantage point, he beheld a fiery red planet, strikingly similar to planet Bardock. To validate his intuition, Bardock sped down toward the planet's surface. After about a minute, he selected a city at random to descend. Indeed, it was confirmed. This was Planet Plant, the Bardock planet of 5 million years ago. Observing the indigenous inhabitants bustling about, he noted their striking resemblance to the natives depicted in the Dragon Ball saga. They were relatively short, with lavender-pink skin, large oval heads, and eyes that resembled antennae protruding from the tops of their heads. Given the current state of the residents of Planet Plant, it was evident they had yet to attract the attention of the cosmic pirate, Chilled. Since I have traversed back in time, I shall lend my strength to help you avert this impending calamity. In his heart, Bardock resolved that he primarily needed time to consolidate the temporal abilities he had recently grasped, deeming it unwise to wander aimlessly. Moreover, with no inkling of where he should venture, he reflected that tormenting Child would prove to be a more engaging pursuit. However, he pondered how many moves Child could withstand against his current strength. He hoped it would be at least 2. Bardock couldn't help but envision the future scenario where he would torment Child, finding the prospect exceedingly effortless. The 75th chapter, titled Cosmic Pirates, unfolds with a curious Child approaching Bardock in the heart of Planet Plant. "Uncle, did you come from another planet?" the child inquired, as Bardock, suppressing his energy, appeared weaker than any resident of Planet Plant. Despite the locals' curiosity about this outsider, they paid him little mind. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred when the child boldly tugged at Bardock's clothing, his innocent eyes filled with wonder. "Indeed, I hail from another world, but fret not. Dear child, I am not a villain," Bardock reassured with a gentle smile, crouching down to the child's level. "I know you're not a bad person. It seems you can't even defeat me, so how could you do anything wrong?" The child responded with naive laughter. Chuckling softly, Bardock chose not to engage in debate. feeling no threat from the child's innocent demeanor. "My name is Bailey. What about you?" The child continued enthusiastically. Bardock came his straightforward reply. "Oh, Bardock uncle. Please come to my home. My father cooks the most delicious meals." Bailey invited excitedly. "Regrettably, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave," Bardock replied, recognizing that their paths were unlikely to cross again. With no further words exchanged, he ascended into the air and flew away. Soon after, Bardock located a primitive cave nearby to take temporary shelter, contemplating his future. 500,000 years ago, during the ancient era, the Saiyans were likely residing on a planet known as Salad. However, Bardock realized that this time period was far from the age of the Saiyan god, Yamoshi. In other words, even if he were to reach Salad, he would not encounter Yamoshi. After some reflection, Bardock decided against pursuing that path, as he held little interest in the Saiyans of this era. His primary objective remained to locate Namek and discern the purpose behind the Namekians summoning him. Yet, before embarking on that quest, he resolved to solidify the temporal abilities he had recently grasped. With this thought in mind, Bardock sat cross-legged within the cave, diligently fortifying the time powers he had learned amidst the wormhole. As dusk descended, Bardock emerged from his meditative state, acutely aware of the hunger gnawing at his belly. He resolved to satiate his appetite before attending to anything else, just as he was about to consume a senza bean to quell his hunger. He sensed the approach of Bailey's energy drawing near to his cave. "Uncle Bardock, this is a meal freshly prepared by my father. I specifically brought it for you to taste," Bailey exclaimed cheerfully, entering the cave with a basket in hand. Bardock, unable to resist the innocent charm radiating from Bailey's smile, graciously accepted the offering. In a world where few possessed such pure hearts as Bailey, he felt a warmth that was both rare and comforting. After carefully storing the senza beans, Bardock began to sample the meal Bailey had brought. To his surprise, it was quite delectable, though Bailey had underestimated the Saiyan's hearty appetite, leaving Bardock still wanting. "How does it taste, Uncle Bardock?" Bailey inquired eagerly. The sight of Bardock devouring his meal with such ferocity truly startled Bailey. The quantity of food was sufficient to last for 3 days, yet within a mere 2 minutes, it had vanished from Bardock's mouth. The flavor was quite delightful. "Thank you, little Belly." Bardock finished his meal and replied to Belly, "Well, Uncle Bardock, I shall bring some more tomorrow." Delighted by Bardock's praise, Belly beamed with joy and hurried home carrying a basket. Once Belly left, Bardock returned to his monotonous training routine. As time passed, 3 days had swiftly elapsed. Throughout these days, Belly consistently brought food to Bardock, ensuring his meals were uninterrupted. Bardock felt no shame in accepting their hospitality, for he was destined to assist them in defeating Chilled, and partaking in their meals seemed a trifling matter. The following day, Bardock awoke, emerging from his meditative state. As he felt the rumbling of his stomach, he realized that Belly had not come by that morning. Extending his perception, Bardock sensed numerous unfamiliar auras appearing on Planet Plant, wreaking havoc. However, the highest combat power among them barely reached a few thousand, lacking the formidable presence of Chilled. Nevertheless, Bardock resolved to investigate the situation. "Belly, what has transpired?" Bardock instantly teleported before Belly, only to discover that Belly was huddled beneath a table, embracing another adult Pranterite, remaining motionless. Without hesitation, Bardock inquired, "Uncle Bardock, the cosmic pirates have launched an assault, wreaking havoc upon our planet. Uncle Bardock, hurry over and hide with us. This way? The cosmic pirates will be unable to find us." As soon as Bailey recognized that the newcomer was Bardock, he immediately whispered, fearful of alerting the cosmic pirates outside. "Bailey, come out. Do not worry. I am here, and all will be well." Seeing Bailey tremble with fear, Bardock couldn't help but offer some words of encouragement. Bardock truly wished to convey to the Bailey family that hiding beneath the table could only safeguard them from earthquakes, not from cosmic pirates, who, after all, were not blind and would easily spot them upon entry. "Uncle Bardock, you should hurry and hide with us. If the cosmic pirates discover us, even if we are not killed, we will surely be captured and enslaved," Bailey said with trepidation. Bang! No sooner had Bailey's words fallen than the room's door was shattered, and 2 cosmic pirates, clearly of the expendable sort, stormed in with a menacing demeanor. "So, there are still people hiding here." Before the pirate could finish his threatening remark, Bardock swiftly dispatched him with a single energy blast. "Stop. Do not come any closer. If you approach, I shall shoot." The remaining cosmic pirate was rendered speechless by the overwhelming display of Bardock's strength, trembling uncontrollably, his laser gun wavering in his grasp. I shall grant you 3 seconds to vanish from my sight, Bardock stated calmly, extending 3 fingers. The remaining pirate, feeling as if granted a reprieve, dared not utter another word and promptly turned to flee, racing back to his spacecraft and hastily departing Planet Plant. It was not out of kindness that Bardock spared him. Rather, he intended for this pirate to return to Zelda, allowing him to teleport there directly and eliminate the threat altogether. Wow, Uncle Bardock, you are amazing. Could you help save our Planet Plant? Once the crisis had subsided, Bailey emerged to beseech Bardock. Of course, I cannot simply take advantage of your hospitality without giving something in return, Bardock replied with a smile and a nod. I knew you were a good person, Uncle Bardock. Bailey exclaimed with excitement. Wait for me here. I shall return shortly. Having promised Bailey, Bardock wasted no time. Placing his fingers to his forehead to sense the locations of the other cosmic pirates on Planet Plant, he teleported directly to them and swiftly eliminated each one. Not a single pirate could withstand even a second in Bardock's presence. In less than a minute, all the invading cosmic pirates met their demise. Hooray! The inhabitants of Planet Plant erupted in cheers, expressing their profound gratitude to Bardock for his timely intervention. Bailey, until we meet again, Bardock said. Wishing to depart from the clamor that surrounded him, now that the danger to Planet Plant had been averted. Uncle Bardock, are you leaving? Raising his gaze, Bardock looked towards Zild. Bardock found it unsurprising that Zild was aware of his race. After all, as the captain of the cosmic pirates, it would be quite unreasonable for him to lack such knowledge. Indeed, Bardock nodded. However, Uncle Bardock, if you leave, what shall we do if the cosmic pirates return? The mere thought of the pirates' ferocity made Bailey weep in fear. Do not worry, my mission this time is to completely eradicate the cosmic pirates. They shall never return to your planet to wreak havoc again, Bardock reassured, gently stroking Bailey's little head. Without wasting further time, Bardock instantly teleported away from his original position, reappearing atop the fleeing pirate ship. After approximately 3 days, he sensed an ominous presence emanating from a nearby spacecraft. It could only be Zild. Upon a brief assessment, Bardock estimated Zild's combat power to be around 500,000, significantly inferior to that of his distant descendant's first form, Frisia, by a margin of 30,000. With such a meager combat power, Bardock surmised that Zild would likely be unable to withstand even a single blow from him in his normal state. However, Bardock refrained from swiftly dispatching Zild, as he required him to lead the way to Namek. When Bardock was on Planet Plant, he extended his senses, attempting to teleport directly to Namek. However, he could not perceive any presence emanating from the direction of Namek. Bardock speculated that the current position of Namek should not align with his own temporal location 5 million years hence, for it is quite natural for planetary positions to shift over such an extensive duration. With a resounding crash, Bardock unleashed an energy blast that obliterated the spacecraft beneath his feet, providing a rather explosive introduction for Zild. Do not inquire about the reasoning, for Bardock asserted that a true warrior is free to act as they please. Who dares to cause a disturbance in my territory? The tremendous sound of the explosion startled Zild, who was still aboard the spacecraft, prompting him to hastily emerge and assess the surroundings. Is it you, the culprit? Zild scrutinized Bardock, momentarily taken aback, before furrowing his brow and inquiring, You are a Saiyan. How is it that you can breathe in the vacuum of space? Indeed, I am a Saiyan. As for the reason behind my ability to breathe in the cosmos, it is a matter you need not concern yourself with. Bardock nodded with a smile. He was not surprised that Zild could ascertain his race. After all, as the leader of the cosmic pirates, it was not unexpected for Zild to possess such knowledge. This diminutive Saiyan dares to address me in such a manner. Today, I shall demonstrate the formidable prowess of Zild. The cosmic pirate. Upon witnessing Bardock's seemingly indifferent demeanor, Zild was instantly consumed by rage. As Bardock observed the furious demeanor of Zild, he couldn't help but find it amusing, thinking it was time to impart a minor lesson to Zild, compelling him to confront reality. When Zild charged towards him, Bardock swiftly delivered a powerful kick to Zild's abdomen. Caught off guard by Bardock's sudden assault, Zild was sent flying, and even if he had been prepared, his lackluster defenses would have proven futile. Zild's body collided with countless meteors in the cosmos before finally coming to a halt, his body marred with wounds and drenched in blood. So Zild, do you yield? Just as Zild regained his footing, Bardock appeared before him with a bemused smile and inquired, You insolent Scion, I will never forgive you. Zild bellowed, attempting to rise and retaliate against Bardock. Boom. Noticing Zild's unwillingness to relent, Bardock kicked him once more, following up with a relentless barrage of strikes. I shall ask you again. Do you submit? Observing that Zild was on the brink of defeat, Bardock posed the question once more. Zild, now rendered speechless by Bardock's onslaught, could only fervently shake his head, conveying his desire to cease the conflict, his eyes reflecting sheer terror at the sight of Bardock. Precisely, we are all civilized beings. Engaging in perpetual violence is far from ideal. I have merely come to inquire about a matter, Bardock remarked, satisfied with Zild's newfound compliance. What matter? Zild whimpered, on the verge of tears. Why must you assault me before asking your question? Yet, despite the turmoil within, Zild dared not express his distress in Bardock's presence. After a brief respite, as Zild's speech returned, he finally responded to Bardock. Do you know where Namek is? Bardock inquired. I do not know. I have never heard of it. Zild searched his memory for a moment, but found no impression and replied to Bardock. Then you might as well perish. For Bardock, Zild's only value lay in guiding him to Namek. The fact that Zild could not even recognize those three significant words was tantamount to courting death. Wait. I believe my spaceship's computer should have a record. Sensing Bardock's rising ire, Zild was instantly drenched in cold sweat, and, in a moment of desperation, exclaimed, Oh. Then please lead the way. Bardock, recognizing that Zild still held some value, chose to temporarily spare him, following closely behind as they soared toward the spaceship. Quickly, ascertain the precise location of Namek, Bardock commanded as they boarded the vessel. Zild's subordinates, taken aback by the evident defeat of their leader, stood in stunned silence. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and locate Namek. If you fail to do so today, don't expect to live. Though Zild cowered before Bardock like a submissive child, he did not extend the same courtesy to his subordinates, barking orders at them. Obeying Zild's command, his subordinates swiftly accessed the data on their spaceship's computer, searching for any records regarding the location of Namek. Report, Lord Zild. No information concerning Namek has been found. Report. Lord Zild. No information concerning Namek has been found. Report, Lord Zild. No information concerning Namek has been found. The efficiency of Zild's subordinates was commendable within a short span. They had thoroughly searched, yet every report yielded nothing. Upon hearing the final confirmation, Zild's heart sank. Speak, Zild, what further utility do you possess for me? Bardock inquired, a grin on his face as he placed a hand on Zild's shoulder. However, the ever-decreasing temperature around them betrayed Bardock's true demeanor. Great Saiyan. Please grant me some more time. My cosmic pirate faction spans nearly the entire universe. I am confident that locating Namek should prove quite effortless. Zild, drenched in cold sweat and stripped of his earlier bravado, feared that a momentary lapse might lead to his swift demise at Bardock's hands. Very well. I shall afford you an additional 10 days. Should you fail to find Namek by then, you are well aware of what awaits you. Bardock pondered that Zild's words held some truth. Indeed, across the vast cosmos, pirates seeking planet Namek would undoubtedly have an advantage over him. Thus, he decided to allow Zilda a brief respite. Relieved by Bardock's acceptance of his counsel, Zilda exhaled deeply, realizing that his life had been temporarily spared. As for whether he would locate planet Namek within 10 days, uncertainty loomed in his mind. All he could do was take each day as it came. Grateful for the chance to survive even for that brief period. Might I seek treatment for my injuries, my Lord Saiyan? Zilda inquired cautiously, feeling that without medical attention, his demise was imminent. Go ahead and tend to your wounds. And henceforth, you may address me as Lord Bardock, Bardock replied. Bardock continued, acknowledging that the Saiyan king of this timeline was not himself, and thus refrained from referring to himself as the king of the Saiyans. Thank you, Lord Bardock, said Child, as he took his leave to attend to his healing. Meanwhile, Bardock sought out a lounge within the spaceship, preparing to resume his temporal training. Upon entering the lounge, Bardock gazed into the mirror and was struck by a hint of perplexity. Approaching the mirror, he scrutinized his reflection and noted that he appeared somewhat more mature than before. Prior to my traversal, my power had only just attained the pinnacle of Super Saiyan level 1, and upon my arrival on Planet Plant, my strength surged to the zenith of Super Saiyan level 1. Now, I find myself on the precipice of transcending to Super Saiyan level 2, a mere hair's breadth away, despite having engaged in no training to enhance my abilities during this period. In essence, my strength has been entirely augmented by the inherent amplification within my Saiyan physiology. I wonder how many years have elapsed during my time in the wormhole. I hope that when I return, the time distortion will not be excessively pronounced. Bardock contemplated his current situation, yet he found himself devoid of excessive worry. After all, he firmly believed in the power of time, confident that he would eventually master it completely. In due course, he envisioned the possibility of achieving eternal youth, perhaps even immortality. The notion of traversing through the past and future, as well as exploring parallel dimensions, was not beyond the realm of his aspirations. However, it must be noted that Bardock's current capabilities concerning time were not yet extraordinary. Shaking off his thoughts, Bardock began to solidify his temporal powers. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed as he trained diligently in the sanctuary. With a deep exhale, he expelled a breath of stale air and consumed a mystical bean to satiate his hunger. At last, he had fortified the time abilities he had gleaned within the wormhole. Now, all that remained was a battle of life and death to validate his hypotheses regarding his mastery of time. Bardock pondered within himself, considering that in the span of 10 days, Child should have located the whereabouts of planet Namek. Bardock made his way towards the control room of the spaceship. "Lord Bardock, you have finally emerged," exclaimed Zild, hurrying forward with an air of respect upon seeing Bardock step out from the lounge. "Zild, it has been 10 days. Have there been any updates from Namek?" Bardock directly inquired. "Have you uncovered any information regarding planet Namek? Do you wish for your own demise, Child?" Before Child could finish his sentence, Bardock interrupted him, his voice laced with fury. Wait a moment, Lord Bardock. Although I have yet to ascertain the precise location of planet Namek, I have indeed come across some pertinent information about it." Sensing Bardock's rising anger, Child hastily responded, "Oh? What information do you possess?" Curious, Bardock inquired, "My Lord Bardock, please come here for a moment. I wish to show you something." With an air of mystery, Zild called Bardock outside the spacecraft. "Is it ready now?" Bardock, having grown impatient from the distance Zild had taken him from the spacecraft, remarked irritably, It is. "My Lord Bardock, please wait here for a moment," Zild replied with an awkward smile, halting in place. "Aya," Zild bellowed as if struggling with a blockage, his physique swelling impressively. After a span of approximately 10 minutes, he completed his transformation from Form 1 to Form 2. "What do you think, Bardock? Did you not anticipate that I could transform? My battle power now reaches a staggering 1 million. I dare say you have never encountered such formidable strength before. During these 10 days since your victory over me, I have diligently honed my skills, all for the purpose of reclaiming the honor you stripped from me." Now standing confidently after his transformation, Zild laughed maniacally. "So, it appears you remain oblivious to the precise location of planet Meat." Ignoring Zild's boastful remarks, Bardock perceived the 1 million power of Zild as nothing more than a jester's facade. His sole desire was to ascertain the whereabouts of planet Meat. "Listen, Bardock. You must comprehend the reality of the situation. That so-called planet Meat you speak of has yet to be found. I doubt you will have the opportunity to search for it, as you are about to meet your demise at the hands of the illustrious cosmic pirate, Zild." Frustrated by Bardock's indifferent demeanor, Zild's anger flared. "Since you are unaware of the location of planet Meat, then prepare to meet your end. However, before you perish, allow me to demonstrate what true power entails. Do not presume that a battle power of 1 million is the pinnacle." With that, Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan, his dark hair shifting to a radiant gold, enveloped in a golden aura that surged dramatically, instilling fear in Zild, who began to tremble. "Zild, I grant you 3 seconds. Escape to your heart's content." Bardock chuckled. 3, 2, 1. The mere span of 3 seconds was utterly insufficient for Zilda to escape Bardock's striking range. Even if granted 3 minutes, Zilda would still find no sanctuary from Bardock's assault. Aware of his impending doom, Zilda desperately reached out through his communication device to warn his kin, exclaiming, "Exercise utmost caution around the golden-haired scion." Chapter 78. The Supreme Kai of the West. With a resounding impact, Bardock effortlessly dispatched Zilda, followed by a swift energy blast directed at Zilda's spacecraft, successfully orchestrating a complete annihilation. Those who served under the cosmic pirate Zilda were surely not paragons of virtue, and Bardock, finding them bothersome, resolved to eliminate them as well. Once all matters were settled, Bardock realized that despite his journey through time, he remained oblivious to the precise whereabouts of planet Namek. Adrift in the cosmos without purpose, he pondered ways to locate this elusive world. After all, he could not linger in this timeline indefinitely. Finding planet Namek was essential for him to eventually seek out Purunga, thereby granting him the opportunity to return home. He wondered who had summoned him to this place using Purunga's powers, speculating whether the Namekians in this timeline had any matters requiring his intervention. Bardock murmured to himself, "Thud. Bardock felt as if his head had collided with something. Turning to look, he beheld a figure that had been floating for quite some time, emanating not a single trace of life, leaving one to ponder whether it was alive or dead. Wait. Upon closer inspection, Bardock suddenly recognized this figure, particularly the striking white punk hairstyle that cascaded down to the waist. It was the Supreme Kai of the West. As he meticulously recalled the events from the Dragon Ball saga of his past life, Bardock identified the presence before him. The Supreme Kai of the West. One of the 5 Supreme Kais of the cardinal directions was the sole female among them, and notably the first Supreme Kai to fall victim to the malevolent Majin Buu. However, according to the fan-made Dragon Ball AF, it was stated that the Supreme Kai of the West was merely gravely injured by Majin Buu and had subsequently drifted in the cosmos for millions of years. In that moment, Bardock comprehended the grave reality. Majin Buu had indeed been reborn, currently in his pudgy form. The realm of the Supreme Kais had likely been decimated by Majin Buu, leaving only the young Supreme Kai of the East to narrowly escape death. One could only wonder if the Senzu Bean could alleviate the Supreme Kai of the West's injuries. Lifting the Supreme Kai of the West, Bardock detected not a hint of vitality. Nevertheless, he resolved to treat her as if she were still alive, retrieving a Senzu Bean from his possession and administering it to her. Upon ingestion, the Supreme Kai of the West's wounds began to heal remarkably, showing signs of improvement within moments, yet there remained no indication of her awakening. It might be prudent to seek a physician to ascertain her condition more thoroughly. Bardock, acknowledging that he is not a physician, found himself at a loss regarding how to tend to the injuries of the West Supreme Kai, especially in light of the latter's unresponsive state. Consequently, Bardock resolved to seek a doctor for the West Supreme Kai's ailment. He recalled that the father of Bailey, from Planet Plant, was the only doctor in their village. Without further ado, Bardock utilized instant transmission to transport the West Supreme Kai back to Planet Plant. To avoid startling anyone with his sudden arrival, Bardock chose to materialize at a distance above Bailey's aura. "Uncle Bardock, you're back," Bailey exclaimed with joy, as the sunlight above him was suddenly obscured. Upon looking up and realizing it was Bardock who had returned, he erupted in cheerful delight. "Is your father at home?" Bardock inquired. My father is at home. Uncle Bardock, please follow me." Bailey also noticed the Supreme Kai of the West behind Bardock, realizing the urgency of the situation, and promptly led Bardock home. "Lord Bardock, is there something you require?" Upon seeing Bardock, Bailey's father immediately spoke with respect, for Bardock had saved Planet Plant, and thus the honorific title was well-deserved. "Can you assess her injuries and determine the appropriate treatment?" Upon entering Bailey's home, Bardock placed the Supreme Kai of the West on a bed and addressed Bailey's father. Faced with the task assigned by Bardock, Bailey's father did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly approached to examine her. The moment he laid eyes on the Supreme Kai of the West, Bardock suddenly recalled that the Kais possessed time rings, which meant he could certainly revive her and then use the time ring to return. Moreover, as the Supreme Kai, she was well-versed in the layout of the universe's planets. Inquiring about the location of Namek should not pose much difficulty. After all, Bardock was not a benevolent figure. He would not rescue someone without reason, even if that individual were a deity. What seems to be the issue? Noticing Bailey's father furrowing his brows increasingly as he examined her, Bardock's heart began to race, prompting him to ask, "Lord Bardock, I have found no visible injuries on this individual. As for her prolonged unconsciousness, it appears she has suffered an immense emotional blow, rendering her unwilling to awaken." Bailey's father replied, "Is there no other means to rouse her?" Bardock questioned with a slight furrow of his brow. "Lord Bardock, I am uncertain. It now depends on her willpower. If her heart yearns to awaken, then she should be able to do so," Bailey's father responded. "Understood," Bardock acknowledged. Bardock nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware that the situation had become rather precarious. The West Kaioshin was reluctant to awaken, leaving Bardock with no recourse but to bide his time. However, prolonging this wait was not a viable solution. The records in Dragon Ball AF indicated that the West Kaioshin would not awaken for several million years. It was simply unrealistic to expect to wait for such an eternity. A month has elapsed since Bardock's arrival, yet there remains no sign of the West Supreme Kai awakening. According to the chronicles of Dragon Ball AF, upon awakening, the West Supreme Kai undergoes a profound transformation, leading him to believe that power is the ultimate path. Evidently influenced by the formidable Majin Buu. Power. One wonders if the strength I currently exhibit might provoke the West Supreme Kai into awakening. As Bardock's patience gradually waned, a month of arduous waiting yielded no tangible results. Although the Sien Bean had been generously consumed by the Kaioshin of the West, restoring his physical injuries, there remained no signs of awakening. Bringing the Kaioshin into the vast desert of Planet Plant, Bardock began to unleash his formidable aura. When he fully released his normal state, the Kaioshin exhibited no noticeable reaction. However, upon activating Super Saiyan, Bardock observed a change in the expression of the Kaioshin, instantly realizing that his suspicions were likely correct. Channeling the full power of Super Saiyan, Bardock further amplified his strength, causing the entire Planet Plant to tremble violently under the weight of his immense aura. While the thoughts of the planet's original inhabitants were inconsequential, the Kaioshin before Bardock began to show signs of awakening. "Are you Bardock?" the Kaioshin exclaimed, his finely arched brows opening in disbelief as he gazed at Bardock. In that moment, it was Bardock who found himself astonished, for he discerned that the Kaioshin seemed to recognize him. Chapter 79, Jiru Jiru. "You know me?" Bardock retorted. "Are you truly Bardock?" This time, the tone of the Supreme Kai of the West was devoid of confusion, instead infused with a hint of wrath. "Indeed, I am Bardock. It was I who rescued you from the brink of death amidst the cosmos." Bardock firmly stated that although he could not comprehend why the West Supreme Kai harbored such animosity towards him, there were certain matters that required clarification. "You can perish." Upon receiving Bardock's reaffirmation, the hatred in the West Supreme Kai's eyes became impossible to conceal. He glared fiercely at Bardock, unleashing his full power and launching an assault. Caught off guard by the West Supreme Kai's onslaught, Bardock was struck by a powerful punch. "Why are you attacking me?" After withstanding a powerful strike to his abdomen, Bardock swiftly retreated, observing the energy blasts unleashed by the West Supreme Kai. He transformed into a Super Saiyan, allowing the attacks to strike him without resistance. At full power in his Super Saiyan form, Bardock's defenses were impenetrable, far beyond what a non-combatant like the West Supreme Kai could breach. He stood there, unyielding, as the energy blasts rained down upon him, making no attempt to evade or defend himself, for they posed no threat to his resilience. "Die, die, die." In response to Bardock's inquiry, the West Supreme Kai could only utter the words "die," continuing his relentless barrage of energy blasts. Could he possibly be insane? Sensing the West Supreme Kai's evident loss of sanity, Bardock chose not to dwell on it, recognizing that communication with the deity in this state was virtually futile. The West Supreme Kai's assault persisted from morning until night, unceasing in its intensity, while Bardock, after his initial attempts at dialogue failed, ceased any further conversation. Allowing the West Supreme Kai to vent his fury upon him, Bardock felt a twinge of pity for the once mighty deity, who, in the face of the onslaught from Majin Buu, had been rendered powerless, even suffering grievous injuries and drifting aimlessly through the cosmos. The West Supreme Kai, altered by his encounter with Majin Buu, had developed a warped perspective, believing that power was the ultimate path to supremacy, harboring ambitions to dominate the entire universe. Sighing deeply, Bardock lamented the West Supreme Kai's plight, recognizing the futility of his actions after enduring a full day of assault. Although the attacks could not penetrate his defenses, Bardock grew weary of the relentless onslaught and resolved to intervene, believing that there should be limits to such unreasonable behavior. Just then, the West Supreme Kai, drained of all energy, collapsed to the ground, muttering the word "die" repeatedly, tears streaming down his cheeks, the cause of his sorrow unknown. Approaching the fallen deity, Bardock gently lifted him, wiping away the tears from his eyes. He yearned to offer words of comfort to the West Supreme Kai, yet found himself at a loss for how to begin. Bardock and Jine were together, with Jine taking the initiative to pursue Bardock. Otherwise, Bardock would likely have remained a lifelong bachelor. In his previous life, Bardock was also a solitary figure, utterly clueless about how to bring joy to a woman's heart. Moreover, it seemed as though the Supreme Kai of the West, cradled in his arms, harbored some deep-seated grudge against him. "Here, take this Senzabine. It will restore your lost stamina. If you haven't had enough, feel free to strike me again." After much contemplation, Bardock remained at a loss for how to console the wounded spirit of the Supreme Kai of the West, and could only resign himself to the notion of being on the receiving end of a beating. To his surprise, after consuming the Senzabine, the Supreme Kai of the West did not retaliate but instead began to weep in Bardock's embrace. This left Bardock feeling rather awkward. He had merely hoped to inquire about the location of Namek and the matter of the time ring once the Supreme Kai felt better. After all, he was the one seeking assistance, hence his willingness to endure a beating if necessary. Yet now, all the Supreme Kai seemed capable of was crying, which left Bardock feeling utterly bewildered, as he was quite inept in matters of the heart. Jine had always been exceptionally considerate towards him. "Why did you only come now?" The Supreme Kai of the West seemed to have exhausted her tears and had fallen asleep in Bardock's arms. Why did you only come now? Bardock repeated her words, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events, particularly why the Supreme Kai recognized him. As the night passed in silence, Bardock allowed the Supreme Kai to rest in his embrace, while he pondered how to establish a proper line of communication with her. "You're awake," he exclaimed as he noticed a slight tremor from the Supreme Kai in his arms. Though subtle, it was enough for Bardock to take notice. The Supreme Kai's reply was barely louder than a whisper, barely audible to Bardock's ears. "Do you know me?" Seeing that the Supreme Kai's consciousness appeared to have returned to normal, Bardock hastily inquired. She offered the same response as before. This rendered Bardock speechless, leaving him to wonder if they could still have a proper conversation. "Look at me and answer my questions honestly. How do you know me? And what do you mean by asking why I only came now?" Unsure if the Supreme Kai's clarity of mind was permanent, Bardock decided to press on with his inquiries. "Bardock, you know Goku, right?" Steadying her emotions, the Supreme Kai rose from Bardock's embrace and inquired. "I do not know." Bardock shook his head decisively, genuinely unaware of who Jilu was. This left the Supreme Kai of the West speechless, prompting him to ask further. "Bardock, think carefully. Jilu is a diminutive white robot. He has aided us, the Supreme Kais, in resolving numerous crises throughout the universe, embodying a profound sense of justice. Jilu often proclaims that his master is the mightiest, an invincible entity in the cosmos. It was only later that we discovered the master he referred to was you, Bardock. It was during our helplessness in the face of Majin Buu's emergence that Jilu suggested we travel to Namek to gather the 7 Dragon Balls and summon the Eternal Dragon Purunga, bringing you from the future to the present." Still, he remained unacquainted with Jilu. Bardock shook his head. Although he had now discerned who had summoned him here using the Purunga, he still could not recall having a younger brother named Jiru. Wait, was it the small white robot? Suddenly, Bardock seemed to recall something. Although he had never heard the name Jiru in this lifetime, in his previous existence, Bardock was an avid fan of Dragon Ball GT and naturally had some recollection of Jiru from that series. However, he found himself in a time and space 5 million years in the past, and for the moment, he could not connect the Jiru mentioned by the Supreme Kai of the West with the Jiru from Dragon Ball GT. Could it be that Jiru possessed the capabilities of a Dragon Ball radar, enabling him to locate the Dragon Balls? Bardock then inquired. The West Kaioshin nodded repeatedly in affirmation. Why has Jiru appeared in this timeline? And what is this nonsense about calling me boss? Once he confirmed his suspicions, a new question arose within Bardock's mind. Jiru. At that moment, a mechanical synthesized voice echoed from above. Looking up, Bardock beheld a white spherical object descending towards him. Chapter 80. The origin of events. Is this Jiru? Bardock questioned uncertainly as he caught the white sphere. Jiru. The mechanical voice emanated once more from the entity, and simultaneously, its head emerged from within its body, revealing the visage of Jiru as Bardock remembered it. Boss, I finally found you. 55,555. Upon realizing that the one clinging to him was indeed Bardock, Jiru eagerly rubbed his face against Bardock's, accompanied by a chorus of sobs. Stop. Why do you call me boss? Bardock remarked that the robotic sobs emitted by Jiru were rather grating, swiftly removing him from the scene. However, upon closer inspection of Bardock's current state, Jiru detected a subtle anomaly. Subsequently, his eyes began to emit a glow akin to infrared light, scanning Bardock with meticulous precision. Oh dear. This is not the leader from this timeline. Purunga has miscalculated the temporal coordinates. After a prolonged moment of scanning, Jiru emitted a somewhat awkward sound. It seems there has been a mistake. The timeline is indeed incorrect. Bardock was indifferent to the matter at hand. He seized Jilu and delivered a thorough beating. For the latter was exceedingly infuriating. Having summoned himself from 5 million years into the past, he audaciously claimed it was a temporal error. Bardock, cease your assault. I believe Jilu did not intend any harm. Observing Jilu's utter inability to retaliate against Bardock's onslaught, remaining in a state of passive endurance, the Supreme Kai of the West swiftly intervened. Well then, Jilu, what was the purpose of summoning me? No, rather, what is your intention in bringing my future self here? And how did you arrive 5 million years into the past? With the Supreme Kai's intercession, Bardock relented, lifting Jilu from the ground, and inquired, Boss, it is like this. Jiru, being a robot, experienced virtually no pain. Furthermore, since Bardock had no intention of damaging his own components, Jiru rose and began to elucidate everything to Bardock. In a straightforward narrative lasting a little over 10 minutes, Bardock comprehended the entire sequence of events. Jiru did not elaborate much on his future but merely disclosed the reason for his arrival in this realm. As Jiru was a companion to Bardock's great-granddaughter, Xiao Feng, he shared a desire to grow stronger and thus requested the assistance of 4 prominent scientists under Bardock's command for his enhancement. With the collaborative efforts of Bulma, Android 21, Dr. Gero, and Dr. Mew, an extensive transformation was executed over 3 days and nights, resulting in a dramatic surge in Jiru's capabilities. The most notable change was Jiru's newfound ability for self-modification, allowing him to utilize any available external objects to optimize his enhancements, thereby enabling continuous growth and strength. However, during the final performance assessment, an inexplicable wormhole materialized, engulfing Jiru. Upon regaining consciousness, Jiru found himself retrieved by the West Kaishin in the Kaishin realm. Once he grasped the current temporal context, he dedicated himself to rigorous training, assisting the Kaishins in addressing various cosmic malevolences while also refining his own skills. In his leisure, he regaled the Kaishins with tales of his leader's illustrious deeds. Thus, a remarkable figure known as the Bardock enthusiast emerged 5 million years into the future. When the menace of Majin Buu loomed, Jiru proposed the idea of summoning Bardock using the Dragon Balls. Due to the urgency of the situation and the lack of alternative solutions, the Kaishins unanimously consented. Yet, unforeseen complications arose. Purunga announced that Bardock had indeed been summoned, but due to temporal and locational discrepancies, he would not appear on Namek. Just as the second wish was about to be granted, Majin Buu abruptly descended upon Namek. The battle did not unfold in the Kaishin realm, as Bardock had recalled, but rather on the innocuous Namek, resulting in the obliteration of both the planet and Purunga into cosmic dust. Among the 5 Kaishins, all but East Kaishin, who remained in the Kaishin realm, perished. The formidable South Kaishin was devoured by Majin Buu, and ultimately, the Grand Kaishin met the same fate. However, it was precisely due to the Grand Kaishin's consumption that Majin Buu's personality underwent a profound transformation, rendering him naive and childlike. And his appearance began to reflect the characteristics of the Grand Kaishin. With limited knowledge and discernment, he became gluttonous and playful, engaging in combat and destruction with a purely hedonistic mindset. Consequently, Bibidi, who claimed to be the creator of Majin Buu, took him away to an unknown location, inadvertently restoring a fleeting semblance of peace to the universe. Jiru, having sustained grievous injuries during the confrontation with Majin Buu, managed to survive due to his robotic nature, lacking any biological attributes. Subsequently, he continuously repaired himself throughout the cosmos. Once he had nearly completed his restoration, Jiru detected Bardock's energy nearby and journeyed to Planet Plant, locating Bardock. Upon hearing Jiru's account, Bardock began to grasp the underlying causes and developments of the situation, understanding the source of the West Kaishin's animosity towards him. This resentment stemmed from the frustrations directed at Majin Buu and the blame for Bardock's absence during the crisis on Namek. However, after a night of recuperation, the West Kaishin had regained his composure and recognized that Bardock was, from the outset, an outsider in this narrative and should not bear the blame. The animosity he felt towards Majin Buu was, in truth, directed at Bibidi, the one controlling him, and this sentiment was concealed within. At the same time, a seed of desire for power was sown in the West Kaishin's heart, destined to germinate and grow with the passage of time. Whether it be in a few million years or merely a few days. Bardock, I am truly sorry. I should not have lost my temper with you yesterday. At this moment, upon hearing that Jiru had finally concluded, the West Supreme Kai reflected on his actions from the previous day and felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Offering his apologies to Bardock. It's nothing. You need not concern yourself with it. Bardock remained indifferent, for he had sustained no injuries the previous day. The absence of reproach in Bardock's demeanor only heightened the West Supreme Kai's sense of embarrassment. Boss, you cannot yet use time travel to take me back, can you? After everything was said, Jiru timidly approached Bardock, leaning closer to whisper in his ear. That's not possible for the moment. My temporal abilities are still nascent, and I am far from being capable of freely traversing time and space. Bardock replied truthfully, but he soon gleaned from Jilu that his conjecture regarding his temporal abilities was entirely accurate. Indeed, his future self could traverse through time freely, guided by a profound understanding of time at level 4. 6. So, what shall we do to return? Jilu exclaimed in astonishment after hearing this. Upon Jilu's inquiry, Bardock too pondered a significant issue. With Pulunga now gone and Namek destroyed, It seemed he could not wish his way back through Palunga. Wait. The Kaioshin possesses the time rings. Surely, we need not worry about returning to our original timeline, he mused. As Bardock glanced at the Supreme Kai of the West beside him, he suddenly recalled the time ring, a legendary artifact of traversal, and promptly voiced his thoughts. Oh, what are you speaking of regarding the time ring? I am utterly unfamiliar with it. If we, the Supreme Kais, truly possessed such a time ring, we would have long since aided Jiro in returning to his rightful timeline. Upon hearing Bardock mention the time ring in connection with the Supreme Kai, the Supreme Kai of the West was taken aback, admitting that after all these years in his role, he had never once encountered any mention of such a device. Chapter 81. The Old Supreme Kai. What? You claim to know nothing of the time ring? Bardock was astonished. In his previous life, while watching Dragon Ball Super, he had come to understand that the time ring was an essential tool for the Supreme Kais. How could it be that the Supreme Kai of the West had never even heard of it? Indeed, I have never heard of it, the Supreme Kai affirmed, nodding repeatedly. With this confirmation, not only Jiro but Bardock as well recognized that the situation appeared increasingly dire. If the path of the time ring was rendered futile, how could he return to his original timeline? Surely, he could not rely on mastering temporal abilities to the extent of freely traversing time and space. For who could predict how long that might take? The timeline seemed impossibly long, and Bardock dismissed the thought from his mind without further contemplation. Bardock, why don't you accompany me back to the realm of the Supreme Kais? I will search for any existence of the time ring there. The Supreme Kai of the West suggested, noticing Bardock's furrowed brow and despondent demeanor. Very well, let us proceed, Bardock agreed. Bardock found himself momentarily devoid of alternative options and could only nod in agreement. Then let us depart, he said. With that, the West Kaioshin took the lead and soared into the cosmos. Hey, Bardock, why are you still lagging behind? Turning back, the West Kaioshin noticed Bardock standing still, lost in thought, and felt compelled to remind him. Wait, West Kaioshin, are you truly planning to take both me and Jiro on this journey by flying? Would it not be more expedient to utilize instant transmission? How much time would be wasted by merely flying? When Bardock saw that West Supreme Kai truly intended to simply fly over, he immediately inquired. I have yet to master the talent of instant transmission. My abilities are insufficient. Among the Supreme Kais, only the selfless North Supreme Kai has comprehended this technique. Upon Bardock's question, an unmistakable embarrassment was etched across West Supreme Kai's face, and he promptly responded with candor. Is instant transmission truly so difficult to learn? Bardock expressed a sense of ease and proceeded to demonstrate, placing his 2 fingers upon his forehead before instantaneously appearing behind the West Supreme Kai. Wow, Bardock, you are truly a genius. You have mastered such a challenging skill of instantaneous movement, exclaimed the West Supreme Kai, startled by Bardock's sudden appearance behind him. Is it really that difficult? In his heart, Bardock wished to express once more that he had mastered instantaneous movement within merely a day, and he believed that in due time, his son Goku would also learn this skill swiftly. However, after some contemplation, Bardock decided it would be prudent to keep this to himself, lest it discourage West Kai. Nevertheless, Bardock's ability was merely a rudimentary form of instantaneous movement, while North Kai had attained a more advanced understanding, allowing him to teleport to any known location in an instant. Reflecting on Bardock's earlier gesture of placing his fingers upon his forehead, West Kai suddenly recognized certain issues and promptly responded. Isn't that an advanced form of instantaneous movement? His inquiry plunged Bardock into deep thought, for the records of instantaneous movement from planet Yardrat were limited. To ascend to a higher level, he would need to rely on his own efforts. Do not be disheartened, Bardock. After all, advanced instantaneous movement is a skill that exists solely among the gods. It is entirely normal that you have yet to grasp it, West Kai consoled him. No matter, Bardock replied. West Kai, please share the precise location of the Kaioshin realm with me. I shall see if I can sense any trace of energy to facilitate a direct teleportation for you and Jiro. With his fingers poised on his forehead, Bardock inquired of West Kai. Certainly. Without any hesitation, West Kai divulged the exact coordinates of the Kaioshin realm to Bardock. This was due to Bardock having previously rescued him, his trust in Jiro's leader, and the absence of any malevolent aura emanating from Bardock. Please hold on for a moment. Having acquired the specific coordinates, Bardock calculated the location of the Kaioshin realm based on the coordinates of planet plant beneath his feet. In his usual state, he sensed not the slightest trace of energy from the Kaioshin realm, nor did he manage to detect anything upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. Even when he transformed again with full power, he still could not sense any energy from the Kaishin realm. What's the matter, Bardock? Are you still unable to perceive any energy? West Kai inquired, taken aback by Bardock's extraordinary power, yet still devoid of any discernible energy. It's nothing. Perhaps the energy of East Kai is simply too faint, Bardock replied. Bardock spoke uncertainly. Well then, West Kaishin and Jiru, please place your hands upon my shoulders. I shall lead you to the star system closest to the Kaishin realm. After a considerable time, Bardock still could not perceive any trace of energy from the Kaishin realm, leaving him with no choice but to resort to this plan. Upon instantaneously transporting to the nearest star system, Bardock and his companions, under West Kaishin's guidance, flew at full speed, yet it took nearly a month to reach the Kaishin realm. Xian, I have returned. Where are you? Upon arriving at the Kaishin realm, West Kaishin called out the name of East Kaishin, but after a long while, no one answered. Could something have happened? After all, when one considers the connections, East Kaishin was the only remaining relative of West Kaishin, so it was only natural for West Kaishin to be concerned. I can sense a faint presence to the east. Bardock stood resolutely, unlike the flustered West Kai, who hurriedly expanded his senses to perceive everything above the Kai realm. To the east? The location of the Kai sword. Could it be that Shin intended to wield it for our vengeance? Questions swirled in his mind as the West Kai swiftly soared eastward, with Bardock and Goku closely in pursuit. Shin, what troubles you? The West Kai inquired, noticing the East Kai collapsed and unresponsive. He rushed forward to assist. But despite his urgent calls, the East Kai showed no signs of awakening. He has merely exhausted himself from training with the Kai sword for too long. There is no need for concern. At that moment, an inexplicable voice echoed behind them. Who is it? Startled, Bardock turned to discern the identity of the silent intruder. To his astonishment, he beheld a figure he knew all too well, an unassuming old man. Who are you? Bardock questioned, taken aback by the old Kai's sudden and eerie appearance. The old Kai's attire and distinct features denoted his status as a Kai, prompting the West Kai to address him with due respect. Me? Do not be alarmed. I am the Kai from 15 generations past, the old Kai replied slowly, revealing his identity. Ah, you are the Kai from 15 generations ago? Even the seasoned West Kai was taken aback by the old Kai's proclamation. Bardock was equally astonished, not so much by the presence of the old Supreme Kai, for he had made an appearance during the Majin Buu saga and Dragon Ball Z. It was only after Gohan's Kai sword collided with the hardest metal in the universe, resulting in its shattering, that the old Supreme Kai was freed from the sword's constraints and successfully manifested in the realm of the Supreme Kais. However, Bardock observed that the Kai sword beside the East Supreme Kai remained intact, showing no signs of fracture. Logically, the old Supreme Kai should not be present in this realm. Furthermore, at this point in time, there should not have been any scenes involving the old Supreme Kai. Additionally, Bardock sensed no trace of energy emanating from the old Supreme Kai, despite being in close proximity. Chapter 82, The Authority of the Supreme Kai Young Man. There is no need to look further. Currently, I exist in a state of spirit, which allows me to emerge even if the seal remains unbroken. The old Supreme Kai seemed to understand Bardock's thoughts and explained, noticing that Bardock's gaze was still fixed upon the unblemished Kai sword. I am Bardock, not young man. Bardock retorted angrily, for it is never pleasant to be admonished in a tone reserved for elders. Had he not deemed the old Kai to possess some utility, he would have long since delivered a sound thrashing. Ancestors, can you assist us in vanquishing Majin Buu? The West Kai inquired with great excitement, as it was only natural to presume that his forebear would be more formidable than himself. Indeed, my purpose in emerging this time is to aid you in defeating Majin Buu. With his hands clasped behind his back, the old Kai endeavored to exude an air of mastery. Ah, splendid. Our ancestors are indeed reliable. At last, we may exact vengeance upon Majin Buu. The West Kai, elated by the old Kai's affirmation, found himself at a loss for words. However, when will the East Kai awaken? He redirected his focus to the East Kai, who lay unconscious upon the ground. This reckless junior had foolishly wielded the Kai sword in training, only to collapse from fatigue before he could even take a few steps. The current generation is indeed lacking compared to the last. Yet, there is no need for concern. Within a few days, he shall likely regain consciousness. The old Kai replied slowly. That's a relief. The West Kai felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Ancestors, let us proceed to defeat Majin Buu. The sooner we conquer him, the sooner peace may return to the universe. With that, the West Kai eagerly grasped the old Kai and soared into the cosmos. Release me. It is not my strength that inspires fear in our enemies, but my terrifying abilities. The old Kai, struggling against the West Kai's grip, failed to break free and erupted in anger. Terrifying abilities? What might those be? The West Kai, having discerned in that fleeting moment of capture that the old Kai's prowess was likely quite meager, could only place his hopes upon the so-called terrors of the old Kai's abilities. Humph, I shan't divulge that to you. Sticking out his tongue, the old Kai made a face and turned his head away, dismissing the others. I ask you, old man, in your current state of being a mere spirit, can you still invoke the hidden potential to surpass your own limits? Bardock had no inclination to engage in the old Kaioshin's riddles and spoke plainly, having already discerned the nature of the old Kaioshin's extraordinary abilities. So, your ancestral power is the ability to awaken potential. How impressive! Exclaimed the West Kaioshin nearby. In my current spiritual state, such powers are, of course, beyond my grasp, the old Kaioshin remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing the response of the old Kai, Bardock, West Kai, and Jiru were rendered speechless. What is with your expressions? Currently, Majin Buu has not yet made an appearance, and we still have ample time. If you can lift my seal, it would be a mere trifle for me to unleash the potential within you, the old Kai exclaimed, noticing Bardock's disdainful demeanor, which incensed him greatly. At that moment, an alarm blared from Jiru. He sensed a formidable and malevolent aura rapidly approaching the Kai realm, undoubtedly Majin Buu. We have approximately 5 minutes, Jiru warned. Following Jiru's alert, Bardock also detected an evil presence far surpassing that of Dubra and Cooler, confirming it to be Majin Buu without a doubt. West Kai, well acquainted with the aura of Majin Buu, affirmed, indeed, that sinister energy belongs to Majin Buu. Old man, it seems we no longer have the luxury of time to lift your seal. Majin Buu will arrive shortly. Do you have any plan? Bardock's expression bore a hint of solemnity, despite being aware that the current Majin Buu was in his fat form. Possessing power comparable to that of an initial Super Saiyan 3, Bardock expressed uncertainty about his ability to defeat Majin Buu. At present, he had only reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1, with a narrow gap remaining before achieving Super Saiyan 2. Even if he were to transform into a Super Saiyan 2, he estimated that he would still be no match for Majin Buu, unless he could attain that transformation during battle, which might afford him a fighting chance. Bardock, please go outside to delay for 10 minutes while I bestow the Kaioshin authority upon Lyra. This may grant us the strength to confront Majin Buu, the old Kaioshin remarked, recognizing the urgency of the situation and foregoing any further preamble. Understood. With no time for idle chatter, Bardock executed an instant transmission and departed to confront Majin Buu. Though Bardock felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the nature of the Kaioshin authority spoken of by the old Kaioshin, he focused on the task at hand. Lyra, first put on this time ring and remain still. I shall now transfer my Kaioshin authority to you. This will make you the true Grand Kaioshin, the old Kaioshin instructed. The West Kaioshin stood bewildered, utterly confused by the unfolding circumstances, completely unaware of what the Kaioshin authority truly entailed. Noticing the West Kaioshin's predicament, the old Kaioshin began to perform a ceremonial dance around him while simultaneously explaining the situation. The Kaioshin authority is a symbol of the Grand Kaioshin, residing within me until I pass it on to the next generation. Before I could transfer it, I was sealed within the Kaioshin sword. This time ring is a sacred artifact protected by the Kaioshin, and it too was sealed alongside me within the sword. Once you acquire the Kaioshin authority, you will instantly grasp advanced instant transmission and superior telepathy, significantly enhancing your power, enabling you to easily defeat Majin Buu. I initially intended to pass my Kaioshin authority to Shin, but given the pressing circumstances and Lyra's continued existence, I shall confer it upon you. There was an unspoken truth lingering in the old Kaioshin's mind. Accepting the Kaioshin authority entailed more than merely becoming the Grand Kaioshin. It also meant that the West Kaioshin's life would become intertwined with that of the God of Destruction. Should the West Kaioshin perish, so too would Beerus, and vice versa. With minimal preamble, the old Kaioshin placed the time ring upon the West Kaioshin and resumed the transfer ceremony for his Kaioshin authority. Can I truly defeat Majin Buu? The West Kaioshin pondered, as the weight of the moment pressed upon him, considering that the old Kaioshin himself was the current bearer of the Kaioshin authority. And the West Kaioshin perceived the old Kaioshin as not much of a fighter. Chapter 83, Initial Manifestation, Ultimate Freedom. Bang! In an instant, he teleported behind Majin Buu, and without a moment's hesitation, Bardock unleashed an energy blast directed at Bibidi, who stood beside Majin Buu. However, events did not unfold as Bardock had envisioned. Even at full power, The formidable aura radiating from Bardock was impossible to conceal. As he materialized behind Majin Buu, Bibidi was already on guard, although Majin Buu appeared oblivious to Bardock's presence. Bibidi's defenses were nonetheless robust. A powerful protective barrier, far superior to what Bibidi would later possess, manifested beside him, effectively thwarting Bardock's surprise attack. "You're not the Kaishin. Who are you?" Bibidi inquired, turning to face the intruding Bardock. Bardock, silent and contemplative, pondered his strategy against the looming threat of Majin Buu. Realizing that he must bide his time for the next 10 minutes. "Your silence will not save you. Soon enough, you will be but a corpse. Buu, take action and eliminate him," Bibidi commanded angrily, sensing Bardock's disregard for his question. "Will there be treats if I kill him?" Majin Buu innocently queried, pointing at Bardock. "There will indeed be delectable rewards, Buu. If you dispose of him, I shall grant you 640 lollipops." Bibidi, exasperated by Majin Buu's naive demeanor, could only acquiesce to his whims, striving to manipulate Buu into serving his own ends. "Buu, if you eliminate Bibidi at your side, I promise you an endless supply of lollipops." Bardock suddenly recalled that there was no necessity to compete with Majin Buu. Currently, the plump Buu's personality was naive and childlike, easily swayed by the mere allure of delectable treats. While it may not persuade Majin Buu to change his stance, delaying time for 10 minutes was certainly feasible. However, Bardock harbored a lingering doubt regarding the old Supreme Kai's words, which he found somewhat unreliable. An endless supply of lollipops. Majin Buu envisioned himself indulging in a mountain of lollipops, a wave of happiness washing over him as he cast his gaze towards Bibidi nearby. "Buu, what are you planning? Do not forget that I am the one who created you. If you do not obey, I shall seal you away. Do you believe me?" Bibidi, lacking confidence in Majin Buu's current intellect, hastily issued a threat, fearing that Bardock might indeed trick him. "Humph." Upon hearing the word seal, a flicker of fear appeared in Majin Buu's eyes as he turned his gaze towards Bardock, steam beginning to escape from every pore of his being. Observing the state of Majin Buu, Bardock understood that his plan to delay time using lollipops was likely futile. He would have to rely on his own strength instead. Nevertheless, Bardock was not inclined to transform into a Super Saiyan, for the energy intensity of the protective barrier indicated that Bibidi's mastery of dark magic far surpassed that of Babidi by countless magnitudes. Bardock was uncertain whether, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, he could withstand Bibidi's mental control with his current psychic strength. "Majin Buu wants to kill you," he muttered, a fierce glint igniting in the depths of Majin Buu's eyes. Without warning, his corpulent form sprang into motion, and in the next instant, Majin Buu's fist was mere inches from Bardock's head. Indeed, formidable. However, if this was all he could muster, it would not suffice. Bardock's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the malevolent Majin Buu. As Majin Buu initiated his assault, Bardock's pupils constricted, triggering his inherent power over time. The trajectory of Buu's attacks materialized within Bardock's mind in advance. Although Bardock's speed did not match that of Majin Buu, his body instinctively entered a state of evasion just moments before the impact of Buu's strike. During his time traversing the ancient era, Bardock continuously integrated this newfound temporal ability into his being. By foreseeing the enemy's attack patterns and preemptively evading, he aimed to attain a state of complete invulnerability, provided that the enemy's attack speed did not significantly exceed his own mobility. Bardock firmly believes that once he fully assimilates the ability to foresee and evade attacks, his body will instinctively respond during combat, eliminating the need for cerebral deliberation. After all, relying on the brain for reaction, even if instantaneous, requires time to transmit signals to the body, a critical factor that can sway the outcome in high-level battles. This ability represents a profound state of mastery rather than a mere transformation, referred to by the deities in Dragon Ball Super as Ultra Instinct. However, Bardock has yet to achieve a complete understanding of this state. He can only claim a rudimentary grasp, having merely scratched the surface of its potential. Currently, his preemptive dodges still necessitate cerebral foreknowledge. "Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why can't I land a hit on you?" Majin Buu seethes, furiously swinging his fists. In a span of 1 minute, he has unleashed thousands of punches, each one narrowly missing Bardock's form. Jiru. As the battle between Buu and Bardock raged on, Jilu soared through the air at high speed. Without uttering a word, he launched a missile directly at Bibidi, who was spectating the clash. "Damn it, you again, robot. I should have dismantled you into pieces last time." Caught off guard by Jilu's sudden appearance and the absence of any discernible energy from him, Bibidi barely managed to activate his protective shield in time, though it still startled him. Bibidi's dark magic was rendered ineffective in the current confrontation, with only the protective shield providing any semblance of defense. His proud mental control abilities were utterly useless against Jilu. You, the dark sorcerer who disrupts the peace of the universe and slays numerous supreme Kai. Today I, Jilu, shall bury you here. Jilu threatened in his clunky mechanical voice. Huh? You think you stand a chance? Even if my dark magic proves futile against you, your missiles will never breach my shield. Once Bu finishes his battle over there, your demise will be inevitable. I, Bibidi, swear I will dismantle you into oblivion. Haha. Ever since I was defeated by Majin Bu, I have continuously upgraded myself with various components throughout the universe. I am no longer the same, Jilu declared as he fired another missile. What's different? I fail to see any changes, Bibidi scoffed, realizing that Jilu's missiles posed no threat to his shield, and thus grew complacent, mocking Jilu's overconfidence. Note: the author has researched extensively about various elements of Dragon Ball to avoid inconsistencies. If any minor discrepancies from the original work are noticed, please disregard them. They serve as the author's foreshadowing, which will be explained in due time. Chapter 84, Breakthrough, Super Saiyan 2, Transformation, begin. A series of emotionless mechanical voices emanated from Jilu, followed by a brilliant flash of white light. As the light faded, a towering, entirely new robot emerged, its form predominantly green, adorned with small, green horns atop its head. The transformed Jilu emitted an incomprehensible mechanical sound, leaving all present perplexed by his utterances. Huh, all that has changed is your size. I expected something far more spectacular. Within the protective shield, Bibidi mockingly observed the transformed Jilu. Jilu attempted to retort, but the words that formed on his lips morphed into unintelligible mechanical sounds. Resigned, Jilu abandoned his rebuttal and instead aimed to demonstrate his remarkable transformation through action. He swiftly flew to Bibidi's side, eschewing his usual missile bombardment in favor of striking the protective shield with his newly enlarged palms. Your actions are truly ludicrous. The missile attacks were ineffective against my shield before, and now you presume that brute force alone can breach it? Do not jest. Inside the shield, Bibidi watched Jilu's relentless strikes with amusement, showing no concern whatsoever. Bang, bang, bang. In response to Bibidi's derision, Jilu did not waver in his assault, delivering strike after strike against the shield, each one more powerful than the last. Crack! A hairline fracture appeared in Bibidi's proud shield, and the laughter faded from his lips as he hastily employed dark magic to mend the damage. Crack! Another fracture echoed, and the recently repaired shield split again. Bu, come quickly to my aid. Realizing the peril, Bibidi urgently called out to the nearby Majin Bu. Despite Bu's intent to eliminate the looming threat of Bardock, he was compelled to abandon his offensive to assist Bibidi. Is that Mosca? At last, Bardock took a moment to survey the battlefield between Jilu and Bibidi. Upon seeing Jilu in his transformed state, he felt an eerie sense of familiarity as he rifled through his memories. Bardock confirmed that Jilu's appearance bore a striking resemblance to Mosca, the god of destruction from Universe 3 in Dragon Ball Super, with a similarity of nearly 90%. Furthermore, Jilu's demonstrated power was now on par with Bardock's full Super Saiyan capabilities. Regardless, Bardock knew he had to intervene to save Jilu, otherwise, Majin Bu would undoubtedly reduce him to scrap in mere moments. Indeed, on Jilu's battlefield, just as Jilu delivered the final blow that shattered Bibidi's shield, Majin Bu intercepted Jilu's subsequent attack, launching him away with a powerful energy blast. Jilu, struck by Bu's furious assault, even with his enhanced strength, Jilu was reverted to his original form, exiting the battle state. Well done, Bu. Continue your assault on that robot. Today, we shall reduce it to mere scrap metal. Bibidi hastily restored his shattered shield and bellowed imperiously from the sidelines. Majin Bu, your opponent is me. In a fleeting moment, he teleported before Majin Bu, shielding the robot. Jiru, from the devastating blow that Bu unleashed. Such audacity. He chose to endure Bu's strike rather than evade, all in the name of protecting that mechanical being. Meanwhile, Bibidi mocked Bardock's ignorance. Why hasn't he fallen? Majin Bu pondered, gazing incredulously at Bardock, who stood unwavering despite having been struck. There was no trace of pain on his face. Ah yes, this sensation of pain, how long it has been since I felt it. Come on, continue. In his quest to save Jiru, Bardock forsook the art of evasion, facing Bu's punch head-on. The searing agony in his abdomen nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Yet the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins ignited, fortifying his indomitable spirit. Having maintained a high frequency of precognitive evasion, Bardock had depleted much of his mental energy. And yet only half the time had elapsed. Although he believed that with his nascent understanding of Ultra Instinct, he could prolong the encounter until the old Kai's ritual was complete, Bardock felt no desire to evade any longer. The impact of Bu's punch reignited the warrior's spirit within him, and the Saiyan blood demanded that he no longer retreat. A primal roar erupted from Bardock's lips, and his energy began to swell, coalescing around him in arcs of vibrant energy. If you cannot defeat me, Bu, then all you can do is shout aimlessly. Babidi clutched his ears as the deafening noise resonated around him, casting a discontented glance at Bardock nearby. Little did he realize that this was the Saiyan way of combat. Power ascended through fierce roars, and so too did their might. A furious blaze of anger and boundless fighting spirit surged within Bardock, as arcs of electricity transformed into bolts of lightning around him, while the golden aura enveloping him blazed even brighter than before. Let us begin anew. Bardock, having transcended to Super Saiyan 2, beckoned the looming Majin Bu, inviting him to attack. Babidi, do not revel in your momentary triumph. Once my master vanquishes Majin Bu, your demise will follow. At this juncture, the securely positioned Jiru stepped forward, confronting Babidi. He declared that although he could no longer transform, he would not permit Bardock to endure Babidi's insults without consequence. You, mere machine, understand nothing. Once Bu deals with your master, you will be next in line for obliteration. I shall ensure that Bu reduces you to scrap metal today. Babidi retorted, unflinching. My master is invincible. Even your Bu will eventually serve as a subordinate to him. After realizing that he could no longer transform, Jiru found his normal state inadequate to breach Babidi's protective barrier. Thus, he resorted to a war of words with Babidi. Jiru's internal chip advanced far beyond its time, contained a vocabulary that far surpassed that of Babidi, the dark sorcerer who dabbled in black magic. Though often appearing dull-witted, he spoke in a mechanical synthetic accent. Yet now, as he hurled insults at Babidi, his words rendered Babidi speechless, inciting a desire within him to dismantle Jiru into scrap. Chapter 85. Transcendence, Bardock's Fury. Bu was displeased. Bu sought to end you. Bardock's ostentatious demeanor was undeniably overwhelming, to the extent that even the usually naive and childish Majin Bu could no longer tolerate it, angrily launching another attack towards Bardock. In the face of Majin Bu's fist, Bardock exhibited no semblance of fear, retaliating with a punch of his own. Bang! The collision of their fist reverberated, shattering countless meteoric fragments in the surrounding cosmic expanse. After a prolonged moment, Bardock coughed up a mouthful of blood, his form being forced back several steps by Majin Bu's strike. However, the sight of Majin Bu appeared far more grievous, as his entire body had exploded, scattering into bits throughout the cosmos. Yet, Bardock, well acquainted with Majin Bu's characteristics, understood that Bu had sustained no substantial damage from their exchange. The disintegration was merely a means to diminish the impact of Bardock's blow, and Majin Bu could effortlessly reconstitute himself at any moment. Indeed, even if reduced to mere fragments, as long as a hint of life remained, Majin Bu could achieve resurrection, a phenomenon bordering on the extraordinary. The enhancement of Super Saiyan Level 2 was evidently more potent than that of Level 1. Yet it seemed that defeating the current incarnation of Majin Bu posed a considerable challenge. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Bardock directed his gaze upwards towards the now reassembled Majin Bu, his fighting spirit igniting. An energy blast was unleashed from Majin Bu's hand, expressing his distaste for the feeling of being shattered. Truly naive, were it the purely malevolent Kid Bu in this moment, he likely would have enveloped and absorbed Bardock with the surrounding debris. Mocking Majin Bu's rudimentary combat techniques, Bardock deftly evaded the energy blast, redirecting his focus to unleash his well-prepared Big Bang attack upon Majin Bu. Let us transform Bu into chocolate beans. A beam of light emanated from the antenna atop Majin Bu's head, causing Bardock's ultimate attack to morph into several floating chocolate beans in the cosmic void. Delicious, truly delightful. Once his dark magic was expended, Majin Bu flew towards the chocolate beans, eagerly grasping them all in his hands and devouring them voraciously. Oh my Bu! Witnessing Majin Bu's sudden shift from combat to consuming chocolate beans left Babidi momentarily perplexed. Bardock, I shall assist you. The process of the Supreme Kai imparting his powers took considerably less time than anticipated. In under 8 minutes, it was complete. The Supreme Kai of the West, whose strength had undergone a dramatic transformation, instantaneously transported himself before Majin Buu, delivering a punch to the gluttonous entity still indulging in his feast. Buu was enraged. Buu sought to annihilate you. Before the last morsel of chocolate beans could descend into his belly, the face of Majin Buu was struck by a powerful punch from the Supreme Kai of the West. Enraged, Majin Buu extended his hand to grasp the Supreme Kai. Humph. Majin Buu, my strength has transformed beyond recognition. Defeating you will be effortless. With a cold snort, the Supreme Kai began to retreat rapidly. Yet Majin Buu's arm continued to elongate. Freeze. Beside them, Bibidi, who had been berated by Jiro to the point of existential doubt, resorted to dark magic to shield himself from Jiro's incessant taunts, finding some relief in the process. Observing the sudden appearance of the Supreme Kai on the battlefield, Bibidi unleashed a long-prepared spell, momentarily immobilizing the Supreme Kai. Disastrously, in that fleeting instant, the Supreme Kai found himself captured in Majin Buu's grasp. He attempted to struggle, but quickly realized he lacked the strength to rival that of Majin Buu. Damn it! My ancestors clearly stated that my power has surpassed my former self. Why am I still no match for Majin Buu? As he gazed into the furious eyes of Majin Buu, a wave of fear washed over the Supreme Kai. Surely, he could not perish at the hands of Majin Buu before avenging his kin. Am I so feeble that you instinctively dismiss me, Majin Buu? The surrounding golden aura surged, and the contemptuous disregard for Majin Buu ignited a new level of fury within Bardock. He had witnessed the Supreme Kai's current power and acknowledged that, indeed, it was considerably stronger than before. Previously, the Supreme Kai could not breach Bardock's defenses even at full power in Super Saiyan form, but now, he was at least comparable to Bardock in his Super Saiyan 2 state. Nevertheless, this did not alter the fact that he remained no match for Majin Buu, who possessed the strength of an early Super Saiyan 3. In short, the old Kai was utterly unreliable for claiming that the Supreme Kai could defeat Majin Buu. Bardock, ever the warrior, felt his fighting spirit ignited. However, Majin Buu's gaze was fixed upon the Supreme Kai, a slight that only fueled Bardock's rage. In his fury, Bardock disregarded Bibidi entirely, focused solely on rapidly elevating his own power to a level capable of contending with Majin Buu. The golden aura transformed into a vibrant green, and the raging forces within Bardock surged to life, unlocking his Super Saiyan 2 form and initiating the transmission mode. A malevolent energy, more sinister than that of Majin Buu, emanated from Bardock, sending shivers down the spine of the distant Supreme Kai. A tempest of fury and wickedness radiated from Bardock, spreading throughout the cosmos and instilling dread in all beings within that celestial expanse. Damn it, whose powerful evil energy is this? In the realm of the Supreme Kai, the elderly Supreme Kai swiftly produced his divine artifact, the scrying crystal ball, to observe the unfolding battle involving Bardock. Upon witnessing the West Supreme Kai ensnared by the malevolent Majin Buu, unable to escape, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him, especially considering the shared fate of the West Supreme Kai and Beerus. This was the first occasion the old Supreme Kai beheld the terrifying prowess of Majin Buu. Realizing that his previous estimations of the fiend's capabilities were utterly misguided, leading to the current peril confronting the West Supreme Kai. Ah, splendid! Such a formidable aura of evil, exclaimed Bibidi, encased within the protective barrier, as he gazed upon the powerful malevolence radiating from the transcendent Bardock. Initially taken aback, he soon rejoiced, commencing his dark sorcery to exert mental control over Bardock. How potent! Is this truly Bardock's genuine strength? The West Supreme Kai, ensnared in Majin Buu's grip, sensed that death loomed ever closer. In that moment, as he observed the transcendent Bardock, he found that the aura of evil was not as repugnant as he had once thought. The formidable Bardock, now at a power level of 2.8, appeared strikingly heroic. The seed of his latent desire for power burgeoned within him. Without the pinnacle of strength, what did it mean to be a god at the apex of the universe? Not only could he not safeguard the peace of the cosmos, but he was also powerless to avenge his kin. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave erupted, piercing through Majin Buu's back, shattering his grip on the West Supreme Kai. I say, Majin Buu, have you mistaken your opponent? Release the West Supreme Kai. The cold voice emanating from behind Majin Buu belonged to the vengeful Bardock, who stepped forth through the cosmos, advancing slowly towards the malevolent entity. Chapter 86. The blood of a demon god bang. No words could adequately express the fury simmering within Bardock. For a Saiyan, direct action was far more pragmatic. Just as Majin Buu turned, a fist imbued with Bardock's wrath struck with lethal force and authentic decapitation. Bardock's blow obliterated Majin Buu's head along with his upper body. "I grant you time to recover," Bardock proclaimed, standing defiantly in the air, awaiting Majin Buu's restoration. A dense fog of steam emanated from Majin Buu, signifying his wrath. "Transform into chocolate," he bellowed, as the antennae atop his head emitted a pulse of energy aimed at Bardock. A tiresome trick. A tempestuous energy enveloped Bardock's hands, effortlessly dispersing the waves of light emitted by the fiendish Majin Buu. The transformation of parts of Buu into chocolate was merely a manifestation of the energy cloaking Bardock's palms. Rising to his feet, Bardock seized the antennae atop Majin Buu's head and commenced a relentless assault. After a prolonged struggle, Buu ultimately relinquished his antennae in a desperate bid to retreat unscathed. Yet, how could Bardock refrain from pursuing? The fervent spirit of battle coursed through him, rendering any need for defense obsolete as his ceaseless onslaught bore down on Majin Buu. Majin Buu, attempting to retaliate, found his coarse combat techniques woefully inadequate. A stark contrast to Bardock's prowess. When he attempted to counter Bardock's strikes, Buu tragically discovered that he remained fundamentally overpowered. In clashes of fists, his own were swiftly shattered. In exchanges of kicks, the same fate befell him. Regardless of which part of his body collided with Bardock, it met with inevitable destruction. Bardock understood well that no matter how formidable his attacks, he could not utterly annihilate Majin Buu. Yet, he relished the thrill of overpowering his foe. In the Saiyan way of combat, there was no room for underhanded tactics, only the sheer exhilaration of the fight mattered. "Come on, Buu, fight back. Show me your strength." Despite his confidence in Buu's regenerative abilities, Bibidai's faith began to wane as he witnessed the utter helplessness of Majin Buu against Bardock's relentless assault. "No, no, no. My Buu is invincible." Shaking his head to dispel his doubts, Bibidi concentrated on harnessing his dark magic, preparing to execute the most exquisite mental control at the opportune moment. Majin Buu, now truly incensed, became aware of the antennae floating in the cosmic space behind Bardock and devised a cunning plan. With a subtle motion of his fingers, the antennae swiftly approached Bardock. As he envisioned the imminent success of his scheme, the corners of Buu's mouth curled into a satisfied smirk at the prospect of absorbing the one who had so thoroughly bested him. However, a missile suddenly struck, shattering Buu's fantasies, launched by the vigilant Jiru, who could not stand idly by while his leader faced peril. Jiru declared that while he could not contend with Majin Buu, dispatching one of Buu's antennae would be a trivial endeavor. "It appears your plan has faltered." With a smile, Bardock proceeded to mercilessly overpower Majin Buu. Naturally, Bardock was aware of the little tricks employed by the creature, even leaving Majin Buu's antennae intact out of curiosity to test the latter's combat prowess. After engaging for a considerable duration, it became evident that Majin Buu's skills were rather lacking. It took him quite some time to even notice the antennae. Now, seeing that he had sufficiently drained Majin Buu's stamina, it was time for Bardock to unleash energy attacks. After playing around for so long, it was time to get serious. After all, Majin Buu was currently in his Fat Buu form, far from the limitless stamina of Kid Buu. In other words, Bardock's relentless assault had already depleted a significant portion of Majin Buu's energy. Big bang! Energy surged throughout Bardock's body, culminating in an immense explosive force that he gathered in his palm. Majin Buu, unable to even put up a fight, was immediately engulfed by Bardock's devastating attack. With a sigh, Bardock began to gather the remnants of Majin Buu, marveling at the potency of his assault. Under his keen perception, nothing escaped his notice. Every fragment was within his sight. "Bardock, how impressive you are, effortlessly obliterating Majin Buu." Without a hint of concern for his divine image, the Supreme Kai of the West leaped towards Bardock, enveloping him in a grand embrace. "Ahem, Supreme Kai, please rise. Majin Buu has not been completely vanquished yet." With an awkward smile, Bardock gently pushed the Supreme Kai aside and continued to eradicate the remaining bits of Majin Buu. After all, in his transformed state, Bardock was cold-blooded, ferocious, and malevolent, showing no affection to the Supreme Kai's gesture. Even in his normal state, Bardock would exhibit little emotional response, being notably oblivious in matters of sentiment. Bardock. With Majin Buu in this state, is he not yet dead? The Supreme Kai, undeterred by Bardock's indifference, had undergone a shift in perspective, finding Bardock's current cold demeanor rather appealing. Not yet. Even if there are mere remnants left, as long as a trace of his essence remains, he can be resurrected. The relentless assault in Bardock's hands continued as he explained to the Supreme Kai of the West. Mysterious incantations flowed from his lips, and after a prolonged buildup of energy, Bibidai's dark magic was unleashed. An overwhelming surge of mental power invaded Bardock's mind, attempting to inscribe the imprint of its dark sorcery within his consciousness. Indeed, it was significantly more potent than Bibidai's previous magic. However, such a degree of mental manipulation was utterly ineffective against Bardock. Before he could continue obliterating the remnants of Majin Buu, Bardock abruptly sensed the formidable mental force invading his mind. He halted his advance, fully concentrating on countering Bibidai's psychological control. With a fierce roar, Bardock unleashed his own mental strength to dismantle Bibidai's influence. Drawing from his previous experience in overcoming Bibidai's mental grasp, Bardock found the process to be remarkably effortless. Although Bibidai's dark magic was considerably stronger than before for Bardock, it merely meant that the resolution would require a bit more time. Why is Bardock's mental fortitude so formidable? Despite radiating such a potent aura of malevolence within, he remains impervious to my control. Bibidi mused, realizing that his attempts at mental domination were faltering. With his Majin Buu already in a state of defeat, Bibidi understood that failure in this endeavor would likely spell his own demise. Majin Buu, he shouted, invoking an ancient incantation. A drop of crimson essence manifested in his palm. Gazing at the precious blood of the demon god, a flicker of reluctance flashed in Bibidai's eyes. He possessed only 3 drops of this divine essence, acquired by mere chance. With just a single drop, combined with Bibidai's formidable dark magic and centuries of immersion, he had once crafted the terror known as Majin Buu, feared by all the Supreme Kais. Now, Bibidai's intention was to utilize 1 drop of the demon god's blood to empower his dark magic, thereby ensuring complete dominion over the transcendent Bardock before him. Chapter 87. The Inheritance of Divine Authority. O great demon god, I am your most loyal servant, Bibidi. Today, I beseech you to grant me unparalleled divine power through your sacred blood. As he let the demon god's blood fall, Bibidi began to kneel before it, offering his most earnest prayers. In the endless river of time, a rift in space, which should not have existed, opened as an enigmatic figure wielding a staff awakened his eyes. After so many years, my essence left in the world has finally been called upon again. The demon god Demigra opened his eyes, a mysterious darkness swirling in his grasp, transcending the boundless expanse of time and breaking through layers of spatial barriers. His essence resonated with the blood that Bibidi had spilled before him. In an instant, the aura of Bibidai's dark magic surged exponentially, and the mental control exerted upon Bardock was further fortified. Bardock, I am here to assist you. At this moment, the Supreme Kai of the West sensed a subtle anomaly. The dark magic emanating from Bibidi caused even him to tremble. Bang! Energy blasts were incessantly launched from his hands, yet the Supreme Kai's attacks proved ineffective. With the dark power of the demon Demigra empowering him once more, Bibidai's protective barrier had significantly fortified, rendering it impervious to the Supreme Kai's assaults. Buu was enraged. He threatened to transform them all into chocolate. In the distance, after a brief recovery, the demon Buu, relying on the remnants of his fragmented flesh, finally restored his form. It was over. What should I do now? In this moment, despair filled the eyes of the Supreme Kai of the West. As Bardock exhibited signs of being controlled by Bibidi, and Buu had regained his strength. With both Bardock and Buu under Bibidai's control, who in the universe could possibly intervene? Buu, go and eliminate the Supreme Kai. Bibidi believed he had stabilized the situation with Bardock to prevent any further mishaps and hastily commanded Buu to deal with the Supreme Kai. What am I to do? The current predicament had stripped the Supreme Kai of his confidence. Facing the approaching demon Buu, he was engulfed by fear, devoid of any other sentiment. Hurry! Take Jiru and flee. With his left hand clutching his painfully throbbing head, Bardock had reached the Supreme Kai, delivering a devastating punch that shattered Buu's form into pieces once more. But Bardock, seeing the anguish etched on Bardock's face, the Supreme Kai shed his first tear. Hurry! My consciousness is about to be seized by Bibidi. With a powerful strike, infused with Bardock's boundless strength and finesse, he struck the Supreme Kai. The injury did not afflict the Supreme Kai. Rather, it propelled both him and Jiru backward at great speed, disappearing from sight in an instant. Humph. Even if you save the Supreme Kai, Bardock, what of it? Your consciousness is soon to be mine, and when that time comes, the entire universe shall be annihilated. The Supreme Kai cannot escape death. Laughing maniacally, Bibidi mocked Bardock's foolishness, intensifying his control over him. With a resounding roar, dark energy radiated from Bardock. A large black letter map appearing on his forehead. Ha ha ha, it was indeed successful. No matter how stubborn your resistance, Bardock, you cannot withstand the power of the Demon Lord's blood. Seeing his dark magic's mark successfully implanted, Bibidi laughed heartily. Perhaps, but now, when I wish to act against you, my body no longer obeys my command. With a self-deprecating smile, Bardock ceased to speak. Oh, Bardock, why does your consciousness still harbor a will to resist? Upon perceiving the disdainful undertone in Bardock's demeanor, Bibidi was immediately filled with trepidation. After all, Bardock, in Bibidi's perspective, was exceedingly difficult to control, marking the first occasion where Bibidi felt a lack of absolute confidence in his dark sorcery. What do you say? In retort, Bardock painstakingly lifted his right hand, aiming it at the adjacent Bibidi, as energy began to coalesce within his palm, intent on delivering a fatal blow. However, Bardock soon realized that his body was incapable of inflicting harm upon Bibidi, evidently due to the interference of Bibidi's dark magic. No, Bardock, you are far too perilous. I shall proceed to seal you away. At this moment, Bibidi was overshadowed by the lingering fear Bardock had instilled within him, adhering to a principle of utmost safety. Thus, he began to chant the incantation for sealing, intending to confine Bardock within the magical egg. The imposing black capital letter M emblazoned upon Bardock's forehead exuded a potent aura of dark magic, gradually numbing his mental faculties. His consciousness began to blur, and the functions of his entire body ceased to operate, resulting in the abandonment of his transformations. Bardock reverted to his normal state, suspended in the vastness of space. Just as Bibidi was about to seal Bardock within a magical egg, a striking figure appeared beside him. It was the Supreme Kai of the West, who had returned through instantaneous movement. Alongside the Supreme Kai was Juru, who wasted no time and detonated a smoke bomb at their location, instantly obscuring the circumstances around them. Curse it! Once again, that meddlesome Supreme Kai and that wretched robot have thwarted my plans, Bibidi seethed. As the smoke dissipated, the Supreme Kai had already whisked Bardock and Juru away through instantaneous movement, inciting Bibidi's fury. Boo! Let us first annihilate the Supreme Kai's realm, and then wreak havoc across the cosmos. My anger cannot be quelled otherwise. Bibidi commanded vehemently, directing the demon Boo to hasten towards the Supreme Kai's realm. Ancestor, is there any way to remedy Bardock's current predicament? Quickly, at Boo's speed, we will reach the Supreme Kai's realm in less than 5 minutes. The Supreme Kai of the West pleaded anxiously upon returning to the realm. Alas, perhaps this is the calamity that befalls our universe. I have no means to assist Bardock in his current state. My expertise lies in unlocking potential, not in dispelling the grip of dark magic, the Elder Supreme Kai sighed. Resigned to wait for Boo's arrival. Is there truly no hope? The West Supreme Kai knelt helplessly beside Bardock, his eyes devoid of their former brilliance. Sigh. Despite Bardock's formidable strength, his soul remains of mortal caliber. It is already beyond my expectations that he has withstood Bibidi's dark magic for this long. Moreover, Bibidi's dark magic is now infused with the power of the demon god. Unless Bardock's soul strength ascends to that of a deity, there is no other recourse. The Elder Supreme Kai shook his head, articulating the harsh reality. At deity's level? The West Supreme Kai murmured, his previously dim eyes igniting with renewed vigor as he placed his hands upon Bardock's chest, channeling a torrent of divine energy from his own being into Bardock. Stop, Lyra. What are you doing? The Elder Supreme Kai exclaimed in astonishment at Lyra's reckless actions, hastily attempting to intervene. Ancestor, I intend to bestow my divine authority and power upon Bardock. With this, Bardock's soul strength should reach the level of a deity. With a smile of joy gracing his lips, the West Kaioshin continued to amplify his impartation of divine power. Chapter 88. A Touch of Peach Blossom. Bardock, being not of our lineage, cannot inherit the power of the Kaioshin. Lyra, your actions will prove futile. Observing the West Kaioshin's disregard for his counsel, the Elder Kaioshin hastily resumed his pleas. I understand, which is precisely why I am transforming Bardock's soul with my own divine energy, enabling him to inherit my Kaioshin authority. A faint smile appeared as the West Kaioshin persistently infused his divine essence into Bardock. In doing so, you risk falling from your divine status, losing your authority. And whether Bardock's soul can indeed transcend to the divine realm remains uncertain. Noting the West Kaioshin's resolute determination, the Elder Kaioshin ceased his discouragement, merely articulating the potential consequences. Even if it were to fail, would the outcome not be akin to the present predicament, awaiting death at the hands of the demon Buu? Moreover, I have faith in Bardock. He will surely succeed. Bardock was, in truth, an innocent soul, summoned to this timeline by our Supreme Kai through the dragon's divine invocation. Yet, Bardock has rendered immeasurable sacrifices for our universe. What does it matter if I make this small sacrifice? Moreover, should Bardock succeed, the crisis looming over our universe would be averted. As the final words resonated, the divine power within the Supreme Kai of the West had been entirely depleted, and the authority of the Kai was successfully bestowed upon Bardock. As for the outcome, it now rested solely upon Bardock himself. In the boundless abyss of darkness, time seemed to stretch infinitely, until a glimmer of light emerged, gradually awakening Bardock's consciousness. What is this? Such a gentle force. Bardock could distinctly sense the dark magic within his soul gradually dissipating, while his spirit ascended to a higher state. As Bardock's consciousness returned to a state where he could perceive the external world, he discovered that the West Supreme Kai was channeling divine power into him, attempting to bring an end to his plight. However, Bardock realized that he found himself unable to resist in his current condition. Though the West Supreme Kai's mental prowess may not have matched Bardock's strength, in terms of quality, no 10 Bardocks could reach the divine caliber of the West Supreme Kai. Aware of the pressing time, with the imminent arrival of Majin Buu, the West Supreme Kai had less than 5 minutes left. Thus, through the forced infusion of power at the cost of his own vitality, the ritual that originally required over 10 minutes was completed in a mere 2. The West Supreme Kai's spirit immediately succumbed to fatigue and collapsed to the ground. In the next moment, Bardock rose from the earth, the ominous black letterman on his forehead having vanished. Thank you, West Supreme Kai. I shall take it from here. Words could scarcely express Bardock's gratitude towards the West Supreme Kai, and he resolved to demonstrate his intentions through action. Bardock, I am no longer the West Supreme Kai. Please call me Lyra from now on. With her last ounce of strength, Lyra caressed Bardock's robust visage. Lyra, thank you. He nodded, expressing his gratitude once more. Upon receiving Bardock's sincere acknowledgement, Lyra felt that all her efforts had been worthwhile. Her weary spirit could no longer endure, and her eyes gradually closed. A Senza bean was placed in Lyra's mouth, and her wounds began to heal, yet her consciousness remained elusive. Old man, what should we do now regarding Lyra's condition? Bardock finds himself in a state of profound discontent. As for the first time, a sense of indebtedness stirs within him, prompting a notable gentleness in his tone towards the old Kai. Layla, whose soul has been fractured due to the immense depletion of divine energy and to fall from her divine status, now requires the most effective remedy to encase her body and spirit in an essence of extreme cold. With the passage of time, her damaged soul will gradually mend and find restoration. At this moment, Bardock's soul exuded a formidable pressure, one that even the old Kaioshin could not ignore. Coupled with Bardock's inquiry regarding the well-being of Layla, the old Kaioshin chose to reveal the truth without reservation, answering each question in turn. The matter of the frigid entity? Bardock's mind immediately conjured the image of the frozen demon clan dwelling within the Winter Star. Subsequently, he recalled the ice-blue fruit of the spirit tree nestled in his embrace. This exquisite fruit, a manifestation of the Winter Star's energy, had absorbed its essence entirely. Withdrawing it from his grasp, Bardock inquired of the elder Kaioshin, "Old man, is this permissible?" "Indeed," was the succinct reply. The chill emanating from the ice-blue spirit tree fruit was a rarity, even for the elder Kaioshin, who chose not to question Bardock about its origins, deeming such inquiries superfluous. Bardock compressed the fruit in his hand until it was reduced to a size suitable for Layla to consume in one swift motion, at which point he ceased his efforts. Upon ingesting the ice-blue spirit tree fruit, Layla's body began to frost over. In mere moments, a massive block of ice enveloped her form. From an external perspective, it appeared as though she was encased within an enormous icy prison. Bardock summoned his energy, sculpting the colossal ice into a crystalline coffin. Bardock, you now possess the authority of the Kaioshin. I implore you to pass this power to Shin after vanquishing Majin Buu. After all, your scion lineage has a lifespan that scarcely exceeds a century. Upon your demise, the god of destruction, Beerus, will inevitably perish alongside you. Observing that Layla was now unharmed, the elder Kaioshin broached the topic of transferring the Kaioshin's authority to Bardock. Without delay, I shall bestow the Kaioshin's power upon the East Kaioshin. Wishing to avoid incurring a debt to the elder Kaioshin, Layla's gratitude had already been firmly etched in Bardock's heart. Rising, he approached the still unconscious East Kaioshin and commenced the transfer of the Kaioshin's power. This occasion did not involve divine energy transference. It was a straightforward impartation of authority. Given Bardock's Saiyan physiology, which was not ideally suited for such power, the transfer transpired with remarkable ease. The Kaishin's authority, it seemed, was more compatible with the East Kaishin, and the entire process took a mere minute or so. All done, old man. I shall borrow this time ring for my return to my original timeline. Rising, Bardock retrieved the time ring and adorned it on the index finger of his left hand. Wait, Bardock, you should also don these Patera earrings. Without them, you will be unable to utilize the time ring. The Elder Kaishin did not hinder Bardock from taking the sacred artifacts of the Kaishin realm. Instead, he removed the Patera earrings from the unconscious East Kaishin's ears and handed them to Bardock. Thank you. Bardock expressed his gratitude without hesitation as he accepted the golden Patera earrings and affixed them to his ears. Bardock, the resolution of the crisis posed by Majin Buu rests upon your shoulders. The salvation of this universe relies on you. My soul can endure for only a fleeting moment longer. I must return to the Kaishin sword to rest, with the final exhortation left behind. The figure of the old Kai dissipated. Fear not, for even for the sake of Layla, I shall vanquish the fiend Majin Buu. Voicing his solemn vow, Bardock approached the East Kai, grasped the Kai sword, and resolutely plunged it into the earth, signifying his unwavering determination. Majin Buu, Bibidi, I am coming. Sensing the malevolent auras of Majin Buu and Bibidi drawing near to the realm of the Kais, a confident smile curved upon Bardock's lips. He now possessed an unshakable assurance that he would no longer fall under Bibidi's control, despite having returned the authority of the Supreme Kai to the East Supreme Kai. Bardock's soul has now transcended to a divine level through the baptism of the Supreme Kai's power. With a smile, Bardock's hair transformed into a shade of peach pink. Surrounded by a swirling mass of dark violet energy, embodying the unique divine realm that belongs solely to him. Chapter 89, Conclusion and Return. Do not hold back. Annihilate the Supreme Kai's realm, Bibidi commanded without so much as a glance at the situation within the Supreme Kai's domain. How audacious, Bibidi, Bardock remarked as he instantaneously materialized behind him. How did you break free from my mental control? This is impossible. Despite his disbelief, the large black letterman on Bardock's forehead had vanished. No matter how Bibidi attempted to communicate with the dark magic within Bardock, all efforts proved futile. Upon the sudden appearance of Bardock, Majin Buu immediately fell into a defensive stance, sensing a formidable presence. Even though Majin Buu was inherently naive and childish, the memories of his previous encounters with Bardock, where he had been thoroughly outmatched, stirred a deep-seated fear within him, causing him to tremble instinctively. This is not a battleground. Come, let us relocate, Bardock declared, extending his hands to grasp both Bibidi and Majin Buu. He then utilized instant transmission, vanishing from their location to arrive on a remote planet in the North Galaxy. In his inaugural use of advanced instant transmission, an unexpected deviation occurred, leading him to a desolate, nameless planet instead of the intended secluded world for their confrontation. Nonetheless, it proved fortuitous, as the only inhabitants of this planet were the nascent intellect dinosaurs. Let us resolve our matters here, Bardock concluded. Bardock chuckled awkwardly, entirely indifferent to the thoughts swirling within Bibidi and Majin Buu. Buu, swiftly eliminate Bardock, Bibidi commanded, his inner fear giving way to a furious embarrassment at Bardock's continuous scorn. Transform Buu into chocolate. Truth be told, if possible, Majin Buu would have preferred to turn and flee immediately. After all, the shadow Bardock cast upon him loomed large. Yet, the thought of Bardock's elusive instant transmission and the fear of being sealed by Bibidi compelled Majin Buu to muster his courage and launch an attack against Bardock. Boom. In his pink state, Bardock's clarity of mind was terrifying, and the elevation of his spirit caused his power to surge dramatically. First, he achieved Super Saiyan 2. Followed by his pink transformation, Bardock's current strength was on par with his previous Super Saiyan form. This was not to suggest that his pink form surpassed Super Saiyan. If Bardock were to make a comparison, he would conclude that both forms possessed their own merits. The Super Saiyan transformation was an extreme manifestation of the Saiyan bloodline, ferocious and malevolent, while the pink form represented an elevation of Bardock's mental prowess, calm and composed. In terms of power enhancement, both forms were roughly equal. The difference lay in their methods. One was physical, the other mental. In his pink state, Bardock was devoid of the boundless battle intent characteristic of Super Saiyan. His sole focus was on how to swiftly conclude the fight, to decisively eliminate Bibidi and Majin Buu. A massive explosion materialized in his palm, dark purple energy engulfing Majin Buu. Having learned from his previous misstep in the Super Saiyan form, Bardock's attack this time was flawlessly executed to deliver a fatal blow. Majin Buu didn't even have the chance to struggle before being obliterated by Bardock's explosion, leaving not a single cell or trace of energy behind. Of course, this was also due to Majin Buu being in his Fat Buu form, compounded by the fact that he had not recovered his stamina after being drained by Bardock in his Super Saiyan form. Had Majin Buu been in his pure evil Kid Buu form, Bardock would have undoubtedly faced a far greater challenge to secure victory. "Buu, my Buu," Bibidi lamented. Fully aware that Majin Buu stood no chance against Bardock, yet he could scarcely fathom how swiftly Buu had been defeated. "Bibidi, you should join your Buu in hell." The swiftness of Bardock's movements left Bibidi no time to utilize the last drop of the demon goddess blood. Bibidi was struck once more by the immense explosion conjured by Bardock, leading to his demise. It is finally over. After a meticulous inspection, Bardock confirmed the deaths of both Bibidi and Majin Buu, and promptly utilized instant transmission to return to the Supreme Kai's realm. "Boss, have you successfully eliminated Bibidi and Majin Buu?" Upon Bardock's return, Jiru immediately soared forward to inquire. "Indeed, the matter has been resolved," Bardock affirmed. Bardock replied, "Jiru, I intend to return to my original timeline. Shall I escort you back to yours first?" Establishing a connection with the time ring on his left index finger, Bardock swiftly comprehended its utilization, then posed the question to Jiru before him. "No, boss, I shall not return. This universe is devoid of formidable beings now. I must remain to safeguard the peace of this realm," Jiru resolutely responded. It was at that moment that Bardock first perceived the mechanical synthesized voice of Jiru as less unpleasant. "Very well, I understand. Farewell, Jiru. Take good care of Laylara." With that, Bardock activated the powers of the time ring, embarking on his temporal journey. Once again, he found himself within the familiar wormhole. Seizing this splendid opportunity to fully unleash his mental energy, attuning himself to the temporal laws surrounding him. After Bardock's departure, Jiro also left the realm of the Supreme Kai, soaring into the vastness of the universe. Aware of his current frailty, Jiro understood that he needed formidable strength to safeguard this universe. Being a robot, his path to greater power lay in continual self-modification, a process that necessitated materials unattainable within the confines of the Supreme Kai's realm. As Jiro departed, another day passed, and the ice coffin containing Layla began to shift, ascending into the infinite cosmos. "My head aches. How long have I been unconscious?" After another day passed, the East Supreme Kai, who had previously collapsed from exhaustion, finally stirred back to consciousness. Cradling his slightly painful head, he beheld the Supreme Kai sword embedded deep within the earth. Stepping forward to extract it, he found himself utterly powerless. "Where has my Patera earring gone? Damn it. What transpired in the realm of the Supreme Kai while I was unconscious?" Retrieving his spare Patera earring from within his robes, the East Supreme Kai expressed his fury. "By the way, Bibidi, what of Majin Buu?" Utilizing his authority as a Supreme Kai, he sought to locate Bibidi and Majin Buu throughout the universe. On a remote planet in the North Galaxy, the last drop of demon blood within Bibidi dissipated, causing time around him to reverse. In a moment, Bibidi's form began to materialize. "That was close. I am fortunate to have had Lord Demon's blood to preserve my life." Reflecting on Bardock's terrifying power, Bibidi trembled with trepidation. As the last remnants of the demon blood faded, time did not revert to the moment before Majin Buu's demise. However, a trace of Majin Buu's essence was revived. "Ha, my Buu is indeed not dead. Wait, I shall resurrect you at once." Bibidi, sensing this faint essence of Majin Buu, began to chant an arcane incantation, conjuring a plethora of dark magic in his hands. In due course, centered around the lingering essence of Majin Buu, a dark egg materialized, destined to restore Majin Buu in due time as it awaited the passage of time. Bibidi. Upon sensing Bibidi's actions, the East Supreme Kai instantaneously transported himself there, ambushing and slaying the exuberant Bibidi. After all, the current East Supreme Kai had inherited the powers of the Supreme Kai, mastering advanced instant transmission and telepathy. At that moment, the East Supreme Kai remained oblivious to why he had suddenly acquired such high-level instant transmission, attributing it solely to his innate talent. "This must be the magic egg sealing Majin Buu. I shall conceal it deep within the planet's core, hoping it will remain undiscovered." After the East Kaishin eliminated Bibidi, he commenced the significant task of burying the demon eggs. P.S. This volume has come to a close, marking the shortest in the history of this book. comprising merely 17 chapters. Today, we have presented 4 updates. I kindly request your support in the form of flowers and subscriptions. Thus far, there are only 4 subscribers. Tomorrow, we shall embark on a new chapter, the Super Saiyan era, transitioning into the narrative phase. Should you have any thoughts or ideas, feel free to express them in the reviews or join the group for discussions with the author. Chapter 90, the autobiography of young Vegeta. My name is Vegeta, shared with my father, and thus, I am affectionately referred to as young Vegeta. I have an elder brother, Rag, born mere minutes before me, and a younger sibling, Tabor, who has only recently entered this world. Due to Tabor's inherent lack of combat prowess, he was never favored by our father. Tragically, during a moment of defense for Tabor, my mother fell victim to my father's unintentional hand, resulting in her demise. Indeed, it was my father who took my mother's life, and from that moment onward, a profound hatred for him took root in my heart, shared by Rag, while the oblivious Tabor remained unaware. At that time, Rag and I were merely 2 years old. However, Rag's innate talent far surpassed mine, boasting a combat power of 100,000 at such a tender age, 88,000 more than our father's. Rag harbored a desire for vengeance against our father for our mother's death, yet the echoes of her dying words lingered in our minds. She urged us to remember that Vegeta would always be our father. Thus, Rag refrained from striking against him. Father proclaimed that our family was a band of exiled Saiyans, and that he alone should reign as the king of our kind, lamenting that his throne had been usurped by a Saiyan named Bardock. He further asserted that the overall combat abilities of the Saiyans were woefully inadequate, even noting that Bardock's power barely exceeded 5,000. With my combat power recorded at 8,000, and my father's at 12,000, Rag's prowess stood at 100,000. According to my father's musings, it was time to reclaim the throne from Bardock on his behalf. Father took Rag and me aboard a spaceship to Bardock's planet, the rightful home of the Saiyans. Utilizing a detector, I assessed the combat power of the Saiyans on Bardock's planet. Indeed, it was as father described, alarmingly low. We arrived at the Saiyan Plaza where a Saiyan of my age stepped forth to obstruct our path. He introduced himself as Raditz, a prince of the Saiyan race. Father dispatched me to battle, and I assumed my 8,000 power would suffice to defeat Raditz. To my astonishment, his combat power surged to 10,000 mid-battle, resulting in my defeat. In a rage, Father sought vengeance, engaging Raditz himself. From my vantage point, it seemed Father merely aimed to exploit Raditz's moment of fatigue. The battle unfolded before my eyes. Father appeared on the verge of defeat until, in a desperate moment, he consumed a fruit from the Tree of Might, dramatically amplifying his power and securing victory. Rag faced off against Bardock's steward, Paragus, but to our shock, Rag was vanquished despite his formidable 100,000 power. Unwilling to accept defeat, Father resorted to using an artificial moon, a technique said to be exclusive to the Royal Saiyans. To my dismay, it soon became apparent that this once-rare technique had become commonplace among the Saiyans of Bardock's planet. We faced failure, yet Bardock chose not to execute us. Instead, he extended a sincere invitation to Rag and me. At that moment, our hearts wavered, gravitating towards Bardock, the true king of the Saiyans, rather than our emotionless father. After Father was sent to a healing chamber, Rag and I explored Bardock's planet under Paragus's guidance. Our treatment was exceptionally kind, akin to that of Saiyan royalty, devoid of any discrimination stemming from our previous disrespect. Rag and I indulged in a sumptuous feast, a luxury we had never experienced. Afterward, we sought to bid farewell to our father in the healing chamber. Paragus permitted our visit, yet when we arrived, we found Father kneeling, pleading for Rag to spare his life. He expressed a desire to live, and ultimately, Rag's compassion led him to acquiesce to Father's request, launching a surprise attack on Paragus. Wounded, Paragus gifted us 3 small spaceships, and we initially intended to escort Father away before returning to apologize to Bardock. However, in a moment of rage, Father attempted to obliterate Bardock's planet, a plan thwarted by Rag, but the gaze of the Saiyans upon us shifted, filled with the disdain reserved for traitors. My heart ached at their looks, and I realized I might never return to Bardock's planet. As we piloted our small spacecraft away, we soon found ourselves pursued by a fleet from Bardock's planet. Rag's ship was tragically drawn into a black hole, leaving me to hope for his safety. I fled desperately alongside Father, only to be struck by an attacking ship, plunging me into unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, I discovered Bardock leading the charge outside. I intended to apologize to him, yet Father spoke of the recently born Tabor, urging me to escape while he held them off. I fled, but soon, the guard, Sabo, pursued me. In that moment, I recognized Father's ploy to use me as a distraction. How naive I had been. As I fled, Sabo relentlessly chased me until, in my desperation, I transformed using the artificial moon, ultimately triumphing over Sabo. Upon returning to my home planet, I found Tabor had vanished, plunging me into despair. My last remaining kin was lost. Years later, I learned that the Saiyans, under Bardock's leadership, had unified the North Galaxy, even absorbing the galactic patrol of the North Galaxy. At that moment, the populace began to regard me with respect and fear, all due to the tail that symbolized the Saiyan race. Yet, I was a traitor among them, hiding my identity and severing my tail to ensure my safety. While traversing the cosmos, I encountered a man named Geely, who not only recognized my identity, but was also aware of my past actions. His combat power was not particularly high, and I contemplated silencing him, only to realize my own strength had been sealed by Geely. I had become a mere shadow of my former self. Geely brought me to the Galactic Patrol, advising me that should I wish to remain undetected by the Saiyans, I ought to serve diligently within their ranks. He explained that sealing my power was intended to help me strengthen my foundation, a truth I could not deny. Despite my higher combat abilities, my fundamentals were severely lacking. I had assumed I would spend my life in the Galactic Patrol until, at the age of 17, I met a girl named Bulma, someone I would dedicate my life to protect. Note, this chapter provides an account of Vegeta's past, as he is a significant character. The next chapter will depict Vegeta's encounters with Bulma and his childhood friend Goku, concluding in a single chapter. Chapter 91. Little Goku's transformation into a giant ape in the 7th universe on Earth. The year finds little Goku at the tender age of 12, Bulma at 16, and Vegeta at 17. It is during this year that little Goku encounters Bulma, who is in search of the Dragon Balls, and together they embark on an adventure to locate these mystical orbs. The butterfly effect describes how minor alterations in initial conditions within a dynamic system can lead to extensive and long-lasting chain reactions throughout the entire system. For instance, a butterfly fluttering its wings in the tropical rainforests of the Amazon can, after 2 weeks, incite a tornado in Texas. The Earth of the 7th universe has also experienced a slight butterfly effect due to Bardock's previous presence. As little Goku and Bulma infiltrate Pilaf's palace, they unwittingly fall into a trap laid by Pilaf, resulting in their capture and confinement within a cell. According to the original narrative, Pilaf gathers all 7 Dragon Balls and successfully summons the Eternal Dragon, only for Oolong to preemptively wish for a pair of women's underwear. Subsequently, on a full moon night, little Goku inadvertently gazes upon the moon, triggering his transformation into a giant ape, which leads to the successful rescue of Bulma and the others. However, in this altered timeline influenced by Bardock, while the overarching direction remains unchanged, subtle modifications have affected the plot. On this particular night, still a full moon, little Goku and Bulma find themselves imprisoned by Pilaf. Yet, Pilaf does not immediately utilize the Dragon Balls to summon the Eternal Dragon. Instead, he intends to execute little Goku and Bulma first. Inside the cell, little Goku leaps lightly, aiming to shatter the reinforced glass ceiling above with his head. "Ouch!" he exclaims, sitting on the floor and clutching his throbbing head. "I told you it wouldn't work," Bulma complains from her crouched position. "Damn it, if we can't escape from here, the Dragon Balls we've painstakingly gathered will be used by someone else to make a wish." Yamcha bellows in frustration. Sighing, Bulma resigns herself to the grim reality, wistfully pondering when she might find her Prince Charming. "Humph, you lot, I, King Pilaf, shall see to your execution. However, as a token of gratitude for delivering the Dragon Balls to me, I will allow you to die slowly." Through the loudspeakers mounted on the walls, Pilaf delivers his final announcement. "You must see the glass ceiling above you. It becomes unbearably hot during the day. When the sun beams down into your room, it will feel like an oven. You will all be roasted alive, suffering in agony. Ha! What shall we do? I do not wish to become a roasted pig." As the anguish overwhelmed him, Oolong lamented, "My dream of marriage remains unrealized." Yamcha, too, began to feel disheartened. "I need to relieve myself," remarked Poir. "I am famished," declared the seemingly oblivious Goku, clutching his stomach. "What is wrong with you all? Rally yourselves. I am still young, and I refuse to perish like this," Bulma urged, rising to inspire her companions. "Bulma speaks wisely. We cannot relinquish hope so easily." "Wolf Fong Fist," Yamcha exclaimed, rising to strike the wall of their confinement. Yet, Apart from a dull thud, the wall remained unyielding. Ouch, that hurts, he cried, nursing his swollen hand while gazing at the unchanged wall, despair washing over him. Kamehameha. Goku unleashed his ultimate technique against the wall, but it, too, yielded no results. I'm done for. I'm so weak from hunger that I can do nothing more, Goku declared, collapsing on the ground, devoid of any desire to move. Ha ha ha, your struggles are in vain. This cell's walls are forged from steel 300 centimeters thick, and the ceiling is composed of super reinforced glass. Not even a cannon can breach these confines. Surrender, for anyone who obstructs me, Lord Pilaf, in my quest for world domination, must perish. Pilaf cackled, mocking the ignorance of Goku and his friends. Oh, how round the moon is tonight. Despairing, the group lay on the ground, gazing up at the luminous orb. My grandfather often warned me not to gaze at a full moon, lest fearsome monsters appear. He himself was slain by such a creature, Goku recounted, sitting up to share his tale with exaggerated flair. Even the formidable Son Gohan fell victim to this beast. It must be quite powerful. By the way, Goku, what did this monster look like? Yamcha inquired, intrigued by Goku's ominous narrative. I do not know its appearance. I was asleep at the time and did not see it. However, the destruction of houses and trees around was truly terrifying, Goku illustrated, spreading his arms wide to convey the horror. Yet, I think there's no harm in glimpsing a full moon. When I was a child, I couldn't resist stealing a glance while sneaking out to relieve myself. I wonder if any monsters will emerge on this night of the full moon? He mused, cradling his head and laughing heartily. As Goku finished his whimsical musings, Bulma and the others recoiled into the corner, their fear palpable as they regarded the seemingly harmless Goku. I always suspected he was no ordinary child. Yamcha stammered, it seems improbable. I believe it must be a coincidence. Though Bulma uttered these words, her tone betrayed a lack of confidence. What are you all discussing? Little Goku inquired, gazing at the group in confusion. Goku, you must not gaze upon the full moon tonight, Bulma suddenly shouted. Haha, it's fine. Allow me to demonstrate. With a laugh, little Goku turned his gaze towards the luminous moon. Phew, that scared me. As little Goku fixated on the moon without any incident occurring, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I told you nothing would happen, Bulma remarked. However, just as they believed they were safe, they noticed little Goku continued to stare at the full moon, his expression becoming increasingly vacant. Goku, what's wrong? This is not the time for jokes. With an awkward smile, Bulma and the others recognized something was amiss with little Goku. Roar. Yet little Goku did not respond to Bulma's inquiry. A furious roar erupted from his mouth as his body began to swell, his clothes tearing apart. In an instant, little Goku transformed into a gigantic ape, rampaging uncontrollably around him. P.S. This segment of little Goku's storyline diverges slightly from the original text, so let us not dwell on the details. There is still one more chapter of little Goku's saga. I wonder who will appear next. This should be an easy guess, haha. Chapter 92, a fated encounter. The destruction persisted. The transformed little Goku was unstoppable. Even the most fortified palace of Pilaf succumbed to his powerful blows. The prison walls have collapsed. Everyone, flee. Seizing the opportunity, Yamcha shouted to the group and led the way out. Goku, enough. Transform back. After escaping, Bulma yelled at the gigantic Goku, yet received no response. Aya. Another deafening roar erupted as the transformed little Goku unconsciously unleashed his pinned-up combat desire. What is that creature? The trio of Pilaf, taken aback by the sight of the monstrous Goku, had no time to rest. Quickly, let us flee in the aircraft. The overwhelming force of the transformed Goku left Pilaf and his companions with no desire to fight. Their immediate instinct was to escape. Oh no! My Dragon Balls remain in the castle, Pilaf suddenly shouted mid-flight. At a time like this, you're still worried about the Dragon Balls? We must prioritize our escape. The pilot, scolded Pilaf but continued to navigate the aircraft to safety. Goku has completely lost his sanity. We must distance ourselves as quickly as possible. Yamcha shouted to the crowd. Goku is coming. Everyone, run faster, or we will be trampled by him. Bulma urged loudly. Damn it, how can Goku run so swiftly? At this rate, he will catch up with us in no time. Although they had fled in advance, the sight of the transformed Goku rapidly gaining on them made Oolong, who lagged behind, curse in despair. Oolong is right. If this continues, we will inevitably be caught and crushed by Goku. Don't any of you have a plan? Bulma yelled at Yamcha, who led the group. What can I do? Goku has lost his sanity. Even if we unite, we cannot match his strength, Yamcha replied, trembling as he glanced back at the terrifying sight of the transformed Goku. Yamcha, isn't Goku's weakness his tail? Puar, who was flying overhead, called out. Yes, that's true. Even if Goku has turned into a monster, his weakness should remain unchanged. With that thought, Yamcha halted his flight and dashed back towards the tail of the transformed Goku. Puar, quickly transform into scissors. If we sever Goku's tail, he will lose his strength. As Yamcha grasped Goku's tail, he realized it was effective. The little Saiyan immediately froze in place. At that moment, a puff of white smoke appeared, revealing Puar transformed into a pair of scissors. Snip! With a swift cut, Goku's tail was severed, and he instantly reverted from his transformed state to his normal form, collapsing onto the ground and falling into a deep slumber. Phew. We are finally safe, Yamcha remarked, relieved that the crisis had passed. It's all Goku's fault. He has put us through so much trouble, Wulong complained. Looking at the unconscious Goku. Don't say that. If it weren't for Goku, we would still be trapped in that cell, awaiting our doom, Bulma countered, shooting Wulong a glare. I wonder if the Dragon Balls have been taken by Pilaf, she muttered to herself. The Dragon Balls are such important items. They must have been taken by Pilaf. Yamcha quickly rebutted as he sensed Bulma still clinging to hope regarding the Dragon Balls. Haha. The Dragon Balls were indeed not taken by Pilaf. All 7 Dragon Balls are buried in the ruins of the palace. Yamcha, Puar, Wulong, don't just stand there. Come and help. Overjoyed upon checking her Dragon Ball radar, Bulma exclaimed, leading the way towards the ruins of the palace. The sun is already up, and yet I still have to dig for the Dragon Balls in this debris. While diligently working, a voice of complaint arose. However, fortune favored the diligent as Yamcha successfully excavated the final Dragon Ball from the ruins. Enough of the idle chatter. Hand me the last Dragon Ball swiftly, for I am ready to summon the Eternal Dragon and make my wish, he urged. Taking the last Dragon Ball from Yamcha's hands, Bulma arranged it neatly alongside the other 6 on the ground. Arise, Eternal Dragon, and grant my wish. With her hands raised skyward, Bulma called out to the 7 Dragon Balls. In an instant, the sky darkened, filled with ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled as a magnificent dragon, stretching thousands of meters long, coiled through the vast expanse above, its roars echoing with an awe-inspiring resonance. Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish. No matter what it is. I can fulfill it, but only one. The Eternal Dragon proclaimed, gazing down at the assembled crowd. Is it not dawn yet? At that moment, Goku stirred awake, gazing at the stormy sky in confusion. What is that? It looks enormous and quite delectable. His innocent curiosity caused him to overlook the dragon's majesty, a hint of drool escaping his lips. Foolish Goku, do not disrespect the Eternal Dragon, Bulma admonished, delivering a playful punch to him. State your wish. Ignoring the commotion below, the dragon urged once more. Eternal Dragon, I wish to find my Prince Charming, Bulma declared confidently. That is a simple wish. It is granted. Farewell. After a prolonged silence, the Eternal Dragon responded to Bulma before vanishing. The 7 Dragon Balls, which had rested on the ground, ascended into the sky, dispersing across the world. Hey, where's my Prince Charming? Confused by the dragon's departure, Bulma scanned her surroundings in search of her beloved. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the sky, landing directly before Bulma with a thud. Ouch, is this Earth? Vegeta groaned, bewilderedly surveying his new surroundings, trying to comprehend his situation. Moments ago, he had been engaged in fundamental martial arts training with the Galactic Patrol, and now an unfamiliar voice resonated within him, informing him that someone on Earth was summoning him, asking for his consent. Without fully grasping the situation, he instinctively replied affirmatively and inexplicably vanished from his location. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself plummeting from the heights of Earth, completely unprepared. Wow, is this my Prince Charming? How dashing. At this moment, Bulma is merely 16 years old, far from the composure she would later exhibit. In the throes of adolescence, Bulma is somewhat naive and infatuated, yearning for a touch of romantic love. It is no wonder she embarks on a solitary quest from her home to seek the Dragon Balls for a wish. Upon encountering the aloof and proud Vegeta, she cannot help but rush towards him. After all, Vegeta, at 17, is already considered an adult among Saiyans, his physique nearly indistinguishable from that of a grown man, and undeniably handsome. Meanwhile, young Goku, at just 12, has yet to reach Saiyan maturity and retains the appearance of a child. Even though Bulma finds Goku somewhat endearing, she regards him solely as a younger brother, and any notion of love remains a distant thought. P.S. This concludes today's 3 updates. The narrative concerning young Goku comes to an end here, and it also marks the introduction of Vegeta and Bulma's first encounter. This book will not dismantle the original couple, and to those readers who favor Goku and Bulma together, I can only extend my apologies. The storyline surrounding Goku's childhood will largely remain unchanged, though I will separately write a chapter detailing the few alterations, which should not exceed 2 or 3 chapters. I will endeavor to progress swiftly to the point when Raditz arrives on Earth, at which juncture the time span will not be too extensive. Lastly, I kindly request your support through flowers, collections, and subscriptions. Chapter 93. The first meeting of Vegeta and young Goku. Could you perhaps step down first? Vegeta's face flushed slightly, feeling somewhat flustered by Bulma's close proximity. At this point in his life, it is his first experience being so near to a girl. All right. By the way, handsome, what is your name? Bulma inquired as she stepped away from Vegeta, scrutinizing him closely. He possesses a commendable physique, is well built, and quite handsome, albeit a bit shy. Overall, he closely resembles her ideal Prince Charming, and in comparison to Yamcha nearby, Vegeta utterly eclipses him. I am Vegeta, he replied bashfully, still bewildered by the current situation. Hey, Vegeta, where did you come from? Are you harboring ill intentions towards Bulma? At that moment, Yamcha stepped forward, casting a suspicious glance at Vegeta. He had assumed that the dragon would declare that Bulma's Prince Charming was none other than himself, being the most suitable candidate in the vicinity. Never did he anticipate the unexpected arrival of Vegeta from the sky, with his plans completely thwarted. And noticing that Vegeta did not appear particularly formidable, Yamcha decided to confront him, aiming to enhance his own standing in Bulma's eyes. Eh? Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at the provocateur Yamcha, keenly assessing the strength of his energy. Over the years spent with the Galactic Patrol, Vegeta had come to recognize Yamcha as undeniably weak. Yet, he was uncertain whether the inhabitants of this planet, much like the Saiyans from planet Bardock, concealed their true combat prowess. Thus, upon arriving on Earth, Vegeta refrained from causing any disturbances. However, now, with Yamcha's taunts, how could Vegeta, with his immense pride, resist striking back? Despite his battle power being sealed by the Dragon Balls, Vegeta had, through years of diligent training, subtly elevated his strength to over 100. Considering the current timeline on Earth, prior to the emergence of the formidable King Piccolo, Vegeta's power level would allow him to dominate all but a few opponents. What are you staring at, punk? Care for a one-on-one? Yamcha, possessing the audacity to become a bandit in the desert at the tender age of 16, had certainly exhibited courage, often resorting to violence when provoked. However, what he faced now was Vegeta. A duel suits me perfectly. The Saiyans' philosophy of resolving matters through combat rather than words was evident in Vegeta's demeanor. Although he had never resided on planet Bardock, this principle was undoubtedly aligned with his character. With a swift motion, Vegeta raised his hand, channeling an energy blast that materialized in his palm, and without hesitation, he unleashed it, sending Yamcha hurtling over 10 meters away. Yamcha! In that instant, Bulma, who stood nearby, reacted swiftly, rushing to his side. Such incredible power! Truly my Prince Charming, she gushed, captivated by Vegeta's formidable presence and striking appearance. No, Yamcha. Quickly shaking off her infatuation, Bulma dashed towards Yamcha, concerned for his well-being. Currently, Yamcha was in dire straits, severely injured by Vegeta's attack, which Vegeta had intentionally moderated. Otherwise, Yamcha would have faced utter defeat. Bulma promptly retrieved a universal capsule from her pocket, tossing it to the ground, which produced an array of medical supplies to tend to Yamcha's wounds and alleviate his suffering. Hey, pighead, I'm talking to you. Come here, I have questions. Vegeta called out, genuinely surprised by Yamcha's weakness. Having initially assumed the latter's courage to provoke him stemmed from concealed strength. To clarify the situation, Vegeta shouted to the side, "Don't come over here, Goku. Teach him a lesson." Seeing Vegeta approach, Oolong quickly hid behind little Goku. Is Vegeta the enemy? Little Goku, just awakened, remains in a state of dazed confusion. To him, it appears that Yamcha has challenged Vegeta to a duel, only to be overpowered. Who are you? King Bardock? No. At this age, you must be Kakarot? During his years with the Galactic Patrol, Vegeta learned that Bardock had sent his less powerful second son to another planet long before battling Frieza. Though Vegeta is unaware of the specific location, he recognizes little Goku when he sees the striking resemblance in their hairstyles and facial features. You've mistaken me. I am Son Goku, not Kakarot, little Goku replied, shaking his head in defiance. Indeed, if you were truly Kakarot, you would possess a tail. with a sheepish grin. Vegeta then noticed the absence of the tail, a symbol of the Saiyan race, behind little Goku, and conceded his error in identification. My tail, where is it? After Vegeta's comment, little Goku finally realized the absence of his tail. Turning to search for it, he stumbled and fell to the ground due to his unfamiliarity with the lack of it. How did my tail end up here? After a couple of steps, he picked up his severed tail, astonished. Never mind, I can't put it back on, so I'll just leave it. Attempting to reattach it, little Goku soon realized it was a futile endeavor and discarded the tail aside. Kakarot, do you not remember anything about the Saiyans? Vegeta, upon grasping the situation, immediately understood that little Goku is indeed Bardock's second son, but was puzzled as to why he concealed his Saiyan heritage. What are you talking about? Saiyan? Am I not a human from Earth? Little Goku, clutching his head, failed to comprehend Vegeta's words. I apologize, Vegeta. I suffered a head injury as a child, so I have no recollection of what you're saying. He chuckled nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to the mention of Saiyans. Vegeta, do you know Goku? At that moment, Bulma, who had stabilized Yamcha's injuries, approached after overhearing the conversation between Vegeta and little Goku. It's nothing, Vegeta replied with a dismissive smile, having confirmed that little Goku was oblivious to his Saiyan identity due to amnesia. P.S. The performance of this book has been lackluster. Thus I have adopted the Island Lord's request for additional updates, a minimum of 3 updates, with a goal of 1,000 flowers, 1,000 evaluation tickets, and 1,000 rewards on the same day. Chapter 94. A visit home to meet the parents. So, Goku is of the Saiyan race. No wonder he looks different from others. Vegeta and Bulma engaged in a lengthy conversation, during which Bulma expressed her astonishment. But Vegeta, how did you know that Goku is a Saiyan? She inquired. In truth, I am also of the Saiyan lineage. I encountered Kakarot once in my youth, which allowed me to recognize him, Vegeta confessed, inadvertently revealing his own heritage due to the pleasure he found in conversing with Bulma. Having spoken the truth, he decided not to conceal it any longer. Vegeta found it hard to believe that, after so many years, the outside world would still be searching for him, and in his view, Goku had been exiled by Bardock due to his weak battle power at birth. If that were the case, the Saiyans should not be able to locate Earth, and he felt secure here. As for the Galactic Patrol, he had no spaceship, so he had no intention of returning for the time being. What about your tail, Vegeta? Bulma inquired with curiosity. It was removed for certain reasons, he replied. I must take Yamcha home to recuperate, he added, as he noticed Bulma and Vegeta engrossed in conversation. Yes, you should go. Remember to contact me if anything comes up. Bulma waved them off. Bulma, there are many girls in the city. I'm heading there now. Oolong chimed in, eager to leave Vegeta's presence. Vegeta, you have no place to stay. Why not return to West City with me? Bulma suggested as everyone began to depart. With a slight nod, Vegeta accepted Bulma's invitation, recognizing that he was unfamiliar with Earth and that having a place to go would be advantageous. Goku, Vegeta and I plan to return to West City. You should come with us, Bulma said to young Goku, who remained behind. No, I want to find Master Roshi. I need to train diligently, young Goku replied, picking up his power pole from the ground. Bulma, let us search for the Dragon Balls together in a year, he proposed. I no longer have need for the Dragon Balls, Bulma chuckled, glancing at Vegeta beside her. But I still wish to find the Dragon Ball left to me by my grandfather. How should I go about it? Young Goku asked, puzzled. Don't worry. I'll give you the Dragon Radar. In a year, just press the button, and it will show you the precise location of the Dragon Balls, Bulma said, handing the Dragon Radar to young Goku. Thank you, he exclaimed, and as he received the radar, he called out to his flying Nimbus, which promptly appeared. Young Goku jumped onto the golden cloud and soared towards Master Roshi's island. Doesn't Kakarot know how to fly? Vegeta gazed at the departing Goku, who had taken flight on the Nimbus, and couldn't help but inquire. After all, the skill of flight had become quite common on planet Bardock, and Vegeta himself had mastered it at the tender age of 1. What exactly is flight? Bulma asked curiously. Never mind that. Vegeta, let us be on our way, she concluded, producing a universal capsule from her pocket and tossing it to the ground. Instantly, a small jet appeared before them. What is this? Vegeta asked, bewildered as he looked at the jet. It was no fault of Vegeta's ignorance. In his galaxy, everyone could fly, and for short distances. They simply took to the skies, while interplanetary travel was conducted via spaceships. We're taking a plane back to West City, just like that one over there, Bulma explained patiently, pointing to a passing aircraft in the sky. That speed seems rather slow. Allow me to take you back, Vegeta remarked disdainfully, casting a glance at the aircraft before lifting Bulma into his arms and soaring into the air. Wow, Vegeta, you're incredible. I had no idea people could fly like this. But wait, you're heading the wrong way. West City is to the east, Bulma exclaimed, initially astonished by Vegeta's strength before realizing their direction. Believing West City was to the west, Vegeta had acted without a second thought, but upon Bulma's guidance. He turned around and flew back. Father, mother, I have returned. After a long journey, Bulma and Vegeta arrived at her home. She pushed open the door and shouted, Bulma's back. So, did you bring your ideal boyfriend with you? A young man emerged from inside, grinning as he questioned Bulma. Brother-in-law, weren't you supposed to be traveling through the universe with my sister? When did you return? Bulma asked the young man. I just got back a little while ago. The fellow behind you must be your boyfriend. Bring him over for me to see, the young man called out to Vegeta, who had just entered. Geely, what are you doing here? Vegeta thought, bewildered, as he pondered how he seemed to encounter Geely everywhere. Oh, it's you, Vegeta? What brings you to Earth? No matter. Since you're here, you might as well stay. I'll be residing on Earth for a while as well, and I can guide you in your training, Geely said with a smile, showing no surprise at Vegeta's presence. Brother-in-law, do you know Vegeta? Bulma asked, observing Geely's cheerful demeanor and Vegeta's glum expression. Not just know him, my dear sister-in-law. I am the captain of the elite unit of the Galactic Patrol, and Vegeta is one of my subordinates. Geely replied candidly. Bulma, let me tell you, that fellow Vegeta isn't so bad. Aside from his arrogance, his relentless training, his lesser charm compared to me, and his modest salary, he really has no significant flaws. Geely chuckled heartily while patting Vegeta on the shoulder. Enough, Geely, no more of that, Vegeta retorted, his frustration evident as he noticed Geely's peculiar way of complimenting himself. Vegeta, come here, I need to speak with you, Geely said playfully, leading Vegeta outside. In a hushed tone, he added, UVE got good taste. Bulma is indeed quite beautiful, though perhaps not as striking as her sister. But fret not, as long as you manage to marry Bulma. Or rather, join her family, your worries will be over. After all, Bulma's family is among the wealthiest in the world. After hearing Geely's words, Vegeta found himself at a loss for a response. Observing Geely's teasing expression, he began to question whether Geely had married Bulma's sister merely for her family's riches. What are you thinking? My relationship with Ties is founded on pure love, Geely said, playfully punching Vegeta. Vegeta was baffled by how Geely seemed to know his thoughts. Yet he realized that he would be subjected to a grueling training regimen under Geely's guidance for the next few years. He never imagined that his first encounter with Bulma's family would unfold in such a manner, leaving him with a sense of sorrow in his heart. P.S. This book has not performed well, so I shall adopt the Island Master's request for additional updates, a minimum of 3 updates, with 1,000 flowers, 1,000 evaluation votes, and 1,000 rewards on the same day. Chapter 95, The World Martial Arts Tournament. 6 years have passed, and the storyline has seen little change. Vegeta has continued to reside at Bulma's home, learning the fundamentals under Geely's tutelage, though he remains uncertain of the purpose behind this endeavor. Geely has kept Vegeta's strength sealed, maintaining his power level consistent with that of Son Goku, claiming it is to assess the discrepancy between their equal combat prowess. When the Demon King Piccolo made his appearance, Son Goku and Vegeta joined forces to defeat him, further solidifying their friendship. Bulma, having matured from a love-struck girl, now perceives Vegeta beyond mere appearances, and all of Vegeta's attributes align with her criteria for a partner. Thus, Bulma and Vegeta officially became a couple, and regarding Vegeta's lack of employment, Bulma cheerfully declared that she would support him, leading Vegeta to quietly accept his role as a guest in her family. After parting ways previously, the group had agreed to reconvene for the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament 3 years later, and now the time has come for their reunion. Hey, Kakarot. Long time no see. When Vegeta and Bulma arrived, they chanced upon Goku at the entrance of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Bulma did not recognize the now-adult Goku. Yet Vegeta was able to identify him at a glance, as Goku's appearance bore a striking resemblance to Bardock. Ah, it's you, Vegeta and Bulma. It's been a long time, Goku exclaimed, turning to greet them upon hearing his name called. Everyone is here. At that moment, Master Roshi joined Goku and the others, and they began to converse about the changes of the past few years. TCH, how dull. As everyone exchanged pleasantries, Vegeta scoffed and abruptly walked away, heading into the tournament venue. Such was Vegeta's nature, it was best not to take offense. Bulma chuckled awkwardly and hurried after the proud Saiyan. Among the crowd, Vegeta found camaraderie only with Goku, showing little interest in anyone else. Let us all go register, Goku suggested after a lengthy discussion, prompting a throng of people to enter the tournament hall. Hee, Goku. Chi-Chi playfully tapped Goku on the shoulder from behind, her delight at their reunion evident. Who are you? However, Goku failed to recognize Chi-Chi and awkwardly inquired. You jerk. Chi-Chi's previously joyful mood was extinguished by Goku's response, and she shouted at him in frustration. Earth women are so fierce, Vegeta remarked to himself, observing Chi-Chi's outburst. He glanced at Bulma beside him and sighed inwardly, realizing that his girlfriend was indeed far preferable. Kakarot, do you know her? Vegeta curiously approached Goku. I don't know her. I've never seen her before, Goku replied, shaking his head as he racked his memory for any recollection. Vegeta, look over there. Isn't that Demon King Piccolo? Goku pointed discreetly to the figure draped in a white cloak not far away. Humph, what a weakling, Vegeta scoffed, having sensed Piccolo's power level, which barely reached 500. Indeed, he is quite weak. Sun Wukong nodded repeatedly at the side. Piccolo, as a second-generation inheritor of the tactical prowess of the Demon King Piccolo, had long surpassed his predecessor in terms of combat strength. Coupled with his rigorous training over the past few years, his power had ascended to even greater heights. Piccolo unleashed all his energy towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta, intending to intimidate the two. However, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that instead of instilling fear, he was met with derision from Sun Wukong and Vegeta. With Piccolo's acute hearing, he could discern their whispers, regardless of how hushed they were. Humph. Silently turning away, Piccolo resolved to settle the matter in the arena. Greetings to all participants. Welcome to the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Fully sponsored by the Red Ribbon Army Group under the auspices of Princess Number 21. The preliminary rounds are about to commence. Please gather in the center for the drawing of lots. We greatly appreciate your long journey to participate, the host announced loudly, holding a microphone. I wonder if we'll see Sister Number 21 this year. It has been such a long time since our last meeting, Bulma murmured, gazing at the host on stage. Bulma. I recall that Number 21, like you, is involved in research. Number 8 is even her personal bodyguard, Sun Wukong inquired as he approached. Yes. Sister Number 21 is also engaged in research, but our focus is primarily on universal capsules, while her Red Ribbon Army Group specializes in androids. Bulma replied after a moment of contemplation. Androids? What are those? Sun Wukong, scratching his head in confusion, asked. Foolish Wukong, androids refer to robots. The number 8 you encountered in your childhood is an android, and many of the robots in use today are produced by the Red Ribbon Army Group. I heard even King Guru's defense team has switched to robots manufactured by the Red Ribbon Army. However, there are very few robots that truly deserve the title of android. I think I've only seen one, Number 8, Bulma reminisced about her memories of androids while responding to Sun Wukong. All right, enough chatting. It's our turn to draw lots. Vegeta interjected at that moment. Chaozu, use your psychic abilities to scatter everyone's numbers. I don't want to face Wukong and Vegeta, those two freaks, this early. Tien Shinhan whispered to Chaozu beside him during the drawing. Okay, Chaozu replied, then proceeded to alter the drawing results with his psychic powers. The matchups for the top 8 were quickly determined. The first match was Tao Pai Pai versus Tien Shinhan. The second match was Vegeta versus Shun. The third match was Sun Wukong versus Chi-Chi, and the fourth match was Piccolo versus Krillin. Super God Fist transformed into a half-machine. Tao Pai Pai unleashed a beam of light from his right hand, directing it at Tien Shinhan. With a powerful shout, Tien Shinhan released the energy within him, effortlessly countering Tao Pai Pai's assault. Subsequently, he delivered a punch to Tao Pai Pai's abdomen, rendering him unconscious. I hereby declare the victor of the first match to be Tien Shinhan. The referee rushed onto the stage, loudly announcing the outcome of the first bout. P.S. Apologies for the late update. I lost track of time while rereading the Dragon Ball manga. Additionally, my heartfelt thanks to Heidi for the monthly votes. Much appreciated. Chapter 96, Son Goku and Chi-Chi. Now, let us welcome the contestants of the second match, Vegeta versus Shun. With the outcome of the first match decided, the referee immediately declared the commencement of the second battle as Vegeta and Shun leapt onto the stage. Greetings, I look forward to our match. Shun courteously bowed to Vegeta. Humph, God of Earth, do not think that I cannot recognize you in this guise. Regardless of your intentions, Victory in this match will undoubtedly belong to me, Vegeta, he declared with a haughty scoff. Young man, I am uncertain of what you speak, but I do not believe I will be defeated, Shin retorted, abandoning his previous amiability to confront Vegeta earnestly. TCH, how tiresome, Vegeta replied impatiently. To him, had it not been for the opportunity to battle Kakarot, he would not have bothered participating in such a mundane tournament. Goku, who do you think will win, Vegeta or Shun? From the audience, Krillin inquired of Son Goku, who rested his head on his hands. I believe Vegeta will triumph. After all, the God of Earth's strength pales in comparison to that of Piccolo, Goku stated nonchalantly, fully aware of the dynamics of the battle unfolding on stage. God of Earth. Where is Piccolo? Krillin looked around frantically after hearing Goku's remark. Yet he could not locate the God of Earth or Piccolo, and Goku offered no further clarification. Vegeta, can you enlighten me on how you recognized me? Shin refrained from launching an immediate attack, as the formidable aura emanating from Vegeta indicated that he had no chance of victory. However, he felt reluctant to concede without understanding the circumstances. Although your soul has merged with this body, the unique aura of a deity surrounding you remains unchanged. Not only I, but even Kakarot standing nearby must have sensed it. Vegeta elucidated. Oh, I see. It seems I truly am aging. This time, I entrust Piccolo to you and Goku. With a heavy sigh, the celestial being, known by the alias Shin, turned and leapt from the arena. What transpired? To the astonishment of all, the contestant Shin chose to vacate the stage. Nevertheless, I hereby declare that the victor of the second group is Vegeta. The bewildered referee once again ascended the platform to announce the outcome of the match. Now, let us invite the contestants of the third group to the stage, Son Goku versus the unnamed participant. After Vegeta descended from the arena, the referee proceeded to announce the commencement of the match between Son Goku and Chi-Chi. Umph. With a disdainful snort, Chi-Chi and Son Goku stepped onto the arena together. Why do you always huff like that? Son Goku, perplexed by Chi-Chi's irritable demeanor, inquired. Why don't you consult your own conscience? Chi-Chi retorted, her irritation escalating as Goku still failed to recognize her. What are you saying? I truly do not understand. Have you mistaken me for someone else? Goku asked, bewildered. How could I possibly mistake you? Are you not Son Goku? Chi-Chi questioned loudly. Are you ready? The third match is about to begin, the referee interjected, interrupting the relatively amicable exchange between Son Goku and Chi-Chi. With a hasty leap off the platform, the referee exited, and Chi-Chi immediately launched an assault on Son Goku. I am indeed Son Goku, but have we ever met? When did this happen? Son Goku deftly evaded Chi-Chi's attack, still puzzled. You've forgotten everything. You infuriate me. You truly do not understand a girl's heart, making me wait for you all this time. Have you forgotten our promise? Chi-Chi's anger intensified, yet with each failed attempt to strike Goku, her frustration only grew. We had a promise? What promise? If you tell me, perhaps I might remember, Son Goku responded. Bewildered. We agreed that you would marry me. Chi-Chi exclaimed loudly. Oh, so that's it. Upon hearing this, Son Goku ceased his evasive maneuvers, standing still with a look of dawning realization. You remember now, don't you? Chi-Chi paused her assault, confronting Son Goku. Vegeta, what does it mean to have a wife? Goku, still in a state of confusion, pondered for a moment but remained oblivious to the concept, deciding to seek assistance from Vegeta outside the ring. It's like how Bulma and I are. In the future, we will become a couple and live together forever. At Son Goku's inquiry, Vegeta's face flushed, explaining to Goku while glancing at Bulma beside him, relieved to see she was not upset. Live together forever? With you? Did I ever say that? Well, I should at least know your name. Please tell me. Sun Wukong, astonished, inquired repeatedly. If you defeat me, I shall reveal the truth. Noticing that Sun Wukong displayed no signs of resistance, Chi-Chi's anger subsided considerably. She then assumed a defensive stance, awaiting Sun Wukong's assault. Splendid. I had feared I would be forever bound to someone whose name I did not know. Sun Wukong chuckled heartily. Do you truly believe victory is assured? Do not underestimate me. I will not be easily vanquished, Chi-Chi retorted. Very well, I shall make my move now, to be cautious. With that, Sun Wukong vanished from sight, engaging in rapid movement, gathering energy, and launching a powerful punch towards Chi-Chi. The sequence of attacks flowed seamlessly. Before anyone could comprehend the events unfolding, Chi-Chi found herself thrust off the stage by Sun Wukong. That was astonishing. What just transpired? Outside the arena, Krillin and others, like mere spectators, expressed their awe. Hey, are you all right? Sun Wukong crouched at the edge of the arena, expressing concern for Chi-Chi. He was mindful of his strength, knowing that he had merely knocked her off the stage, causing little harm. I never expected you to be so formidable. Only someone of your caliber could be my husband. Yet, you still do not remember me. I am Chi-Chi, the daughter of the Ox King. Rising from the ground, Chi-Chi addressed Sun Wukong. Ah, now I recall. I initially thought a wife was merely a delightful delicacy, which is why I consented. Nevertheless, I am a man of my word. Let us wed. Sun Wukong finally recollected his childhood memories and pledged to Chi-Chi before him. Indeed, she replied, stepping forward to link her arm with his as they walked off the stage, leaving the stunned referee behind. I declare that the third match is won by Sun Wukong, and I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi on their union. The referee, executing an emergency announcement, continued to call out loudly from the stage despite Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi already having departed. Vegeta, let us also wed. And we shall host a grand wedding alongside Goku and Chi-Chi, Bulma remarked enviously, watching the couple approach. Ah, oh, all right, Vegeta responded, initially taken aback but quickly nodding in agreement, as he often deferred to Bulma in matters of decision. Chapter 97. The Turmoil of the Martial Arts Tournament. Krillin stood up. Remarkably, after being struck by Piccolo's ultimate move, he rose once more from the ground. After the conclusion of the battle in the third group, the match for the fourth group commenced immediately, featuring Piccolo against Krillin. Following an intense exchange, Krillin fell to the ground after succumbing to Piccolo's ultimate move. Just as the onlookers outside the ring believed Krillin was destined for defeat, the referee began the countdown, and to everyone's astonishment, Krillin rose from the ground. Although his ascent was somewhat sluggish, he managed to stand, leaving both the referee and the thousands of spectators in a state of disbelief. What? I truly did not expect you to stand again, Piccolo remarked, equally astonished by Krillin's resilience, realizing that he had earned Piccolo's respect. Haha, I can't continue. I concede, Krillin declared, glancing at Piccolo, who showed no signs of fatigue. Reluctantly, he raised his hand in surrender. Bravo, Krillin, cheered the spectators, including Master Roshi, who did not hold back their praise. This match had showcased Krillin's growth, as he had fought with all his might against Piccolo, albeit facing an opponent of overwhelming strength. Following this fierce contest, four skilled fighters advanced to the next round: Tien, Vegeta, Son Goku, and Piccolo. The first semi-final of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament featured Tien facing Vegeta. After a brief intermission, the referee returned to announce the start of the next round. Vegeta, although I am aware that I am no match for you, I still wish to gauge the disparity between us. Here I go, four-way fist, Tien proclaimed as he unleashed his long-practiced technique upon the slowly advancing Vegeta. Good heavens! Tien has transformed into four individuals. How is this possible? Exclaimed the referee, feeling exhausted from commentating on such a battle. This technique has a critical flaw. While you can attack simultaneously as four, your strength is also divided among them. Thus, rather than being an ultimate move, it effectively weakens you. With this revelation, Vegeta decided not to linger any longer. In a flash of speed, he struck Tien, knocking all four of him out of the ring before he could react. Is that it? The referee and the spectators were left in stunned silence as the match concluded in less than a minute. I declare the winner of the first semifinal is Vegeta. Despite their shock, the referee understood the necessity to announce the results on stage. Tien, are you all right? Beside him, the dumpling hurried over to assist Tangent Fan, expressing concern. It's all right. I anticipated my defeat from the outset, though I did not expect it to come so swiftly, Tangent Fan replied with a sheepish smile, soon accepting the reality of his loss. Following this, the contestants for the second semifinal were invited to the stage, with Sun Wukong facing Piccolo. It was believed that these two would deliver a match of extraordinary caliber. After a flurry of commentary, the referee cleared the arena for Sun Wukong and Piccolo, officially announcing the commencement of the battle. Vegeta's fights had concluded expeditiously, and Sun Wukong felt compelled to resolve his own match with similar alacrity. The thought of competing against Vegeta stirred excitement within him. Hey, Sun Wukong, do not underestimate me. My strength has far surpassed that of my father. Dispatching you will be a mere trifle, Piccolo roared angrily, feeling disregarded by Sun Wukong's nonchalance. I acknowledge that your prowess indeed exceeds your father's. But if the aura you currently exhibit is all you possess, you are still far from my equal, Sun Wukong stated, dismissing Piccolo's fury while presenting an evident truth, hoping to persuade Piccolo to forfeit the match. Enough of your arrogance, Sun Wukong. Little did he realize that such earnest counsel would only serve to further ignite the flames of Piccolo's rage. Removing his headband, Piccolo prepared to confront Sun Wukong with full force. According to the original Dragon Ball narrative, at this juncture, Sun Wukong's strength was on par with Piccolo's, and ultimately, Sun Wukong narrowly triumphed over Piccolo. However, that was the storyline of the original Dragon Ball. Currently, due to Sun Wukong's childhood rivalry with Vegeta, who was equally matched in strength, Sun Wukong's abilities had surged remarkably, although he did not possess the astronomical power increases typical of later Saiyans. His combat strength had reached approximately 1500 after years of training. This was comparable to Raditz' power level upon arriving on Earth in the original series. Observing Piccolo now, despite his diligent training, it was evident that his growth could not rival that of a Saiyan. After all, this disparity stemmed from their respective races. Once a Saiyan earnestly commits to training, it is as if they have activated a cheat code. Currently, Piccolo's combat power was just above 500. Wait, this Piccolo seems somewhat familiar. At first, I thought it was merely a case of sharing a name, but after he removed his headband, the resemblance became undeniable. The referee, watching Piccolo unveil his head, increasingly felt a sense of familiarity. Indeed, I am the reincarnated Demon King Piccolo. Spread the word across the globe. Once I eliminate Sun Wukong and Vegeta, this world shall soon be under the dominion of Demon King Piccolo, he proclaimed, reveling in the fear he instilled in those around him. My goodness, run for your lives. This is quite astonishing. The contestant Piccolo is indeed the same Piccolo who nearly unified the world in years past. One wonders whether the contestant Sun Wukong will emerge victorious. Let us all await the outcome with bated breath. As the audience scattered in panic outside the arena, a professional referee and commentator, of course, would not flee. Instead, he sought a place he deemed safe and concealed to continue fulfilling his duties. Your Highness, shall I dispatch someone to deal with Piccolo below? Such turmoil could disrupt the smooth progression of our martial arts tournament. A young man with brown hair said respectfully from a distant high loft. No need. He is but a mere jester. Sun Wukong possesses sufficient strength to contend with Piccolo. Number 9. You and number 10 should go calm the agitated audience, replied number 21. Gazing down upon the arena where Sun Wukong and Piccolo stood, taking a delicate sip of her coffee, unperturbed by the formidable aura emanating from Piccolo, even exhibiting a hint of disdain. Understood. Number 9 and number 10, who bore a striking resemblance to the young man, hastened towards the audience. Chapter 98. The grand finale commences. Piccolo, this is where you have erred. If that is the case, I shall resolve this swiftly, Sun Wukong stated, displeased by Piccolo's brazen words, as the chaos of the tournament was something he wished to avoid. Then come and strike me, Piccolo bellowed in fury, witnessing Sun Wukong's unwavering resolve in the face of his full power. Very well. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement to Piccolo's peculiar challenge, unleashing less than half of his strength as he charged at Piccolo. What? So swift? Piccolo barely caught a glimpse of Sun Wukong's figure before he felt a searing pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he realized Sun Wukong's fist had pierced through him. I had already advised you to surrender, yet you would not listen. Why persist? Sun Wukong remarked to himself, having dispatched Piccolo in a single blow. Esteemed audience, please remain calm. The situation on the battlefield has taken an unexpected turn. It appears that contestant Sun Wukong has eliminated contestant Piccolo in a single strike. Wait, that cannot be right. This means Sun Wukong has effectively killed his opponent, thus disqualifying himself according to the rules. The hidden referee, who had been monitoring the match, now leaped forward to announce, what is this? Is this truly the great Piccolo? His power is rather feeble. Everyone, let us return to watch the match. This Demon King Piccolo is nothing but a hollow shell. Indeed, I feel that I could effortlessly dispatch this lackluster Demon King Piccolo with a single move. The spectators who had just been in disarray now see Piccolo swiftly defeated by Sun Wukong and hastily return to their seats, expressing their disdain for Piccolo. The newly arrived fighters, numbers 9 and 10, gaze in astonishment at Sun Wukong on the stage, evidently unaware that he has reached a level of strength capable of vanquishing Piccolo with a mere strike. However, this is for the best, sparing numbers 9 and 10 the task of calming the agitated audience. What? Am I to be disqualified from the match? Sun Wukong exclaimed in shock upon hearing the referee's words. Hey, Piccolo, I know you're not dead yet. Get up and stop pretending. Sun Wukong was aware of Piccolo's regenerative abilities, thus he did not believe that Piccolo could be truly defeated. Otherwise, he would not have directly aimed to pierce Piccolo's abdomen. Cough, cough, Sun Wukong. Just you wait. Someday I will return to seek vengeance. Without taking a moment to recover from his injuries, Piccolo was struck by another 2 kicks from Sun Wukong, exacerbating his wounds. Not daring to delay, Piccolo struggled to rise from the ground and made his way down from the ring. However, as soon as he descended, he was confronted by the deity, who had returned to his original form. What do you want? Deity, do not forget, we are one. If I perish, you cannot survive either. Piccolo threatened as he found his path obstructed. It is precisely because I am aware of that fact that I have come here. The deity, unfazed by Piccolo's threats, regarded the once mighty demon king with a tinge of sympathy, now reduced to such a state. Wait, do you intend to seal me? At that moment, Piccolo noticed the container in the deity's hand, a necessary tool for the demon seal wave, causing a surge of fear within him. In his prime, Piccolo would have had no fear of the deity's sealing technique. He even had confidence in his ability to reflect the demon seal wave back upon the deity. However, in his current state of severe injury and near death, Piccolo's strength was diminished to a fraction of its former self. Not only could he not confront the deity, but he would likely struggle against even Krillin, whom he had previously defeated. To seal you? That was my initial intention, after all. You are the offspring of my creation. Your power has surpassed mine and has previously brought chaos and terror to the world. Thus, I intended to seal you completely within the demon seal wave. Should I fail, I planned to take my own life, ensuring that you would perish as well, providing a form of closure for the world. However, things have changed. I have seen new hope in Goku and Vegeta, even in your current state. You lack the power to wreak havoc upon the earth. The deity cast aside the container of the magical sealing wave and addressed Piccolo. What exactly do you wish to convey? Piccolo, perceiving neither the resentment nor the murderous intent that once resided in the deity's gaze, was met only with a rekindled glimmer of hope. Perplexed, he inquired of the deity. Of course, to heal you. After all, we are one and the same. And I have not yet exhausted my days. A gentle smile graced the deity's face, gradually thawing the icy heart of Piccolo. However, do you possess the art of healing? Piccolo, evidently moved by the deity's words, could not help but question the crux of the matter. I do not. The deity responded candidly. Piccolo gazed at the deity in silence, unsure of how to proceed. Yajirobe, toss me one of the senzu beans you brought. The deity swiftly turned to Yajirobe, who was not far off. After all, Korin Tower rested just below the temple, and Yajirobe had come bearing senzu beans, a fact the deity was well aware of. Be certain of your decision, for you are about to save the former demon king Piccolo, Yajirobe cautioned as he threw a senzu bean toward the deity. You have referred to him as former, and I have faith that the Piccolo of the future will be true to himself, no longer the demon king. The deity replied as he received the senzu bean, and without a moment's hesitation, he administered it to Piccolo. Deity, and you too, Goku. You shall regret sparing me today. I will surely slay you both and unify the world anew. Having consumed the senzu bean and feeling the effects of recovery, Piccolo regained his spirit. After hastily uttering a series of declarations, he swiftly took to the skies, prioritizing his escape. Very well, since Piccolo has not perished, Goku shall retain his eligibility for the competition. Additionally, I would like to express my gratitude to Goku for his life-saving intervention. The referee, having confirmed Piccolo's survival, announced the results of the match to the assembled crowd. Goku! Goku! The spectators erupted in cheers, not only celebrating the victor but also expressing their gratitude to Goku for vanquishing the Demon King Piccolo, thereby saving the world once more. No need for a break, referee. I am eager to commence the finals against Vegeta. I can hardly contain my anticipation, Goku declared, remaining on the platform rather than stepping down. That does not conform to the regulations of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Goku, I think it best if you take a moment to rest, the referee gently suggested. Feeling somewhat awkward. Regulations? There are far more pressing matters at hand. Let us begin the finals between myself and Kakarot immediately. Vegeta had long been impatiently awaiting his turn on the sidelines. Observing the referee's hesitance, he promptly leaped onto the stage and addressed the official. Very well. Since Vegeta has chosen to proceed, I hereby announce that the grand finals of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament will commence, featuring the illustrious Vegeta against Son Goku. Faced with the overwhelming aura emanating from Vegeta, the referee, who had intended to voice a retort, quickly stifled his words and publicly proclaimed the commencement of the match before hastily vacating the arena to avoid any potential mishap. Chapter 99. A Duel of Equal Strength. Kakarot. Remove your burdens. Let us engage in a proper battle today. Upon ascending the stage, Vegeta refrained from launching an immediate offensive and instead stood his ground, addressing Son Goku. Hee, I knew I couldn't keep this from you, Vegeta. With that, Son Goku began to shed his weighted garments, his shirt, wristbands, and shoes, each piece discarded to unleash his full potential. The exact weight of these burdens remained unspoken, yet Krillin outside the ring struggled for an eternity to lift them. Vegeta, I hope you will bring forth your utmost strength to face me. With the weights finally removed, Son Goku released his entire fighting power, a staggering level of 1005, which elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Come on, Kakarot, let us see who prevails in this contest of equal strength. Upon concluding his statement, Vegeta unleashed his entire fighting power, equally amounting to 1500. This was not due to Vegeta's reluctance to exert his full strength. Rather, it stemmed from the enduring seal imposed upon him by Gilly. According to Gillis' assertion, as long as Vegeta could triumph over Son Goku at an equivalent power level, it would signify that Vegeta's foundation was solidly established, thereby warranting the removal of the seal that constrained his strength. Regardless of how proficient Vegeta became in his foundational techniques, Son Goku consistently managed to edge out a narrow victory at crucial moments, which resulted in Vegeta's power being sealed to this day. Faced with Son Goku's current combat power of 1500, Vegeta was taken aback, particularly astonished by the sluggish growth of Goku's strength. To illustrate, Vegeta himself had attained a fighting power of 8,000 by the age of 2, while his brother Raditz had surpassed 15,000 at the same age, not to mention the staggering 100,000 of Broly. Observing Son Goku now, at 18 years old, possessing only a fighting power of 1500 after years of diligent training was indeed a source of surprise for Vegeta. Moreover, Son Goku's benevolent nature struck Vegeta as markedly different from the scions of planet Bardock, with only his unwavering dedication to combat aligning with the characteristics of their warrior race. Were it not for Goku's striking resemblance to Bardock, Vegeta might have questioned whether Goku was truly Bardock's biological son. Son Goku had long been eager to engage in combat with Vegeta, having witnessed Vegeta's prowess firsthand. Regardless of how intensively he trained, Vegeta always seemed to match his strength, leaving Goku to secure victories primarily through superior combat techniques. Yet, Goku sensed that this was not the entirety of Vegeta's power. Vegeta was merely calibrating his strength to Goku's level in order to engage him in battle. Thus, after 3 years of rigorous training under the Supreme Kai, Goku's significantly enhanced power was directed towards encouraging Vegeta to unleash his full might in their duel. Here it comes. Standing firm, Goku and Vegeta locked eyes for an extended moment, each searching for vulnerabilities in the other, yet finding none. Suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred, flowing from east to west, prompting Goku, stationed in the east, to launch his attack, swiftly closing the distance to Vegeta. Vegeta responded in kind, executing rapid movements to counter with his own assault. In a battle of equivalent power levels, it was a contest of foundational techniques. The two combatants vanished from the arena, or rather, they were engaged in such rapid movement that their actions became indistinguishable to the spectators. The referee, faced with the obscured clash, exerted himself to provide commentary. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the large screen, where we will slow down the footage of Son Goku and Vegeta's speed by a factor of 100 for your viewing. Through the slow-motion playback at 100-fold speed on the grand screen, the surrounding onlookers finally discerned the unfolding scene of the match, expressing their astonishment at the revelation that humanity could indeed reach such extraordinary heights. Is this the full might of Goku and Vegeta? How formidable! It seems I cannot blame myself for the defeat, reflected Tien Shinhan from the sidelines. It appears I can retire with peace of mind. It is time to hand over this world to the younger generation. Observing the fierce battle atop the arena, Master Roshi felt the weight of his age. I can now indulge in teasing young maidens without worry, leaving the maintenance of world peace to Goku and his companions. Thankfully, I am swift. Are these two truly Earthlings? In the shadows not far away, Piccolo felt a sudden surge of relief within him. If one can survive, why cling to self-destruction? Truly the son of the boss. His strength is commendable, though Vegeta on the other side is also quite capable. Number 11 diligently recorded the combat data of both fighters and input it into Cell's core computer. From a distant loft in the sky, Number 21 watched the fierce duel below with keen interest, instructing Number 11 by her side, "Obey, princess." The girl-like android answered respectfully. While the thoughts of the onlookers remained unspoken, the battle between Goku and Vegeta had reached its climax. The two fighters exhibited nearly equal foundational combat skills. engaging in a fierce exchange that was difficult to distinguish. Vegeta, witness my technique, Kamehameha. After a prolonged exchange, Goku realized he was struggling to gain the upper hand on the ground, soaring into the sky to gather energy for his ultimate move. Ultimate Flash. Vegeta, harboring the same intention, ascended into the air, also accumulating energy for his grand attack. How powerful! This was the singular thought echoing in the hearts of the onlookers. Faced with the overwhelming aura emanating from Goku and Vegeta, now, they shouted in unison, unleashing their respective ultimate attacks towards one another, resulting in two formidable shockwaves colliding in the air. After approximately 3 minutes of aerial stalemate, the energy within Goku and Vegeta was rapidly depleting, yet the victor remained undecided. Not bad. A commendable improvement. Once again, it's a draw. Given your diligent training, I shall release the seal on your strength. In the realm of West City. Within the abode of Bulma, the ever-casual Geely murmured softly. With a subtle flick of his right hand, an overwhelming surge of power surged through Vegeta. Far away at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. In that fleeting moment, the strength that had long been sealed within him was unleashed, revealing that his battle power of 1,500 was no longer his limit. 10,000, 100,000, and then 180,000 Vegeta's aura soared to unprecedented heights, erupting in a display of his utmost potential. However, this formidable energy was but a fleeting glimpse, swiftly retracted and concealed within him once more. I, Vegeta, have no need for such hollow victories. Though now capable of effortlessly defeating Goku, pride rendered him ashamed. Vegeta immediately suppressed his ultimate flash, allowing Goku's Kamehameha to strike him head-on, sending him hurtling out of the ring. Alas, contestant Vegeta has been knocked out of the ring by contestant Goku. I hereby declare that the champion of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament is Goku. The exhilarating contest came to a close, with the referee rushing to the stage to announce the results. P.S. Heartfelt thanks to Brother Weilong for the monthly votes. I am immensely grateful. Chapter 100. The Grand Wedding. Vegeta plummeted from the sky to the ground below, and the one who fretted the most was undoubtedly Bulma, who hurriedly rushed to his side. It's all right. Her concern was clearly unwarranted. With a battle power of 180,000, even standing still against Goku's full-force assault would hardly pose a threat to Vegeta. Dusting himself off, Vegeta rose from the ground as if nothing had happened. Congratulations, Kakarot. It seems you have won once again. Stepping forward, he extended his congratulations to Goku. Vegeta spoke these words with genuine respect. After years of rigorous training, he had managed to hold his ground against Goku, despite their equal battle power. Moreover, considering that Vegeta was 5 years Goku's senior, he felt that even a tie ultimately meant he had lost. Vegeta, next time, I will ensure you fight me at full strength, Goku declared as he approached Vegeta, their fists meeting in a friendly gesture, expressing his deepest wish. He had already grasped the nature of the last moment's victory. I await that day. Vegeta too looked forward to the opportunity to engage Goku with all his might, yet he never anticipated that day would arrive so swiftly. Enough of that, Goku. You and Chi-Chi should come to my home. I've just asked my brother-in-law to prepare a grand wedding for us. Bulma linked her arm with Vegeta's and extended an invitation to Goku and Chi-Chi. Sounds great. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, yet he promptly inquired. But what is Bulma's wedding? The crowd exchanged glances, rendered speechless by the naive inquiry of Sun Wukong. The group wasted no time. They abandoned the prize money from the tournament and boarded Bulma's luxurious private aircraft, setting off directly for West City, leaving behind a bewildered referee and numerous spectators. During the journey, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi made a brief detour to Flaming Mountain to fetch Chi-Chi's father, the Ox King. Sun Wukong's relatives were represented by Master Roshi, and had Bardock known of this, he would have instantly teleported to deliver a decisive blow to Master Roshi. As for Vegeta, he could not locate any of his kin, thus resorting to having Geely, his nominal superior and mentor, take on the role. 3 days later, the wedding of the four proceeded as planned, enveloping West City in a jubilant atmosphere, for Bulma's family was hosting the festivities at no cost. The ceremony took place on a private island owned by Bulma's family. Sister 21, you have arrived. Bulma's sister, Tais, greeted the guests at the entrance, eagerly welcoming the arrival of 21's private aircraft. How could I possibly miss my sister Bulma's wedding? With a gentle smile, 21 presented her gift, and then engaged in light conversation with Tais, while her companions, androids 9, 10, and 11, stood silently behind her, serving as her protectors. Hey, Android 8, it's been a long time. Sun Wukong was delighted to see his childhood friend, Android 8. and approached him with enthusiasm. The vicinity was filled with many of Sun Wukong's companions from his adventures, and he greeted each one warmly, reflecting on how delightful marriage seemed to be. On the rooftop of Bulma's private villa, Vegeta sat alone, gazing contemplatively at the sky. Despite having lived on Earth for many years, he had few friends with whom he could converse. Aside from Bulma's family, only Sun Wukong remained as a rival and companion. "Are you missing your family?" Geely, having somehow procured a ladder, ascended to the villa's rooftop and inquired of Vegeta. "Do you think Rico and Tapion are doing well?" Vegeta asked quietly, a hint of sorrow in his voice. "Yes, they are both doing quite well. You need not worry about them," Geely replied cheerfully, his response spontaneous. "Thank you." Through their years of companionship, Vegeta understood that despite Geely's often unreliable demeanor, he would never mislead him on matters of great importance. "Come on. Today is your wedding day. You should be a bit more cheerful." With a hearty laugh, Geely playfully patted Vegeta on the shoulder. Whether it was intentional or not, he inadvertently sent Vegeta tumbling from the rooftop of the villa, landing face first on the ground. Congratulations to the newlyweds of both couples. As Geely's voice resonated, it officially announced the union of Son Goku and Chi-Chi, as well as Vegeta and Bulma, followed by the heartfelt blessings of those present. "Apologies, I must excuse myself." While Geely was fervently pouring drinks for Son Goku and Vegeta, he suddenly vanished from sight, leaving the onlookers perplexed, wondering how he had achieved such a feat, Your Highness. Was that instant transmission that Geely just used? Number 11, one of the female androids, pondered, recalling her good rapport with number 21. "I'm not certain. It's a power I've never encountered before. By the way, number 11, have the results of Geely's cellular analysis come through?" Number 21 inquired. "Your Highness, Geely's cells have undergone over 1 million analyses by the core computer and still indicate he is merely an ordinary Earthling," Number 11 reported candidly. "Increase the analysis intensity. Judging by Geely's actions, he is far from an ordinary human," Number 21 commanded. In the endless river of time, Demigra observed Bardock, who was increasingly grasping the principles of time. His own mastery of time quietly unfolded in his hands. "Hey, Demigra, long time no see." Just as Demigra made his move, Geely appeared beside him, greeting him with warmth as if he were an old friend. "Geely." Demigra's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing Geely suddenly before him. He retracted his grasp on the principles of time, fearing Geely would notice his clandestine actions. "Humph, Geely, in this river of time, I am the invincible one. You cannot hope to defeat me." A cold snort escaped Demigra as he threatened Geely. "You traitor of the time realm, since you are so confident, how about we engage in a battle of 300 rounds? Geely replied with a nonchalant smile. In response to Geely's self-assured grin, Demigra's figure promptly vanished, retreating into the infinite river of time, seeking refuge in what he deemed a secure temporal rift. However, due to Demigra's interference, Lord Bardock's return to the main timeline would likely deviate by more than just a year or two. With a carefree laugh, Geely disappeared from the endless river of time, returning to continue attending the wedding. Chapter 101, The Chronicles of the Scions in the Seventh Universe, on the planet Namek. 5 years had elapsed since the marriage of Son Goku and Chi-Chi, as well as Vegeta and Bulma. "Have you still not been able to reach my father, King Bardock?" The 28-year-old Raditz had now matured into a formidable figure, exuding an aura of royal authority that was both intimidating and commanding. Despite the fact that he had taken no action, his very presence instilled a profound sense of pressure in those around him, particularly in Nero. "Your Highness Raditz, Balunga reports that we are still unable to contact King Bardock." Nera had repeated this lamentation 22 times. Ever since Bardock departed from Namek to traverse time 500,000 years into the past, Raditz had made an annual pilgrimage to the planet. Each year, he would gather the 7 Dragon Balls and summon the eternal dragon, Balunga, to inquire about Bardock's return and the reason for his prolonged absence. This ritual had persisted uninterrupted for 23 years. Faced with Raditz's seemingly reasonable request, the Namekians were at a loss as to how to refuse. They had no grounds for denial, nor the courage to do so. After all, Bardock had ventured to Namek to ensure its safety, only to be sent back in time by Balunga. Moreover, with the North Galaxy now unified under the Scion race, Namek had long been integrated into the dominion of the Scions. As subjects, the consequences of refusal were all too apparent. Most importantly, Raditz was merely seeking to ascertain Bardock's whereabouts from Balunga, a request that did not encroach upon the Namekians' limits regarding wishes. "Is everything still the same?" he mused, having grown accustomed to the unchanging nature of his situation. Turning away, Raditz ceased to gaze upon the lofty Belunga, arriving each time brimming with hope, only to depart disheartened. After 23 years, he had grown accustomed to this cycle. "Does your Highness Raditz harbor any other wishes?" Nero inquired nervously. It was only natural for him to feel anxious. Raditz's unspoken aura alone was sufficient to overshadow all the Namekians. "No, that will be all," Nero replied gratefully. "Until we meet again next year." With a farewell, Raditz turned and departed, leaving behind the remaining 2 wishes ungranted. Belunga reverted into the 7 Dragon Balls and scattered. For the Scions preferred to place their hopes in their own strength rather than in ephemeral wishes. "At last, he has departed," Nero exhaled in relief. His aura has grown increasingly potent. Watching the royal spacecraft vanish into the sky, he felt a weight lift from his chest. "Elder, do you truly believe that a race as inherently malevolent as the Scions can bring stability to the universe?" Nero turned to the elder behind him, seeking counsel. "Is the answer not already clear to you?" The elder replied. "What do you see in our North Galaxy under the rule of the Scions over these years?" The Grand Elder did not address Nairu's perplexity, but instead encouraged him to seek the answer within himself. "Life in the Northern Galaxy has indeed become significantly more stable than before, particularly on our beloved Meek star, which has received special care from His Highness Raditz due to the influence of the Dragon Ball Purunga. However, in the Western Galaxy, the prolonged conflict between the Scion race and the Ice Demons has rendered the populace destitute. The planets that still harbor life have dwindled to a mere fraction." Naira voiced his concerns, for he believed that the plight of the Western Galaxy was largely the responsibility of the Scions. Their malevolence, ferocity, and havoc were directed solely at outsiders, while they have consistently shown kindness to those planets that have already pledged their allegiance to us. The Grand Elder's words unfurled gently. "Ah, I understand now, Grand Elder. Since we have chosen our battle team, we should not dwell on other matters." Nereus pondered for a long while before responding slowly. Within the royal spacecraft, Raditz's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Ever since Bardock had departed 500,000 years ago, the weight of the Scion race's legacy had fallen upon the shoulders of Raditz, who was merely 6 years old at the time. Although he had the steward Paragus by his side to assist him, the burden on Raditz's heart remained unabated, for he could not tarnish the formidable reputation of the Scion warrior race. At the age of 18, Raditz reached adulthood, while Paragus continued to support him. He entrusted more authority to Raditz, thereby intensifying the weight of his responsibilities. In the same year, the Scion race entered a most glorious phase, the era of universal explosion. Nearly 80% of the Scions had transcended to this explosive stage, each warrior boasting combat powers exceeding 1,000,000. Yet, the Scions refrained from invading the outside world, content to guard their northern galaxy, seeking not glory, but merely an absence of error. 7 years later, at the age of 25, Raditz led the Scions into the era of universal Super Saiyan. Among the hundreds of thousands of Scions, nearly half were capable of transforming into Super Saiyans, albeit only at the initial stage, which undeniably showcased the immense strength of their race. In that same year, under Raditz's command, the Scions revealed their warrior prowess to the cosmos once more. Their first offensive targeted the neighboring Western Galaxy. However, the campaign did not proceed smoothly. Upon their invasion, the Scions encountered the remnants of the Frozen Demon clan. While the base strength of the Frozen Demons may have paled in comparison to that of the Scions, their elite warriors held a significant advantage. This was due to the fact that the former king of the Frozen Demons, Cooler, had not perished as believed. After being cast into the sun by Paragus, he had merely survived with half of his head intact, utilizing the advanced technology of planet Bixstar. This half of Cooler underwent continuous regeneration, transforming into Metal Cooler, who proved to be an even greater force than before, single-handedly decimating the Scion ranks. If not for the Dragon Balls of Namek that could resurrect the fallen, the Scions might have faced utter defeat. Subsequently, Metal Cooler, centered around planet Bixstar, began a rampant expansion, assimilating countless planets. An innumerable array of Metal Cooler duplicates were created, marking the onset of the Frozen Demons counteroffensive. In order to prevent the conflict from spilling into his own territory of the Northern Galaxy, Raditz personally led the Scion army to entrench the battlefield within the Western Galaxy. This, however, led to widespread suffering among the inhabitants of the Western Galaxy, with only a fraction of the once thriving planets remaining. Yet, Raditz remained unconcerned, as it was not his domain. As for Metal Cooler, his singular focus lay in the complete annihilation of the Scion race, with no regard for anything else. The conflict between the two factions endured for a full 2 years, during which the Scion's strength continued to grow, as did that of Metal Cooler. Countless Metal Coolers merged into a singular, formidable entity, a Super Metal Cooler, against whom no Scion stood a chance. At this critical juncture, Broly, who had been in seclusion for many years, was compelled to emerge, displaying his unparalleled might. Within mere moments, he reduced the Super Metal Cooler to ruins, forcibly dismantling it. However, this act triggered a resurgence of Broly's berserk state, rendering even the Dragon Ball suppression ineffective, and the control device long lost its potency over him. With Bardock no longer present, Broly's rampage spiraled beyond containment. Yet, Raditz remained indifferent, for it was occurring in the Western Galaxy, not his Northern Galaxy. All that was left was to wait for Broly's rage to subside. At that moment, a man claiming to be the East Kaioshin, accompanied by his attendant Jebbet, made an appearance. Together with the other 3 Kaioshins from the southeast, southwest, and northwest, they sealed the rampaging Broly within the Kaioshin realm, thereby establishing a long-standing enmity between the Scion race and the East Kaioshin. Meanwhile, Metal Cooler took the opportunity to escape, vanishing from sight. The Scion race then embarked on a period of recuperation, choosing not to engage in further conflict, and the Western Galaxy finally welcomed a long-awaited peace. Chapter 102. Raditz sets off for Earth. Understood. I shall convey your message to Prince Raditz, came the response. As Raditz pondered, his subordinate Naba's communicator emitted a series of beeps, continuously transmitting information. Is this a message from the steward? Raditz inquired, lost in thought. Indeed, Your Highness. Lord Paragus has located the whereabouts of Metal Cooler on the planet of West Kai, Naba replied. However, to avoid alarming the target, Lord Paragus has opted not to launch an immediate attack, but rather to have us hasten to provide support, lest Metal Cooler escapes. Is it confirmed that this is the true form of Metal Cooler? Raditz pressed further. Not entirely certain, yet based on Lord Paragus's analysis, it is likely that the entity sheltered by West Kai is undoubtedly the true Metal Cooler, Naba responded, drawing from the intel relayed by Paragus. Humph. It seems that neither the Kaioshin nor the Kais are of any merit, harboring a frozen demon such as this, Raditz scoffed, expressing his disdain for both the Kaioshin and the Kais. After all, Broly had been sealed away in the Kaioshin realm by the East Kaioshin and the 4 Kais of the cardinal directions. Had Raditz known the precise location of the Kaioshin realm, he would have led the Scion army there long ago. He had once inquired of the dragon Shinran Purunga regarding the realm's whereabouts, but Purunga had replied that he could not disclose matters pertaining to the gods without their consent. Yet, perplexingly, Purunga had also withheld information regarding Cooler's movements. Now, Raditz understood the reason. There must be a significant connection to West Kai. Although Metal Cooler's strength was not formidable, his ability to evade capture was exceptional. We must bring along more powerful individuals to ensure he does not escape once again. Raditz analyzed the current situation. Naba, where do you suggest I seek out additional formidable candidates? Our Scion race boasts many Super Saions. Yet only a mere few dozen have attained the 2nd stage of Super Saiyan, and of those who have reached full power, including myself, only 5 remain. Raditz spoke with a slight headache. Faced with the formidable strength of Metal Cooler, he preferred to take only a select few with him, himself, Paragus, Toma, Pabugen, and Celebi. 5 Super Saions at full power would suffice. After all, at this level of combat, a single tier of difference equates to an insurmountable chasm. Quantity could no longer substitute for quality. My Lord Raditz, should we not venture to Earth to retrieve Prince Kakarot? It has been 23 years after all. Kakarot, possessing the bloodline of Bardock, must have experienced rapid growth and strength. I believe he would play a significant role in the battle against Metal Cooler. After a prolonged silence, Naba communicated his thoughts to Raditz. Time truly flies. 23 years have swiftly passed. Kakarot must have grown considerably. I wonder if he has thought of home during all these years, of our father and mother, and of me, his elder brother. After all, Kakarot was sent to Earth shortly after his birth. However, I trust that with Kakarot's remarkable memory, he has not forgotten us. Raditz reminisced about Kakarot's infancy, filled with sweet memories. Naba, alter our course. We shall not return to planet Bardock just yet. Instead, let us go to Earth and bring Kakarot back. At once. My Lord Raditz, Naba replied promptly. He immediately contacted the pilot of their spacecraft through the communicator to relay Raditz's orders. The Scions possessed an early aptitude for memory. Even newborns exhibited a mature recollection, so Raditz harbored no worries that Kakarot would forget him. When their father sent Kakarot to Earth, He had advised both their mother and Raditz not to disturb Kakarot's normal life unless absolutely necessary. Yet, Father, Planet Bardock genuinely requires Kakarot's strength. With 23 years having elapsed, I believe it is time to bring him back. I recall Father often extolling Kakarot's exceptional talent and potential. Though Kakarot's battle power at birth was merely 5, he was destined for greatness. He even said that Kakarot would surpass him one day. In my youth, I dismissed it as a jest, but now I sincerely hope Father's words ring true, for our Saiyan race desperately needs a powerful ally. After issuing his command, Raditz began to reflect on his childhood memories with Bardock. The high praise Bardock bestowed upon Kakarot had become one of Raditz's most cherished pastimes to pass the time. My Lord Raditz, may I request your guidance in my training? At this moment, the hatch of the room where Raditz resided swung open, and a 4-year-old Saiyan clad in battle attire dashed inside. Behave, Bess, and return to your own chamber. Can't you see that Prince Raditz is resting? Nappa reprimanded the little Saiyan, anxious to avoid inciting any displeasure from Raditz due to Bess's antics. No, I am seeking Prince Raditz for guidance in my training. Bess pouted defiantly, expressing his dissatisfaction to Raditz. You impudent child, Nappa exclaimed, raising his hand as if to strike the disobedient boy. Enough, Nappa. After all, Bess is your son, and his potential is remarkable among our Saiyan youth. A bit of arrogance is only to be expected. Besides, we still have roughly 3 days before we reach Earth. During this time, I shall mentor Bess in his training, Raditz declared, rising from his seat. Casting an approving glance at the determined Bess. The Raditz was now 28. He remained unmarried, and with Bardock yet to return, he had no inclination to seek a spouse. In Bess, Raditz saw a reflection of his own childhood, an unwavering dedication to training that had compelled him to seek Bardock's guidance on numerous occasions. Wonderful. I knew Prince Raditz would be the best. Bess exclaimed excitedly upon hearing Raditz's words. Chapter 103. The astonished crowd. Hello everyone. It's been a while. On the Turtle Island, the door of the Kame house was opened, and Bulma greeted Master Roshi and Krillin warmly. Haha, it's Bulma. Master Roshi replied with enthusiasm. Did you come alone, or is Vegeta with you? Krillin inquired curiously. Vegeta, come in. Everyone is waiting for you. Bulma turned and pulled the ever-aloof Vegeta inside, who had been lingering at the entrance. Humph, I have no desire to participate in such a dull gathering, Vegeta grumbled, reluctantly being drawn into the Kame house. Has Kakarot not arrived yet? Vegeta scanned the room, not spotting the figure he sought. Goku's home is quite distant. He will likely take a bit longer to arrive. Krillin replied. Is it just as few for this gathering? Observing only Master Roshi and Krillin in the room, Bulma inquired, is that so? Everyone else is unable to join us due to various commitments. Now we only await Goku and Chi-Chi. Master Roshi replied slowly. Gohan, do you see? Ahead lies Master Matato's abode. In the distant sky, a golden nimbus cloud glided by, atop which sat Sun Wukong, explaining to his son Gohan nestled in his arms. All right, we have arrived. As the nimbus cloud whisked away, Sun Wukong leaped from the air, cradling Gohan. There's Kakarot's energy. Even though Sun Wukong had concealed his aura, Vegeta could still sense it at such close range and promptly exited the room. Goku, 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 Kakarot. The others emerged to greet Sun Wukong, while Vegeta maintained his characteristic address. Kakarot, is that your son? Vegeta noticed Gohan's tail behind him, prompting a look of surprise. What? Goku's son? The onlookers, including Bulma, expressed astonishment at this revelation. Indeed, what is so strange about it? Come and greet everyone, Sun Wukong said, gently placing Gohan on the ground. Hello, my name is Gohan, he politely responded with a bow. Gohan, how old are you? Bulma crouched down before him with warmth in her gaze. I'm 4 years old, Gohan replied, adorably holding up 4 little fingers. Hey Vegeta, where are your and Bulma's children? Sun Wukong wondered, scanning the surroundings, sensing no other presence. You fool, Goku, Vegeta and I have no plans for children yet. How could we possibly have any? Although Goku directed his question at Vegeta, Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly, and she playfully struck Goku on the head, reprimanding him. Isn't it customary to have children after marriage? Why don't you and Vegeta have any? Goku asked, bewildered, his serious expression causing both Vegeta and Bulma to feel a bit embarrassed. Ahem, Kakarot, it's been 5 years since we last met. Let us have a friendly contest. Vegeta quickly diverted the topic, wishing to avoid explaining the intricacies of parenthood. All right, but Vegeta, my strength has significantly increased over these 5 years, so be cautious. As they ascended into the sky, the two prepared to unleash their formidable fighting spirit, with Sun Wukong warning Vegeta, "Bring it on, Kakarot." For 5 years, Sun Wukong diligently trained alone in the depths of the mountains, while Vegeta, on the other hand, certainly did not squander his time. Moreover, Bulma had crafted a gravity chamber specifically for him. Now, Vegeta's combat prowess had grown significantly compared to 5 years ago. "Go ahead, Gohan, come here to Aunt Bulma." She gently beckoned to Son Gohan, cradling him in her arms to shield him from the fright of the battle unfolding between Sun Wukong and Vegeta above. Sister Krillin, who stood nearby, felt an overwhelming urge to laugh at Bulma's words to Gohan, yet he restrained himself, fearing that any sound might provoke Bulma's wrath. Suddenly, a powerful and malevolent aura enveloped the entire Earth. It arrived swiftly and vanished just as quickly, dissipating in less than 3 seconds. "Did you feel that, Vegeta? That sinister energy just appeared on Earth," Sun Wukong said gravely, glancing at Vegeta. "Hey Vegeta, what's wrong?" Sun Wukong inquired, noticing Vegeta's unusual demeanor. "It can't be mistaken. That malevolent aura is unmistakably Saiyan. I never expected that after all these years, it would still haunt me." Vegeta's expression darkened, revealing a level of distress he rarely exhibited. "Well, according to your usual standards, Vegeta, that evil energy's power level is only around 50,000, less than mine. You shouldn't be this scared," Sun Wukong remarked, observing Vegeta's trembling muscles with discontent. "Show some courage, Vegeta. What are you truly afraid of? Where is your usual pride? Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you," he encouraged, disappointed by Vegeta's current state, which did not reflect the proud warrior he knew. "Humph, who's afraid? But since there's no escaping it, let us settle this once and for all, Saiyan." With a cold snort, Vegeta cast aside his fear, regaining his former confidence and pride, then without another word, flew directly towards the source of the sinister energy. "Hey, Vegeta, wait for me." Seeing Vegeta take off without hesitation, Sun Wukong unleashed his full strength to follow closely behind. "Wait, where are Goku and Vegeta going? What was Vegeta saying about Saiyans? Isn't that their race? I can't let this opportunity pass. I must see for myself." Having spoken, Bulma swiftly took Gohan and boarded her small jet, pursuing the direction in which Sun Wukong and Vegeta had departed. "Wait for me. I want to go too." Klin swiftly followed suit with his own technique, hoping that Goku and Vegeta would remain unscathed. Master Roshi leaned on his cane, gazing at the departing figures in the sky, silently praying for their safety. The author apologizes for the late update due to illness. The remaining 2 chapters for today may be challenging to complete, but they will be provided tomorrow. Rest assured that there will be no reduction in updates. Gratitude is extended to the generous supporters for their contributions. Furthermore, due to the majority preference for a continuation of the main storyline, the supplementary chapters have been removed, and any subscription points will be refunded accordingly. A new poll has been initiated regarding the future training paths of Goku and Vegeta, whether to pursue Super Saiyan Blue or Super Saiyan 4, inviting readers to participate via the official website. Chapter 104. An unpleasant encounter enough. Bess, conceal your energy. What is there to boast about having just surpassed 50,000 in power? Naba feigned dissatisfaction while secretly reveling in the fact that his son, at merely 4 years old, had achieved such a remarkable feat. Understood. It is all thanks to Prince Raditz's training that I was able to make this breakthrough in just 3 days. Bess replied, suppressing his elation and offering compliments to Raditz. "Let us proceed. We have arrived on Earth." Raditz found himself retracting the praise he had intended to offer, feeling a sense of discontent towards the prideful nature of the new generation of Saiyans, yet unsure of how to address it. "Father, have I done something to displease Prince Raditz?" Bess inquired, noticing Raditz's less than happy demeanor. "Not at all. Perhaps Prince Raditz is merely thinking of Lord Kakarot," Naba responded. "Should I send someone to find Lord Kakarot?" Naba asked quietly, sensing Raditz's unease. "No need. We shall wait here. I can sense several formidable energies drawing closer, indicating they have likely discovered our presence," Raditz replied nonchalantly. "Was that wicked energy emanating from you, Science?" A voice, laced with malice, echoed from above moments after Raditz's words. "It is surprising to discover that Namekians still exist on Earth. All information regarding Earth and Raditz originates from Bardock's oral accounts. It is known that the Senzu beans utilized by the Scions were retrieved by Bardock from a place on Earth known as Karen Tower. Furthermore, Bardock sent Kakarot to Earth. But beyond that, little is known, as Bardock forbade any inquiries regarding Earth, a directive that Raditz and the others have adhered to until now." Gazing upward at the lofty figure of Piccolo in the sky, Raditz expressed his surprise, for it had always been his belief that Namekians resided solely on their home planet. So, I am an alien. No wonder I look different from others. Piccolo mused inwardly upon discovering the truth about his heritage from Raditz. Ever since his overwhelming defeat at the hands of Son Goku 5 years prior, Piccolo had diligently intensified his training, ever prepared to exact revenge on Goku. However, he soon despaired, realizing that no matter how hard he trained, the gap in their strengths only seemed to widen. Ultimately, disheartened, he relinquished the notion of vengeance, reasoning that living was preferable to courting self-destruction. Embracing the philosophy of if you cannot defeat them, join them, Piccolo shamelessly befriended Son Goku and reconciled with the Supreme Kai. Over the years, he had resided in the temple, training alongside the Supreme Kai. Piccolo's knowledge of the Saiyans stemmed from a shared memory exchange with the Supreme Kai, which enabled him to arrive at Raditz's location first. I prefer not to look up when conversing. Namekian, could you descend for a chat? Raditz spoke in a congenial tone, for his purpose on Earth was quite simple, to bring Kakarot back to planet Vegeta and assist in eradicating the metallic cooler. Upon observing that Earth remained unscathed, Raditz surmised that his brother Kakarot might be living a comfortable life there. After all, Earth did not resemble the desolate wasteland Raditz had envisioned. A planet of such low combat prowess should not have been able to survive under the might of Kakarot, who had undergone the transformation into a great ape. From Raditz's perspective, Piccolo's combat power was relatively commendable, approximately around 20,000. Raditz, uncertain of the relationship between Piccolo and Kakarot, refrained from engaging Piccolo unless provoked. However, should Piccolo persistently test Raditz's limits of tolerance, Raditz would not hesitate to enlighten him on why the Saiyans were regarded as a warrior race. Who do you think you are, Saiyan? In stark contrast, Piccolo's tone was far from amicable. At this juncture, Piccolo had yet to merge with the Supreme Kai, his intellect not yet at a level capable of overwhelming domination. In Piccolo's eyes, Saiyans belonged to a breed that preferred action over words. The fact that Raditz had not launched an immediate attack suggested to Piccolo that Raditz harbored fear of him. Your Highness Raditz? Naba found it utterly incomprehensible how Piccolo had acquired such a reckless spirit, and he felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. Thus, he sought the counsel of Raditz. With a slight nod, Raditz acquiesced to Naba's request, as he had no fondness for engaging in conversation with others. As you wish, Your Highness Raditz, Naba declared. With Raditz's permission, he ascended towards Piccolo in a fierce attack. What? His energy is so feeble. How can he move so swiftly? This was the only thought that crossed Piccolo's mind before he was struck down to the ground by Naba, succumbing to unconsciousness. Bring him to, Raditz uttered nonchalantly, showing no concern for Piccolo's fate. To Raditz, Piccolo had already been given a chance at life, which he had squandered. Wake up, boy. Our Lord Raditz has questions for you. Naba delivered a precise kick to Piccolo's left arm, targeting the most painful spot on the Namekian's body, which jolted Piccolo awake. Your Highness Raditz? At that moment, Piccolo truly perceived the chilling intent in Raditz's stern visage. Realizing that he might indeed perish here today at the hands of this Saiyan prince. This turn of events alarmed the Supreme Kai, who was far away in the temple. He had explicitly warned Piccolo not to provoke the Saiyans, yet Piccolo had recklessly flaunted his bravado. What could the Supreme Kai do? He felt utterly despondent. Knowing that if he were to die, there would be no Dragon Balls to resurrect him, a deeply infuriating thought. Bang! As the Supreme Kai anxiously watched Piccolo below, a beam of energy shot up, piercing through the temple, narrowly missing his head. What has happened, Your Highness Raditz? Naba inquired, bewildered by Raditz's sudden discharge of energy. It's nothing. Perhaps I was overly cautious. I sensed someone watching me, Raditz replied, redirecting his focus back to Piccolo, intent on extracting information about Kakarot. Piccolo, hey. Just then, Goku rushed in, witnessing his friend Piccolo being trampled by Naba, and his fury ignited. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave towards Naba, leaving even Vegeta unable to intervene in time. Piccolo could not help but wonder if Goku intended to obliterate him as well. Kakarot and Vegeta. Sun Wukong's attack was effortlessly neutralized by Naba, and as the smoke dissipated, Raditz's gaze shifted to the airborne figures of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The reunion between the two brothers was far from the warm embrace one might have envisioned. Rather, it was fraught with tension, akin to drawn swords and top bows. Ah, a tale. So you two are Saiyans? Sun Wukong, having regained his composure after his failed strike, regarded Raditz and his companions with a grave expression. Upon noticing the tales behind Raditz and the others, he inquired with curiosity. What's this? Do you not remember me? Kakarot. Raditz, furrowing his brow at Sun Wukong's words, was more concerned about why Sun Wukong had forgotten him than the attack itself. Who are you? Why should I remember you? Sun Wukong replied, perplexed. And you? Release Piccolo at once, or do not blame me for being impolite. Observing Piccolo's anguished expression beneath Naba's foot, Sun Wukong shouted vehemently. Such admirable spirit. Truly befitting the second prince of our Saiyan lineage. Raditz remarked appreciatively about Sun Wukong's display of anger, signaling to Naba with a glance. As you command, Lord Raditz. Naba complied immediately, delivering a swift kick that sent Piccolo tumbling towards Sun Wukong. Vegeta, I never imagined that after 26 years, we would meet again in such a manner and setting, Raditz mused, turning his attention to Vegeta after speaking with Sun Wukong. Indeed. Raditz was reminiscing about the time when he first met Vegeta at the tender age of 2. Both were of similar age and pride, with nearly equal prowess. It is worth noting that Raditz had undergone training under Bardock, while Vegeta had honed his skills through self-discovery. Although Raditz emerged victorious in their battles, he had always regarded Vegeta as a worthy rival. The news of Vegeta and Rigger's agreement to join Bardock's planet filled Raditz with immense joy, as he believed it would bring 2 more prodigies to his side, alleviating his lack of peers. However, the subsequent news of Rigger severely injuring Paragus and fleeing Bardock's planet with Vegeta and his father was nothing short of betrayal. The last encounter that could be deemed a meeting occurred when Raditz led an assault on Frisia's spaceship, sensing Vegeta's hasty escape, yet he chose to turn a blind eye. Indeed, I too did not foresee that even after 26 years, you would still be unwilling to let go of me, Vegeta, and that you would venture to search for me on Earth. Vegeta was also filled with emotion, yet today he resolved not to flee any longer. After 26 years of evasion, it was time to confront his fate. Descending from the skies, Vegeta gravely addressed Raditz. Ah, so it is you, Vegeta's acquaintance. You had me worried for quite some time, chuckled Goku, who had landed and checked Piccolo's wounds, finding them not life-threatening, which put him at ease. Sensing no hostility from Raditz and observing the apparent familiarity between Raditz and Vegeta, Goku lowered his guard somewhat. However, Vegeta, you met him 26 years ago. When you were merely 2 years old, Goku inquired curiously. Yet, his question went unanswered as Vegeta remained vigilant against Raditz and his companions. Goku, Vegeta, wait for us. Honestly, why are you flying so fast? Bulma, having flown in pursuit, complained as she approached with Gohan, closely followed by Krillin using his flight technique. What are you doing here? You should go back. Vegeta found himself unusually irate at Bulma, who had approached him with Gohan, a first in their history. Vegeta, there's no need to be so tense. If I truly intended to kill you, I would have done so long ago. Rest assured, I have come to Earth solely to find Kakarot, Raditz clarified. So you are looking for me. What do you want? I don't know you, Goku interjected earnestly. Since you know your own name, why pretend you don't recognize me, Kakarot? Raditz questioned, perplexed. I apologize. I suffered a head injury when I was young, resulting in memory loss. The name Kakarot is what Vegeta has always called me. Nevertheless, I am Goku now, not the Kakarot you refer to. If you have no business here, kindly leave. Should you wish to harm Earth, I will be the first to oppose you. Goku responded calmly to Raditz. Harm Earth? How could I? After all, this is my brother's planet to protect, just as I strive to safeguard planet Vegeta, Raditz replied with a smile. Seemingly unfazed by Goku's disrespectful tone, as he was merely addressing his own brother. What? You are Goku's brother? That's impossible. I can sense the malevolent energy radiating from you. No matter how well you try to conceal it, Krillin, known for his reckless bravery, boldly stepped forward, challenging Raditz without fear. Krillin, be careful. Goku's warning was cut short as Raditz swiftly struck Krillin with his tail.